It was a sunlit noon, with the sun lazily casting its warm glow upon the earth. Near the dining area, the streets bustled with villagers flocking to their favorite restaurants. Among them, a renowned ramen shop in Konoha was already teeming with patrons, forming a long queue outside. Some people wore joyful expressions, while others appeared dejected. Ouyang Ming gazed at his own establishment, which stood forlornly devoid of any customers, and sighed inwardly. System, is it not possible for us to lower the prices of our food? If this continues, the shop will not survive. Master, as the future chef of this world, how can a modicum of suffering deter you? The system replied earnestly. Ouyang Ming's lips curled into a faint smile as he stared blankly at the menu on the wall. A bowl of beef ramen was priced at 128 yuan. This price was exorbitantly high, far beyond what one would expect for a bowl of ramen. How could one possibly attract customers at such a rate? It seemed like a ghostly endeavor. Resting his chin on his hand, Ouyang Ming languidly observed a nearby musical restaurant, his thoughts drifting into the distance. Indeed, Ouyang Ming was not of this world. He hailed from a distant Earth. As many time travel novels recount, he had been struck by lightning and subsequently transported to the world of fire. Initially, Ouyang Ming had fancied himself a lone wolf, believing he could become a genius ninja, join Konoha, infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, alter the universe's fate, and even eliminate the Night of the Great Moon to unify the entire realm of Hokage. However, as the saying goes, aspirations are plump, while reality is slender. Ouyang Ming was a testament to this truth. In this life, Ouyang Ming was not only an orphan but also a commoner, lacking any innate talent for chakra cultivation. That if this were the entirety of his plight, it would be bearable after all. One could still pursue martial arts even without the gift of chakra. Yet reality had dealt Ouyang Ming a harsh blow as an orphan in the village. Without the aid of kind neighbors, he would have long succumbed to starvation on the streets. Thus, his primary concern was not training, but rather the search for employment. After all, while repentance may seem commonplace, the consequences of it could leave one bedridden in a hospital. If little Lee had not been fortunate enough to have a good mentor providing him with a training schedule and logistical support, could he have achieved success in sports? You see, Konoha had developed over many years, and among its successful individuals, one could scarcely count them on one's fingers. Fortunately, perhaps through sheer luck, Ouyang Ming had recently passed the welfare system. The system, known as the Guster system, was unlike anything Ouyang Ming had previously encountered. It was, to put it mildly, rather haughty. Consider the very first mission it bestowed upon Ouyang Ming. Mission: defeat the Yao restaurant and establish yourself as a renowned eatery in Konoha village. As the future supreme deity of the Hokage world, how could one possibly thrive without a monstrous challenge? To elevate oneself? Ouyang Ming could not help but raise his middle finger in response. Is this truly the nature of the system? Shouldn't the protagonist first engage with the monsters in the novice zone, level up, acquire gear, and then confront the boss? From the very beginning, this has posed a significant challenge. Is it not so? Anyone familiar with Naruto understands that a visit to this renowned establishment is a must, even for Kakashi, who is a frequent patron of the place. The reputation of this restaurant is indeed remarkable. However, the primary task of this system is to conquer this legendary old shop, which could very well cost Ouyang Ming his life. If it were merely this, Yang would believe that with the system's assistance, defeating Yao is merely a matter of time. Prior to this, Ouyang Ming could not even cook a simple fried egg, but after acquiring the system, a vast array of knowledge was directly implanted into his mind. Take the restaurant's signature beef ramen. As an example, there was no need for Ouyang Ming to undergo training, as the system seamlessly imparted the techniques and postures akin to a master with 30 years of experience. Yet, an important matter must be reiterated thrice. The system has set an exorbitant price for the beef ramen, $128. In stark contrast, the ramen, which is undeniably delicious, is merely priced at 20 yuan. This presents a six-fold disparity. If Ouyang Ming's restaurant were a famed establishment, it might be acceptable patrons would consider it worthwhile, eager to make reservations a month in advance. However, this is merely a new restaurant, situated across the street from another newly opened venue, where the absence of comparison renders the situation even more dire. Previously, the villagers of Kiba had lamented the pricing at Yao restaurant, where one meal could suffice for 2 to 3 meals at other establishments. Much like Naruto Uzumaki, who later became a ninja with ample resources, each visit to a delightful restaurant was a mix of pleasure and pain while the food was exquisite. It always necessitated effort to earn money afterwards. Thus, it is no wonder that Ouyang Ming's little establishment remained desolate in moments of boredom. Ouyang Ming glanced at the system. System objective: assist the host in becoming the supreme culinary deity of the Naruto world. Culinary God comprehensive score. Novice: the journey of the culinary god has only just begun. Follow the system's guidance to ascend the food chain in the Naruto realm. Ouyang Ming silently awarded the system a point of dissatisfaction, feeling a mix of trepidation towards the system's arrogance and a concern that it might drive him to despair. This system, aspiring to elevate him to culinary god status within the Naruto universe, must surely indicate that either the world is mad or Ouyang Ming himself has lost his sanity. If there are truly fools willing to pay for this overpriced beef noodle, I shall consume it before the entire village. Ouyang Ming grumbled. Perhaps even the heavens wish to witness him indulge finally. A customer has arrived. In the emptiness of the restaurant, a diminutive figure stood at the entrance, golden hair gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. "Boss, give me some beef ramen," he exclaimed in a youthful voice. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ming silently cast aside his declaration of culinary triumph, responding with utmost seriousness. "Yes, right away, that child. I have heard he is the only one who has failed again. He deserves it. It would be a pity if he became a ninja." After the graduation exam, the words of his parents pierced Naruto's heart like a sharp blade, leaving deep scars. Why? When I have worked so hard, and I made an agreement with Iruka sensei, if I become a true ninja, he would invite me for ramen. The solitary figure of Naruto, the Hokage, wandered through the streets of the leaves, with people around him avoiding him in fear, parting like the Red Sea, disdainfully glaring at the boy in yellow. Perhaps accustomed to it, or perhaps in a foul mood today, Naruto refrained from losing his temper as he passed one restaurant after another. Gazing at the long queue in front of the eatery, Naruto clutched his rumbling stomach tightly, tears blurring his vision. This was his third failure. He was the kind of person devoid of ninja talent. If he could not become a ninja, he could not become Hokage, nor could he be accepted by the villagers. Yes, for Naruto, gaining the villagers' acknowledgement was the simplest wish and the greatest motivation to become Hokage. Yet, after all, this was merely an unrealistic dream. Wiping away his tears, he lifted his head to see the villagers at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, their faces twisted in disdain, somehow igniting his anger. I want to eat ramen today, just across the street." Yang Ming's restaurant had just opened. The messenger, Naruto, approached a place he had never been before. The restaurant was small, about 40 square meters, and the owner seemed unenthusiastic. With only 2 tables and a few stools, that IT was not like a music restaurant, but it was bright and simple, astonishingly so, devoid of any decorations. Well, if you counted the menu on the wall as decoration. Gurgle. His stomach growled again as Naruto casually scanned the room, calling out to Ouyang Ming, "Boss, give me a bowl of beef ramen." "Yes, coming right up." Surprisingly, the tall and thin owner before him displayed an unusual kindness, not expressing the same disdain for Naruto like the others, nor being as gentle as the older brother. Next door, perhaps it was unusually quiet because there was another restaurant across the street. Without scrutinizing the menu, Naruto covertly excused himself. After a while, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen, tendrils of steam swirling in the air, making Naruto inhale deeply. How fragrant! This time, Naruto's stomach growled even louder, making him eager to discover what this restaurant's beef ramen tasted like. "Here you go, your beef ramen." Amidst the sounds, a visage of warmth and kindness graced the presence of the discerning, as a humble bowl of seemingly ordinary beef ramen was presented. The clear broth cradled tender slices of beef, adorned with a sprinkle of scallions, gently cascading atop. It was merely a bowl of simple beef ramen. Within, Naruto felt a twinge of regret having just inhaled a tantalizing aroma. He wondered if his hunger had conjured illusions. Shaking his head, he nonchalantly declared, "Well, I shan't hold back." With chopsticks in hand, he performed a brief ritual before eagerly seizing a strand of noodle. Drawing it into his mouth, the noodles graced his palate, the distinctive fragrance of scallions. Merged with the broth, erupting like a volcanic delight that filled him instantly. "Oh, this is exquisite." The flavor enveloped Naruto's senses, akin to the embrace of an octopus suckers, captivating every inch of his mouth and igniting his taste buds with fervor. The Hokage cautiously lifted a delicate slice of beef, fearful of its delicate nature. Before opening wide and swallowing a whole in that fleeting moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. How can beef be so challenging to chew? As his teeth sank into the thinly sliced meat, it revealed an unexpected resilience. Moreover, as he chewed like a ruminant, the juicy essence burst forth like an explosion. The combination of the clear broth and tender beef was sublime. In that instant, Naruto's vision seemed to distort, revealing an endless expanse of grasslands where a cow languidly rested, continuously grazing. This serene ambience enveloped Naruto, allowing him to momentarily forget the unpleasantness of his graduation exam and the unsightly faces of the villagers, only the lingering taste occupied his heart. Thus, in the next moment, the Hokage seized the bowl, devouring with unrestrained fervor, the sounds of slurping echoing throughout the restaurant. In the end, the bowl's clear broth vanished, leaving it polished and gleaming. "I am full. Thank you for your hospitality," exclaimed Naruto, gleefully rubbing his satiated belly. Had he encountered such delectable fare in a restaurant, he would have undoubtedly ordered more. However, today, a mere bowl of beef ramen has left him more content than ever before. Perhaps this serves as his spiritual solace. The delicacies from this establishment are unparalleled. The ramen pales in comparison, and from this moment forth, I shall frequent this restaurant. Naruto reclined on the stool, half closing his eyes as he gazed at Ouyang Ming, whose countenance, reminiscent of Uncle Yao's kindness, bore the signs of malnourishment, with a notably gaunt visage and pronounced jawline. Yet, this did not detract from the benevolent aura surrounding Ouyang Ming. How could someone who creates such delectable dishes possibly be a villain? Naruto pondered aloud. Nevertheless, his perspective soon shifted. "Thank you for your patronage. A bowl of beef ramen costs $128. All right, $128. Oh, wait." Ouyang Ming's hand, reaching into his wallet, froze. His expression one of utter disbelief as he stared at Ouyang Ming. "Boss, could you repeat that? How much?" "A bowl of beef ramen is 128 yuan. Thank you for coming." The esteemed Hokage regarded Ouyang Ming with utmost seriousness. At that moment, the young man, adorned with a radiant smile, transformed in Naruto's eyes from a neighborly brother into a nefarious villain. Observing the unpopularity of this misfortune in the village, they averted their gazes, as if fearing the taint of bad luck. Ouyang Ming's face, radiant with sunshine-like joy, spoke with the warmth of spring. "The kids in this shop do not deceive. A bowl of beef ramen is absolutely worth the price." How could this be? The young man was instantly baffled. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout. I have never encountered someone so shameless. The Hokage had presumed it to be 8 yuan, noting the decimal point when scanning the menu. This was generally not the modus operandi of the establishment, but there was no decimal point. Gazing at Ouyang Ming's smiling visage, he contemplated whether his own skin was thick enough to withstand the impact of his potential punch. However, Ouyang Ming's subsequent words doused him with cold water, startling him into silence. "Naruto, if you do not settle your bill in this restaurant, and if word gets out, do you think the villagers will grant you their approval?" This statement struck like a heart attack, annihilating Naruto's motivation to resist. Should the entire village learn that Naruto was a freeloader, those villagers who held a disdain for him could only imagine the perspective from which they would treat him. In that case, it was not merely a matter of villagers approving of the Hokage. Even the Hokage would find it difficult to procure supplies. After all, which business owner would welcome a person who dines and dashes? Naruto was not foolish, rather, shaped by his childhood experiences. He possessed a wisdom far beyond that of his peers, albeit often resorting to unusual antics to capture attention. Indeed, Ouyang Ming had acted with intent. Ouyang Ming gazed at the young man before him with a smile, and it was evident that he had orchestrated something in act of endearment, especially now. With the destined child standing amidst the impending world of fire and shadow, witnessing the Hokage retreat, an air of despondency enveloped him, leaving Ouyang Ming with an indescribable delight and a twinge of guilt. Am I truly engaging in an act of bullying the weak? Ouyang Ming stroked his chin, contemplating whether to tease him a little longer, yet he must exercise caution to avoid causing any damage. Regrettably, the turn of events was entirely unforeseen by Ouyang Ming. As the fated child of the Naruto world, Naruto was not only fortunate, but, more crucially, he was rather unscrupulous. At that moment, resembling a devil demanding payment, Naruto fished out his empty wallet, his eyes betraying a resolute determination. It seemed the time had come to unveil his strategy. Taking a deep breath, Naruto clasped his hands over his chest, and with a resounding boom, a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped him, rendering him invisible. Ouyang Ming was taken aback at the sight. He feared he had inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect, enabling Naruto to master the art of reincarnation, thus rendering his efforts futile. In a fit of urgency, Ouyang Ming dashed into the dense fog. Through the haze, he could discern a figure, and to his embarrassment, he found himself bleeding from the nose. What did he just witness? Naruto. Damn it, after so much time, Ouyang Ming had nearly forgotten Naruto's infamous early trick. Although it was not earth-shattering, it was spine-chilling, and this ninjutsu had carved a significant reputation in the annals of history. This technique had rejuvenated the third Hokage and had even made him willing to embrace the renown of this ninjutsu. Indeed, it was called seduction. Consider it my treat for this meal, all right? A sweet, high-pitched voice echoed, sending shivers down Ouyang Ming's spine. Put some clothes on. This time, it was Ouyang Ming's turn to roar at Naruto. No, you must agree first, exclaimed the female version of Naruto, bashfully cupping her face while assuming a trembling, fearful pose, even casting a glance at Ouyang Ming. Oh, for heaven's sake. Ouyang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of resentment towards this world, feeling utterly despondent. At that moment, he finally comprehended the plight of the third Hokage. It was indeed a shared experience. I am heterosexual. I am not homosexual. Ouyang Ming raged internally, simultaneously raising his middle finger to the world. So, system, what should one do if someone wishes to dine and dash? He inquired of his system. Upon encountering an emergency, the system would automatically install a patch. A flash of white light illuminated the shop, and suddenly a plump puppet materialized. As Ouyang Ming glanced away, the puppet's information promptly appeared. Ouyang Ming nodded, feeling reassured that the shop now had a bodyguard, alleviating his worries for the future. He whimsically named the puppet Fatty. It was so vivid, so unforgettable. In this emotional whirlwind, the Fatty stopped before Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto regained his composure, crossed his arms, and shouted, "Boss, what do you intend to do to others?" Ouyang Ming, veins bulging on his forehead, replied furiously, "Those who dine and dash shall receive a spanking." At that moment, the Naruto universe finally grasped the gravity of his own predicament. Even the third Hokage could not resist the allure of ninjutsu and had, astonishingly, lost his efficacy within this small establishment. Even his own posterior would face punishment. No, I aspire to be the Hokage. How could I endure such indignity? There exists no one as upright as the Hokage, and his face suddenly flushed crimson. After all these years, he had finally become the embodiment of fire. Yet the villagers warned their children, "Dear ones, as you grow, do not emulate the esteemed Hokage, lest you end up like him, feasting and fleeing, only to face punishment." What a nightmare. Fortunately, amidst the despair of the people during the Ming dynasty, a voice resonated like an angel's from the shop's entrance. "Boss, I have come to settle the bill for the Hokage. Please do not let him suffer humiliation." Upon seeing the tall figure, Naruto exclaimed with heartfelt gratitude, "Teacher." In that moment, the sorrowful ninja could bear no more sadness. Although Ouyang Ming now bore the tolerance of a supporting character, perhaps the other party was not necessarily an adversary. However, gazing at Mizuki, who was valiantly supporting Ming, Ouyang Ming felt an inexplicable sense of conflict. What was this? Since that time, the past memories only lingered in fragments, particularly the earlier ones. Thus, Ouyang Ming could not immediately recall anything. Upon witnessing support arrive, Naruto straightened his posture, his legs no longer aching, and declared to Ouyang Ming, "You heartless shopkeeper, I shall never return here." At that moment, the system also chimed in. Ding. A special mission was triggered. Save the unfortunate. Mission description. As the future Hokage chef, how could the protagonist be unhappy? Mission requirement. Earn the protagonist's genuine admiration. Mission reward, the next chakra reservoir of Chuklaxio. Originally, Ouyang Ming had no intention of heeding the system, but upon glimpsing the mission reward, his eyes widened in surprise. A lower chakra reservoir. Under the shadow of flames, what could be more enticing than possessing a powerful chakra diagram? Though it was lamentable that this was merely the most rudimentary aspect of the ninja system, for someone like Ouyang Ming, who lacked talent for chakra training, no reward could surpass this. Consequently, Ouyang Ming's mind began to race. Previously, having lived at the societal bottom, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards Naruto, the protagonist, and contemplated teaching him. Little did he expect that the Hokage would harbor such a poor impression of this establishment and threaten never to return. If the special mission had not been triggered, it could have been overlooked. But now, Ouyang Ming's head throbbed. Who was unaware of Naruto's formidable character? As long as he had faith, he would strive to realize it. Just like later in Chengdu, when he vowed to bring Sakura back to the village. Countless had called him a fool, yet he never wavered. Thus, Ouyang Ming found himself at a loss. Miyue lingered in the shop for some time, serving as a source of information. To achieve his secret objectives, Mizuki endured a sense of revulsion within, while maintaining a kindly smile on his face. He ruffled Naruto's hair and addressed Ouyang Ming, "Boss, your prices are utterly unreasonable. I have reason to believe your establishment is operating unlawfully. I shall report to Lord Huang and request the closure of your establishment." "What? The prices are exorbitant?" "Indeed." Yang Ming's eyes sparkled with realization. He finally understood how to persuade Naruto. This is precisely why Naruto ordered so many bowls of ramen. He felt as though he had lost. However, there is a reason for the high prices. With this thought, Yang Ming was instantly infused with confidence, his face radiating joy. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned and asked the Hokage, "Hokage, how often have you employed the shadow clone technique only to fail?" "Indeed," Naruto reflexively replied. Bewildered as to why this unscrupulous proprietor would pose such a question. Was it not common knowledge among all villagers? "Well then, Hokage, I wager that if you attempt the shadow clone technique again now, you shall succeed." "What? Impossible!" exclaimed both Naruto and Mizuki in unison, albeit with varying sentiments. "Boss, how can you be certain that I can utilize my clone technique now?" Naruto cast a doubtful glance at Yang Ming, wondering how he could possibly master the technique so swiftly after just completing an examination. "Just give it a try," Yang Ming replied with a mysterious smile, patting his chest. The Hokage, albeit skeptical, sealed his hands in front of him and shouted, "Shadow clone technique." A burst of white materialized from nothingness, dispersing to reveal two identical figures. Indeed, this time Naruto's clone succeeded. "This is unbelievable," Miyue gasped in astonishment, pondering how one could simultaneously exist in two places. "What about my plan?" Unlike Mizuki, Naruto didn't dwell excessively on the matter, but excitement and surprise filled his gaze as he faced his counterpart, hands still raised in front of him. "Ouch! You fool! Why did you squeeze so hard? You're the idiot. You deserve to be punched." Naruto, in a fit of frustration towards his own clone, swung his fist and launched himself away. Naturally, when the clone was struck, it immediately shattered, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Naruto stared incredulously at his hand, tears blurring his vision. "I have finally learned to exist in two places at once. I can truly become a ninja." No one could fathom how deeply Naruto yearned to be a ninja. Only by becoming a ninja could one become the shadow of the flames. Recognition could only be attained through ninja status. Young Naruto harbored few distractions, his unwavering belief in maintaining a sunny disposition sustaining him through life. Otherwise, he would crumble under pressure, transforming into a monster akin to my beloved Luo. At this moment, the Hokage regained composure from his astonishment. Any fool could discern who was responsible for his predicament. "You vile proprietor, it must be you, correct? How did you accomplish this?" Yang Ming, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, donning an expression of profound solitude, replied, "I cannot say, I cannot reveal." Although this was a rather lowly garment, in Naruto's eyes, it suddenly appeared different. It embodied a high level of performance. In stark contrast to that unscrupulous proprietor who could not withstand the allure of the old three generations. The current unscrupulous proprietor undoubtedly resembled a master among the legendary commoner hermits. Otherwise, how would one explain his simultaneous presence in two locations? As a master, curiosity is only natural. Perhaps this shop intentionally set such an outrageous price, merely a prank by this high school student? In an instant, it seemed that Naruto grasped something profound. He pondered for a moment, gazing at Yang Ming with admiration, and uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. Boss. From this day forth, you shall be my Naruto boss. Shueimu, lingering in the background, cast a deep glance at the plump puppet before stealthily exiting the shop. Harboring undisclosed motives. Just as a voice from the system faded away, Ouyang Ming felt a surge of power welling up within him. To draw a metaphor, it initially resembled rain, abundant, yet lacking cohesion. Over time, these forces converged, forming a river that flowed through Ouyang's limbs. The sensation of this power prompted Ouyang Ming to nearly moan in comfort. Clenching his fists, he finally felt that he was no longer mere cannon fodder in the world of Hokage. From this moment on, he possessed the confidence to face the future. At this juncture, Naruto abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Boss, from today onward, you are my Hokage's boss. What? Ouyang Ming blinked, casting a peculiar glance at Naruto. When did this child learn to take on the role of an elder brother? No, I am a young man with aspirations and ambitions. My dreams are vast as the ocean, merely a boy. Wait, no, this is Naruto. Not that nonsense, how could I refuse? Just as Ouyang Ming wrestled with the decision to accept this little brotherhood, he found that his silence only deepened Naruto's understanding of the great master. Indeed, this understated depth, this silent grace, exemplified the demeanor that a true master should possess, hidden within an ordinary heart. Naruto's heart brimmed with excitement. Had he not already given up on final exams? Yet, after visiting this shop, he had inexplicably learned 2 techniques. Who would believe such a tale? If he did not embrace this opportunity now, he might never have another chance. Thus, with utmost sincerity, Naruto gazed at Ouyang Ming, his expression reminiscent of a devoted admirer willing to bare his soul to a deity. Feeling uncomfortable under Naruto's intense gaze, Ouyang Ming relented. All right. I shall do what I must and accept you as my brother. He waved his hand impatiently, as though dismissing a trivial matter. So, boss, could you enlighten me on how I suddenly learned to be in 2 places at once? Naruto looked at Ouyang Ming expectantly. Now that I am yours, you cannot keep me in the dark, can you? Otherwise, I might just return to Iruka and demand a retake of the final exam. How would I explain my sudden ability to be in 2 places at once? Do you truly wish to know? Boss, tell me, have you not already eaten? Focus on your meal. Naruto clutched his stomach, momentarily at a loss for words. Ouyang Ming struck his head, exclaiming, Fool, it's the bowl of beef ramen you devoured. What? Naruto's eyes widened, his face almost conveying, Are you jesting with me? Ouyang Ming delivered a light tap to his head, yet remained silent. It was undeniably cool for the protagonist. With utmost seriousness, Ouyang Ming declared, Our beef ramen is far more intricate than you might imagine. It is well known that wheat was initially cultivated in the River Kingdom, the earliest place in the world to grow it. The hardy wheat spread from the upstream rivers near the valleys into the lands of fire and wind. The Naruto universe merely recognized that he had made a fortunate bet. The heartless, vile owner was indeed a true master of concealment. Even the special wheat could be acquired by the Hokage, my Hokage as proprietor. However, a perplexing question arose after such lengthy discourse. Naruto still did not comprehend why he had suddenly mastered the dual technique. Observing Naruto's bewilderment, Ouyang Ming inquired, Do you understand the origin of chakra? I do. Chakra is no novelty at the Ninja Academy, Naruto replied. Was he unaware of the truth? The chakra is a perfect amalgamation of energy components controlled by the human body. It serves as the source of energy utilized for practicing ninjutsu, genjutsu, or crafting ropes to bind opponents, or severing materials formed from chakra. One aspect comprises physical energy derived from 130 trillion cells, one after another. The other is the mental energy cultivated through extensive practice, experience, and training. Ouyang Ming nodded, acknowledging that although there was a mystical acupoint yet to be mentioned, the world of ninjas generally adhered to this principle. Thus, the true answer lay within those slices of beef, he proclaimed. These beef slices originated from lowly bovine psychics, whose thigh muscles were most developed. And after being prepared with our secret recipe, they contained abundant energy to amplify a ninja's chakra count. At that moment, Naruto felt as though his perception of the world had been entirely reshaped. As for the summoned beasts, Naruto was unaware of what they were. But they certainly sounded like formidable creatures. Yet, this particular entity merely consisted of the remnants of food on the plate, consumed to the last morsel. For a time, the admiration for Ouyang Ming flowed like an unending river. However, only Ouyang Ming understood that Naruto's ability to rapidly employ the dual technique stemmed from more than just that. The reason was that the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto's body was overwhelmingly vast, rendering it unwieldy for him. The lower-grade cattle he consumed transformed into his own chakra, allowing him to wield it with ease. At this juncture, Ouyang Ming remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently disrupted the original Waterwood plan, as a unique conspiracy was being meticulously orchestrated against him. Congratulations to the host for achieving an F-level accomplishment. I haven't been an older brother for many years. Under the shadow of fire, the host had become a significant figure, currently with one little brother, eligible for promotion. Achievement Award: Basic Ninjutsu Techniques, Substitution, Shadow Clone, Transformation. System: You are rather stingy. Does your mother know? Upon witnessing this achievement award, Ouyang Ming's heart remained untroubled, though his gaze was hollow. To speak candidly, Ouyang Ming holds no admiration for this rudimentary ninjutsu. It is evident that it could be attained through diligent practice, regardless of its perceived inadequacies. Conjure for us a grand fireball. For an extended period, he has envied the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Fire element ninjutsu is not only striking but also formidable, a most effective means of captivating the attention of the opposite sex. In response to Ouyang Ming's disdain, the system pondered gravely for a mere 0.1 seconds before apologizing, asserting that the master cannot acquire ninjutsu from the external world. I should have known better than to place my trust in this system. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Ming sought to calm the tumult within his chest. As a member of the Time Traveler's Legion, he is, at least in some respects, unprecedented. Subsequently, Ouyang Ming turned his attention to sustenance, preparing beef noodles instantaneously. First, the dough. He placed a measured amount of flour into a mixing bowl, sifting in salt until the flour formed a mound. With his hands positioned at the center of the flour, he gently pulled the flour from the inside outward, creating a deep and thick well in the center. Next, he made a nest in the flour, cracking an egg into it, and adding a suitable amount of water, while his fingers spread open, drawing the flour's edges toward the center where the water pooled. Using his hands, he gradually incorporated the dry flour into the water, stirring until it formed a snowflake-like surface resembling clusters of grapes. Now, patience would be put to the test. Ouyang Ming poured additional water into the remaining dry flour, repeating the previous steps until all the dry flour and the water in the well were thoroughly blended. Ultimately, the entire dough began to take shape, resembling a snowflake with a grape-like texture. This was not the end. He swiftly kneaded the dough with his hands until it transformed into a smooth, cohesive mass. Ouyang Ming exhaled. To be frank, crafting noodles proved quite arduous for him. Upon completion, his back ached and his neck throbbed. After all, he was rather slender, and kneading dough necessitated a combination of strength and vitality. One must harmonize both attributes to achieve the perfect dough. Now, although he had managed to knead a sizable batch, scoring an 80 out of 100, it was still commendable. Next, Ouyang Ming retrieved a chef's knife, dividing the entire dough in half before taking a rolling pin to flatten each portion into a round disc. Another labor-intensive task awaited him. The dough appeared soft, yet it was not easily molded into a circular shape. Pressing down upon the rolling pin, he could feel the dough's elasticity, resisting his efforts to knead it. Every so often, Ouyang Ming would sprinkle a bit of dry flour onto the dough, rolling it out, pushing forward, and then pulling back, continuing this push and pull motion. After several repetitions, he opened the dough, dusted it with a touch of dry starch, rolled it up, and repeated the process. In the end, the dough's thickness was approximately that of a dumpling skin. Ouyang Ming sprinkled a bit more starch before meticulously folding the dry dough akin to origami. He then cut the dough into noodles in precise proportions. Once the noodles were cooked, the process became considerably simpler. Ouyang Ming brought water to a boil, then introduced the prepared noodles. After a short while, he retrieved them and placed them into the cold water he had prepared. Upon meeting the cold water, the cooked noodles would suddenly contract. A silhouette darted past the doorway like a flash of lightning, leaving only a quivering silence in its wake. Bang! Ouyang Ming emotionlessly set down his chopsticks, his exterior betraying none of the tumult within. Yet, the gravest offense in the culinary world is to interrupt a gourmet's feast. When it comes to food, I am indifferent to your identity. Disturbing my meal is akin to invoking the name of the land of fire. Yet I shall show you. Rising to his feet, Ouyang Ming extracted a bitter root from the ground, retrieving an icy piece of parchment. He slowly unfolded the note, revealing 3 lines inscribed upon it. Tonight at 8, leave the forest, the scattered shall not be seen. Disturbed, Ouyang Ming crumpled the paper into a ball. Who sent this to me? The first possibility to dismiss is that this is a prank. After all, the sharp weapon in his hand indicated to its master that there would be a limit to patience. Furthermore, the shadow of the sender was so obscure that even Ouyang Ming could not discern their identity, suggesting that this individual possessed considerable experience. This provoked a suspicion within him. Could it be the black faction of the Leaf? Not entirely implausible. Ouyang Ming's parents did not originate from the Land of Fire. They immigrated to Konoha during the Third World War. Although his parents had long since passed, they appeared as normal individuals to Ouyang. But who could fathom the events that transpired in the world? Perhaps Ouyang Ming's parents were disguised spies from other ninja villages. However, this was not characteristic of the Umbu. Frowning at the note in hand, Ouyang Ming pondered. Whether it be the black faction of the Leaf or the organization dedicated to the roots of darkness, it seemed unlikely they would resort to such tactics. If Ouyang Ming's parents were indeed spies, they would have invited him for tea and conversation in the Hokage Tower. Who could it be? As an ordinary citizen struggling beneath the falling leaves, Ouyang Ming desperately searched his memories but could not recall having offended any ninja. After all, the villagers of Konoha existed in a realm entirely distinct from that of the ninja, much like the stark contrast between the low-income and high-income groups in Ouyang's previous life. Despite sharing the same sky, their lives were worlds apart. Wait a moment, if we consider only those he had encountered among the ninjas, Ouyang Ming found no connections whatsoever. For instance, there were the gatekeepers, Yunzai and Finny, who had been fixtures in Konoha for a millennium. Reflecting on the survival skills of these two, one could only marvel at their resilience amidst the threats of the poisonous snake ball and Pain's assault on the Leaf. These two had never managed to escape. However, figures like Uchiha Shursui and Orochimaru, long renowned, had met their demise first. Of course, for the many who had been resurrected, one could only speculate that the author harbored an inexplicable affection for Orochimaru. In the bar, some patrons teased Yunzai and Zidi, asking, "Does the jovial uncle have a temper?" Absolutely not. There would be no trouble. Ouyang Ming shook his head, dismissing Yunzai and Finny from suspicion. As for the original Ren of this establishment, Ouyang Ming sought relevant documents at the Hokage Tower, encountering numerous ninjas there. Yet, without exception, he could not afford to offend them. Was this akin to a culinary card in the world of ninjas? This could not be right. How could the ninjas' income be so high while Ouyang Ming's establishment remained unnoticed? Excluding so many individuals, only today did I notice Naruto and Miyuki from Naruto could be the first to be dismissed. This fellow just departed. How could he act in such a manner? Then, Ouyang Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Shuemu? I recall the last time we met. Shuemu gazed at Hokage with a benevolent expression, even standing up for Hokage at a cost. All of this struck young Ming as quite peculiar. What was happening? Just like that. In the Ninja Academy, there was only one person who would not discriminate against Naruto due to his status. But that individual was certainly not Miyuki. For the only teacher who truly cared for Naruto was Iruka. A faint smile crept upon Ouyang Ming's lips as he quietly mused. I felt something was amiss at that moment, and thus it unfolded. However, as time passed, Ouyang Ming forgot many stories from the animated series, leaving him unaware of what he had done to Miyuki. Nevertheless, gazing at that plump puppet shop, Ouyang Ming held firm in his belief that regardless of the other party's intentions, the middle-class rotund individual, under the veil of safety, at least had some assurance. Meanwhile, Naruto, cradling his round belly, returned to his apartment with a face beaming with happiness. He had never imagined that there could be ramen superior to light ramen. Initially, Naruto believed Uncle Lee's culinary skills were unparalleled in the world. Yet, after tasting the beef ramen, Naruto realized he had been gravely mistaken. Recalling the bowl of beef ramen, the chewy noodles seemed to come alive, dancing joyfully in his mouth, the rich aroma wafting enticingly. Merely thinking about it made Hokage salivate uncontrollably. Not to mention those exquisite slices of beef. It had been ages since he had consumed beef to replenish his chakra. As Naruto contemplated the exam he would attend tomorrow, envisioning himself demonstrating the successful shadow clone technique before the proctor, a wave of amusement washed over him as he imagined the bewildered expressions on their faces. He had suppressed his laughter for far too long. Naruto had always yearned for the villagers' acknowledgement, aspiring to become a true descendant of Naruto. Despite the harsh realities that relentlessly battered him, with the adults around him casting disdainful glances and peers openly mocking him, he remained steadfast. Even with the weight of the thousand-year crane tail upon him, Naruto stayed true to his original intent, striving towards his goal with an effort that others could scarcely comprehend. Now, he was but a step away from becoming a genuine ninja. You will witness it. I will become the greatest Hokage. Naruto raised his fist high, his eyes brimming with hope for the future. Aha, you've cracked me up. So you want to be Hokage too? It seems you are either overly ambitious or quite ignorant. A sharp, caustic voice suddenly emerged from behind Naruto. Who? Naruto Naruto spun around abruptly, his pupils narrowing in shock as he exclaimed, "Shuemu-sensei?" Bah! Shuemu placed a hand over his chest, regarding Naruto with a dismissive expression. "Do not address me so familiarly, Nine-Tails boy." Due to the chaos caused by the earlier Nine-Tails disaster and the overnight annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the village generally enforced a curfew at night unless there were special circumstances. Today was no exception. In the early morning, the villagers returned to their homes, and a sudden chill enveloped the entire village. Apart from the nighttime patrols of ninjas, the village seemed to have been engulfed by darkness, with only the howling of the cold wind echoing through the central area. Ouyang Ming, draped in a black cloak, was accompanied by a puppet that had never left his side. At that moment, a man and his servant quietly departed from the village, making their way to the forest of leaves. Perhaps it was the unique environment of the Land of Fire, or perhaps the splendid work of generations. But this forest was dense with trees, featuring ancient specimens that could not be found elsewhere. Ouyang Ming surveyed his surroundings and observed several adults embracing the lush foliage. Searching for someone here felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, Ouyang was in no rush, since the other party had invited him. They must have their methods of locating him. Sure enough, after a while, he heard the rustling of branches and leaves in the distance. Following the sound, he spotted Mizuki, leading Naruto through the woods at a brisk pace. At that moment, Naruto, the Hokage, was in a poor state, bound tightly like a dumpling. Only his face was visible, which was marred with bruises, his eyes squinting in pain. Yet, what concerned Ouyang more was Naruto's mental state, which was abysmal. Like a lost soul, Naruto appeared utterly despondent, meekly allowing Mizuki to carry him. This was hardly the spirited Naruto that one would expect. In his usual state, even in such dire circumstances, he would be bantering and evading, inciting frustration in his enemies. But now, was this truly Naruto? Yet, Ouyang's attention was soon captivated by Mizuki, who boldly cast a glance at the rotund lackey, then cautiously maintained his distance from Ouyang. With a sly smile, he remarked, "My lord has indeed arrived." Ouyang raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, "Tell me, what business do you have with me?" Mizuki clenched his fists, carelessly tossing Naruto to the ground as a cold smile graced his face. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the operative from the hidden village of sand, lurking beneath the leaves?" Ouyang was taken aback, his lips moving as if to voice a complaint about Mizuki's audacity in recognizing him as a ninja from the sand village. Mizuki, believing he had unraveled the truth, chuckled with self-satisfaction. "Fear not, I am not here to embarrass you. I merely wish to propose a transaction." It seemed Mizuki was contemplating whether his story held any credibility when suddenly, the system activated. "Congratulations, Master, you have triggered a hidden mission. Save the Hokage." Mission description: at this moment, the Hokage is enduring both physical and psychological torment. As his elder brother, it is time for you to step forward. Mission reward: a portion of the ice cream recipe. In light of this, Ouyang realized that the conflict between him and Mizuki was irreconcilable. "You brought this upon yourself." However, from Mizuki's perspective, he was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Proud of his plan, he believed he had struck a nerve with Ouyang. After all, they had uncovered each other's identities. A spy from the Sand Village, was that not a reckless presumption? Thus, Meiwa dismissed his exuberance, stating, "To my knowledge, the Nine-Tails of your nation is the weakest, placing you at a significant disadvantage among the top 5. Are you truly willing to embrace such a fate?" His voice suddenly rose. "With the Nine-Tails power of Konoha here, your country could rise to prominence at any moment, should he be taken away." Ouyang Ming squinted, observing the salesman like Shuemu. He felt a strong urge to express his grievances. "It's not as you presume, is it? The fate of Tsunagakure is of no concern to me. He merely wished to be a humble chef, preparing exquisite dishes, did he not?" In response to Ouyang Ming's silence, Shuemu internally marveled at the composure of a spy hailing from a great village. Truly, he was remarkably steady in the face of events. Meiyue's heart grew increasingly eager regarding his scheme. He hastily declared, "My vocation is straightforward. I propose to exchange the power of the Nine-Tails for access to your nation's ninjutsu at levels 1, 3, and 10. Upon finishing." Shuemu gazed at Ouyang Ming with an expression akin to that of a dog begging for a bone. Ouyang Ming shot a cold glance at Shuemu, suddenly understanding. No wonder the second-in-command was willing to betray the village. This was a grand scheme. Unlike ordinary individuals in Konoha, if one aspired to learn techniques surpassing B-rank ninjutsu, they must offer more than what the elite possess. Just like A-rank ninjutsu, which requires significant contributions from the upper echelons of the village for one to qualify for learning. What are those classified techniques? They were regarded with disdain even by formidable ninjas. Each level of ninjutsu is a well-guarded secret, accumulated knowledge within the village. To make substantial contributions to the village, ninjas must toil relentlessly to complete their missions. Otherwise, such aspirations are futile. Consider the original 12 elite ninjas. If they were either descendants of the esteemed Hokage clan or disciples of a revered master, could they casually learn advanced ninjutsu? Look at the gatekeepers of Konoha, Ryu and Tetsukomo, who endured years as chunin. How many are even aware of their struggles? Thus, beneath the village's gleaming facade lies a rigid class structure. Ordinary ninjas spend their lives striving for acceptance by the elite. Shuemu's proposal evidenced the ninja's desire for retaliation. Once one masters such advanced ninjutsu, after a few years of proficiency, they could ascend to become an exceptional ninja. Moreover, once one transforms into a jounin, even if Konoha recognizes Shuemu's misdeeds, they would likely self-evaluate, deeming it not worth expending considerable manpower to apprehend him. One of the most conspicuous examples is Kirigakure, one of the 7 nations. This individual committed heinous crimes in the Water Kingdom, yet faced no repercussions, merely drifting among other nations. This partly stemmed from internal village dynamics, but more so, the upper echelons wielded a power akin to nuclear deterrence to prevent aggression from neighboring countries. Generally, the elite nations manipulate the sensitivities of all others. Therefore, should Shuemu truly succeed, who knows? It could represent a classic regression for grassroots ninjas. Though Ouyang Ming felt empathy for Meiwei as a member of the grassroots, he shared in the collective sorrow. No, or rather, this encapsulated the lament of all grassroots within the world of Hokage. Without a familial legacy or a wise mentor to guide him, in the ruthless world of ninjas, the law of the jungle dictates that one is destined for elimination. What significance does being an elite among the 5 ninjas hold? In a realm ruled by a family of 6 immortal beings, the rest of the world must surrender to fate. Therefore, I yearn to live better. Yang Ming roared within, armed with an omnipotent system. Ouyang Ming firmly believed that as long as he continued to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, he would eventually ascend to the pinnacle of a ninja, relying solely on his physical prowess without the need for chakra training. Unfortunately, Shuemu had just become the target that Ouyang Ming needed to eliminate. Fatty, make your move. Ouyang Ming commanded, and the stout puppet sprang into action. The rotund figure approached Meiyue's form with the speed of a runaway horse, a stark contrast to its appearance. Then, in a manner characteristic of puppetry, it executed a treacherous sneak attack, suddenly opening its wide black mouth and violently unleashing hundreds of venomous spikes. Faster! 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 That fat one is too swift. Meiyue was caught off guard, bewildered by the sudden assault, yet driven by the instinctual vigilance of a ninja. Shuemu initially distanced himself from Ouyang Ming, allowing him ample time to display his ninjutsu. Bang! The green toxic spikes fanned out towards Shuemu, and upon contact, it seemed as if they pierced a balloon, replaced by a cloud of smoke as a wooden substitute bore the brunt of the attack. A substitution technique, one of the 3 fundamental skills of a ninja. During the critical moment, I was truly caught off guard by Shuemu's maneuver, narrowly escaping danger. Damn it, sir. Do you wish to perish together? Shuemu clumsily appeared on a large branch, roaring in indignation. In his mind, since Yang Ming was a covert agent from Shizang village lurking among the leaves, he would undoubtedly refrain from killing. After all, he was still a ninja. And being so close to the village, once they reacted, they would have a swift means to reach this location. Meiyue could not comprehend the foolishness of the adversary. How tiresome. Since the ancient villains had long since passed, Ouyang Ming acknowledged that he was not a villain himself. Yet he had gleaned enough from the past to avoid idle chatter in the midst of a struggle. In a moment of impulse, the stout puppet surged forward again. I must say, the puppet provided by the system was exceptionally crafted, requiring no chakra control from Yang Ming. This also allowed Ouyang Ming to avoid trailing behind the puppet as a mere burden. Hell was ablaze, truly ablaze. The stout figure rushed towards Shuemu, spinning at high speed. And then, its body suddenly split apart, releasing countless toxic needles with abandon. This time, the stout figure learned from its previous experience. As the coverage of the ocean of poison needles expanded, the wood became inundated, rendering any techniques futile. One must kneel, like a swarm of locusts in flight. The black toxic needles descended upon the trees, completely obstructing any escape routes. This was a grand slam. However, Shuemu, a seasoned warrior, refused to abandon the fight. Even in despair, clenching his teeth, Shuemu grimaced in pain as he retrieved dozens of explosive tags from his pouch. Gazing at the items in his hand, he resolved to expend everything, his hatred for Ouyang Ming surging like an unending torrent. These items, though not inexpensive, were accrued through his arduous labor on several B-level tasks, and he never anticipated he would exhaust them today. Today was hardly an auspicious day for mischief. Yet, for the sake of survival, it was no time to be stingy. With a resolute gaze, Shuemu refrained from detonating the explosives, knowing that such an act would merely serve as a delay. Ultimately, he would meet his demise. After all, we are all destined to perish, so let us proceed with determination. Thus, Shuemu concentrated his focus in a singular direction, towards the spot where the corpulent individual had first injected the toxic needle, allowing the disposable explosives to scatter. Dozens of explosive symbols soared towards the cluster of poison needles, igniting not in midair, but rather at the instant of contact. In the sky, a vibrant display akin to fireworks erupted, with the cacophony of explosions reverberating and white smoke billowing into the atmosphere, forming a wispy cloud. By now, the villagers must have realized the unusual occurrence. Ouyang Ming observed this scene and, sensing the need to vacate the area promptly, understood that lingering would lead to being summoned to the Hokage Tower for tea. So, Ouyang Ming made his way towards the Hokage, preparing to carry him back. Unexpectedly, a suffering figure silently emerged from the shadowy forest, targeting Ouyang Ming directly. Boom. As he lingered nearby, Ouyang Ming barely registered a faint sound of wind cutting through the air before a tremor coursed through him, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. It was perilous. Without a moment to spare, Ouyang Ming instinctively shouted to the system, "Use the substitute." Bang! The sharp pain precisely grazed Ouyang Ming's neck. But instead of blood, a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a wallet. In an instant, Ouyang Ming did not need to waste time sealing it. As soon as the system received his request, it urgently utilized his wallet to substitute him and absorb the lethal shot. How perilous. He nearly believed he was doomed. Ouyang Ming's chest heaved violently, the terror of life and death instilling a profound fear, allowing him to experience the thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade. Were it not for this system, had it been another ninja, he would have had no time to seal it. At present, Ouyang Ming would merely be a lifeless corpse. As he calmed his tumultuous emotions and shifted his gaze towards the source of pain, he finally identified the instigator. Meiwa. Yes. It was she who should have perished amidst the needles. At this moment, Shuemu was not faring well. His entire body resembled a sieve riddled with poisonous needles, akin to a human porcupine, instilling trepidation. Gazing at the bitter words he had expelled with his last breath, Shuemu's eyes suddenly dimmed, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground as though his very bones had been extracted. Yet Ouyang Ming remained vigilant, for that scene had left an indelible impression upon him. Who could say? Perhaps Shuemu had not yet truly lost his fighting spirit. In the lush, verdant forest, remnants of the massive conflict were strewn about, with green poison needles scattered everywhere. The silence of the forest now resembled that of a Buddhist temple, yet it bore a grotesque visage, as Ouyang Ming's most loyal puppet. The corpulent figure approached him silently, vowing to protect his master as a pillar of strength. Under the protection of the corpulent figure, Ouyang Ming let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, he had been thoroughly intimidated by Meiyue's previous assaults. This was largely due to Shuemu's status as a member of the lower middle class, lacking formidable ninjutsu skills. If Shuemu had managed to escape such potent ninjutsu, Ouyang feared that even the puppets beside him would bow in submission. In a bid to eradicate the root of the problem, Ouyang cautiously approached Shuemu. At that moment, Shuemu had yet to fully exhale, and upon seeing Ouyang gazing down at him, he expressed his reluctance with a face full of defiance. Ouyang sighed in response. "I am not a spy from Shine Village," he confessed, reluctantly acknowledging the other's lack of intellect. Surely, when one witnesses puppetry, it does not necessarily imply the presence of a ninja from Sand Village. Yet, in this world, it seemed that aside from Ouyang, an outsider, such notions prevailed. Suddenly, Shuemu's pupils dilated in shock. Confronted with an insurmountable predicament, he felt utterly liberated. It became evident that he had been mistaken. Meiwei, now despondent, took her final breath, her gaze fixed upon the heavens. In her relentless pursuit of power, she had forfeited her intellect and lost her sense of justice. In another life, "I hope you become a wise individual," Ouyang thought. Unable to bear the sight, he knelt down and gently closed Shuemu's eyes. This act resembled a gesture of respect from one grassroots individual to another, while other ninjas might have feared a potential ambush from such an adversary. Even if they felt pity, they would likely disregard the enemy's plight. Yet, Ouyang was not a ninja, he was a chef. Clarifying the situation, Ouyang pondered the peculiar system. How could Shuemu's demise not fulfill his mission? Host, please read the task description meticulously. The system responded with utmost seriousness. Hidden task, save the Hokage. Task description. At this moment, the Hokage is enduring both physical and mental torment. As the elder brother of the Hokage, it is time for you to rise. Ouyang's lips twitched slightly. The system certainly had a way with words. This system implied that only by eliminating Shuemu could he rescue the Hokage's body, while he must also heal his soul. Congratulations, host. Your intellect is at least superior to Shuemu's. The system responded gravely. System, if you have something to articulate, please do so. My intellect is quite lacking, Ouyang retorted. As the hosting entity, it is the system's responsibility to safeguard the host's dignity. The system replied with unwavering seriousness. Well, that is quite significant. This system is indeed paramount. Ouyang mused, feeling quite outmatched by the system's magnitude. To avoid further escalating the conversation, which was threatening to overwhelm him, Ouyang redirected his focus to the Hokage's condition. At this juncture, Naruto's demeanor was decidedly peculiar. Despite the fact that Shuemu had perished before the flames of battle could engulf the outside world, Naruto should have felt elated. Yet here he was, head bowed, emanating an aura of profound despondency. Hokage, look up, Ouyang implored, his voice sharp with urgency. Startled, Naruto instinctively raised his head, only to reveal a gaze that was bewildered and devoid of clarity, resembling that of a lost soul. That expression, akin to a young woman in distress being pursued by a rude uncle. Those eyes, equally hollow, equally lifeless, resembled a stagnant pool, devoid of vitality. Naruto gazed at the elder brother he had only just recognized today, feeling an inexplicable sense of intimacy stirring within him, along with a question that lingered in his mind. Brother, do you believe I should not exist in this world? The Hokage's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of struggle. He was unsure whether he should reveal the truth. Yet, ultimately, there might be a moment of revelation, and the Hokage finally spoke. Teacher Mizuki said I am the Nine Tails. That I am responsible for the deaths of so many. Even Iruka's parents perished because of me. This is why everyone harbors such hatred towards me, venting their frustrations on me. Brother, do you think I ought to live? Naruto exclaimed, his emotions surging. He was no fool. The peculiar gazes of the villagers and the estrangement from his peers had long made him feel something was amiss. Yet, at that time, Naruto merely wished to be recognized by the villagers, as long as there was a shadow of fire within them. Now, with Mizuki laying everything bare, the truth was presented before him. In that moment, the faith that had sustained the Hokage began to crumble. He realized that despite all his efforts towards this goal, it had ultimately been in vain. Observing Naruto in such a state, Ouyang sighed deeply. It reminded him of his past life, where, in pursuit of academic recognition, he had always sought to draw attention in class, only to find his peers harboring a collective disdain towards him. In those days, he too had felt loneliness and desolation. Even the homeroom teacher, himself a struggling student, seemed indifferent to it all. The cold brutality of that environment had left Ouyang feeling suffocated and hopeless, let alone Naruto. Yet, until now, Naruto had been striving for an elusive dream, earnest and focused, but lacking the flexibility to gain others' acknowledgement. However, through these events, Naruto had begun to comprehend the anguish of the soul. Thus, Ouyang extended his hand, firmly pressing it upon Naruto's golden hair, a radiant smile gracing his face. With an unprecedented tenderness, Ouyang spoke, even if the world forsakes you, Naruto, do not forget that you still have me, your elder brother. Brother, Naruto's eyes welled with tears, suddenly clouding his vision. Look at you. Why are you crying? Ouyang playfully scolded. Do you wish to be the shadow of the flames? Stand tall for me, my friend. Ouyang delivered a hearty punch to his chest, declaring, remember, you are no longer a fox, but Naruto. Do you understand? Tears streamed down Naruto's face. In that moment, a shroud of gloom enveloped his heart, but for the first time, it transformed into a ray of sunlight, allowing him to feel an unprecedented warmth. At that instant, I stepped into an empty room, only to be greeted by a multitude of ninjas adorned with animal masks. One by one, these ninjas, resplendently dressed, exuded a charm that only seasoned veterans could possess. However, at this moment, they stood in 2 rows within the village of the wild ninjas, each displaying a reverent gaze as they awaited the elders seated in the command center. The wrinkles etched upon the elder's face were so pronounced that they formed deep furrows. Within the depths of his eyes lay years of tranquility, as if nothing could disturb him. This man, without a shadow of a doubt, was Sarutobi Hiruzen. today regarded as the most renowned and esteemed Dr. Ninjutsu among the 5 great nations. He was also the first of an ordinary lineage since the establishment of Konoha, devoid of any secrets or bloodline restrictions. Nevertheless, through his understanding of ninjutsu, he unearthed techniques deemed useless by others, illuminating a new path that led him to ascend to the throne of Hokage. Yet, at this moment, the legendary strongman in the outside world resembled a girl observing herself in the mirror, intently gazing at the crystal ball upon the table. The art of glasses. This had been employed to detect the ninjutsu of foes, but now it focused solely on one individual and one matter. Little did they expect that the anomaly in the leaf forest was, in fact, instigated by Naruto through his telescopic abilities, a story known to the 3rd generation. However, the boy wielding the puppet, who did not seem to embody the qualities of a puppet master, filled him with unease. When did the village acquire such a ninja? Did this not imply a breach in the village's intelligence system? Observing the familiar circumstances surrounding Ouyang Ming and Naruto, the 3rd Hokage quickly furrowed his brow. No. We must ascertain the background of the boy next to the Hokage. Thus, before the multitude of ninjas, the 3rd declared, "Step back, summon Kakashi." Without hesitation, the ninjas in the shadows complied, and in the blink of an eye, the once crowded office was suddenly vacant. Soon, Kakashi arrived with a swift and agile demeanor. "Kakashi, I have a crucial mission for you," the 3rd said, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Oh, what is the mission?" Kakashi inquired, curious as the shadow of the Hokage cast a weighty presence upon him, demanding his attention amidst the impending lesson. Could it be that another ninja village was invading Konoha? Although obedience was the duty of a ninja, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a profound sadness within. Alas, I have yet to view the latest installment of Intimate Paradise. This explained everything. Filled with tears. However, the situation improved. Next, Kakashi, the 3rd pointed at the boy in the crystal ball. You must discreetly investigate his background. Remember, do not disclose this to anyone, understood? He appeared serious. Yes, Kakashi acknowledged, momentarily glancing at Naruto beside the youth. Is that the son of my teacher? Kakashi pondered, sensing an instinctive connection. He was already aware of Naruto's struggles within the village. Yet, he felt powerless to assist him, for it was a common trend in the village. Much like his father, Hatake Tsukumo, anyone entering the whirlpool would be torn asunder. Thus, Kakashi could only silently pray for Naruto, hoping that the tiger would not produce a son, and that Naruto would swiftly grow, inheriting the hopes of the 4th. It was precisely this sentiment that made Kakashi's lips curve slightly beneath his mask when he beheld the crystal ball display, where Naruto laughed alongside Ouyang Ming. The following day, Ouyang Ming scrambled out of the tree hollow in a state of panic. Observing his soiled physique, he vowed to emerge from the battlefield fully equipped. Given the lateness of the hour the previous night, and barring any exceptional circumstances, no one could leave the village of the leaves. Thus, Ouyang Ming and Naruto had spent the night outdoors in a pavilion. While this might sound pleasant, for one who had genuinely experienced it, the reality was far from enjoyable. Especially in the heart of the forest, where the night was cold and damp, teeming with snakes, insects, and ants. Indeed, a source of great annoyance. Throughout the night, Ouyang Ming was subjected to the sounds of snoring and the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. Moreover, remaining motionless for an extended period within the tree hollow had led to a noticeable reduction in blood flow. He felt utterly stiff, as if he could easily take up a career as a zombie. Yet, upon witnessing the Hokage, Ouyang Ming finally grasped the profound unfairness of this world. Under the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto appeared untouched by adversity, as if everything were perfectly normal. He bid Ouyang Ming farewell early in the morning, eagerly racing back to the village, ready for the exam. In response, Ouyang Ming could only raise his middle finger to the heavens. How fortunate it is to have a good father. Just wait until I slice off a piece of the Nine-Tails and sod its flesh. Suddenly, the Nine-Tails within Naruto sneezed, grumbling, "Which scoundrel is cursing me?" Ouyang Ming glanced at the system, realizing he had finally matured. The chef must always be graded. Novice, the culinary journey has merely begun. Follow the system's guidance to ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain in this fiery world. Clenching his fists, Ouyang Ming felt as though he were grasping the threads of his own destiny. Yet this was not sufficient. Not to mention the nefarious villains lurking behind the scenes of this fiery world. The imminent plan to obliterate Uncle Snake's leaf was enough to instill a profound anxiety within him. He did not wish to become a pitiful pawn in this world. He merely desired self-improvement. Fortunately, there was still time for Ouyang Ming to catch up. He cast a glance at the task he had just completed. Hidden task, Save the Hokage task description. At this moment, the Hokage is enduring both physical and mental anguish as the elder brother of the Hokage. It is time for you to rise. Task reward. A portion of the ice cream making method. Task complete. Rewards have been bestowed. Although ice cream is not a main dish, its unique flavor has captured the hearts of countless girls. With aspirations for the future, Ouyang Ming entered the village, promising himself an ice cream treat upon his return. As the first rooster crowed at dawn, the bustling village of Konoha awakened from its slumber. Early in the morning, the streets were teeming with people. Ouyang Ming strolled along the pristine streets, occasionally drawing the attention of passers-by due to his unkempt appearance. Upon seeing him, the enthusiastic villagers warmly waved, beckoning him closer. A kindly old woman, mistaking him for someone in distress, insisted on bringing him clothing from her home. "Grandma, I truly do not mind. Please take back the clothes." Ouyang Ming replied, bewildered. "Ah, little Ming, Grandma insists you take them. Be polite." The elderly matriarch, clearly past her prime, was suddenly filled with an insatiable fervor, akin to a stubborn ox that refuses to budge. "Xiaoming," an uncle remarked, "you may take her. After all, you wouldn't become someone else's son-in-law. That woman's granddaughter is quite the hefty figure, renowned throughout the village. She is so large that she could frighten even a pig to death." Thus, upon hearing this uncle's jest, the surrounding villagers erupted into genuine laughter. The old woman, however, was not amused. She fixed her gaze upon the elder and declared, "I propose marrying my granddaughter to your son." The elder's smile froze, abruptly transforming into a playful grin as he retorted, "You cannot. Look at my mouth. I said nothing." The uncle interjected, teasing the elderly woman, as if to suggest that in her youth, she was the village's infamous chilly girl. Such a temper she had, indeed. Xiaoming, struck by the uncle's words, suddenly sensed something amiss. Why did this matron regard him with such peculiar eyes, akin to a woman perusing clothes in a marketplace? It seemed that the uncle had hit the nail on the head, sending a shiver down Xiaoming's spine. Even in desperate need of sustenance, he would never choose a burden like that. He would rather engage in a brawl with that woman. The matriarch appeared to soften her demeanor, inquiring, "Xiaoming, are you cold? Why not come to my house?" "No, thank you." Xiaoming despairingly shook his head, asserting, "I plan to open a shop soon, so I wouldn't want to impose on you." Without even donning a proper coat, he fled amidst a cloud of smoke. Upon returning to his establishment, he found the restaurant bustling with patrons. A line of eager customers forming outside even in the morning. This reminded Xiaoming of the system's initial task, to surpass the Yale restaurant and become a celebrated eatery in the village of Konoha. It appeared he had a long journey ahead. Gazing at the rival establishment, his eyes suddenly sparked with a fierce determination. He could not fathom losing to a restaurant across the street with the system's assistance. Upon entering the shop, Xiaoming queried the system, "Pray, enlighten me about the ice cream you offer." "Ice cream is a delightful frozen dairy delicacy, brimming with allure and creativity," the system replied solemnly. "Many years ago, its origins lay in the land of ice and snow, cherished by the ruling class as one of their most prized culinary treasures." Xiaoming smirked, thinking to himself how such a treat could thrive in his quaint snack shop on Dowaji, especially in the world of Naruto. Ice cream is a food rich in protein, sugar, and fat, also containing amino acids and calcium, which help regulate physiological functions and maintain osmotic pressure. Dr. Xiaoming, however, merely considered himself a mere liberal arts student, feeling somewhat tipsy with the information. In summary, if one were to indulge in a cup of ice cream during the sweltering summer, it would surely be the best choice. Eating ice cream in the morning whets the appetite. Before his journey through time, one of his greatest pleasures was to visit the grocery store after dinner to procure a box of ice cream. He would then return home, recline on the sofa, savoring the ice cream while leisurely watching anime. The flavors, the tanginess, simply exquisite. He swiftly redirected his focus towards the art of ice cream making. To produce smooth and creamy ice cream, one not only requires excellent tools but also stringent standards for the ingredients. Xiaoming was eager to experiment before offering it for sale in his shop. He retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator: 2 eggs, a carton of milk, and a box of cream. Ouyang Ming gazed at the eggs in his hand, noticeably smaller than those typically found in the market, and curiously inquired, "Given that the small milk cartons are so expensive, shouldn't these ingredients be reasonably priced?" The system replied, "The eggs, sourced from a large farm in Sichuan, are produced under a free-range system that allows the hens ample space to roam. While these eggs may be smaller than those found in the market, their essence is far more concentrated. Every morning, they grace the breakfast tables of the world's most powerful individuals." How extravagant! Ouyang Ming's mouth twitched. Livestock requires exercise. It has been a long time. He dared not ask the price of the 2 eggs in his hand, fearing his heart could not bear the answer. To avoid distraction, he refrained from questioning further and commenced making ice cream. With one hand, Ouyang Ming gently tapped an egg against the corner of the table. Positioning it over an empty bowl, he carefully pulled apart the shell along the crack, creating an opening without splitting the egg in two. This method allowed for an effortless separation of the yolk and egg white. The clear egg white, akin to silk flowing with the river, dripped into the bowl, releasing a delicate aroma of egg that wafted through the air. Strangely, there was not a hint of fishiness, only the pure essence of nature, which was quite delightful. Ouyang Ming placed the yolk into another empty bowl. The once vacant bowl was suddenly filled with a vibrant orange yolk, resembling a radiant sun. Mr. Ouyang added a spoonful of sugar and an appropriate amount of cream, then stirred in the yolk of the second egg. Gradually, the mixture transformed from orange to a milky white, as if 2 suns were dissolving into a creamy nebula. He then prepared to heat the milk in a pot until it reached a gentle simmer. The rich aroma of the milk enveloped Ouyang Ming, making him feel that any previous experience of drinking milk was utterly insignificant. Such a small quantity of milk seemed like a mere bucket of it. The robust and creamy fragrance brought forth the refreshing scent of distant pastures, transporting Ouyang Ming to a boundless expanse filled with grazing cattle, each resonating with the sounds of their contentment. As the scent of the milk wafted outside the shop, it swiftly captured the attention of customers queuing at the restaurant's entrance. Goodness, what an enticing aroma! I'm so hungry. This flavor has me parched. I can't endure it. For some reason, this scent reminds me of my late mother, echoed one patron. Me too. Eventually, one customer realized the delightful fragrance emanated from Ouyang Ming's restaurant. Look, it's the aroma from that restaurant. When Uncle Yael emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, he suddenly noticed that all his customers had left, and his expression darkened. Calamus, what is happening? Why has everyone departed? Father, Calamus felt wronged. They all went to the restaurant across the street. What? Uncle Yael furrowed his brow. Isn't my food superior to that of the boy across the street? As a small establishment facing the Yael restaurant, I have been keenly observant. After all, this is business, a cutthroat affair. However, upon discovering that the proprietor and chef of the rival establishment is merely a 12-year-old boy, he boldly proclaimed, "True culinary mastery is a matter of accumulated time." This revelation did not surprise him. During the early days of Ouyang Ming's venture, scarcely a soul graced his threshold. Yet, what transformation might the world undergo now? Are you suggesting that a 12-year-old has deceived you? Has he grown too antiquated to keep pace with the times? Or is the fare across the street genuinely delectable? At this moment, his uncle fell into deep contemplation. As Ouyang Ming stirred a batch of well-aged eggs with freshly boiled milk, a dozen villagers rushed into the shop, taken aback, fearing they had fallen victim to some nefarious extortion. Boss, you're cooking something. Give me one. Yes, boss, I'd like one too. Oh no, make that too. And one to take home. It was all about the food. Knowing these patrons would not provoke trouble, Ouyang Ming pointed to the menu on the wall and said, "Please review the prices before making a decision." The boss is rather callous. This sentiment echoed among the villagers, who, in their love for money, had become oblivious to the reality before them, a realization that had taken them a long time to grasp. Upon seeing the menu, the villagers' expressions shifted dramatically. A bowl of beef noodle soup cost 128 yuan. The proprietor must be out of his mind. Consequently, the once crowded shop suddenly emptied, and everyone dashed back to the restaurant. When Uncle Yael observed the customers returning, a warm smile graced his face. Indeed, the old man was right. Uncle muttered to himself. He could not fathom how a chef devoid of time and experience, with merely a hint of talent, could usurp his clientele. In stark contrast, Ouyang Ming, gazing at the vacant shop, maintained a composed demeanor, continuing with his culinary endeavors. He added milk, once again stirring the egg mixture. As it came to a boil, the egg whites began to transform, their hue evolving into a deep yellow. The once pervasive aroma now felt less overwhelming, akin to a fine-aged wine, its essence deepening with time. Subsequently, Ouyang Ming transferred the eggs into a container, allowing them to cool before storing them in the refrigerator. Several hours later, one could begin to indulge in the creation. Ouyang Ming wiped his brow and murmured, "The timing is impeccable. Thus, one must not allow the ice cream to linger in the freezer too long, lest the formation of ice compromise its overall flavor." Ouyang Ming retrieved the ice cream from the freezer, took a crystal cup, and, using a special spoon, scooped the ice cream into it. Through the transparent vessel, the round scoop of ice cream lay quietly, enhancing the creamy hue of its flavor. Just as Ouyang Ming contemplated indulging, the system interjected. Master, when transferring the ice cream from the freezer to the cup, it is advisable to wait 1 to 2 minutes. The system stated gravely. The most irksome critics of fine cuisine often manifest in such systems, unexpectedly interrupting the tasting experience. Thus, Ouyang Ming retorted with frustration. What is there to discuss about eating ice cream? The master allowed the ice cream to rest for a while to maximize its flavor, enriching the overall taste. Freshly scooped ice cream is too cold and not fully thawed. Consuming it immediately may cause a strong irritation to the stomach, potentially leading to gastrointestinal discomfort. Reluctantly, Yang Ming complied with the system's suggestion, which indeed proved effective. After a moment, as the air came into contact with the ice cream, a significant temperature difference between the cold interior and the warm exterior caused it to begin melting rapidly. A delightful aroma began to waft, enveloping Yang Ming and mingling with the coolness of the refrigerator, providing a refreshing sensation. What could be better on a sweltering summer day? Yang Ming eagerly retrieved a spoon, an unusual one made entirely of gold, designed to prevent the mingling of flavors. He opened his mouth wide and filled a spoonful. Oh, cold. Exceptionally cold. Then, warmth. The initial chill surged upon contact with his teeth and tongue, spreading in all directions. Following this was an explosion of flavor. A rich creaminess erupted, dancing on his taste buds and penetrating his mind, transporting him to a blissful paradise. Yang Ming felt as if his taste buds were awakened, releasing comfortable sighs of pleasure. After the ice and champagne, it was time for dessert. As his tongue filled with the creamy ice cream, he licked his lips, and suddenly, a corner of the ice cream's icy fade gave way, unleashing a multitude of layered flavors, allowing Yang Ming to savor its unique essence. He flicked his tongue, letting the sweetness gradually circulate into his lungs, carrying with it a refreshing chill that invigorated him. Oh, Yang Ming exhaled contentedly, relishing the flavor, which was far more satisfying than a roller coaster, leaving him longing for more. He had never imagined such exquisite ice cream existed in the world. However, there was a downside. Just moments ago, Yang Ming had been rather hasty, tasting prematurely, resulting in an overwhelming cold sensation. Undeterred, he once again took up his spoon, this time with the ice cream having rested long enough for him to indulge further. As the ice cream touched his tongue, a chill was released. Yet, after sitting for a while, the coldness swiftly diminished. Thus, Yang Ming could indulge in a greater quantity of ice cream on his tongue. Instantly, a rich milky flavor enveloped his taste buds, clinging as tightly as the casing of a sausage. As his tongue continued to roll, melting the ice cream entirely, he experienced a symphony of sweetness and richness between his lips and teeth, which he could only express through an unparalleled look of enjoyment. Soon, Yang Ming's ice cream was swiftly devoured. Yet, he remained hungry, feeling the intense sweetness of his own breath. It was akin to the intoxicating allure of love between a man and a woman, drawing one into a deep, irresistible longing. After finishing, Yang Ming was suddenly struck by the thought that he had never before savored such delectable food in his previous life. Once released, will the system refrain from assigning a price tag? After all, if this system can sell a bowl of beef ramen for 128 yuan, what else is it capable of? Thus, with trepidation for the future, Ouyang Ming inquired of the system, "How much do you intend to sell this ice cream for?" The system replied with utmost seriousness, "Master, a cup of ice cream will cost 250 yuan. A slight twitch of amusement crossed Ouyang Ming's lips. He found the audacity to ask such a price rather disheartening. Considering economies of scale and cost factors, this is the lowest price you can conceive, the system asserted. Ouyang Ming was genuinely inclined to complain. Where do you derive these economies of scale? I am unaware if they even sell ice cream. In his past life, Ouyang Ming thought the foreign ice cream brand was sufficient. It turned out, however, that the world harbors even graver absurdities. A cup of ice cream priced at 250 yuan is twice the cost of beef ramen. Who pays the bill, and who is truly the 250? Ouyang Ming suddenly broke into tears, feeling as though he had navigated through the wrong system and entered a flawed world. Why were they bestowed with a golden finger and a girl, while he was burdened with such prideful and aloof regulations that his small frame could scarcely endure? Yet, this system remained obstinately capricious, carelessly pouring salt into Ouyang Ming's wounds. Ice cream was to be presented as a Valentine's Day gift, transforming it into a symbol of affection for the villagers of Kiba. The mission declaration read, "As an aspiring chef, the era of solely focusing on cooking has concluded. Let us commence with ice cream, elevating it into a myth of lovers rather than a mere declaration of love. I serve." Ouyang Ming initially read the task description, nearly incensed to the point of explosion, ready to utter a tirade. However, upon glimpsing the task rewards, his gaze became riveted. The vulgarities he intended to express froze in his throat, replaced by reverent words, fearing the system might rescind the task. The Sharingan. This is indeed the legendary power that sweeps across the world. The next day, the earth would be inscribed with circular eyes. Some say that if one does not possess the Sharingan, their existence in this world is devoid of meaning. It is akin to venturing into the realm of the Pirate King without having tasted the formidable devil's fruit or learned the 6 forms. One would feel embarrassed to claim the title of time traveler. Furthermore, to possess the Sharingan implies the potential for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan or even the Rinnegan. Even Ouyang Ming could not suppress his exclamation. I must perfect it. Today dawned as another bright day. On the streets, Naruto dragged Iruka along, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake, which immediately caught the attention of the surrounding villagers. Bah, who are these two? How bothersome. Is that Iruka? What are you doing with that child? Someone remarked. Who knows? What bad luck. Sigh, I cannot fathom why Hokage still retains those inept individuals. The new ninja's forehead protector, emblazoned with the abstract leaf symbol, shone brilliantly on Naruto's brow. In an instant, the villagers' expressions transformed into ones of wonder, shock, astonishment, incredulity. How could that village possibly produce ninjas after existing for so long? The villagers who had just exchanged scornful remarks with Naruto felt a sudden flush of embarrassment, wishing they could burrow into the ground and hide their faces. Their evident disdain began to wane, for a true ninja, even one of the lowest rank, was not someone they could easily deceive. The Hokage remained indifferent to the gazes of those around him. His sole desire was to hasten his journey, to become a ninja, and to share this news with his elder brother, Ouyang Ming. Perhaps even Ouyang Ming had not realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had already risen to a stature in Naruto's eyes that rivaled that of Iruka. Before long, Iruka spotted a modest shop situated opposite a bustling restaurant. How serene it was. This was Iruka's immediate reaction, in stark contrast to the long queue at the restaurant across the street. Ouyang Ming's little shop stood out as it was devoid of patrons. Is your brother's ramen truly that delectable? Iruka inquired, feigning ignorance. He had never heard of Naruto having an elder brother, and as a teacher, he felt compelled to educate Naruto on distinguishing good from bad, lest he be exploited and taken advantage of. Unaware of Iruka's intentions, Naruto immediately responded to the questioning of his most revered brother. Teacher Iruka, you haven't eaten yet. But this ramen is the best in the world. The most delicious ramen. That child, deceived but not misled, Iruka mused. He imagined that the previously unseen Ouyang Ming must be a nefarious rogue who would deceive even children for profit. No. I must expose the scheme and reveal the true nature of this person to Naruto. Iruka felt a fiery determination igniting within him, for the sake of his student. He knew he had to take action. Since Naruto praised the ramen at this establishment, he decided to start from there. Iruka's eyes suddenly sharpened, akin to a sword being drawn from its sheath. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Ouyang Ming's shop. Iruka scanned the surroundings, unconsciously furrowing his brow. The shop bore no name and contained merely 2 tables and chairs. Furthermore, the proprietor seemed excessively stingy, with no decor in sight, save for a menu affixed to the wall. Wait a moment, this menu. Iruka's eyes widened in shock. A bowl of beef ramen cost 128 yuan, while a cup of ice cream was priced at $250. The prices were exorbitant. It was no wonder the owner sought to sell to the Hokage at such an unacceptably high price, let alone to myself, Iruka thought, his eyes lighting up as if he had uncovered the truth. At this moment, he was brought back to reality by Naruto's voice. Brother, I have finally become a true ninja. Today, Teacher Rika is treating me, and I can enjoy a good meal. A radiant smile blossomed on Naruto's face as he spoke to Ouyang Ming. Congratulations, Naruto. You have finally taken the first step towards becoming the Hokage. What would you like to eat today? The Hokage gazed at the ice cream on the menu, momentarily at a loss. Hey, brother, do you have any new items today? What are they? Why are they so expensive? Oh, that is a special dessert favored by the celebrities and aristocrats of the Snow Country. Would you like one? Today, Teacher Iruka is treating us. Let us each partake. As I listened to the dialogue between Ouyang Ming and Ming, I noticed a twitch on Iruka's face. What manner of food is this, reserved for the affluent and powerful? And what absurd pricing is this? Consequently, Iruka deemed it essential to curtail Naruto's capricious behavior before exposing the true nature of the shopkeeper. Heaven knows, being a teacher at the Ninja Academy pales in comparison to the earnings one could amass on the front lines. Should Naruto issue an order, would she find herself forced to kneel upon the washboard upon her return? After all, this constitutes merely 1/10 of my salary. A torrent of blood surged within Iruka's heart. Thus, she addressed Naruto, saying, "Wait a moment, Naruto. I believe you should reconsider your intentions. Miss Iruka, do you intend to breach the contract?" Upon hearing this, Naruto withdrew, casting a furious glance at Iruka. The two exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Through Naruto's malevolent gaze, Iruka perceived a sensitive beast clawing at her. Yet she feared to witness his vulnerable side. For a fleeting moment, Iruka recalled how Naruto's statue had been deliberately sculpted by the Hokage to garner attention. After all, he is but a child. Suddenly, Iruka acquiesced. "I shall give it a try and see if it is as delicious as the Hokage claims." It seemed she had reached a momentous resolution. Iruka clenched her teeth and resolutely declared, "Fear not. I shall remedy your plight today." "Oh, yes. I knew it. Iruka is the best." The depths of Naruto's gaze held a hint of fear at the thought of being cast from the clouds, without a heart or soul to cry out. Amidst Naruto's hearty laughter, Iruka felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility within her heart. What could be more vital than bringing joy to one's students? Having made up her mind, Iruka, in the spirit of tasting, ordered a bowl of beef ramen. "Please, boss." After all, Iruka lacked the courage to order ice cream. She did not wish to return home to kneel upon the washboard. The mere thought of it frightened her. Fortunately, she had saved a little money. Iruka felt a sense of exhilaration within her heart as she thought, "Please wait a moment." Ouyang Ming believed today must surely be his fortunate day. God knows, he had a house rental due, with no income, and feared being evicted by the landlord. Iruka felt as though she had been transported back many years to her childhood. At that time, Iruka's parents were still alive, and they both had a fondness for exquisite cuisine. However, due to the demands of being a ninja, she often had to travel and seldom returned home for dinner. Yet, when they had the opportunity, Iruka's parents would return home with a large bag of ingredients to prepare a feast. Back then, Iruka, much like now, sat in a chair. In her childhood, she could only rest her head in her hands, watching her parents knead the dough. What did they discuss in those moments? Iruka pondered, resting her chin on her hand. The memories of the past felt so distant that even the features of her parents had gradually faded with the passage of time. No, there is something. At last, Iruka recalled certain memories deeply etched in her mind. It was this very flavor. As Ouyang Ming placed the noodles into the pot, the boiling water engulfed them, and in that fleeting moment, a robust aroma of wheat permeated the entire Iruka. This was the essence of fragrance. The familiar yet peculiar scent of wheat suddenly transported Iruka to distant memories. He envisioned two indistinct figures standing not far from him, smiling as they urged him to place the noodles in the pot. "Mother, Iruka is almost old enough to attend ninja school." "Indeed. I can hardly believe how swiftly the years have passed." "What are you saying? Do we truly appear so aged?" "Yes, yes, forgive us. Our lives have only just begun." "Mother, would you accompany me?" "Of course." "Ah, no, child, just sit there." Tears gradually blurred Iruka's vision, clouding his sight. He began to believe that the ramen from this humble shop was something extraordinary. Its flavor invoked a longing within him, reminiscent of his childhood dreams of his parents cooking for him. "Here, your beef ramen." At that moment, Ouyang Ming brought a steaming bowl of ramen to Iruka, interrupting his reverie. Truth be told, upon seeing the instant ramen, Iruka felt a wave of disappointment. The noodles floated in a clear broth, adorned with merely a few slices of beef, and even a sprinkle of green onions seemed insufficient. Iruka remembered the beef ramen her parents used to make, brimming with generous slices of meat that could satiate merely by sight. Yet, perhaps, as others open their doors to business, they are always motivated by profit. Iruka seemed to have forgotten her initial purpose for coming here, beginning to find excuses for Ouyang Ming's culinary skills. Unlike Naruto, who would seize the beef, Iruka delicately picked up a small handful of noodles, blew on them gently, and then consumed them. Crunch, crunch. Suddenly, her eyes widened. As the noodles touched her tongue, an explosion of smooth flavor enveloped her senses. The taste resembled that of her parents' homemade ramen. It had been so many years since the chaos wrought by the Ninetales. Iruka's parents had perished while protecting the village, and she had not tasted this flavor of ramen since. The noodles made by Uncle Iruka lacked this exquisite taste. Crunch, crunch. Iruka fervently devoured the ramen, tears streaming down her cheeks. There were many nights when Iruka lingered alone at home, gazing into the kitchen, a place filled with countless memories and warmth. It was then that Iruka felt her parents had not truly died. She was still alive. As an adult, Iruka had learned to make ramen herself. Yet the essence of the past eluded her, as if it were merely a dream, one that would never be realized. But now, As a bowl of ramen was whisked away by Iruka, she still felt she could capture the sensation of dining with her parents. Why, Miss Iruka, why do you weep? Naruto, who had always been rather slow on the uptake, suddenly interrupted Iruka's melancholic reverie. Eat your noodles, Iruka replied, unusually brusque with Naruto. Indeed. This technique proved particularly effective for the Hokage, who resembled a startled ostrich, bending his neck and wholly engrossed in his ramen. Forgive me, Naruto, Iruka silently conveyed his thoughts. He wished fervently that the Hokage would not arrive at school the following day, recounting all that had transpired. Otherwise, where might he seek solace? Once the noodles had been devoured, only thin slices of beef floated in the broth, akin to rootless driftwood, capturing Iruka's attention immediately. If the ramen was so delectable, what of the beef? With anticipation, Iruka seized a piece of meat and savored it. Oh, as his teeth began to work. The beef was torn and shredded like garments in a washing machine, releasing an intense aroma of meat broth that enveloped Iruka's entire palate. His tongue awash in the hot soup. Suddenly, a wave of relief surged through him. Warmth coursed through his limbs, and for a fleeting moment, Iruka felt a comforting glow enveloping his entire being. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite his years of stagnation, his chakra was experiencing a notable resurgence. Having spent many years in this line of work, he had presumed his potential was depleted. Yet now, with a piece of beef resting in his stomach, there was a tangible increase in his chakra. Though modest, it felt akin to the first light of dawn, brimming with hope for the future. By the heavens, Iruka exclaimed, rising in excitement. Boss, does your beef ramen truly augment one's chakra? Ouyang Ming regarded him with a bemused expression. Did the Hokage not inform you? Iruka shot an incredulous glare at Naruto. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Naruto blinked innocently, replying, Iruka-sensei, you never asked. You. Iruka retorted, equally exasperated, his eyes wide with indignation. Meanwhile, outside Ouyang Ming's establishment, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes observed the entire scene. What a marvelous shop this is. Concealing what secrets within? No, my lord, the plan allows for no deviations, thus this is a test, the figure murmured to themselves. What could be more delightful than sharing a meal with family? Iruka pondered contentedly, cradling his round belly. His skepticism and hostility towards the restaurant dissipated during the digestion of the ramen, as though they had never existed. Upon witnessing Iruka's satisfied expression, Naruto joyfully declared, Iruka-sensei, I told you, this is the dish my brother makes. The Hokage raised his thumb, revealing a row of pearly whites. Marvelous, Iruka remarked, gesturing towards the Hokage's forehead. Look at what you take pride in. You did not prepare it. Huh, he is my brother, Naruto replied, placing his hand behind his head. I am Xiaoming's younger brother, and I take pride in that. Iruka nearly beamed with happiness. Apologies, Hokage, your ice cream is ready. At that moment, Ouyang Ming's arrival elicited laughter from both men. If the beef ramen was indeed so exquisite, what then could this ice cream, of which they had never heard, possibly be? With such hope, two pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the cup held by Ouyang Ming. Through the crystal glass, two peculiar, round objects lay quietly within, their pale yellow hue devoid of any luster. Yet, even after the beef noodles had been fried, their spirits remained undampened, just as Naruto and Iruka understood. Yang Ming's culinary presentation was rather lacking. Conversely, they found this to be perfectly normal. After all, to make food so delectable should not be forced. Otherwise, that would be truly wicked, rendering their experience surreal. Naruto, I wish to pose a serious question, Iruka inquired. As Naruto prepared to eat, he appeared perplexed. But Iruka was determined to keep him engaged. Are you treated well by your teacher? The bewildered Naruto continued. Iruka-sensei treats me well, that's not a problem. Because I am typically so kind to you, I want this ice cream. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as Iruka snatched the ice cream from Naruto's bewildered grasp. Iruka-sensei, that's cheating. Naruto finally retorted, lunging towards Iruka. But who could have anticipated that the person sitting in Iruka's chair would vanish, leaving behind only a broken piece of wood? A substitute technique. Iruka had resorted to ninjutsu to seize the ice cream, causing Yang Ming to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Iruka, where has your integrity gone? Both Ouyang Ming and Naruto silently lamented. Meanwhile, Iruka had relocated to a corner of the store, where he had the opportunity to indulge in a delicacy he had never encountered before. As Iruka grasped the ice cream spoon, his hand trembled. A shocking revelation lay before him. The spoon was crafted from gold. Gold, gold, gold. He repeated thrice, for emphasis. Just look at its hue. It must be 24K gold. Iruka's heart was in a state of shock, unable to recover. Heaven knows he couldn't afford a gold ring when he proposed to his wife. Yet now, he held a golden spoon merely to savor a cup of ice cream. Iruka deemed it crucial not to divulge today's events to his wife. Otherwise, upon returning home, they would be relegated to sleeping in the living room. Gulp. Iruka's throat quivered as he shakily brought a spoonful of ice cream to his lips. Shoo! How cold! As the warmth of his tongue made contact with the ice cream, a chill surged through him, akin to a bucket of icy water being poured over his head, leaving him utterly chilled. In this sweltering summer, the sensation of cold was truly exhilarating and remarkably delightful, as the ice cream melted upon his tongue. Enveloped by its refreshing coolness, a profound richness and lingering sweetness emerged. This sweetness evoked memories of Iruka's first love and the tender kiss stolen from the man during a midnight encounter. The same emotions, the same sweetness. Times have changed. Now Iruka stood here, savoring this cup of ice cream, reminiscing about the touch of that bygone era. Yet, the individuals from that time were not. After this moment of sweetness, Iruka felt an overwhelming emptiness, as if someone had extracted his heart, leaving him hollow. However, Iruka was seized by Naruto, a hand grasping the ice cream cup. Naruto did not possess as many ideas as Ruri, and if he followed the notion of skipping meals, Ruri would undoubtedly take advantage of it. Without a second thought, he scooped a spoonful and devoured it ravenously. The ice cream had already cooled, and one could only imagine the chill of that single spoonful. As it touched his tongue, it erupted with an explosion of icy sensation, like a tornado tearing through the air. Consequently, the Hokage soon found himself in agony, shivering and trembling from the cold. In this sweltering summer, it was hard to believe someone could feel so frigid. Yet, swiftly, the cold winter gave way to the warm embrace of spring, and the gentle sweetness seemed to erase the scars of the earth, instantly enveloping his entire tongue, creating a moment of bliss in Naruto's heart. The Hokage could only reminisce about his past life, dismissing all notions of chewing gum and lollipops. At that very moment, his heart was solely occupied by ice cream. Nothing else. Ice cream truly was the quintessential delicacy of the snow-capped elite. In that instant, Iruka and Naruto reached an unprecedented consensus. Unfortunately, it was all too fleeting. Mere seconds later, they had devoured 2 scoops of ice cream, with Iruka snatching up the melted liquid from the bottom of the crystal cup. "Iruka-sensei, you sly rascal. Treating me to ice cream," Naruto exclaimed, hands on his hips, wearing a disgruntled expression. "Well, it seems it might rain today. I must hurry back to gather my clothes." Iruka shrugged, waving his hand, his face adorned with an innocent smile. However, as Naruto cast a doubtful glance outside, the weather was clear. Where could the rain possibly come from? Just as Naruto turned to question Iruka, he realized that Iruka had already left, leaving only a shadow of himself seated there. At that moment, Naruto sensed something beneath him was cracking. Ouyang Ming, one hand resting on his chest, spoke calmly. "Brother, can we not discuss money? Let us not talk about money. We are good brothers. Why is it that you are so fixated on finances?" Naruto was at a loss for words. Ouyang Ming gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle and remarked, "Of course, we are brothers, not business partners." The Hokage sighed. After a while, it was time to part ways. Ouyang Ming packed his belongings and returned to his rented abode. As for the puppet, following the waterlog incident, it had regained its system by morning. After all, he now possessed some degree of self-preservation and did not wish to be suspected by Kiba over a mere puppet. Walking down the street, Ouyang Ming was frequently greeted by acquaintances. Truth be told, Konoha was a splendid place. Most villagers here were remarkably honest and friendly, unlike in his previous life, where even family and neighbors would often pretend not to recognize each other when crossing paths. In Konoha, Ouyang Ming could distinctly feel the villagers' sincere warmth etched on their faces. Completely genuine. It was no wonder that even someone as socially awkward as Mizuki would dedicate his life to fighting for the future of the village. Ouyang Ming could not help but sigh. This was Konoha, a warm and welcoming family. As long as the leaves dance in the air, the flames shall ignite, casting their shadows to illuminate the entire village, fostering the unobserved budding of new leaves. In this moment, Ouyang Ming encountered the most profound words passed down through 3 generations. Perhaps therein lies the allure of the leaves. Navigating through the bustling marketplace, the throngs of people gradually thinned, revealing noticeable gaps on the roads flanking the houses. Ouyang Ming's dwelling was, in fact, in close proximity to the slums, where most inhabitants were impoverished souls struggling to survive, or orphans displaced by the ravages of war. At the very least, the leaves offered them shelter from the sun and rain. If we were in the hidden mist village, We would be at a loss regarding how to assist these individuals. Nevertheless, Ouyang Ming's abode was hardly superior. It was grimy, noisy, and perilous. Such conditions were commonplace. Thus, he often found himself envying Naruto, who was fortunate enough to have a good father, receiving the support of the third Hokage, and residing in the village's living quarters. Even if the Hokage rented a modest room, it would be exponentially safer than Ouyang Ming's quarters. In the past, he often encountered unsavory characters lurking in the shadows at night, leaving him with indelible memories. At that moment, a child rushed toward him, clad in tattered clothing, displaying numerous signs of stitching. With his head bowed, he made a beeline for Ouyang Ming. Speak of the devil, Ouyang Ming thought, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. It was evident that the child belonged to a local band of thieves. Indeed, as the child leaped into Ouyang Ming's embrace, he exclaimed an apology. Yet one hand nonchalantly reached for Ouyang Ming's wallet. Unfortunately for the child, he had crossed paths with Ouyang Ming. Father, the child cried, attempting to withdraw his unsteady hand. But Ouyang Ming firmly grasped it, icy disdain lacing his words. Get lost, and do not let me see you again. Ouyang Ming was well versed in dealing with such thieves. He understood that showing even the slightest hint of weakness would only invite further trouble. Thus, he tightened his grip, leaving a crimson mark on the child's thin arm. That hurts. Let go. The thief wailed, desperately pulling at Ouyang Ming's hand. Leave this instant. Do you understand? Despite being an orphan who had emerged from the depths of poverty, Ouyang Ming's heart softened momentarily as he feigned ferocity. Oh, I understand. I understand. The child nodded eagerly, much like a chick pecking at grains. Yet, as the child lowered his head, a glimmer sparked in his small eyes. Witnessing such apparent sincerity, Ouyang Ming relented and released him. This was merely a fleeting episode for Ouyang Ming, who soon cast the incident aside, making his way to his rented room. The building was a dilapidated 3-story structure, its age evident in the peeling paint, and curiously, it was encrusted with moss and dust. Ouyang Ming resided in a small room on the 3rd floor to the north, a mere 40 square meters that could scarcely accommodate a servant. What surprised him, however, was the presence of someone who had already visited his landlady. He affectionately referred to her as such because she resembled a character from the movies, with a personality to match. In the distance, Ouyang Ming could hear the disconcerting sound of his landlady, her voice fragmented with urgency. The rent was due. Pay up, you fools. You haven't settled last month's rent, and now the electricity is cut off. Suddenly, like a wolf encountering a beauty, a radiant light burst forth. The landlady, her ample figure dragging along, approached Ouyang Ming, cigarette in hand. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if she might plunge herself into the depths of the Tan River. Ouyang Ming, when do you intend to pay this month's rent? You were so diligent before your rent was due, and now look at you. She chided. You claim that moving bricks is too hard, yet you rush off to open a shop. I told you, you are not a chef. Look at this, will you? The landlady spoke bluntly, her gaudy eyes betraying an open disdain for Ouyang Ming. It was as if she were not merely a landlord trapped in this situation, but rather Ali ibn Abi Talib himself. Anticipating her demeanor, Ouyang Ming remained calm, reaching into his wallet. Meanwhile, a thief with shifty eyes glanced around, seeing no one, and slipped into an abandoned house. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, addressing the thief. Is it done? The thief, resembling a dog before its master, nodded and bowed. Master, the task has been completed perfectly. Afterward, the thief rolled his eyes, offering a sycophantic smile. Rubbing his hands together, he implored, Master, you promised me. The figure merely grunted, remaining immobile. The thief's expression turned dull. His lips moved, as if to utter something. Yet, in an instant, terror flashed in his eyes, and with a sudden pop, he collapsed to the ground, uncertain of his fate. Ouyang Ming, I am merely concerned for your little shop, just a dream. Surely you are not serious? Stop daydreaming and quietly return to moving bricks. This month's rent will surely be paid. The landlady's brain cells struggled valiantly to persuade Ouyang Ming, but to no avail. That expression, was it benevolence? To those unaware, it seemed as though she had a connection with Ouyang Ming. Unfortunately, he saw through her facade in the morning light. This tenant was a person lacking discernment. Had he not maintained such a commendable record of timely rent payments, he would surely have been forcefully evicted by now. Calmly, Ouyang Ming extracted 500 yuan from his wallet, stating, Here is this month's rent. Suddenly, like a machine halting mid-game, the landlady ceased her incessant chatter, her gaudy eyes fixated on the money in Ouyang Ming's hand. In an instant, she snatched the cash, her face breaking into a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. Oh, I told you, the most promising person here is indeed you. You see, I often tell others that Xiao Ming is destined for greatness. Indeed, after a long spell of running the shop, she had amassed a considerable fortune. The landlady gleefully counted the money, her words strikingly contradictory to her earlier demeanor. For a person like her, what use was saving face? What value did a small amount of money hold? After paying, Ouyang Ming paid her no further heed, heading straight home and shutting the door behind him. In the face of such composure, Ouyang Ming's heart remained undisturbed. After all, for a maid, if one possesses wealth, even after being struck on the left cheek, she would flatter you, begging for another slap. At present, Ouyang Ming was solely focused on a singular task: how to complete the mission before the system's announcement. To present ice cream as a Valentine's Day gift, transforming it into a token of affection for the villagers of Kiba. Mission statement: as an aspiring and ambitious chef. The days of mere toil are over. Let ice cream commence the myth of lovers, rather than a mere declaration of love. With his chin resting thoughtfully on his hand, Ouyang Ming inquired, "System, please elucidate the criteria for completing this task. Your description is rather vague. Host, no wonder you lack a girlfriend." The system replied with a tone of seriousness. "Must you expose me like that?" Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow. "And your own relationship status is inconsequential, isn't it?" He retorted. "On Valentine's Day in the Fire World, it is customary for boys and girls to exchange a box of chocolates. The system's task is to replace chocolates with ice cream as a Valentine's gift," the system asserted with unwavering seriousness. Haha, Ouyang Ming's lips twitched. "I find your pricing for ice cream rather malicious, host. This system is entirely fair. 250 for ice cream is just right," the system continued earnestly. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Ouyang Ming perceived the system as fragmented glass. During a chat online, a peculiar object appeared in Ouyang Ming's wallet. This creature was diminutive, no larger than a grain of rice, with a deep hue that made it easily overlooked. However, upon its emergence, it revealed a fearsome countenance, inflating like a balloon, its entire body swelling. Once it reached a certain threshold, expanding to the size of a fist, it would explode. Boom! A cloud of green smoke suddenly erupted, carrying a pungent odor that invoked a desire to retch. Everything transpired too swiftly. By the time Ouyang Ming comprehended the situation, the entire house was engulfed in green smoke. Oh, damn! This mist is toxic. Merely inhaling a whiff left Ouyang Ming dizzy, his vision blurring. "Get out, fatty." In this dire moment, Ouyang Ming swiftly covered his nose and rescued the little fatty from the system, commanding it to protect him at all costs. After doing so, Ouyang Ming felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his legs turning to jelly as he staggered and collapsed to the ground. "Stop." The door to the room swung open, and a diminutive figure entered. Ouyang Ming struggled to lift his gaze. To be honest, he was in a wretched state, a wave of drowsiness crashing over him repeatedly. Upon seeing the intruder, he was taken aback, for this was the very person he had just encountered, the thief. Ouyang Ming's smile was more terrifying than tears, believing that everything was part of the thief's premeditated plan. He berated himself. Yet he felt a semblance of reassurance as a tall silhouette shielded him. Indeed, it was Fatty, and because his line of sight was obstructed, Ouyang Ming failed to notice that the thief had vanished from before him. The thief's eyes were vacant and devoid of life, resembling a marionette manipulated by unseen strings. Clutching a dagger tightly, he moved with mechanical precision. Oblivious to the corpulent figure before him, he raised his arm and foolishly lunged forward with the blade. The sharp steel struck the stout man's hardened exterior with a crisp clang, leaving only a superficial white scratch without causing any harm. Following this encounter, the thief resembled a lifeless phone, abruptly ceasing his movements and collapsing forward. Thud! His forehead struck the ground with considerable force, a few drops of blood oozing forth. Everything felt surreal. Unfortunately, Ouyang Ming was unaware of what transpired next, having fainted prematurely. 500 meters away, atop a towering ancient edifice, a man clad in a black robe stood resolutely against the wind. The parasites, upon their return, must undergo refinement. Otherwise, they would be incapable of even controlling a child. The man in black pondered, "Who are you?" Not knowing, for committing murder in the village constituted a grave offense. A voice, resembling that of an elderly man, echoed, as a seemingly ordinary old woman approached the figure in black, having appeared out of nowhere. She was the same elderly lady Ouyang Ming had encountered previously. The black-clad man's pupils constricted in shock, exclaiming, "Who are you?" The old woman formed a seal with her hands, and with a resounding thud, revealed her true form, stating, "Sir, come with me to meet Lord Hokage." Upon seeing her, the man in black fell silent, his entire being fracturing into a swarm of insects, scattering in all directions. Kakashi shed his disguise, transforming from the elderly woman back to his original self. Observing the figure in black retreat into the swarm of insects, his brows furrowed in an unprecedented seriousness, he remarked, "How could it possibly be a member of the Oil Clan?" It turned out that Kakashi was discreetly investigating Ouyang Ming under the orders of the third Hokage. Initially, everything appeared normal, but unexpectedly, he had caught a significant target. Kakashi initially believed he was a mere ninja lurking in an enemy village, prompting him to spring into action. After all, Ouyang Ming was now a member of the Cotton Tree Clan, and in the absence of definitive evidence proving him to be a spy, Kakashi felt compelled to assist him. Who would have anticipated that the adversary employed the enigmatic techniques of the Oil Clan? Nevertheless, the individual had already transgressed the laws of the village. Thus, he must be apprehended. Kakashi removed the mask obscuring his eyes. Sharingan, activate. With the aid of his enhanced vision, Kakashi's dynamic sight improved remarkably, enabling him to track the flight of each insect. Simultaneously, the writing concealed within the swarm could not elude the gaze of the Sharingan. Before long, Kakashi discerned a massive source of chakra amidst the swarm, akin to a colossal sun in the night sky, impossible to overlook. "You cannot evade me," Kakashi murmured. Then he propelled himself forward, akin to a cheetah swiftly traversing the grasslands, closing in on the swarm. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." The figure in black, upon perceiving the movement, was instantly overcome with dread. Drenched in cold sweat, desperately urging himself onward, he recognized that defeating Kakashi was an impossibility. For the latter was a prodigy who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5 and became a ninja genius by 12. Regrettably, the weather today was far from favorable. Great fireball technique. He heard a resounding scream as a plume of fire erupted from his throat, soaring into the wind and transforming into a colossal fireball, nearly the height of a human. The flames radiated intense heat, darting through the air like arrows released from a bow, heading straight for the swarm of insects. Oh no! Even from afar, the cloaked figure could sense the searing heat in the air. At his current position, even if he evaded it, half of the swarm would surely be incinerated by the fireball's residual glow. "You've pushed me to this." The dark-clad man, a formidable adversary, wasted no time in regrouping the swarm. He swiftly tied a knot, channeling immense energy through his being. Mysticism, devourer. Suddenly, the swarm erupted with astonishing force, coalescing into a massive maw that darted towards the fireball, voraciously swallowing the half-human-sized sphere into the gaping black hole. What a spectacle! Bang, bang. The fireball was consumed within the swarm's mouth, extinguishing countless writhing creatures. Unfortunately, for every space the fireball incinerated, a new wave of insects would immediately fill the void. Thus, amidst this desperate struggle, the arrogance of the fireball was ultimately quelled. Yet, this did not bring joy to the cloaked figure. You see, the adversary had merely employed a technique akin to ninjutsu, yet wielded comparable B-class ninjutsu power. The master of the black robe had showcased remarkable prowess. Such was the might of the elite. A voice, as solid as stone, echoed from below. "I have you now." Accompanying this proclamation, a steadfast hand, reminiscent of an eagle's iron talon, suddenly emerged from the ground, tightly grasping the dark figure's ankle. The heart was severed. A fleeting thought of the black robe flashed through his mind as he was dragged into the earth, leaving only his head exposed, an absurd sight. Soon, the captor revealed himself. Indeed, it was Kakashi. It turned out that his use of the fireball technique was merely a ruse to draw the enemy's attention, while the true lethal move was to catch the adversary off guard. After all, a living ninja is invaluable, but I seem to recall no such person in the village. Kakashi scrutinized the face of the man in the black robe through his sunglasses, remaining vigilant. If he swiftly procured the sealing book, he must also seal the opposing chakra. Dream on. The cloaked man's pupils narrowed to pinpricks as he shouted, "Even if I die, I will not be taken alive." Alarmed, Kakashi quickly surmised that the opponent had a hidden card, hastening his movements as he pointed towards the black-clad individual in the sealing book. Unfortunately, he was faster. The man in black was swifter. Mysterious art, devouring celestial worms. The cloaked figure emitted a ruthless, thunderous cheer. The same motion, yet executed differently. This time, it was not ninjutsu aimed at the enemy, but rather directed at himself. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the worms concealed within the black robe stirred restlessly. It was clear the master had consumed everything. There were no corpses left. A true carcass, even the bones devoured by the worms. Devoid of chakra's sustenance, the insect's life force waned, like raindrops falling to the ground. Kakashi hung his arm, clutching the ceiling book, suspended in midair, frozen in shock. Despite having endured countless battles, such a decisive and ruthless foe remains a rarity. Furthermore, Peace Village has enjoyed tranquility for many years. Such a ninja must surely be a veteran of the battlefield, not an anonymous figure. At this moment, Kakashi's countenance had never appeared so grave. When did our village acquire a new force of which we have never heard? It seems to stem from the villagers themselves. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi dared not delay, sealing all the insect corpses in a scroll, preparing to take them back as evidence to present to the third Hokage. Lord Hy of the Farasudo Tower, this is how matters stand, Kakashi stated. The third Hokage took 2 deep puffs on his pipe, feeling a slight ache in his temples. I understand. You are in quite the predicament, the third remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. After Kakashi departed, the third's gaze sharpened suddenly, like a long-hidden sword that had regained its luster. It appeared that some individuals within the village were rather restless. As darkness receded like a tide, Ouyang Ming gradually awakened from his slumber. At this moment, the voice of the system echoed incessantly in his ears. The antiviral process had commenced, aimed at expelling toxins from the host's body, erasing 20 of the affliction. 100, obliterating the outcome. Ouyang Ming, still grappling with dizziness, suddenly recalled memories from before his unconsciousness. He was taken aback. That thief. Without hesitation, Ouyang Ming rolled over and beheld his own body lying before a diminutive figure, while the rotund companion stood guard nearby. At this juncture, the thief's blood had congealed into a dark mass, having been that way for quite some time. Ouyang Ming was not reckless. He commanded his portly companion to inspect the thief. After all, the events of the day had been somewhat peculiar, and caution was always prudent. The chubby puppet dutifully obeyed the command, flipping the thief over to reveal his corpse. The sight was enough to send shivers down Ouyang Ming's spine, causing his stomach to churn. What he witnessed was utterly grotesque. The thief's face resembled a honeycomb, riddled with countless black holes from which wriggling maggots could be seen. Not to mention the phobia of intimate encounters. Even a person of Ouyang Ming's composure found himself retching at the sight. With no other recourse, Ouyang Ming sought assistance from the system. What insights do you have regarding the corpse? He inquired. Trace amounts of an unknown chakra-based organism detected. The system can recycle for research purposes, the system responded with solemnity. In haste, Ouyang Ming truly wished to avert his eyes from the corpse. As soon as the voice faded, a beam of light emanated from Ouyang Ming's body, illuminating the corpse before him. Like magic, the entire body, along with all its insects, vanished as if it had never existed on this earth. Even the dried blood upon the ground disappeared without a trace. Host, the materials you provided possess significant research value. As a token of appreciation, we present you with Laoganma chili sauce. Please visit the store, the system stated earnestly. Laoganma? A flicker of curiosity crossed Ouyang Ming's eyes as he responded, System, what is that? The detection capabilities of the host are regrettably inadequate, leading to a lack of informed rights regarding the system's severity. Ouyang Ming's lips twitched slightly, and then he proceeded to introduce the renowned Laoganma chili sauce. Did he not? Laoganma chili sauce is meticulously crafted using traditional methods, exuding elegance and finesse, with a distinct spiciness and a lingering aftertaste that sets it apart. It is an indispensable companion at home and a cherished gift among relatives, as the system solemnly asserts. After hearing this explanation, Ouyang Ming felt a twinge of greed. Moreover, he was curious whether Laoganma chili sauce bore any resemblance to the earthy imprint from his previous life, or if they were indeed the same product. If so, what kind of connection would this system have with Earth? Would it not lead Ouyang Ming to question the reasons behind his presence in the world of Naruto? With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Ouyang Ming could not bear to linger at home any longer and hastened to the store for a meal. At this moment, it was already the following day, and the sky was brightening. Today marked a significant day for assignments at the Ninja Academy. Naruto left with a cheerful demeanor but returned feeling dejected. As he walked down the street, hands shoved in his pockets, head bowed. His face bore the unmistakable mark of unhappiness, emanating an aura that discouraged strangers from approaching. What is so great about Sasuke? He is merely a person who looks somewhat brooding. Why does Sakura always fixate on that pale face, refusing to spare me a glance? It's utterly perplexing. To make matters worse, that bastard Sasuke stole my first kiss, and I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall never let you off the hook. Just wait and see. The mere recollection of this morning's events filled Naruto with ire, particularly since he and Sasuke had been assigned to the same class. Sasuke was insufferable, a veritable nightmare. In a flash, a thought crossed Naruto's mind. Why not consult his older brother to see if he could offer any assistance? That's the way to go. With renewed vigor, Naruto disregarded all reservations and promptly turned to head towards Ouyang Ming's shop. Not long after Ouyang Ming opened his store, he spotted Naruto arriving. Covered in dust and drenched in sweat, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Naruto, are you here for dinner?" Ouyang Ming inquired, puzzled. Naruto's lips twitched as he vigorously shook his head like a wave, exclaiming, "No, brother, I need to ask you something. Please tell me how to win over a girl. I beg you." Ouyang Ming was taken aback by Naruto's words. "What on earth? I don't even have a girlfriend. So how could I possibly teach you the art of courting?" Observing Ouyang Ming's silence, Naruto's heart swelled with anxiety, fearing Ouyang Ming might refuse to offer guidance. Thus, Naruto gazed earnestly at Ouyang Ming, crossing his arms over his chest, and implored with utmost sincerity, "Brother, I'm begging you." At that moment, the system reluctantly sprang forth, announcing the activation of a hidden quest, the brother's request. Quest description: as an elder brother, one must embody the qualities of such a role. How could I disregard my younger sibling's plea? The quest entails fulfilling Naruto's wish as a ninja. Quest reward: the art of crafting meat dumplings. Given the system's issuance of the quest, Ouyang Ming found himself with little reason to refuse. Yet, the question of how to woo a girl remained, a conundrum that has perplexed single individuals for countless years. Ouyang Ming felt an overwhelming whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind, reminiscent of the countless films and animations he had previously encountered. Ultimately, he discovered an alternative path. With a gentle pat on Naruto's shoulder, he confidently advised, "Bring the girl you admire and treat her to an ice cream. She will surely fall for you." "Are you jesting, brother?" Naruto, the protagonist of Naruto, expressed disbelief, his face reflecting a plea not to be underestimated. "When have you ever seen your elder brother deceive you?" Ouyang Ming reassured him with another supportive pat, appearing entirely credible. However, internally, he lamented, "In the past, I simply lacked the opportunity to mislead you." Indeed, the youthful Naruto, well versed in the ways of the town, was soon swayed by Ouyang Ming's unwavering confidence. Subsequently, Ouyang Ming whispered a few words in his ear, and suddenly, Naruto was as exhilarated as if he had encountered the Hokage, dashing off to find Sakura. As he observed Naruto's retreating figure, Ouyang Ming could only sigh. Children are easily fooled. Regardless of the outcome, Naruto was finally dispatched, leaving Ouyang Ming to face his own confinement. Task description: as an elder brother, one must embody the role. How can you overlook a younger sibling? Please assist the master in fulfilling Naruto's wish. Task completed, and rewards were swiftly granted. Instantly, a cascade of information regarding meat buns flooded Ouyang Ming's mind. Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach chimed in with enthusiasm, emitting a low rumble. Ouyang Ming acknowledged his hunger. Ever since he arrived in the world of Naruto, he had never encountered such delectable cuisine, let alone savored buns. In his school days, he was accustomed to receiving 2 large round breads every morning. Ah, how delightful and unforgettable they were. In a state of exhilaration, Ouyang Ming reflected on the bun's name. Trust in the whole bun. The noodle filling was meticulously crafted, adhering to strict standards, with an aesthetically pleasing appearance. Notably, the proportions of the buns were balanced, each containing no fewer than 15 layers. It was said that during Yuan Shirkai's tenure as the governor of Zhili, he dispatched envoys to Beijing to pay tribute to Empress Dowager Cixi while training the new army in Tianjin. Through systematic refinement, the bun's meat was made from medium-quality pork, enhancing its flavor. Additionally, prolonged consumption could foster opportunities for promotion and tolerance. As for the intermediate banister, Ouyang Ming pondered. Previously, beef ramen was prepared using what was termed inferior spiritual mediums, a detail he had overlooked. However, it now seemed that numerous matters required attention. Ouyang Ming inquired, "System, is the banister still confidential?" Perhaps to facilitate Ouyang Ming's understanding, a piece of information directly entered his consciousness. Generally, stair railings could be categorized into 5 major types: low, medium, high, large, and gigantic. The corresponding ninja classifications were the lower class, middle class, upper class, half-shadow class, and shadow class. As for the tailed beasts, they were not taken into account, considering the significant disparity among the 9-tailed beasts. Even the weakest among them possessed the power to suffocate, while the mightiest could effortlessly vanquish relatively weaker shadows. Thus, one might question, are not all spiritual mediums remarkable? Ouyang Ming can confidently assert that you are mistaken. Much like Kakashi, who was filled with 5, It is, at best, merely of a lower rank. A formidable summoner, akin to a toad's head, can vanquish a mere tail. As for the toad sage, their power is boundless, long surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary summoner. It could be said that they transcend the realm of summoners, embodying something entirely novel, akin to fairies. Just as those 6 immortal beings, one must ponder, are they still human? The answer, evidently, is in the negative. We continuously extract chakras from our bodies, yet simultaneously, these chakras incessantly influence us, propelling our evolution. Chakra, one might argue, is the gift bestowed upon the inhabitants of this land by the world itself. Contemplating this, Ouyang Ming took a significant step into the kitchen. The flour designated for crafting meat buns, or perhaps for making ramen, emanated a delicate fragrance of rice, creating a comforting aroma. Ouyang Ming combined the flour with yeast, adding water to form a dough, which he then placed in a fermentation chamber to rise. Awakening is a popular fermentation method, typically maintained at a temperature of 35 to 40 degrees Celsius for about 30 to 60 minutes, with a relative humidity of 80 to 90. After the dough had risen sufficiently, Ouyang Ming did not remain idle. He retrieved a piece of quality pork from the refrigerator, succulent and clearly derived from the pig's leg. After washing the pork, Ouyang Ming chopped it finely with a cleaver and placed it in a bowl. He then added soy sauce, salt, cooking wine, chopped green onions, minced ginger, monosodium glutamate, and sesame oil, stirring clockwise until the mixture was thoroughly blended. The meat entwined with a medley of spices, coalescing into an inseparable whole, exuding an enticing aroma that stimulated the appetite. With the ingredients well mixed, Ouyang Ming poured in a small amount of cold water, stirring in a clockwise direction until the mixture became exceedingly viscous, ready to serve as filling. Crafting buns is not more complex than making ramen, however. It demands a greater intensity. Ouyang Ming needed to knead the risen dough thoroughly, dividing it into uniformly sized portions. If the dough for ramen represents the union of yin and yang, then the dough for buns is purely yang, aimed at achieving a softer texture. It is evident that Ouyang Ming faced considerable disadvantages. As an orphan, what nourishment could he have possibly received over the past decade? Previously lacking a structured regimen, Ouyang Ming could be said to have subsisted on 3 meals a day, enduring hardship. By now, Ouyang Ming appeared quite frail, and the process of making buns proved arduous. He did not rely solely on the strength of his arms. Instead, he assumed an unusual posture, bending his waist and legs in such a way that made it nearly impossible to knead the dough effectively. Upon finally completing this task, he gasped for breath, utterly exhausted, as though he had been pulled from a pool, drenched in sweat. Moreover, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back. For a man, back pain is a significant concern. After a prolonged rest, Ouyang Ming retrieved a rolling pin, flattening the dough into round shapes to create dumpling wrappers. That, too, was a laborious endeavor. In the process of crafting the bun dough, Yang Ming felt utterly exhausted, with sharp, needle-like pains radiating from various parts of his body. After enduring considerable hardship, Ouyang Ming finally perfected the dumpling skins and stuffed the filling into their center, much like a pastry chef with 3 to 4 decades of experience. Ouyang Ming excelled at making buns. He placed the steamed buns into the pot, filled it with cold water, and remarked with a sense of delight that in approximately half an hour, they would be ready to feast upon. As steam billowed from the crevices of the steamer, it resembled a white serpent coiling gracefully in the air, exhaling a fragrant aroma. Just as every boy and girl experiences the anticipation of a date, Ouyang Ming's face was etched with anxious expectation. His stomach, audibly protesting, urged him incessantly to eat. With a determined step, he stoked the fire beneath the pot and lifted the lid. The pent-up steam, having been restrained for what felt like an eternity, burst forth like a dragon emerging from the depths, soaring skyward. Simultaneously, the rich fragrance of the buns wafted through the air. The ground seemed to tremble as if a great wave were sweeping in, not only engulfing the entire shop but spilling outwards. Thick clouds of white smoke leading one to wonder if the place was ablaze. Suddenly, whispers circulated from a small shop outside Ouyang Ming's village. Why does it smell so divine? What is this aroma I have never encountered before? Once, villagers had been instructed on such matters, suppressing their salivation while feigning indifference. Indeed, the scent is exquisite, but alas, the proprietor's heart is too callous. Right? Doesn't he learn from Uncle Yu? He thinks too highly of himself. Youngsters should refrain from speaking too much. A touch of pride is often their downfall. After several failures, one gains wisdom. Yes, old Ginger remains as wise and sharp as ever. A middle-aged man in a green vest caught a whiff of the aroma and exclaimed, "Ah, this is the essence of youth." He then took a bold step. following the fragrance from the modest shop. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming remained blissfully unaware of the commotion outside, wholly absorbed in the enticing scent of the buns. The method of preparing these buns mirrored that of the renowned Go-Believe system, embodying all its distinctive characteristics. Each dumpling boasted 18 pleats, perfectly symmetrical. In the steamy air, they resembled autumn chrysanthemums shrouded in mist, a sight to behold. The delicate dumpling skin was thin yet uniform. Although not as sheer as wonton wrappers, they were generously filled. Ouyang Ming lifted a bun to his nose, inhaling deeply as the enticing aroma teased his latent appetite. He yearned to open his mouth wide, transforming into a glutton. Unfortunately, the bun was no larger than an adult's fist, and his mouth had yet to grow to accommodate such a feast. Reluctantly, Ouyang Ming took a bite of the snow-white bun. As he bit down, the juices erupted forth like a dam breaking, flooding his palate. Scalding hot meat juices cascaded onto Ouyang Ming's tongue like molten lava. The sensation is so intense that, in an instant, the taste buds on the tongue feel as though they are exploding. The scorched, tingling tongue mingles with the filling. And soon, Ouyang Ming experiences a transcendental transformation, as if he has ascended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise, savoring an unprecedented flavor. The purest essence of meat bursts forth in his mouth, both fragrant and non-greasy, devoid of the nauseating fullness that often accompanies such indulgence, yet leaving him yearning for more with every bite. Oddly, when Ouyang Ming's mouth disengages from the bun, not a single drop of juice clings to the corners of his lips. Typically, when consuming meat dumplings, an abundance of filling tends to create a rich, greasy experience. However, this meat dumpling is distinctly different. It is plentiful yet remarkably devoid of greasiness. This is the secret of its filling. Yet, despite the deliciousness of the bun, Ouyang Ming finds himself dissatisfied. No, he is not content. The buns lack the perfect balance of firmness and softness. The flavor is insufficiently exquisite. The pork is not finely minced. Each small piece detracts from the overall taste, leading to a poor evaluation. Confronted with his creation, Ouyang Ming leaves no room for criticism, pondering incessantly on areas for improvement. After all, even with the system he has established, it is not infallible. Ultimately, success relies on his own diligence. In truth, Ouyang Ming has developed a systematic approach to his culinary craft, yet there remain numerous inadequacies. Much like ice cream, he struggles to present his creations in an appealing manner. He has recognized this flaw, thus he holds himself to rigorous standards, striving relentlessly for progress. Faced with his shortcomings, Ouyang Ming furrows his brow, compelled to postpone the launch of any new products until he is fully satisfied. Just then, a tall figure enters the shop. Upon entering, the man inhales deeply through his nose and exclaims with excitement, "Ah, I have finally found my youth." Ouyang Ming, taken aback by this peculiar proclamation, shares the sentiment of bewilderment with anyone who might overhear. Turning to see who this strange individual is, he is astonished to find it is Metcalf, the blue beast of Chiba village. Ignoring Ouyang Ming's incredulous gaze, Hackett takes a seat and says, "Boss, what delectable creation are you preparing? Let me have a taste." "Oh, you mean this?" Ouyang Ming gestures apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, but we are not selling buns at the moment." Hackett watches the white, round buns sway enticingly before him, fixated on their allure. Alas, he has never encountered such a delicacy. In his eyes, this fragrant treat epitomizes youth. Hackett's thought processes are always unconventional. Upon hearing Ouyang Ming's refusal, he is momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You're not selling?" A wave of utter confusion washes over his face. Why? If in the past, Kakashi had successfully drawn Hackett's ire due to his brilliance and long-standing disregard, then inadvertently, Ouyang Ming has now taken Kakashi's place, managing to evoke Hackett's animosity. This is a fellow whose actions often speak louder than words. He directly grips Ouyang Ming by the collar, shaking him vigorously. To his astonishment, Hackett did not perceive any fault in himself. On the contrary, he implored, "Boss, how could you act this way when the young man calls upon me again?" Ouyang Ming was shaken so vigorously by him that the bun he had been holding with his chopsticks slipped free and, unexpectedly, soared into the air. And a shadow, too. But do it swiftly. Ouyang Ming merely felt a gentle breeze caress his cheek, and in the blink of an eye, the bun had descended to the ground, while Hackett was seized by the hand. "I lack manners." Hackett disregarded Ouyang Ming's peculiar expression and took a hearty bite of the bun. He was dubbed the Light Blue Beast not solely for his ferocity and style, but also for his remarkable intuition. Thus, despite Hackett's lack of wisdom, he was indeed clever. As he caught the scent of roasted meat rolls wafting from the shop, his intuition incessantly reminded him that this was a tremendous opportunity for him. At the entrance, a white bun with a thin skin, akin to crumbled tofu upon a city wall, suddenly collapsed, revealing fresh filling within, like a serpent's tongue emerging from a gaping hole. For a fleeting moment, Hackett felt as though his mouth was filled with a fragrant smoke. The warm liquid upon his tongue was the most exhilarating sensation he had ever experienced, flowing from heart to heart, from lung to lung. It was as though his soul ascended to the heavens. With a single bite, Hackett knew he would never forget. But this was not the end. As the flowing juices filled his mouth, each slice cascaded into his stomach, abruptly releasing a surge of pure life energy. Suddenly, Hackett's eyes widened as he felt an unbelievable transformation within his body. Like a stream flowing into a river, this pure life energy coursed through his chakra system. Bang! In an instant, the chakras within Hackett unhesitatingly consumed the life energy, swiftly transforming it into chakra. Even more wondrously, this process was devoid of delay, remarkably smooth. Faced with this miraculous change, Hackett excitedly pumped his fists and exclaimed, "This is youth. I am aflame with passion." Ouyang Ming finally comprehended why Cassius had continually feigned ignorance of Hackett. This was utterly embarrassing. Hackett smacked his lips, a hint of distaste crossing his features as he remarked, "Oh, if only it could be spicier. You have no right to say such things. You thief who pilfers food without the master's consent. Hey, boss, along Youth Road, aren't we friends?" Hackett's face bore the expression that we were good friends. Thus, my consumption of your bun was not thievery. It was akin to the character Kong Eiji from Lu Xun's works. This is not theft, it is a request. It is shamelessness. Ouyang Ming's eyes widened, silently questioning, "For the sake of food, have you so easily cast aside your integrity?" Perhaps Hackett felt a tinge of embarrassment. As he smiled and said, "Boss, name your price." At that moment, Ouyang Ming, enlightened, paused to contemplate, then replied, "This establishment does not sell buns at present. Hence no payment is required." Hackett remarked, "I was unaware that anyone conducted business in such a manner." Before he could fully grasp this, Ouyang Ming continued, "Since you have eaten my bun, why not agree to one condition in return for the bun?" Hackett gently touched the back of his head, pondering for a moment, and assured, "As long as it does not contravene the regulations, I can guarantee that." Upon hearing Hacker's words, Ouyang Ming's lips curled into a smile. While they conversed, Hacker's gaze drifted towards the store. As he beheld the exorbitant prices on the menu, a bowl of beef ramen priced at 128 yuan, and ice cream astonishingly set at 250 yuan, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within him. He fervently hoped that they would not demand too much. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over Hacker. The thought of the embarrassment he would face if they discovered that he had forgotten his wallet today loomed large in his mind. Ouyang Ming approached Matt Tai, gently patting him on the shoulder. Strangely, he felt an unsettling premonition regarding Metcalf. Had the boss made an unreasonable request? No, if that were the case, I would surely refuse him. Metcalf focused his thoughts, his eyes filled with conviction as he awaited calmly. However, when Ouyang Ming articulated his request, the civilian hero collapsed in an instant. "Hacker, from today onward, be my little brother," Ouyang Ming declared, completely disregarding the significant age disparity between them. Outside the shop, disguised as an ordinary villager, Kakashi had been observing Ouyang Ming's establishment. Upon hearing this request, he couldn't help but feel elated. The shopkeeper, always so unexpectedly delightful. While Kakashi outside expressed joy, Metcalf inside was perplexed. "Boss, are you joking?" he asked, looking at Ouyang Ming with a look of boredom. "No, I never joke." Ouyang Ming replied solemnly. "Is the deep blue beast of Tamukimura an untrustworthy ninja?" "Metcalf, I am profoundly disappointed in you." Ouyang Ming's provocation was exceedingly effective, causing monumental losses to the military crown. "My youth does not permit me to betray my promises," Metcalf stated, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Excellent, just like that." Ouyang Ming glanced at the system, unable to conceal his pride. "Congratulations to the host for achieving EFE grade. I have not been a brother for many years." Achievement unlocked, the art of dual identity. As Ouyang Ming garnered this accomplishment, he pressed on, saying, "Hacker, since you have acknowledged me as your elder brother, could you teach me some physical techniques?" Ouyang Ming sought to learn martial arts from Matt Tai, merely to compensate for his shortcomings. After all, the system does not reward physical prowess. Metcalf was once again bewildered. "I dare say, your goal is merely to learn martial arts." 1,000 crows seemed to fly overhead. As if mocking him, "Fool." His face bore a sorrowful expression as he stared fixedly at Ouyang Ming, the endless banner echoing. Well, such an attitude from a middle-aged man instilled fear in everyone. Even the self-proclaimed iron-hearted Ouyang Ming trembled. To soothe him, Ouyang said, "Hacker, I made some meat buns. You can have them all." "Oh, where are they?" he inquired. Ouyang Ming pointed, and in the blink of an eye, Matt Tai's figure vanished. While others gathered by the steamer, seemingly uninterested in picking up the buns. It wouldn't be entirely true to say that Metcalf had never tasted anything. After all, the finest food only benefits the palate. However, Ouyang Ming's meat dumplings were different. After tasting them, Metcalf discovered that not only did they enhance his chakra slightly, but they also possessed the ability to heal long-hidden wounds. Truly remarkable. As a professional martial arts ninja, Metcalf has endured devilish training over the years, resulting in numerous concealed injuries. Ordinary medical ninjas are truly incapable of healing these hidden wounds. Perhaps only a master of exceptional skill could achieve such a feat. When youth was on his side, these injuries held little significance, but as he approached middle age, his vigor began to wane, and conflicts arose. For instance, Metcalf now feels his fists are not functioning as they should, and he cannot wield them effectively. He is acutely aware that he will inevitably follow in the footsteps of his father, Mitter. Yet, amidst this grim realization, a glimmer of hope remains. Metcalf believes that as long as he frequents this place for his daily bread, his internal injuries will eventually mend. Truly, Metcalf is also quite curious about how the proprietor concocts such delectable dishes. Thus, he unabashedly inquires, "What is this bun made of?" He asks, "How can it possess such energy?" "Hackett, have you forgotten your earlier words? What do you wish to call me?" Even if Ouyang Ming seeks rewards for his achievements, he has not forgotten to tease Mitter K. After all, the thrill of flirting with the original characters is an unparalleled joy, no matter how many times one indulges in it. As Metcalf swallowed, he nearly bit his own tongue, yet lamenting now would be futile. Therefore, he retorted, "Very well, brother. What did you say?" It was too quiet. "I couldn't hear." Ouyang Ming continued his training with a mischievous grin. "You are truly shameful." Mitter's heart brimmed with tears. However, the body is remarkably honest. Once integrity has been forsaken, there is little left. Metcalf exclaimed, "Brother." "All right, very well." Ouyang Ming smirked, tilting his head towards the moon, feigning innocence. "What did you just ask me?" "Brother, what is this bun made of?" The first and second times Metcalf addressed Ouyang Ming as brother flowed seamlessly, devoid of any awkwardness. Ouyang Ming was in high spirits, and the entire principle of camaraderie thrived. When Metcalf listened to Yang Ming's tales, he felt like a thorough Spartan. "Brother, consuming the meat of spiritual beasts must surely enhance the number of chakras, right?" Metcalf inquired, puzzled. "No, if others were to come, it would not succeed. But I can certainly create it with my own secret recipe," Ouyang Ming proclaimed confidently, clutching his chest. Metcalf was thankful that matters had not escalated to that point. Otherwise, the world would succumb to a frenzy of necromancy. Ouyang Ming observed Metcalf, knowing that he believed most of what he had said. However, he would never disclose the truth, that he could accomplish what others could not, all because of a certain system. After finishing his meal, Metcalf realized it was time to leave work, saying, "Hackett, take me to the gym." "Oh, are you also interested in the passions of the youthful?" Ouyang Ming replied. "With me around, I will ensure you train well." "Yet in my heart," Metcalf declared, "indeed, I shall train you in a devilish manner." Unbeknownst to Ouyang Ming, Matt was still in a foul mood, and a grueling regimen of training awaited him. Departing from the shop, Ouyang Ming followed Mickey to a clearing within the Konoha forest. This site, regarded by Metcalf as a training ground, was rather rudimentary, with training apparatuses strewn about haphazardly. Amidst several thick tree stumps, a figure reminiscent of a cheetah was fervently striking the stumps, producing a series of resonant thuds. The man, sporting a watermelon-shaped head and clad in a green bodysuit, had brows as thick as Metcalf's kin. It was none other than Rock Lee. Under the scorching sun, Lee, undeterred by fatigue, relentlessly threw punches, sweat cascading down his brow. From afar, Ouyang Ming faintly discerned him counting, 567, 568, 569. Observing Lee stirred a myriad of emotions within Ouyang Ming, for they shared many similarities, namely, neither possessed the innate talent for chakra cultivation. Absent a systematic approach, the ninja world would have perpetually left him behind due to his origins. Fortuitously, Lee encountered a mentor like Matt, who did not let his potential be squandered. Ouyang Ming, with a smile, remarked to one of the students, "Hackett, you have received a commendable student." However, the response was unexpectedly humble. Metcalf calmly stated, "No. In truth, Lee is not a physical prodigy, let alone skilled in ninjutsu or magic. Yet, he possesses a strength that transcends genius, for he is a diligent talent. I believe that those with innate abilities are often unhappy, while those who labor for those they trust find true joy. Ouyang Ming was taken aback. Moreover, the majority of individuals in this world are rather ordinary, like Rock Lee, like Metcalf, and even like Mitter. They are, in essence, very common ninjas. They do not hail from the prestigious clans of Konoha, lacking the powerful jutsu unique to their families, nor have they established a solid foundation from a young age. Even their innate talent in ninjutsu is unremarkable, often finding themselves in the middle of the pack, or even trailing behind. Notably, they have not given up. Ouyang Ming had often pondered why Lee could endure such rigorous training and ultimately surpass the so-called genius of the ninja era. Now, he vaguely comprehended the circumstances. Metcalf, perceptively aware of Ouyang Ming's contemplation of his words, remarked, "Learning martial arts for me is arduous. Are you prepared?" Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow. He had never been one to shy away, his gaze resolute as he firmly replied, "Of course." As they spoke, they approached the wooden stumps where Lee was training. At that moment, Lee had ceased his practice and promptly stowed away his efforts. With an expression of admiration, he greeted her enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Hag-sensei, are you here to sweat alongside me today?" She shook her head, responding, "Not today." "Oh, I see," Lee replied, his spirits evidently dampened. He then turned his gaze towards Ouyang Ming beside him. Pointing at me, he inquired of Hackett, "Who is he?" Metcalf's expression stiffened as he witnessed Yang Ming's mouth open in a roar. However, it was too late. "Hello, Lee, I am Hackett's brother, and my name is Ouyang Ming," he said with a beaming smile. In the next moment, silence enveloped the room. Little Lee, bewildered, glanced left and right, murmuring, "Why does he not resemble him at all?" Suddenly, it dawned on him. "Wait, what did you say? You are Hackett's brother?" Little Lee exclaimed, turning to face the two with a sudden intensity. Hastily distancing himself and adopting a defensive stance, cautiously declaring, "Who are you? Why are you masquerading as Hackett?" "Ouyang Ming." "Metcalf." Ouyang silently gazed skyward, inwardly sighing. Ah, the most lethal of invisible pretenders. Little Lee was a good child, utterly terrified. He scrutinized them more closely, demanding, "What are you doing, pretending to be Hackett?" Cough, cough. "Hey." Metcalf coughed violently, on the verge of speaking. Yet Little Lee had already deduced their scheme. "Hackett is perfectly healthy. He would not cough," he asserted. "You despicable scoundrel insulting Hackett. You're doomed." With that, Little Lee charged forth like a whirlwind, his legs swinging like iron whips. Bang! The imaginary foe was not felled by a single punch. Instead, Metcalf merely blocked it with one hand. Then, as expected, Lee was soundly beaten by Metcalf. "Hackett, why didn't you inform me you had a brother?" he lamented, with a large bag over his head. Metcalf truly wished to find a hole in the ground to bury his head. It appeared that in the future, not only would I need to train Lee's physique, but also his intellect. Unbeknownst to him, he resolved that this would lead to Lee becoming a best-selling author. "Little Lee, you are to train doubly hard today. You shall not dine until your training is complete," he declared. "Yes, Hackett." Little Lee shuddered and immediately acquiesced. Then, Metcalf turned to Ouyang Ming, hesitating. It was challenging for him to address Ouyang as big brother in front of his proud disciple. "What a pity. Hackett, instruct me on how to train my physical skills," he said, mindful of his appearance. "With Little Lee around, perhaps you could keep me company." Metcalf looked at Ouyang Ming gratefully and said to Little Lee, "Did you hear my words? Teach him as I have taught you." With that, Metcalf departed swiftly. He feared that should he linger any longer, his other two students would arrive, knowing they would not be as embarrassed as Little Lee. Little Lee, unfazed, excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Ouyang, I can feel my blood surging. Am I ready?" His brother complicated matters further. Regrettably, Ouyang sighed. This is not a complete accomplishment. Ouyang Ming pondered for a moment. Since Xiaoli's address of him as big brother had not activated any special powers, it would perhaps be better if he refrained from such appellations. He thus remarked, "Xiaoli, let us not stand on ceremony. You may simply call me Ouyang Ming. It is perfectly fine." Xiaoli readily acquiesced and then inquired, "Ouyang Ming, may I ask why you are studying physicality? Is it truly so peculiar?" Ouyang Ming pondered the question. Xiaoli, with an awkward smile, replied, "Because in our village, everyone mocks me for my foolishness in having to learn the art of physical exercise. You see, Ouyang Ming, I have come here to master these bodily techniques in order to create more delectable dishes." After a moment of silence, Ouyang Ming inquired, "So, you are indeed a chef?" "Indeed," Ouyang Ming affirmed. "And what of you, Xiaoli? What are you studying?" Xiaoli gazed skyward and responded, "Ouyang Ming, How far do you believe the heavens and the earth are apart? I have always held the conviction that through diligent labor, I could surpass the so-called prodigies. If my practice is 2 or 3 times that of a genius, I would become stronger. Yet recently, I have begun to doubt whether such efforts can truly rival the innate prowess of a true genius, and whether such endeavors yield any rewards. I seek the answer to this quandary, which is why I persist in questioning this genius. I wish to demonstrate that one can indeed triumph over natural talent through physical skill and hard work. Perhaps only time travelers like Ouyang Ming, along with the hopeful Metcalf, would believe Xiao Li's assertions. After all, bodily arts are not akin to ninjutsu or illusions. The postures of yoga require extensive time to cultivate, whereas ninjutsu and illusions can be swiftly mastered by those endowed with talent, resulting in immediate efficacy. This accounts for the high regard in which ninjas are held within their realm. Ouyang Ming, Hackett once told me that if you lose your dreams, life becomes all the more burdensome. Now that I understand your aspirations, be prepared to endure hardship. Xiao Li, like a youthful middle-aged man, raised his fist and declared, "Today, we shall complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, drop to 100, then run 10 kilometers. What? Ouyang Ming felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Why did this all sound so familiar? Had he inadvertently wandered into the wrong place? Was he certain this was not Saitama's regimen? Observing the look on Ouyang Ming's face, Xiao Li assumed he was daunted. Thus, he flashed a brilliant smile, gave a thumbs up, and encouraged, "Ouyang Ming, no regrets. Let us press on." With that, Li Chong pulled him up and commenced the push-ups. Now, Ouyang Ming felt a twinge of sorrow. God knows he was a gaunt, malnourished man. His arms as thin as bamboo poles. Have you ever seen bamboo poles compressed by heavy objects? They can bend at any moment. Surely, performing push-ups in such a state is not particularly enjoyable. Yet both Xiao Li and Ouyang Ming chose to overlook this issue. Initially, Ouyang Ming was relaxed, effortlessly completing 10 push-ups. However, as time wore on, the fatigue in his arms accumulated, akin to layers of chains being added, slowly rendering them stiff and heavy. Ouyang Ming trembled as he pressed down time and again, each repetition feeling as though a great mountain rose behind him, suffocating him with its weight. That sensation is akin to a hell on earth. Many times, Ouyang Ming's mind flitted with thoughts of surrender. If you possess a system, why toil so relentlessly? Why, with a life of comfort, do you subject yourself to such hardships? Each time these thoughts arise, they torment Ming's spirit. Without overcoming this, his resolve will never be steadfast. Even with the system's assistance, a person lacking a strong will is destined to falter on the path to greatness. Yet, he encourages himself, asserting, "I can achieve this." In the past, before Ouyang Ming acquired the system, he often lamented, feeling like a time traveler, questioning why he performed so poorly. Now, with the advent of this framework, hope burgeons within him, and he yearns to abandon the muddled existence he once led. He desires strength. Only through strength can he create more exquisite dishes and complete more systematic tasks. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, gradually soaking the ground beneath him, while heavy breath stirred up a gentle breeze, lifting dust that mingled with the sweat on his face, rendering it a murky yellow. Ouyang Ming lost count of how many times he had repeated this, his mind blank, merely going through the motions. "Stop. Ouyang Ming, hurry." He heard a voice, and it resonated like celestial music. Then, with a thud, his arms fell limp to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Xiao Li jogged over, bringing him some water. "Ming, this is a special recovery drink for after training. It will restore your energy in a short time." Trembling, Ouyang Ming extended his right hand, only to find it unresponsive. It was as rigid as stone, shaking uncontrollably. Xiao Li, perceiving that Ming's muscles had been overexerted, opened the bottle and brought it to Ming's lips, slowly pouring it in. The cool liquid flowed into his mouth, down his throat, and into his belly, spreading a gentle strength that eased the silent pain within him. For a brief moment, Ouyang Ming felt a mental shock, his body rejuvenated. At least now his hands were steady enough for him to drink unaided. "It seems you've recovered sufficiently. Now, let us continue with the sit-ups," Xiao Li exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm and not feeling fatigued in the slightest. Ouyang Ming finally understood why Master Chiyu was so formidable. Such exercises truly required human effort. Yet, no matter how arduous life may be, one must persevere. Gritting his teeth, Ouyang Ming pressed on with his training. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures observed Ming in silence. "Kakashi, I never imagined you would take an interest in this young man," remarked Harkett. "And I never thought you would make a teenager your apprentice," he added. "Cassis is truly a nuisance," he commented. Mizuki, like a cat on a hot tin roof, quickly declared, "Kakashi, today I challenge you to 2,380 repetitions. The loser must perform a handstand in the village." "I don't even know you," Kakashi sighed, covering his face with his hand. As Ouyang Ming endeavored to hone his physical abilities, he remained oblivious to the tempest of public opinion that had erupted throughout the ninja academy in the entire village. All sparked by the ice cream he had crafted. The situation was peculiar, with the recent reorganization of classes and the absence of lenient guidance. Most of the newly assigned students lingered on campus, reveling in their newfound identities as ninjas during a festive celebration. After receiving her first kiss from Sakura in Chengdu, she returned to school brimming with enthusiasm, only to encounter her. Upon seeing Naruto, Sakura unexpectedly flushed crimson, averting her gaze in embarrassment. How could a pure-hearted boy like Naruto comprehend the thoughts of a girl? In a quest to fathom Sakura's sentiments, Naruto sought out her closest companion. And thus the events unfolded from there. Was it truly the case that such magical ice cream existed in the realm of Naruto? It was akin to a dragon encountering a gem, exuding an enchanting allure. Just as Naruto was about to inquire further, Ino waved her hand dismissively, reassuring him not to fret about Sakura. The crux of the matter was whether any delicacy could make someone like her fall in love. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto replied affirmatively, relaying his brother's advice. "If you love her, treat her to ice cream. She would surely understand." "Excellent. Sasuke, wait for me." Naruto, having failed to uncover the answers he sought, turned to others for insight, polling nearly all his classmates. During Naruto's inquiries, the delightful details of the shop inevitably leaked, capturing the public's astonishment at the exquisite culinary delights it offered. Consequently, the news spread, and the circumstances grew ever more peculiar. A marvelous tale about Ouyang's establishment circulated among the crowd, claiming that the proprietor was a concealed master, often a reclusive figure. To avoid disrupting others' lives, he would intentionally sell outrageously priced vegetables. Alas, on that particular day, the truth would inevitably emerge, for gold always shines brightly. And this hidden master would ultimately reveal his true identity. Some swore they had witnessed the fabled chakra of the Flame Nation the day after dining at that restaurant. While skepticism lingered, others promptly presented their evidence. The audacity to establish a restaurant across from the famed eatery was indeed significant. An uncle, lying on the ground, was caught in the crossfire of this revelation. Yet, it was precisely this assertion that swayed many doubters to belief. There was no denying it. Yale was indeed the finest restaurant in Kiba Village, even within the Fire Nation. In the past, no competitor dared to open an establishment near Yale, for they felt shame for themselves. However, the audacity of Ouyang's small shop to set up in that vicinity signified genuine prowess. Thus, many, driven by inexplicable sentiments, flocked to Ouyang's establishment, whether to augment their chakra or to court their beloved. Indeed, some had ulterior motives, seeking to extort Ouyang's production methods. When these individuals arrived at the threshold of Ouyang's shop, they were momentarily perplexed. Why was the door closed? It was akin to a boy hiding behind his parents, stealthily accessing resources at night, only to be met with a screen filled with pixelation. The chaotic anguish of that moment was known only to those involved. In a joyful restaurant, patrons stood in line to dine. How curious. Why is there such a throng of people in that dimly lit shop across the street? Are they there to collect protection money? Out of sheer curiosity, a diner from a nearby restaurant approached and inquired, "Have you come to the wrong place? I must inform you, that establishment is exceedingly dark and their prices are exorbitant." To my surprise, the individual he questioned responded with fervor, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. That is indeed the place. I am not mistaken." At this moment, the diners at Yao Restaurant were left perplexed. "You haven't visited this restaurant, have you?" "Indeed. We all have." The restaurant was on the verge of retorting, "You fool," but the words were swallowed. The restaurant, reluctant to engage with such a simpleton, recognized his familiar visage and caught up to him, asking, "You seem well acquainted with that shop. Do share your insights." The individual offered him a pack of cigarettes. He lit one, squinted, took a drag, and remarked, "You have come to the right person, my friend." The sentences were too lengthy. Could they be more concise? Regardless, I remained skeptical. Laughter resonated throughout the restaurant. Oblivious to his surroundings, Ouyang Ming trudged back to the village, his weary body still not quite clean, caked in mud. His hands and face bore cuts, and his clothes were torn. Ouyang Ming now regretted exercising with Xiaoli, who was quite the mad ant. Initially, Ouyang Ming thought running 10 kilometers was merely a simple task, but he was too naive. He was indeed a lunatic, having disturbed a hornet's nest along the way. attracting a swarm of bees, which consumed his time in a desperate bid for survival. Countless times, had it not been for Ouyang Ming's timely use of dual escapes, or the clever use of his shadow as a decoy to divert the bees, he could have met his demise on numerous occasions. Although he now only works 2 hours each at noon and night, Ouyang Ming felt utterly exhausted and contemplated posting a notice at the shop, announcing a day of rest for tomorrow. However, upon reaching his shop's entrance, he was greeted by a queue of over 10 individuals. Surely, I cannot be fatigued from visiting the wrong place. Ouyang Ming's gaze fell upon a music restaurant directly across. Indeed. Thus, Ouyang Ming, as if unaccompanied in this venture, entered the establishment, his expression serene as he inscribed, "Hey, the proprietor shall be out tomorrow to replenish supplies. We shall be closed for the day." Ouyang Ming gazed at his own calligraphy, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he was about to affix the note outside his establishment, an impatient customer expressed his displeasure. The uncle, who had previously inquired about Yao restaurant, approached Ouyang Ming with an irritable demeanor, exclaiming, "Boss, hurry up and give me a beef noodle soup." His tone was tinged with indignation, as if he were owed a fortune. Ouyang Ming cast a cold glance at him and raised his hand, stating, "The business will close tomorrow, including now." The uncle rolled up his sleeves and furrowed his brow, lamenting, "Oh, this boss, evidently do not know how to run a business." His face bore an expression of discontent as he continued, "Oh dear, this boss, are not in business." With one instigator leading the charge, other patrons joined in with accusatory remarks. "Well said, we have been waiting for so long, why can't we eat?" Ouyang Ming muttered, "If you wish to eat, go across the street." The atmosphere was taut, akin to a crossbow on the verge of releasing its tension. Furthermore, there were those with ulterior motives who remarked, "Surely it is not the boss who is at fault. There is no improvement in the quality of the food here." Ouyang Ming surveyed the raucous crowd before him, his spirits plummeting. So many had been without customers for so long. How could they be aware of this? Even those who had come to dine, he suspected, might not return now. An inexplicable sense of conspiracy washed over him. Among the crowd were ordinary citizens and ninja. The uncle who had caused the ruckus appeared to belong to the lower class, likely aspiring to ascend to the middle class. After all, the meager wages of the lower tier barely sufficed for survival. At that moment, the system, no longer silent, sprung to life. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a secret mission, malicious patrons. Mission statement. For those who disregard the essence of food, you challenge the dignity of the chef. As the future culinary deity of the fire world, teach them the meaning of your craft. Mission reward, renovation level 1. Excellent, just so." Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow and addressed the crowd. "Are you certain you wish to eat? Have you scrutinized the menu? Do not accuse me of deceiving you." Noticing Ouyang Ming's tone soften, they collectively asserted, "We already knew." Ouyang Ming nodded, astonished to discover that nearly everyone was there for the beef noodle soup, save for one woman who appeared lonely and pregnant, ordering ice cream instead. As Ouyang Ming entered the kitchen, a voice with an unusual tone remarked, "The owner of this establishment lacks a reputation. He is merely a youth." If the food were unpalatable, he seemed to fall short as well. Others responded, "Oh, I shall go there soon," as two scheming patrons exchanged glances and laughed in unison. Surrounded by so many instigators, even the typically neutral customers found their convictions wavering. Ouyang Ming, attuned to the murmurs outside, remained unfazed. After renting the premises, the system had automatically furnished the space. Adjacent to the kitchen, there was a small restroom equipped with a water heater, providing Ouyang Ming a space to freshen up. After all, managing a kitchen, especially in the summer, inevitably resulted in considerable perspiration, prompting him to keep a change of clothes nearby. He meticulously cleansed himself, donned a fresh set of garments, and inspected his appearance several times before attending to his task. Obedience to orders is the duty of a soldier, just as cooking is the chef's vocation. Despite the establishment being rife with unfavorable reviews, Ouyang remained steadfast, diligently crafting his ramen. During the preparation, delicate aromas wafted through the air, enveloping the patrons and igniting their appetites. A neutral guest inhaled deeply, declaring that such fragrance could only be found in paradise, not in the mortal realm. Another equally impartial patron applauded, exclaiming that it was indeed true, stating that it was the first time he had encountered such a scent in his twilight years. All of it was worthwhile. Some who had initially come out of mere curiosity began to calm down and anticipate Yang Ming's beef ramen. As the guest's patience wore thin, Yang Ming presented a steaming bowl of beef ramen. The warm air swirled above the noodles, creating a dreamlike atmosphere, while the rich aroma wafted forth. a most tantalizing invitation to indulge. As the chief instigator gazed upon the beef noodles before Uncle, a tumult of anxiety and excitement brewed within him. Uncle's name was Miyamoto Musashi, a moniker befitting a man of ill repute, reflecting the nature of his life as a rather ordinary ninja. He possessed no connections, no talents, and no wealth, spending most of his life laboring, yet his fortitude remained alarmingly low. Although a ninja's pay exceeds that of conventional professions, the expenses are substantial. From procuring ninjutsu to practicing it, every facet demands financial resources. Miyamoto Musashi had long harbored dreams of becoming an integral part of his nation. Yet, reality was so fragile that his aspirations felt as delicate as a balloon. Nevertheless, he never surrendered. Upon hearing that Ouyang Ming's humble eatery could enhance the quantity of chocolate, Miyamoto Musashi, uncertain of its veracity, approached with a nothing ventured, nothing gained mindset. God bless, it must come to fruition, Miyamoto Musashi told himself. His hands clasped tightly against his chest. It was time to commence. With a deep breath, he slurped up the noodles, along with 2 slices of beef. The taste was exquisite, too delicious. Where had Miyamoto Musashi encountered such delectable fare? He inadvertently choked, quickly thumping his chest a few times before gulping down some broth to recover. As the steaming soup ushered the beef ramen into his stomach, the thin slices of meat rapidly dissolved along the meridians, transforming into pure life energy. After a moment of reflection, Miyamoto Musashi suddenly rose, tears silently streaming down his face. Among those present, only a handful exhibited a degree of normalcy. Some knelt and prostrated themselves, even shouting in exultation, leaving him at a loss for words. In the face of this spectacle, Ouyang Ming stood hand in hand with his comrades, his face devoid of joy, only expressing inwardly, "You foolish mortals." Miyamoto Musashi's lifelong ambition was to become a shadow of fire, yet his own circumstances rendered him despondent. He had spent most of his life dwelling within the lower chakras. Initially, he thought this existence was acceptable, having grown accustomed to it. However, now that Yang Ming's beef ramen truly possessed divine effects, Miyamoto Musashi was the first to challenge his fate, boldly approaching Yang Ming. Thud. He knelt down. As the saying goes, beneath a man's knee lies treasure. The dignity of an individual surpasses all else. Miyamoto Musashi embodies an innate sense of self-respect. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the tides of temptation, squandered his days on frivolity and gambling. Yet, he knelt and reverently bowed his head thrice to Ouyang Ming. This act carried significant weight, particularly in the world of Naruto, where such a gesture is a profound display of respect typically reserved for the younger generation towards their esteemed elders. Ouyang Ming, taken aback, hastily lifted him, urging, "Let us converse amicably, please, rise." However, Musashi stubbornly refused to stand, tears streaming down his cheeks as he implored, "Boss, I was wrong to doubt you. Your kindness is unforgettable. I vow to be of service to you in the future, even if it means traversing through fire and mountain." The room fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed in astonishment upon Musashi, whose demeanor remained serene as he expressed his heartfelt sentiments. This was indeed a momentous occasion. Even if Musashi were to be deemed expendable, he was still a ninja, in an era where samurai had long fallen. A low-ranking soldier equated to a minor leader within a vast army. At that moment, the previously hostile guests fell silent, unaware that many more like Musashi would emerge. They dared not provoke public outrage. Suddenly, the system materialized, announcing its presence. Mission declaration. It is a challenge to the dignity of chefs for those who disregard the essence of food itself. As the future culinary deity of the Naruto world, use your culinary skills to guide them back to their humanity. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispensed. Wait. Ouyang Ming internally communicated with the system. Do not worry. We shall renovate the establishment once the guests have departed. Understood, the system replied with solemnity. After the mission's completion, Ouyang Ming felt buoyant, gazing at Musashi's eyes with newfound admiration. He addressed the kneeling Musashi, "Your proposal has moved me deeply. Please, rise quickly, or I shall place you on the blacklist, barring you from dining at this humble establishment. Of course, if you wish to strike a serpent, you must aim for its vulnerable spot." Musashi, battered and bewildered, stood up hastily, offering his apologies. As for the other guests, they had finished their ramen and prepared to leave. At that moment, Ouyang Ming halted them, saying, "Everyone, please keep today's occurrences a secret once you depart." Musashi was the first to speak up, confusion etched upon his face as he inquired, "Boss, your delectable food seems almost magical, profoundly affecting nature itself. Why not let more people know?" "Why?" Ouyang Ming smiled faintly, gazing into the distance with an air of solitude. Responding, because I prefer to remain understated. At that moment, everyone recalled the rumors circulating in the village. In the presence of his solitary figure, it became evident that he sought refuge from the clamor of the world, simply desiring to hide away here. Suddenly, a tide of respect surged within them, boundless and profound. Ouyang Ming's image rose in their hearts, ascending like the sky above a shattered mountaintop, forever beyond reach. In truth, Ouyang Ming did not ponder much. He merely recalled that being small and cautious upon entering the village, avoiding any missteps, and cultivating a low profile was the true path to success. However, to his surprise, after all the guests had departed, Ouyang Ming sighed in relief and presented the last scoop of ice cream to a rather ordinary woman, an unremarkable pregnant lady. Throughout her visit, she uttered not a single word. Her eyes, silent as a still lake, merely cast downwards as she cradled her belly in solitude. Ouyang Ming mused that she was a woman with a story, gently placing the crystal cup down and positioning the golden spoon beside her right hand. "Thank you." The woman's voice was soft, gentle as a spring breeze, imparting a comforting sensation. With her delicate fingers, she grasped the spoon, and from her previously tranquil eyes, a flicker of emotion emerged, hinting at a sense of longing. The spoonful of ice cream was deftly delivered to her pearly teeth, melting into her darkened mouth. As her sensuous tongue enveloped it, a rush of icy delight surged through Ouyang Ming's mind. She closed her eyes, savoring each morsel as if to relish every inch of the frozen treat. Moments seemed to stretch into eternity as she luxuriated in the pleasure of licking her lips. Yet she remained acutely aware of an insatiable yearning. Eventually, the woman departed, having spoken perhaps a mere 10 words throughout her visit. She had arrived quietly, tasted delicately, and left just as silently. Once everyone had gone, Ouyang Ming addressed the system. "System, you may commence the renovations. Master, please sketch out the decor style for the shop." Ouyang Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "Let me see." Ouyang Ming closed his eyes and commanded the system to spin the wheel before him. 3, 2, 1. "Open your eyes." The wheel began to slow, and Ouyang Ming's breathing grew increasingly rapid. As he observed the black ornament in his hand nearing a halt, he exclaimed, "Damn it, don't stop, continue." Perhaps spurred by his urgency, the wheel inched forward with great difficulty. Ding, "Master, extraction complete. It is now time to renovate the shop," the system announced with a grave demeanor. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a white light enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the entire shop. As the light dimmed, a brand new store emerged before Ouyang Ming. He surveyed the area in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. The simplistic decor remained unchanged, featuring 2 tables and stools, with nothing but a menu affixed to the walls. However, a matter of great significance warranted repetition. Why did this establishment appear even more meager? No, I must assert, it seemed even more dilapidated. The original roof, made of concrete, had shielded against wind and rain, yet now, damn it, it was thatched with yellow straw. Perhaps the sole highlight was the shop door, adorned with couplets, the one on the right read, "For is the room of the poor," while the left proclaimed, "Wei Wu de Xian." The system's products must be of exceptional quality, the font vibrant and dynamic, reminiscent of a sand-scratched surface, imparting a profound sense of antiquity. Ouyang Ming could not help but gaze skyward, sighing as he raised his middle finger and declared, "System, I serve. Thank you for your praise, master." This decor employs the most primitive farmer style, showcasing the truest essence of rural life, the system intoned earnestly. Ouyang Ming smirked, chuckling, "I find your serious demeanor increasingly amusing. Master, as long as you diligently complete tasks, the shop can still undergo further upgrades and beautification," the system reiterated with utmost seriousness. "Huh," Ouyang Ming replied, his lips curving into a smirk, "I truly do not desire such a shop." With that, Ouyang Ming affixed a note he had previously written onto the door and returned home. As for the departing patrons, naturally, some would dismiss Ouyang Ming's words, returning home to boast to familiar or unfamiliar faces about their experiences that day. Especially when mentioning Miyamoto Musashi, the act of kneeling elicited quite a stir. In the Fresso's building, Lord Huning handed over a report, speaking gravely. "The recent changes in the village seem to be directed at the shop. It's hard to conceal the fatigue in your eyes." He scrutinized the report, furrowing his brow. "Cassius, you have worked tirelessly for a long time." The third-generation owner retrieved a document from the drawer and handed it across. "I shall send someone to address this," he stated. "Now, I require you to do one more thing." "Yes, Lord Huiying," Kakashi replied as he took the document. "That is the 7th class allocated to Shinjuku this year. I am on the list. I am a tutor. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, he mused, bemused at the prospect of two troubled children in a single class. This truly was Kakashi thought, feeling quite exasperated, as if it had been ages since he had seen the blissful paradise of camaraderie. Upon witnessing Kakashi's silence, the third Hokage presumed his reluctance. He remarked, "Cassius, I realize this task may be rather overwhelming for you, given your consistent idleness. Nevertheless, whether it be Naruto or Sasuke, I am unwilling to assign it to another." However, an astute individual like Cassius comprehended his underlying intent. Naruto, without question, is the son of the fourth Hokage, born into the same lineage, while Cassius is a disciple of the fourth. As for Sasuke, the tradition of the Uchiha clan has long dictated their acceptance into the ranks of the village, with one faction striving for the clan's favor and another laying the groundwork for future turmoil. The third Hokage, whose once vibrant gaze has dulled with age, recognized that Kakashi, like a blazing fire, could silence many dissenters. Nevertheless, with only two familial representatives remaining, the honor rightfully belonged to Sasuke, considering their sacrifices for the village. The final act, featuring Sakura Haruno, was steeped in political correctness, casting the village in a light that suggested the shadows were aligned with the common folk. Ultimately, this entire arrangement was shrouded in opaque manipulation, devoid of fairness. Take, for instance, the swine, deer, and butterfly. They epitomized this injustice. And what of the true commoners? Who cares whether they live or die unless they rise to prominence? I grasped the situation. Lord Kakashi departed with the documents in hand. "Yes, Sasuke. I hope you can provide him with the proper education," was the unspoken implication, instill in Sasuke a sound perspective on life and an understanding of his belonging to the village of Leaf. This was indeed the right course of action. Both the past Uchiha mirrors and the Uchiha clan were instructed to embrace the essence of true ninjas, rather than merely being labeled as Uchiha clan ninjas. As Kakashi exited, a cloaked shadow emerged, kneeling upon the ground. The eyes of the third Hokage, now clouded with age, revealed an abyss of chilling depth as he inquired, "Is this clear?" Suddenly, the dark ninja felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to the weight of Mount Tai, causing him to tremble. Yes, the incompetence of the subordinates had yet to be unveiled. Abruptly, the oppressive aura dissipated, as if it had never been there. "It is not your fault," the dark ninja murmured, eager to escape the office, feeling a chilling sensation upon his back. It became evident that, to some extent, he had begun to perspire, saturating his entire being. This shadow ninja, an elite among the upper echelons, possessed formidable strength and had accomplished numerous perilous missions. In the past, he fancied himself on the verge of stardom, believing that with a couple of years, success would be his. Yet now, he recognized the chasm between aspiration and reality, a distance he may never bridge. Even in retrospect, he felt as though he was but a child confronting an invincible adult. The third Hokage stood by the window, gazing upon the bustling village, proclaiming, "Whoever it may be, do not destroy the leaf." The following day dawned clear, as the village, which had enjoyed a night of tranquility, buzzed with life once more. The streets thronged with people, vibrant and animated. Interestingly, some villagers who are acquainted frequently meet and inquire, "Have you eaten?" They then engage in discussions about the quaint shops of Konoha. If one happens to mention having heard of the Ouyang Ming shop, a lively conversation ensues between the two. This scene, as if witnessed in person, radiates with a sense of pride. If the other party has not heard of it, that too is inconsequential. The curious villagers would surely find secret delight in this, akin to a boisterous braggart, satisfying their modest vanity. For a time, the Ouyang Ming shop spread through the village at an unimaginable pace. During intentional or inadvertent promotional efforts, the reputation of the Ouyang Ming shop often overshadowed that of the Happy Restaurant. Of course, there were those who remained skeptical, steadfast in their belief that the restaurant was the finest. These individuals, in high spirits, attended performances, while some villagers arrived early at the entrance of the Ouyang Ming shop. Yet, upon their first glimpse of the establishment, an overwhelming sense of disillusionment washed over them. Truly, the decor of the shop was exceedingly shabby. In stark contrast to the Eastern-style Happy Restaurant, the Ouyang Ming shop boasted neither external embellishments nor a distinctive style. Perhaps the thatched roof served as a unique feature? Alas, what a travesty! Can't you see that even common folk reside in concrete houses? What manner of establishment is this? It was not entirely their fault. After all, in this era that reveres opulence, a pleasing facade significantly influences one's fortunes. Undoubtedly, Their initial expectations of the Ouyang Ming shop were dashed by the harsh realities, leaving them heartbroken by the stark contrast. Nevertheless, some took notice of the couplets flanking the shop's entrance. An elderly man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses approached to examine them closely and remarked, "This is a humble abode. Yet I adore it." After reading the couplet, his face, aged like tree bark, suddenly illuminated with excitement as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good, good words," implying even better. Anyone witnessing an 80-year-old man so animated would inevitably be curious. A young man stepped forward and asked, "Sir, what is it?" "Just a few characters. I could write those too." The old man shot a cold glance at the youth and scoffed, "You young one, how much do you truly know?" The elder chastised the young man, who, feeling embarrassed, retorted angrily, "Who do you think you are?" The elderly gentleman, unfazed, puffed out his chest and proudly declared, "I am no genius, but the phrase 'the fire in the Hokage building' is penned by none other than this old man. That posture, that tone. It was reminiscent of a pair of solitary masters. This was written for the Hokage building, and the young man understood he was treading on hallowed ground. Yet, how many youths could grasp this? "You are far too young to comprehend such matters," he provocatively stated. In response, the elder, though aged, exhibited a fiery temperament, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. He raised his head, looking down disdainfully at the young man. "Junior, listen. First, let us discuss this phrase. The author has reached a realm unattainable by later generations. The prose is magnificent and varied, like a dragon with no end in sight, steeped in the vicissitudes of time. What is even more admirable is the author's broad-mindedness. Observe what this couplet conveys. It merely depicts a simple abode, yet it reflects the author's amiable character, showcasing an atmosphere of confidence and style that can be regarded as our exemplar." After listening to the elder's words, everyone except the youth felt a sense of shame for their prior actions. Indeed, we ordinary individuals often perceive its humble exterior while overlooking its profound significance. At this very moment, the legend of Ouyang Ming resonates deeply within the hearts of many. Here lies Tagachiobai, who, in a bid to escape the clamor of the mundane world, has taken refuge in this establishment. The young man was incensed, exclaiming, There's no need to embarrass me in front of so many." With a sullen expression, he glanced over and noticed a note affixed at the shop's entrance. Much like Columbus discovering the New World, the young man brushed aside his earlier gloom and boldly asked the elder, "Uncle, pray tell, what does this paper say?" Under the teasing gaze of the youth, the elder scrutinized the note closely. "The proprietor will venture out tomorrow to procure materials and will close for the day." The elder felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, nearly suffocating with indignation. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? What has happened to the dignity of the master? Although Ouyang Ming wrote in a neat, formal hand, the world is not fearful of miscreants but rather of comparisons that reveal inadequacies. It is difficult to discern the true essence of this note. The elder sensed a deep-seated resentment towards the world. "I am compelled to feign being forced. How could I endure such humiliation at my age?" Yet, upon reflection, clarity emerged, bringing a sense of calm amid the turmoil. The younger generation, historically endowed with genius, often harbors peculiar inclinations. This can only suggest. The elder, upon uttering a subsequent phrase, declared, "The proprietor is quite willful." Remarkably so, he secretly commended himself, managing to neither offend the owner nor appear unreasonable. With a sidelong glance, the elder took pride in observing the youth standing there, more bewildered than before, his demeanor now exuding an air of arrogance. It seems wisdom indeed comes with age." The young man, struck on the left cheek, then the right, found himself on the receiving end of the elder's sharp retorts, leaving him utterly disconcerted. Mother was right. This world is fraught with peril. Heavy-hearted, the youth contemplated bidding farewell to this melancholic land. Like a triumphant rooster, the elder proudly lifted his head, feeling his masculinity unyielding as ever. This was a gratifying acknowledgement, followed by a sumptuous meal at the Ouyang Ming shop. However, something felt amiss. The elder turned to see the words on the note glaringly bright. The proprietor will venture out tomorrow to gather materials and will suspend operations for the day." Not only the elder but also other patrons present felt an inexplicable wave of sadness and frustration upon reading the note. Naruto stealthily wedged a blackboard between the door and its frame, the board still smudged with chalk dust. As one might observe, the cherry blossoms impatiently remarked, "Naruto, why can't you remain silent for a moment?" "No. It has been quite a while, and only our teacher from Class 7 has yet to arrive. Others have long since disappeared with the new instructor. Are you not pressed for time?" Naruto awkwardly turned his head, muttering to himself that Iruka had returned. I wonder if the new teacher will discriminate against me as the others did. You needn't act that way. Sakura interjected, irritated. He deserves to be late, Naruto proclaimed proudly, showing no shame for his mischief. You truly have bested me, Sakura sighed silently, yet her heart brimmed with joy. If it weren't for maintaining my poise, I would have acted long ago. Sasuke observed the scene coldly, disdainfully remarking boring. After a while, the door swung open. To Sasuke's surprise, the teacher entered unprepared, directly struck by the blackboard and covered in chalk dust. Is this what high society looks like? Sasuke murmured to himself, speechless. It cannot be real. It is unreliable. Although Sakura felt a chill in her heart, she feigned distress, saying, I apologize, teacher. I warned Naruto against this. Only Naruto, unabashed, laughed heartily, exclaiming, actually, it was hilarious. Ha ha ha. This is the son of the fourth. Truly disappointing. Is he really the father of a tiger? Honestly, your first impression is. Kakashi squinted, resting his chin on his hand. Looking around, he added, how revolting. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were left speechless. Were it not for the disparity in power, Naruto would have rushed forward to land a punch. Let us introduce ourselves, Kakashi suggested, attempting to shift the topic amid the silence. Sakura's face flushed upon hearing Naruto's declaration, burying her head deeply in embarrassment, but she did not contest it. Consequently, she completely overlooked Kakashi's call for her introduction, skipping over it entirely. When Kakashi reached Sasuke, he coldly stated, I am Sasuke Uchiha. I have many interests but no dreams to speak of, only ambitions. I wish to revive the Uchiha clan and then eliminate that person. Oh, that presents a problem, Kakashi mused, shaking his head unconsciously. It seems Lord Hokage has assigned me quite a formidable task. One class, 2 troubled youths, each more challenging than the last. How utterly vexing. Just then, a thought struck him. With a gleam in his eye, Kakashi said, self-introductions are here. Tomorrow, we shall commence with the tasks. Teacher, what is your task? Naruto was the first to inquire. First, we shall engage in a survival exercise. This is no ordinary drill, Kakashi stated, a peculiar smile peeking from beneath his mask. Observing the trio's discontent, Kakashi felt a surge of mischievous delight. Your opponent will be none other than me. What? The three exclaimed in unison. Naruto, puzzled, asked, Teacher, what sort of exercise is this? Kakashi emitted a chilling laugh, remarking that the test was exceedingly arduous, with an elimination rate exceeding 66%. Among the 27 graduates, only 9 managed to pass the ordeal. The remainder would be sent back for further training. The 3 individuals present were not merely surprised, they were engulfed in trepidation. Observing their bewildered expressions, Kakashi was filled with a sense of vindictive delight. In his previous tenure under the 4th Hokage, he had been similarly relentless. Might this be a peculiar aspect of the Hokage system? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Kakashi departed. Left alone in the park, Naruto's countenance was etched with panic. Due to Ouyang Ming's intervention, the current Hokage was not as it once was. He had mastered the dual shadow technique. It could be said that Naruto now faced a more dire predicament. What should I do? I did not wish to return to the ninja school. Naruto grimaced, cradling his head in his hands, crouched on the ground and tugging at his hair. Ultimately, he concocted a notion that was not a solution. Yes, how could I have forgotten about Brother Ouyang? Remembering the seemingly omnipotent figure of Weian, a surge of excitement filled him, and he resolved that only Ouyang Ming might assist him in extricating himself from this dilemma. Thus, he decided to act, adhering to the principle that had always guided the Hokage. In short order, Naruto arrived at the store, only to find it shuttered. How could this be? Brother Ouyang, please do not close so early. Gazing at the sky, he noted the sun was nearing its descent. Ordinarily, this would be the time Ouyang would open his shop. Undeterred, he approached and soon discovered a note affixed to the door. Suddenly, a wave of hope washed over him. Hey. The proprietor will be out for supplies tomorrow and will take a day off. The Hokage is in a muddle, feeling utterly dejected. He stood like a pillar in the twilight, a gentle breeze stirring the leaves around him, accentuating his loneliness. The onlookers were not surprised. Having witnessed many similar scenarios that day, they could only sigh and remark, the store owner is quite capricious. However, to Mingren, Ouyang was a lifeline, and he silently vowed to arrive early the next day. Meanwhile, in Kiba village, 2 figures had circled the village. Wow. Ouyang Ming wearily knelt, gasping for breath, his face nearly ashen from fatigue. In contrast, Li, who was also running about, breathed steadily as if nothing were amiss. Li had intentionally strapped extra weights to himself to accommodate Ouyang Ming, thereby slowing his pace. Otherwise, he would have completed 3 laps around the village by now. Here is your water. Little Li waited patiently until Ouyang Ming took a break, offering him a drink specifically designed to replenish his energy. Ouyang Ming accepted the cup without hesitation, but his gaze inadvertently fell on Li's ankles, causing his mouth to twitch in dismay. Several palm-sized weights were affixed to Li's ankles. An alarming sight. The unusual burden totaled 50 kilograms, akin to dragging a sandbag half his height. Yet, this was merely what was visible. It did not account for the additional weights concealed beneath his trousers. Yet, this diligent Shaoli, in the early days, merely played a supporting role, often overshadowed by various prodigies. One could only lament how the world seems to favor ninjutsu. A modicum of talent, coupled with a year or two of dedication, can equate to several years of rigorous physical training. This phenomenon extends beyond mere aptitude. It is fundamentally a matter of resources. The potion, cradled in Ouyang Ming's hands, is an elixir developed by a clandestine village organization designed to replenish energy in a remarkably short span. However, its production is limited, with only a scant portion allocated to the elite bears in need. As for the middle and lower classes, their fortune is far less favorable. This beverage served as a training supplement provided by Matthew for Shaoli, though now it was reluctantly offered to him due to Ouyang Ming's weakened state. Otherwise, such intense exertion would not enhance physical capabilities, but rather induce illness. Noticing that Ouyang Ming was nearly recovered, Shaoli declared, "Today's training concludes. Let us reconvene at the same spot tomorrow." Ouyang Ming nodded, aware that Shaoli would have many more training sessions ahead, and replied, "Thank you for your efforts. See you tomorrow." Rarely did anyone mock him for his physical training. Shaoli also perceived Ouyang Ming as somewhat cross-eyed. With a broad smile, he jested, "If you wish to be more courteous, next time do invite me for meat buns." Ouyang Ming solemnly nodded, "All right, I shall oblige." Thus, it was settled. Shaoli flashed a grin, raised his fist, and exuberantly exclaimed, "Youth without regrets." Ouyang Ming chuckled, reciprocating the gesture. Indeed, youth without grievances. Sometimes, the camaraderie between men is that uncomplicated. After their farewell, Ouyang Ming proceeded to the shop. In the distance, he spotted a diminutive man standing at the entrance. On that chilly morning, the man trembled, appearing quite distressed. His golden hair shone conspicuously under the dim streetlights. Was that Naruto? Ouyang Ming finally discerned the figure and quickened his pace. "Keep up, young Ming," he thought, noticing the dewdrops glistening in Naruto's hair. Had it not been for Naruto's childhood transformation into a 9-tailed fox, granting him extraordinary resilience, he might have been bedridden for days. "Naruto, what brings you here so early?" Ouyang Ming inquired. Naruto, with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Big brother, I've missed you so much." Ouyang Ming wanted to protest, cautioning him about his runny nose. "Hey, you're getting my clothes dirty." Yet, upon seeing Naruto's exuberant demeanor for the first time, he found himself unable to voice his complaint. Once the Hokage had settled down, Ouyang Ming pulled him aside, asking, "What brings you here at such an hour?" Naruto's cheeks flushed. He was unsure why he felt such a closeness to Ouyang Ming. After all, to outsiders, he had merely been a mischievous troublemaker, unengaged in the world's wrongdoings. Nevertheless, with the impending survival training on the horizon, Naruto disregarded his reservations and urgently pleaded, "Big brother, please teach me ninjutsu." "What?" Ouyang Ming replied, taken aback. "Aren't you in a different class? Does your teacher not instruct you?" In a manner reminiscent of Naruto, Ouyang Ming suddenly grasped the unfolding events, realizing that as long as he remembered the narrative, everything would align accordingly. However, he had no intention of revealing the truth to Naruto. Some experiences could only be fully appreciated through personal encounter. This survival exercise also served as a foundation for Lesson 7, and should he recklessly intervene, the consequences could be dire. Although, from the perspective of the Naruto world, Ouyang Ming could seemingly accomplish anything, his family was acutely aware of their limitations. Ouyang Ming's ninjutsu was limited in number and difficult to master. Wait, did Ouyang Ming actually possess ninjutsu? The power of shadows. Speaking of which, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. His mere presence had triggered a butterfly effect, causing Naruto to miss the opportunity to acquire the shadow clone technique. Now, he wished to teach Naruto how to interact with others' girlfriends and subsequently return the money to them for their marriages. However, Ouyang Ming's shadow clone was a direct instigation from the system. He truly did not understand the underlying principles. "So, how should I instruct Naruto?" Ouyang Ming inquired of the system. Simply place your hand upon Naruto's head and recite the Naruto technique aloud, and the system will automatically transmit the information into his mind. The system replied gravely, "Should I remark that this system is truly a marvel of technology?" It was hard to believe how simple and swift it was. Ouyang Ming addressed Naruto, saying, "I will teach you ninjutsu in due time, but no matter what transpires, you must remember, do not move, do not speak, understand?" Although Naruto was unaware that Ouyang Ming was merely feigning seriousness, he earnestly replied, "All right, I understand." Pleased, Ouyang Ming nodded in satisfaction, inwardly sighing that it was indeed possible to impart knowledge, and proceeded to follow the system's instructions. Thus, a second passed, then a minute, and Naruto remained utterly silent. Had he assumed the wrong posture? Subsequently, Ouyang Ming adjusted to a single-legged stance, supporting himself on one leg. Naruto, puzzled, wondered how he had acquired a shadow clone and why his elder brother was still holding his head in such a peculiar pose. Suddenly, it dawned on Naruto. Given his brother's extraordinary method of transmitting power, there must be some form of limitation. Believing he had uncovered the truth, he mimicked Ouyang Ming's stance, achieving a pose akin to the golden rooster stands on one leg. In that moment, a spectacle unfolded on the street, with a large and a small rooster's eyes fixated upon one another. Fortunately, there was no one else on the street. Ouyang Ming peeled the paper from the door, opened it, and stepped inside the shop, where he promptly laid his head upon the table to rest. Little did he know, having risen at 5 that morning and endured the relentless training from Shaoli, he was utterly exhausted. In his high school days, such lethargy would have been inconceivable to him. Ouyang Ming mused that if he could channel this very spirit back on earth, during the Gaokao, he would vanquish all adversities, emerging as an unparalleled deity of knowledge. Lost in such reveries, he soon succumbed to slumber. By midday, a faint voice roused him. "Boss, wake up. Do not disturb me." "I crave 5 more minutes of slumber," he muttered, drifting in and out of a dream where he was a superhuman. Suddenly, he jolted awake, exclaiming, "Damn it. Who shocked me awake?" "Sir, it is work hours. As the future master chef, you must not be idle," the system implored with utmost seriousness. Ouyang Ming responded with a nonchalant silence. Then, he beheld the perplexed visage of an elderly gentleman, who apologized, "Forgive me for startling you. What would you like to eat?" The old man, who had previously observed the inscriptions above Huaring Lu, calmed himself and requested, "A bowl of beef noodles, please." "Very well, wait a moment." As Ouyang Ming entered the kitchen to prepare, the elder stroked his long white beard while admiring the shop's decor. Everything within his line of sight was strikingly clear. Yet, instead of lamenting the poor conditions that would typically evoke complaints from the common folk, the old man wore an expression of wonder. Ouyang Ming, noticing the tension brewing between two patrons, emerged with a steaming bowl of beef noodles, declaring, "Old man, are you here to eat or to argue? If it's a quarrel you seek, kindly take it outside." Despite his irritable demeanor, the elder dared not offend the young man. Aware of the rumors surrounding him, that he was a master of profound capabilities, Miyamoto Musashi, having casually ordered the beef noodles, felt a resurgence of vitality. Ever since his last indulgence, he sensed a loosening of the chakra that had long plagued him. Musashi was exhilarated. This was an opportunity to elevate his status. Thus, despite the steep price of the noodles, he clenched his teeth, vowing to forego purchasing a new ninja this month to save for Ouyang Ming's establishment. Meanwhile, the elder gazed at the bowl before him, where slices of beef lay gracefully atop the noodles, resembling a cluster of blooming wildflowers, a delightful adornment to the dish. Having just quarreled with Musashi, he was momentarily oblivious to the rich aroma wafting from the bowl, which beckoned him without the need to lean in for a closer sniff. This fragrance not only tantalized his senses but also ignited a yearning within him to savor the dish. As the elder grasped the chopsticks, he suddenly hesitated. There was something unsettlingly familiar about them. "These, are they not the very chopsticks once used by my parents?" It was said that such chopsticks had long vanished from the trees, and if any remnants existed, they were securely locked away in the safes of major nations, preserved like a cherished infant. Trembling with an inexplicable excitement, the elder's hands quivered. Although their lineage has gradually faded into obscurity over the years, the elder witnessed the pinnacle of his family's legacy, marked by the presence of numerous esteemed bishops. Now, however, he finds himself with the rare opportunity to use the Long family as special chopsticks. The elder could hardly contain his excitement. With trembling hands, he picked up the ramen, opened his toothless mouth, and swallowed it. As the noodles entered his mouth, he felt as if he had swallowed a lobster whole. What a delightful sensation! Having lived for so many years, he could twirl ramen around the world 10 times. In his youth, he could savor the elasticity of the noodles. Yet, as time passed, eating became merely a means of survival. For him, consuming ramen had turned into a tasteless chore. However, the ramen crafted by Ouyang Ming was different. Its elasticity was superb, yet not too firm, requiring minimal chewing, making it easy for the elder to enjoy. When a piece of beef settled in his stomach, the elder was astonished to discover a sudden surge of vitality coursing through his aged body. This newfound vigor made him feel as though he had regained 10 years of youth. His back no longer ached, his legs felt invigorated, and he walked with newfound strength. When Ouyang Ming presented another bowl of ramen, the elder approached him and exclaimed, "Boss, your ramen is truly exquisite. To dwell among the leaves is a blessing for the village." Upon finishing his words, the elder bowed at a 90-degree angle, expressing his gratitude to the villagers. "I cannot accept this," the elder protested, but Ouyang Ming quickly assisted him to stand, saying, "I am not as remarkable as you claim. I merely wish to cook quietly, creating more delightful dishes to bring joy to others." After uttering these words, even Ouyang Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment, echoing Lu's famous saying, as he doubted he was that kind of person. Unbeknownst to the elder, he was deeply moved by Ouyang Ming's words. Old Bo, excitedly grasping Ouyang Ming's hand, remarked, "Indeed, the rumors speak the truth about you. In my life, besides the bishops, you are the second person I revere." Ouyang Ming, having heard Old Bo frequently mention the elders, felt a surge of curiosity and wondered what kind of person could inspire such admiration in this proud elder. He then inquired, "Elder, if I may ask, who are you?" The elder closed his eyes, a proud smile gracing his face as he looked back. He raised his chin slightly, stroking his long beard, and declared, "I am known as the Copper House of Thousand Hands. My family is naturally the central pillar." At another table, Miyamoto Musashi was taken aback, his grip loosening, causing his chopsticks to clatter to the ground. With a trembling voice, he asked, "Sir, are you speaking the truth?" It was no wonder Musashi was alarmed. He was in the presence of the legendary figure of the Thousand Hands, a tale woven into the fabric of village lore. The legend spoke of how the Thousand Hands birthed wrestling champions and Uji pop dots amidst the boundless warring states, opening a realm of wonder on Earth, now known as Konoha Village. From a young age, Musashi had listened to stories of this great man. The elder's eyes widened, and with a steely gaze, he retorted, "How could I possibly lie? In those days, I witnessed the heroic deeds of the patriarch soaring through the skies, only to have countless formidable foes vanish in an instant. Though decades have passed, the mere recollection of it still ignites a fervor within my veins." Miyamoto Musashi, captivated by the elder's words, suddenly conjured an image in his mind: legions of soldiers advancing, with only one figure in the eyes of a generation, delivering singular punches and kicks that reverberated across the world with astonishing might. In a melodic tone, Miyamoto Musashi remarked, "The ancients, even the faces of angels are sullied, save for those between the pillars." The old man from the copper chamber, elated by the outsider's praise of his forebear, felt his heart blossom, the wrinkles on his face easing like chrysanthemums in bloom. "Young man, you possess discerning eyes that please me greatly. Today, you shall dine at my expense." Miyamoto Musashi, taken aback, waved his hand in protest, saying, "How dare you? If you wish to treat me, then I shall reciprocate." Holding a handbag, he silently rejoiced, thankful for a recent acquisition that spared him potential embarrassment. The refusal was mutual, or perhaps it would ultimately lead to a meal courtesy of Miyamoto Musashi. If anyone were to invite him to dinner, spirits would undoubtedly lift. After the elder's initial delight, curiosity piqued. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and inquired of Ouyang Ming, "My good sir, could you enlighten me on the origin of these chopsticks?" "Oh." Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is so peculiar about them?" "Truly a surprise." The elder from the copper chamber's heart roared with anticipation, pondering whether these seemingly ordinary chopsticks were, in fact, rare treasures. Thus, he remarked, "Do you know, my good sir, who dined with such chopsticks in the days of old?" "What of it? Did they not partake?" Ouyang Ming responded, somewhat dismissively, his words trailing off into silence. The elder quivered slightly, and the elderly man in the copper house gazed at Ouyang Ming and his extravagant son. "You see, sir, the materials used to craft such chopsticks have long been extinct. Most that exist today are prized possessions of the esteemed and elite, devoid of market value." "Oh, I see," Ouyang Ming replied coolly. Yet within, he seethed with frustration, silently questioning the system. "System, are these chopsticks truly so valuable?" Master, these chopsticks provided by the system are crafted from the long-extinct flower buds of a 200-year-old pine tree, deep in color with a lingering aftertaste. If converted to currency, their worth would approximate 1 million, the system asserted gravely. Damn. Ouyang Ming felt a pang in his heart. System, can I sell them? No. The response was unequivocal, causing Ouyang Ming to feel a deep ache. He thought he had never even seen 10,000 before. Yet now he was wielding chopsticks worth 1 million, and not just one pair. The sensation was akin to laboriously purchasing a home and car, only to realize that his partner had returned to Thailand, like a masquerade queen. That was congratulations indeed. As the serene clouds drifted lazily across the sky, it felt as if the heavens themselves were about to descend, yet the tranquility remained undisturbed. The elder, Copper, couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss! Truly a leader of the Wind Clan, admirable indeed." Meanwhile, at another table, Miyamoto Musashi wore a visage of sheer panic. He had not anticipated that he would be using such large chopsticks. What had he just said? The chopsticks had fallen to the ground. Previously, he had been indifferent, merely wiping them off with his clothing. However, the situation had changed. Musashi now possessed a reverent mindset, meticulously inspecting every inch of the chopsticks, anxious lest he should inadvertently damage them. It wasn't that his wages were insufficient for compensation, but rather that these chopsticks, akin to the pillars of the thousand-handed, were also wielded by the esteemed. This realization filled Musashi with regret. How foolish he felt. He was acutely aware that the boss was a reclusive master, and even the ramen bore an aura of miraculous serendipity. How could the utensils provided by such a humble establishment possibly be flawed? Contemplating this, Musashi trembled as he prepared to eat, his gaze fixated upon the bowl brimming with ramen, fearful that his coarse hands might inadvertently shatter the delicate noodles within. With a shift in mindset, he hastily consumed his meal and settled the bill, longing to escape the presence of such opulence. Feeling dwarfed in self-esteem as a lowly ninja wishing for wings to flee. As Musashi cast a glance around, he noticed the profound bond between the elder and Copper. And suddenly, a sense of kinship blossomed within him. Soon, the two finished their meal and departed, leaving the establishment to welcome a rare influx of customers. Far away, Yang Ming caught the sound of the loudspeaker echoing the words of Naruto. "Kakashi, you cannot go back on your word." A voice, tinged with helplessness, replied, "I know, Naruto. Countless times along the way, the teacher promised to treat you." Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, four figures emerged before Yang Ming: the carefree Naruto, the cold visage of Sasuke, the petite Sakura perched against the wall, and Sima Hui, whose eyes sparkled with Kakashi's brilliance. "Hey brother, what's new?" Prior to their arrival, Kakashi had been surveilling Yang Ming's establishment for 3 generations. The prices of instant noodles and ice cream were well known to Kakashi, who presumed he could afford the premium. You know what? This establishment has new offerings, and their prices soar up to a staggering 666. Let us first calculate how much Kakashi would need to pay before considering how much it mattered to him. Each of Naruto's trio ordered one of every dish, totaling 3,132 yuan. As a high-ranking ninja, although Kakashi earned tens of thousands monthly and lived a comfortable life, it did not mean he was free from distress. "Miss Kakashi, what is the matter? Do you wish to go back on your word?" At this moment, Naruto sprang forth, delivering a decisive blow to Kakashi, compelling him to purchase dinner. Otherwise, should word get out, Kakashi's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Kakashi squinted his fish-like eyes at Ouyang Ming, truly a fitting son of the 4th Hokage. This betrayal of comrades brought to mind memories of the past. It seemed the 4th Hokage often found himself short of funds due to a certain fear of his wife, leading students to cover his dining expenses. Such a history, steeped in blood and tears. To uphold his image in the eyes of his students, Kakashi resolutely declared, "Boss." Just like they say about the food. At that moment, Naruto sprang forth. "Aren't you going to eat that, Kakashi?" His face twitched beneath his mask. "No. I shall be content with the paradise that even he himself does not believe in." But Naruto believed. "Oh, what a pity," he lamented. "I thought I might catch a glimpse of teacher Kakashi's true face." Kakashi, adorned with lines of darkness, chose to disregard the students whose cognitive circuits seemed faulty. From his pocket, he retrieved a small, yellow book. Ah, no, it was the Intimate Tales of Paradise, as he squinted his fish-like eyes and savored the moment. The plethora of food consumed lately overshadowed the cultivation of one's intellect. He mused as he turned the pages of the latest installment of the novel, titled After a Man with a Green Hat. Coincidentally, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, tantalizing one's innermost desires. Gurgle, gurgle. Strange sounds emanated from Kakashi's stomach. Though fortunately, they were not too loud, sparing him embarrassment. The book spoke of a golden abode and a restaurant, prompting Kakashi to affirm he would not allow himself to go hungry. Indeed, he was quite arrogant. Enjoy your beef ramen. Ouyang Ming presented 3 steaming bowls of noodles, trailing a veil of white mist that filled the air with an appetizing fragrance. Gurgle, gurgle, the magic circle. Even the most delectable of dishes could not sway his resolve to delve into the intimate tales of paradise. He murmured, swallowing hard and turning his gaze away. In an attempt to divert his attention, he desperately sought exciting passages in the book, such as May 6th degree in ice and fire, which stirred his blood. Unfortunately, this distraction did not last long. Cree, cree, cree. The gusts of wind relished a swirling feast, striking Kakashi's heart like a cannonball. Suddenly, he found himself entangled in an internal struggle. I can't wait to eat. No, I must read. I am so hungry. Just one bite. No, I cannot go back on my word. Meanwhile, Sasuke, with an expression of indifference, disdainfully glanced at the ramen, muttering to himself, this ramen dares to sell for 128 yuan? Had it not been for today's survival training, which granted him considerable exposure, he would never have joined the others. For the first time, Sasuke picked up a piece of beef, his brow furrowed, dissatisfaction evident in his eyes. The slices were too thin, almost transparent, leaving him feeling as though his teeth were unfulfilled. But just as he hesitated on whether to eat, a pair of chopsticks suddenly shot out from the side, like lightning, snatching away his beef. "Aha! I got the beef," Naruto exclaimed, wearing a triumphant grin as he opened his mouth wide, devouring the sliced meat. "How dare you joke about this?" Sasuke seethed with indignation. Even if he refrained from eating, he could not bear to witness his portion being seized. Not to mention, he had always held disdain for the tail of the crane. Suddenly, Sasuke sprang into action, transitioning from a state of tranquility to one of fervor. In an instant, onlookers merely glimpsed a flash. Sasuke's chopsticks had swiftly reclaimed the beef that had been snatched away. In the eyes of Naruto, filled with indignation, he gulped down the morsel, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You truly stole my beef." Rising to his feet, Naruto rolled up his sleeves, one foot perched upon the stool, exuding an intimidating demeanor. "Dare you claim this is yours?" Sasuke remained unperturbed, resolute in his retaliation. In the background, Sakura, covering her face with her hands, quipped with exasperation, "For heaven's sake. Can't you just enjoy a meal?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," echoed Sasuke and Naruto in unison. Subsequently, they glared at one another, each questioning the other's mimicry. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming, busily preparing steamed buns in the kitchen, observed the bickering ninjas through the door, finding it somewhat amusing yet tinged with jealousy, pondering, "Is this the bond they share?" At that moment, Ouyang Ming noticed a shadow. Seizing the opportunity amidst Naruto and Sasuke's quarrel, a figure darted in with lightning speed, swiftly sweeping up the contents of their bowls. Upon recognizing the individual, Ouyang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. It was Kakashi. After savoring the beef slices, Kakashi licked his lips, remarking, "Not bad, but not sufficient." If Naruto and Sasuke remained oblivious, they would find themselves in dire straits should Kakashi consume all their beef. "Kakashi, return our beef." The two antagonistic men protested in unison. Kakashi, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, replied, "Oh dear, I accidentally became greedy." However, to maintain his image in the eyes of his students, he added gravely, "Look at you. Your lack of vigilance allowed me to triumph so easily. Have you forgotten what they taught you at the Ninja Academy?" Undoubtedly, this world was brazenly shameless, a veritable farce. For a moment, Sasuke was rendered speechless, contemplating the validity of Kakashi's words, yet sensing something amiss. Both Naruto and Sasuke, apprehensive that Kakashi might devour their meal, hastened to finish their bowls of ramen. Observing their desperate state, Kakashi's heart raced, whispering to himself, "What have I done? I merely consumed a few slices of your beef." But soon their focus shifted to Ouyang Ming's culinary delights. 3 crystal cups were arranged in a zigzag formation upon the platter, light filtering through the exquisite exterior, reflecting the delectable food within. The mere sight of it left Naruto and Sasuke perspiring profusely, their appetites ignited. Not to mention, when the ice cream was presented, a rush of chilly air wafted in, akin to the opening of an air conditioner, instantly instilling a sense of coolness. Naruto and Sasuke scrutinized Kakashi with watchful eyes. And in that fleeting moment, they cautiously regarded one another, despite the ice cream still being cold. Gulp, gulp. As Kakashi observed his students savoring their meals with great enthusiasm, a thunderous growl emanated from his own stomach, resounding within the confines of the shop. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards Kakashi. Their expressions a blend of surprise and amusement, prompting him to wish for a hole to bury his head in. What an embarrassment. The unfeeling Naruto wasted no time in laughing heartily, exclaiming, "Kakashi-sensei, you once mentioned that you would be content with just reading. Why are you hungry now?" Sasuke, maintaining his composure and saying nothing, allowed his expression to betray him, clearly conveying that this teacher was utterly foolish and unreliable. Perhaps the one bright spot for Kakashi was the presence of a caring female student. With a concerned expression, she inquired, "Sensei, are you hungry?" Sakura scooped a spoonful of ice cream, gesturing as if to offer it to him. Kakashi felt a surge of emotion, despite having 2 troublesome students. At least there was one normal one. Was tea there? However, in the next moment, a twist occurred. Sakura opened her mouth and popped a spoonful of ice cream inside. As she grinned, revealing dimples, she playfully remarked, "Sorry, Sensei, I was just teasing you." Deep within, Sakura felt a sense of pride. After all, who else could showcase Sasuke's numerous death illusions during her survival training? In that instant, Kakashi was rendered speechless, feeling as if he had been petrified. All he could sense was the desolate autumn wind, loneliness, and a chilling heart. What kind of students do I have? Kakashi silently questioned the heavens, feeling as though the earth was vast, devoid of anyone else to share the burden. Watching his classmates indulge in delectable food one after another brought a look of intoxication and joy to his face, yet he felt a surge of frustration. By the way, I paid for this meal. To distract himself, Kakashi sought solace in the heavens. This time, I shall not be ensnared by food, Kakashi vowed to himself. To demonstrate his resolve, he opened his favorite chapter. Chapter 2, My Lonely Sister-in-Law. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Soon, Kakashi found himself immersed in a sea of artistic refinement. Oblivious to Naruto and the others enjoying their meals, reaching a state of complete detachment from the outside world, engrossed solely in the wisdom of sages. However, reality swiftly reminded Kakashi of the adage that there will always be mountains higher than those already scaled. They say you cannot play with your sister-in-law, nor can you indulge in petty distractions. As the aroma of freshly steamed buns wafted from the kitchen, Kakashi could no longer maintain his saintly demeanor, abruptly breaking free from his lofty pursuits. In the world of Hokage, there were no such things as steamed buns. Thus, these buns were truly unique, and their fragrance unparalleled. Even an elite like Kakashi, who had attended celebrity banquets, savored exquisite cuisine from the likes of the Shao family, and traveled the world tasting delicacies from the 5 great nations, could not resist the allure of the buns. One can only imagine how delectable they must be. No matter how wonderful a sister-in-law might be, she could never compare to the exquisite nature of the buns, Kakashi reflected after thoroughly absorbing the novel. An unseen lightning bolt struck Kakashi's leg, and in that fleeting moment, he appeared to freeze in place, though in reality, he had already fled. Kakashi had harnessed the power of the lightning element. Ouyang Ming merely perceived a flicker before him, as if something had manifested, leaving him feeling busy and fatigued, rather bewildered. However, he soon sensed a gentle hand, and the 3 cages stacked high had vanished. Oh, how unfortunate. As Ouyang Ming regained his wits, he turned to see, to his astonishment, Kakashi had pilfered his food. Kakashi looked apologetically at Ouyang Ming, steam rising from his mouth as he devoured steamed buns, promptly pulling down his mask to stuff 3 fist-sized buns into his mouth. In an instant, Kakashi's formerly handsome visage transformed into that of a dumpling face. His cheeks puffed up, exuding an endearing kawaii charm. Delicious, 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 Kakashi mumbled, defiantly taunting in the presence of 3 Narutos. The Hokage leapt forth, wearing an expression of sorrow and indignation. "Miss Cassis, hand over the buns." Sasuke glared coldly at her. He remained silent, yet with one hand he drew a sharp knife from his tactical pouch, casting a bitter glare at Kakashi, clearly brimming with unspoken urgency. Yet, the most unfortunate of all was Iruka. From the outset, she was a hopeless case, incessantly weeping. "Miss Cassis is so wicked, it's unbelievable, it's unbelievable." Woo. Should an unidentified onlooker be present, they would cast disparaging glances at Cassis, pondering, this is not a teacher. This is a disgrace. How can such scum continue to instruct students? Yet Kakashi remained indifferent, wholly consumed by the delectable dumplings. The smooth, white skin yielded easily to a bite, soft and tender. As he sank his teeth into it, a burst of rich juice erupted, flooding Kakashi's tongue with warmth. The exquisite flavor of the meat juice exploded on his palate, a wave of pleasure sweeping through his body. Akin to being enveloped in a hot spring, every cell in his being trembling from the sublime food. Once Kakashi finally swallowed the 3 buns and patted his slightly protruding belly, he mused, I could surely eat another bun. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exclaimed, those are our buns. Early in the morning, Happy Uncle had closed his restaurant. He sat quietly on a stool, head bowed, clutching a photograph. The image featured a lovely young lady. And for some reason, I could not recognize her as the girl who had initially caught my attention in the Webster family hall. Yet, such a beautiful woman appeared to be bound. Perhaps the binder held a peculiar talent, for this morning, Calamus, as per usual, had gone out early to buy vegetables. Ordinarily, if all went as expected, he would return promptly. However, Uncle had waited for over an hour without sight of her. Growing anxious, Happy Uncle hurried out in search of her, ultimately scouring the entire village, yet he found not a single soul. He sought out the gatekeeper, Ziti, and Izumo, to inquire whether his daughter had departed the village. To Uncle Yile's astonishment, it had been an eternity since he had last seen her. Where had Calamus gone? Uncle Yile was profoundly troubled. Ever since the passing of his wife, he had cherished Calamus. Their bond was deep and unwavering. In matters of work, Calamus was exceptionally astute, providing him with significant assistance. Now, having lost her, Uncle Yile felt an irreplaceable void, as if the entire world had plunged into darkness. It appears we must venture to the Hidden Leaf Village to announce our quest for Calamus, Uncle Yile murmured. However, a reluctant Uncle Yile was hesitant to do so, for the task at hand required considerable effort and came at a higher cost. Although his restaurant thrived daily, he had managed to save some money. Yet, with wealth came a reluctance to relocate, as he wished for his daughter Akuris to have a prosperous marriage and a life filled with happiness, distinct from his own. Suddenly, a sinister voice emerged from the shadows. Oh, I suggest you refrain from pursuing that course of action. Who are you? Uncle Yile exclaimed, startled, as he quickly lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. My identity is of little consequence, the melancholic voice intoned, echoing eerily within the confines of the shop. What matters is that if you wish for your daughter to survive. The mysterious figure chuckled ominously, a sound reminiscent of clashing iron. Uncle Yile, an experienced man, recalled the photograph left behind for his daughter, and his forehead tightened with tension. You must be a formidable ninja, Uncle Yile whispered, attempting to restrain his fury. Why do you torment me and my daughter? You wish to have your daughter returned? It is as simple as retrieving a menu from the shop across the street. Whatever you do, as long as you acquire the menu, I will return your daughter to you unharmed. Otherwise. Suddenly, a wave of terror engulfed him. Not only will you perish, but your daughter will wish for her own demise. Uncle Yile's eyes widened in horror, his body frozen in fear, immobilized by the threat of impending violence. Remember, do not go to the Hidden Leaf Village, otherwise, the condition shall become void. With a maniacal laugh, the mysterious figure gradually faded into the distance. After what felt like an eternity, Uncle Yile emerged from that abyss of dread, drenched in sweat as though he had emerged from a pool. Huff, huff, he gasped, limping to the ground, his legs trembling incessantly, as if to remind him that this was no mere dream. What am I to do? Why must it be Calamus? If only they had taken me instead. Calamus is still young, with a long path ahead. I cannot allow anything to happen to her. Determination glinted in Uncle Yile's eyes, casting forth an ominous light. Outside, not far from Yile's restaurant, a masked figure clad in black stood silently atop a rooftop, raising an arm to feel the cold wind brush against his face. The wind today is quite noisy. He is the mysterious figure making sounds at the Yile restaurant. If the third master were present, he would be astonished to discover that he recognizes this person. This enigmatic individual is, indeed, the investigator in the eyes of 3 generations. The dark leader orchestrating public opinion in Konoha to elevate the stature of Ouyang Ming's establishment. The third spy never anticipated that the person he trusted the most would betray him. The head of the dark faction gazes from a distance at Ouyang Ming's shop, chuckling to himself, I have worked so hard to elevate you. When the time comes, it shall bring me great joy. According to his nature, I will undoubtedly challenge the dark chieftain concealed beneath his mask, evoking a cruel smile. You, who have been praised by the heavens, must dare not refuse the challenge. After years of masterful culinary prowess, you shall triumph in the competition and acquire the secret recipe. Thus, once presented to the adults, I shall obtain the secret of becoming a shadow. At this moment, the Dark Lord finally reveals his true intentions to attain the power of cinema. It has been previously stated that unity within Konoha Village's classes makes it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to become powerful, compounded by numerous constraints. For instance, the Shadow Leader dedicates most of his life to the efforts of Kiba, and the resources he can access have long elevated his chakra to the level of a shadow. However, the dilemma lies in his lack of a formidable bloodline and the absence of self-created ninjutsu talents. The war power remains a privilege of the elite upper class. It is not that he does not desire S-rank ninjutsu, but such techniques are typically sealed within tomes, accessible only to those of the Hokage bloodline. Otherwise, one must align with families possessing ninjutsu and curry favor to learn from them. Previously, the Dark Lord had jested with Mayweather, hoping that someone with offline intelligence could steal the sealing tome, allowing him to reap the rewards while committing murder and erasing evidence. Unfortunately, it was all thwarted by the emergence of Ouyang Ming. As the plump buns were consumed, Kakashi felt as though he were ascending to the heavens. Following the gaze of the fourth Hokage, he traversed the world, savoring culinary delights, yet he had never encountered such exquisite buns. Kakashi gently closed his eyes, quietly relishing the joy brought forth by the food. This indulgence transcends the confines of time and space, allowing one to simply enjoy the pleasures of gastronomy, providing Kakashi with a fleeting moment of peace amidst his endless battles. War, slaughter, and betrayal remain the unchanging themes of ninjutsu. Whether in the 5 great nations or smaller realms, wherever there are people, there exists a world of wandering healers and bloodshed. Ninjas are inherently killers. Kakashi recalls having once told Ozoramuru during his time in the village. As a veteran of world wars, Kakashi has always held this truth close to his heart. But now, swinging, this carefree existence may very well be the primordial generation of Kakashi's ideal secret passage. As the filled bun enters his stomach, the vitality of the meat bursts forth, leaving Kakashi utterly astonished. This is simply incredible. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his eyes, sensing an incredible flow of chakra. If the lower chakra resembled a waterline, the middle chakra represented a current, then the upper chakra was akin to a rushing torrent. Likewise, the river of chakra throughout the year, as it entered the flow of life energy, exhibited an upward trend. This was indeed significant. Heaven knows that Kakashi had ascended to the upper echelons by the tender age of 12, and now, over a decade later, he was merely among the upper elite. Why was this so? It was not due to a lack of talent, nor was it because he lacked connections or resources. Rather, the practice of chakra manipulation was a protracted journey. Transitioning from a waterline to a brook, then to a stream, was relatively simple, allowing for the balancing of chakras. However, to reach a great river that surged forth was an entirely different matter. The magnitude was incomparable to mere streams. It resembled a natural chasm, forged over centuries. I cannot ascertain how many youthful prodigies have been barred from entry by life's obstacles, perpetually missing their prime years and squandering precious time. After all, once one reaches middle age, a ninja's power diminishes swiftly and the chakra wanes. As the eyes of the third generation, the disparity in strength between middle and old age is pronounced. Yet that was not all. Kakashi could sense a thread of life energy infusing his right eye. In an instant, a chilling sensation began to spread. It was utterly delightful. Kakashi could not resist stretching lazily, attempting to mask his abnormality. For years, since he had altered his eyes, he had become a considerable burden to his own body. But now, that burden had lessened. Though only marginally, it instilled hope in Kakashi, a long-term user of the Sharingan. At this moment, Kakashi wished to prostrate himself before Ouyang Ming like Metcalf, singing, "I am conquered by you." Yet, Kakashi had forgotten that he had previously proclaimed that reading could satiate one's hunger, shamelessly asking Ouyang Ming, "Boss, give me 10 buns." "Apologies." Ouyang shrugged. "We only allow 1 per person, and I do not require your money." Kakashi retrieved several hundred bills from his wallet. Ouyang Ming gazed at the enticing sum, saliva nearly pooling. "With such wealth, I could purchase an apartment in the slums, couldn't I?" However, Ouyang Ming remained unmoved. After all, no one wished to dwell in rented quarters, perpetually at the mercy of an irate landlord. But that was merely a fleeting thought. "I'm sorry. You may only order 1. How could you do this?" Ouyang sighed unconsciously. Kakashi was left speechless. He felt that if he indulged in a few more meat-filled dumplings, his chakra could ascend to a new echelon, reaching an unprecedented level. Yet now, the boss could not accommodate such a request. After years of being a ninja, through assassination, surveillance, and self-disguise, he understood that this world was rife with transactions, merely assessing whether the stakes were sufficiently high. Thus, Kakashi resolved to retrieve the seal scroll from his tactical pack and unfurl it. Bang! A plume of smoke erupted, revealing a broken blade before them. Kakashi gazed at the knife with a complex expression, addressing Ouyang Ming. "Boss, I wish to use this knife to prepare your dumplings." At that moment, Naruto, the fool, leapt forward with laughter. "Kakashi-sensei, this worthless knife holds no value." Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, casting curious glances at Kakashi. Ouyang Ming silently applauded Naruto's timely intervention, crossing his arms over his chest, exuding an air of ease, as if to convey that he had seen through everything. Indeed, even Kakashi was deceived by Ouyang Ming's performance. "This knife belonged to my father," she remarked nonchalantly. "It was once renowned throughout the entire ninja world. It can make children cease their crying and banish demons." "Boss, do you think this knife complements the buns you make?" Although Ouyang Ming appeared outwardly composed, inwardly he was turned upside down, astonished. Could it truly be the knife of Konoha's White Fang? Uncertainty loomed, prompting him to inquire of the system, if this knife were exchanged for money. "What would its worth be?" "Immeasurable," came the reply. "What do you mean?" Ouyang Ming, encountering this system for the first time, felt a surge of curiosity. "There is no supreme knife, only supreme ninjas," the system stated solemnly. "This system can recycle knives, adapting them for kitchen use." Ouyang Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated the immense value of Konoha's White Fang's knife. However, this did not imply much. The system stipulated that each individual could only order one dish at the small establishment. Should Ouyang Ming contravene this rule, he would face unforeseen repercussions. He could not jeopardize the future for the sake of the present. Thus, Ouyang Ming merely nodded expressionlessly. When she believed he would acquiesce, she stated, "You are correct. I am at a loss for words. I apologize, but I must decline." The first half of her statement brimmed with hope for a bright future, while the latter half would swiftly cast Kakashi from heaven to hell, a jarring fall that could drive him to madness. The indifferent visage of Ouyang Ming marked the first time Kakashi felt a tremendous pressure akin to the weight of a mountain bearing down upon him in the presence of his father. The knife, a short blade barely the length of an adult's forearm, still emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of the wintry winds, cold and heartless even after all these years. As observed, Kakashi had maintained it well. The blade gleamed clean, devoid of rust. Upon seeing the broken knife, Sasuke's anger flared. His instincts told him that this knife was the perfect fit for him. A fine knife is difficult to forge and even harder to find. Although the White Fang's wooden knife lay shattered, it still possessed the capability to kill. Sasuke could not suppress the stirrings of his heart and declared, "Kakashi-sensei, I wish to exchange an S-rank ninjutsu and 3 A-rank ninjutsu for this knife." Shockwave. Everyone stared at Sasuke in astonishment. His expression was serene, devoid of any desire to show off. One must understand that ninjutsu of this era, once mastered, endowed the practitioner with cinematic levels of combat prowess. Perhaps it is only the Yukubo family that possesses such an imposing aura, daring to unveil it. However, the allure of this temptation is irresistible to others. And it is futile for Kakashi as well, for he possesses the Sharingan. The ninja, having emulated thousands of ninjutsu techniques, is not referred to as a ninja without reason. Sasuke shook his head in anticipation. "I'm sorry, Sasuke. This is my father's sword." He refused to leave, exclaiming, "Why?" Sasuke, perplexed, pointed at Ouyang Ming, questioning whether Miss Cassis would prefer to eat steamed buns rather than practice ninjutsu. Miss Cassis remarked as if she were a connoisseur of fine cuisine. Indeed, emotional intelligence and such traits rendered genius superfluous. Before Kakashi could speak, Ouyang Ming chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" The ever-arrogant assistant suddenly appeared discontent, his sword-like brows furrowing as he coldly gazed at Ouyang Ming. Unfazed, Ouyang Ming raised his hand and stood tall, calmly stating, "You are still young. You do not comprehend." That posture, that tone, radiated pressure, much like how Sasuke always scrutinized others through the lens of a scholar and student. Sasuke was the sole individual who looked down upon others. In an instant, fury surged through Sasuke, his lungs feeling as if they might explode. "Say that again," he shouted. "Silence. Miss Cassis, do not hinder me. The Neihei family shall not be insulted by outsiders." He smiled. No wonder the original Sasuke chose to follow Orochimaru out of the village. Now, after his family's destruction, Sasuke resembled a wounded animal, unable to withstand the slightest provocation. "What are you laughing at?" As expected, Zuaju immediately grew enraged, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Ouyang Ming. "What am I laughing at?" Ouyang Ming, grinning, directed words at Sasuke that were sure to infuriate him. Itachi was right. You are merely his foolish brother. Do not utter that name. Sasuke roared, his legs taut as he lunged towards Ouyang Ming like an arrow loosed from a bow, a sharp bitterness in hand, aimed at Ouyang Ming's neck. Too late, too swift. No one anticipated Sasuke's extremity. Unfortunately, even if Ouyang Ming could freely unleash puppets for protection, tolerating a mere elite was unavoidable. You fool, stop. Sasuke, quickly. In an instant. Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke, transforming his palm into an iron claw, seizing Sasuke and thrusting him to the ground. Bang! Sasuke's handsome visage met the earth with a jarring impact, turning crimson. Damn! Even so, Sasuke's eyes widened, pupils flaring, as a hint of a curse mark emerged. Alas! Kakashi sighed, aware that if he let go, Zuaju would inevitably encounter trouble. In desperation, Kakashi had no choice but to employ Sasuke's jutsu, allowing him a restful slumber. Not to mention Naruto and Sakura hastily rushing due to the assistant's actions, Kakashi gazed affectionately at Ouyang Ming, asking, "Boss, could you reveal your true identity?" Ouyang Ming stood there, arms crossed, gazing at the sky at a 40-degree angle, declaring, "I am merely a chef with an interest. That is not what I inquired. Since the proprietor is aware of the weasel, he must surely know why I have never heard of such a person." Ouyang Ming inquired, eager to express that he not only recognized that particular weasel but also knew his father. Of course, only Ouyang Ming was familiar with him. Yet they remained oblivious to his presence. However, disguise is an art form. Once it is adopted, it cannot be relinquished. Ouyang Ming gazed into the distance, his eyes revealing an unparalleled loneliness, and softly uttered, "The world is vast. You should explore it." In that fleeting moment, Kakashi was taken aback. This statement, simple yet profound, resonated with boundless ambition. In contrast, he perceived himself as a mere fool. Absurd. It was as if Kakashi beheld his father standing before him. The pristine white teeth of Konoha seemingly beckoning. True heroes conquer the world. In essence, Ouyang Ming conveyed that there are countless masters in the world, yet you remain ignorant. A lump formed in Kakashi's throat, and his heart ached. Suddenly, Kakashi bowed to Ouyang Ming and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Ouyang Ming shamelessly waved his hand, brazenly responding, "Not at all, of course. Brother, what are you saying?" Naruto blinked in bewilderment, staring blankly. "You are still young. You do not comprehend this moment." Kakashi admonished Naruto. "Come on, it's no big deal." Naruto awkwardly turned away, his face clearly expressing his displeasure. At least Kakashi had taken Naruto and his team away. The surface of the Leaf Village bustled with prosperity, yet beneath it, turbulent currents surged. Ever since news spread that Ouyang Ming preferred to eat rather than roll, public opinion, under the sway of personal interests, gradually began to align with him. In a modest restaurant, two acquaintances were conversing. "Have you heard about what transpired at that little shop?" "I knew it. I'll tell you. The owner is an arrogant man, claiming that ordinary folks have no business in his establishment. I heard their SA sign at the entrance stating no dogs or villagers allowed, and a filthy old man stood up exclaiming, 'Oh, how arrogant! How conceited!' Immediately, someone nearby responded, 'Oh dear. Why hasn't anyone taught him a lesson and shown him some color?' The two men began to chant, drawing the attention of the restaurant's patrons. Noticing the unease in the guests' eyes, they exchanged knowing smiles. One man began, 'Let us not forget, we have Uncle Yile. Indeed, Uncle Yile is wonderful. He will teach him to become a brand new person.' Then a man rushed in from outside, exclaiming, 'Not good. A major issue.' Upon finishing his statement, it seemed he had run too hastily, coughing persistently. 'What is the big issue? Pray tell.' Eager for the spectacle, the onlookers eagerly inquired. 'A jovial uncle. He is about to challenge that little shop.' A wave of gossip began to ripple through the crowd. The same story, told by different voices. Everyone is aware that at 8 p.m. tonight, before the grand edifice of the Burning Shadow Building, a unique culinary competition will take place. Judged by 3 generations of esteemed panelists, with a participation of 10,000 individuals, the victor shall be awarded a coveted recipe, while the defeated will find no dignity left in the Hidden Leaf Village. In the spirit of fairness, the theme of this culinary contest will be determined by Lord Hokage, with all ingredients provided by the village. This event is poised to be immortalized in history as a significant occasion. Since the tumult of the Ninetales and the devastation of the Yukubo clan, the Hidden Leaf has enjoyed a prolonged tranquility, and it has been an extensive period since such a grand event has transpired. Soon, the villagers, having dined with their families, flocked to the Hokage Tower, eager to secure their seats in advance. However, to their astonishment, the scene before the Hokage Tower had undergone a remarkable transformation. The ground suddenly elevated, fracturing like a spider's web, as a colossal circular structure ascended, half suspended in midair. In a mere 3 seconds, the ring was fully formed. This oval structure resembled a bird's nest, encircled by spectators arranged in a tiered formation, capable of accommodating thousands simultaneously. Such a grand structure left the villagers in awe. As one by one, they approached the base, hesitant to gaze upwards. Soon, they noticed that the circular arena featured numerous walkways, spacious enough for dozens to traverse side by side. At this moment, a line of ninjas appeared to be orderly guiding the villagers. The third Hokage, leisurely puffing on his pipe, orchestrated the formation of the ring and the movement of personnel, all under his command. The situation regarding the earth element had shifted. A highly practical advanced earth technique was employed, sealing a finger after a swift bite, with a designed blueprint covering the hand. Soon, the terrain would transform according to the blueprint specifications. I shall not allow anyone to disrupt this rare piece. This time, we shall see if we can catch a big fish. The shadow leader he has nurtured holds significant importance, otherwise, he would not be so unperturbed. As dawn broke, the sounds of the bird's nest echoed with a sea of people, bustling and vibrant, brimming with excitement. This event, aside from the midterm ninja endurance test, is a rare occurrence. Groups of ninjas busily dispersed, guiding the crowd while maintaining law and order. In the shadows, a masked member clad in a dark robe keenly surveyed the surroundings, ever vigilant. At the center of the boxing ring lay a row of vacant seats, inaccessible to anyone. These were reserved for the Hokage and other renowned ninjas. To enhance the audience's viewing experience, the organizers thoughtfully installed 4 large screens high above, ensuring a clear view of the proceedings within the arena. In the upper right corner of the screen, a countdown was visible. Then, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped onto the boxing stage, microphone in hand, proclaiming, "I am the host. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the culinary competition." The middle-aged man paused momentarily as the audience erupted into thunderous applause. One can only imagine their curiosity regarding the rationale behind dubbing this a cooking contest. Pointing to his own face, he declared, "Because it is dignified." A chorus of laughter erupted from the audience. The host, K, glanced around, igniting the audience's enthusiasm as the lights dimmed across the arena. For a fleeting moment, darkness enveloped the space. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged, reminiscent of dawn, illuminating a tall figure. On the stage, a musical uncle donned a pristine white chef's attire, exuding tranquility, as if no challenge could perturb his composure. Even from afar, the audience felt an overwhelming pressure, their hearts racing. At that moment, a microphone was handed to the musical uncle, and the voice of host K resonated once more. "Uncle Yao, do you have anything to say to your opponent?" The uncle chuckled, clasped his hands over his chest, straightened his posture like a sword reaching for the heavens, and calmly declared, "I apologize, but the victor shall be me. You would do well to return to your practice." The applause was thunderous. The audience, particularly the villagers frequenting Yao restaurant, showed their unwavering support for Uncle Yao through their fervent clapping, akin to a rolling tide that echoed through the clouds, refusing to cease. Undeterred by the applause, Uncle Yao remained composed, as if merely brushed by a light drizzle, enhancing his masterful demeanor. As the clapping gradually subsided, the piercing voice of host K broke through. "Another contender awaits." However, K's words fell into silence like a stone cast into an abyss, met with a prolonged lack of response. Suddenly, the audience mimicked a simple phrase. Host K, slightly embarrassed, rolled his eyes and remarked, They say Boss Ouyang is capricious." It's true, his name is indeed synonymous with unpredictability. As the crowd's boos intensified, a cacophony resembling thunder rang out, echoing far and wide. If Ouyang Ming truly failed to appear, his reputation would be tarnished, and the future would hold no allure for patrons of his establishment. Amidst the jeers, a figure dashed from the restroom, clutching his stomach. Shortly after, he slipped into the darkened arena, snatching the microphone from the host's grasp. Suddenly, a youthful voice pierced through the clamor. "No need to be fashionably late. I am Ouyang Ming. Let us go." The atmosphere fell silent. A late-arriving spotlight finally illuminated Ouyang Ming, who, in stark contrast to the imposing presence of Uncle Yao, appeared frail and vulnerable, as if he could be swept away by the slightest breeze. This is why the audience harbored a lack of fondness for Ouyang Ming. After all, without a robust physique, excelling as a chef is a formidable challenge. "Uncle Yao, brimming with confidence just moments ago, do you have anything to say to him?" Host K exchanged a microphone, his voice imbued with emotion. Boss Ouyang, what do you wish to convey? Ouyang Ming, calm yet resolute, smiled steadily, meeting Uncle Yao's gaze. The waves of the Yangtze push forward relentlessly, while the surf upon the shore shall perish. Uncle Yao, you have aged. This era belongs to the youth. This statement was excessively arrogant. Though many might not grasp the significance of the Yangtze, it did not impede their understanding of Ouyang Ming's implications. Nima County. Is this a geographical jab? You see, half of the audience consists of middle-aged individuals, and this statement has offended them all. In an instant, a barrage of insults erupted, with exclamations of "what a son," an arrogant person, reverberating in their ears incessantly. Uncle Ilu raised the corner of his mouth, casting a cold and sharp gaze toward Yang Ming. Young man, I can see that you may be an arrogant individual. Perhaps in another decade, I might yield to you. But for now, suddenly awakening like a slumbering tiger, Uncle Li's spirit surged forth, declaring, I possess the consciousness of victory. You stand no chance. Big mouth. Who wouldn't want that? Yang Ming feigned raising his head, asserting, 10 years is an eternity. Seize the moment. If you cannot comprehend this, you have truly aged. How many youthful days does one have in a lifetime? As the saying goes, youth is not tedious, and life is not futile. Amidst the cacophony of reproaches and jeers, Yang Ming gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, raising his middle finger to everyone in the room, calmly stating, forgive me for speaking the truth. Those present are nothing but hot chickens. He resembled the sun, with all the stars orbiting around him. No matter how many there were, none could eclipse his brilliance. In contrast, the multitude in the fields resembled pecking chickens, failing to recognize the towering mountain, mistaking the phoenix for mere poultry. They fell silent for a moment, uttering a word. Whether it was the onlookers, the host K, or even Uncle Happy, they all felt a surge of anger, their chests heaving violently. An impulse to draw a blade and kill. If looks could slay, at that moment, Yang Ming would have already been a corpse. It became evident that the middle finger not only served a purpose but also expressed disdain, just as everyone was engulfed in fury, akin to a crossbow being drawn. A faint voice emerged, calm and neutral. All right, the farce comes to an end. With the voice of the elder, a distinguished yet aged man suddenly appeared above the seats, commanding attention. Yuan Fei Rijan. As he materialized, nearly everyone forgot what had transpired, erupting into a tsunami of jubilant applause. 3 generations of heads. 3 generations of television. 3 generations of television. The third eye extended a hand, making an urgent gesture, and abruptly all sound ceased. His reputation was formidable. Host K stepped forward, inquiring momentarily before picking up the phone, stating, ladies and gentlemen, the competition is about to commence. We shall unveil the theme of this game. The answer is, please direct your gaze to the big screen. An ordinary housewife was seen cooking in the kitchen, perhaps due to her family's modest means. Her culinary endeavor in the frying pan was simple and unpretentious. That was fried rice with eggs. At that moment, Host K provided commentary. June is a part-time job. Then, as if by magic, the center of the platform tilted inward, suddenly transforming into a fireplace. At that moment, a group of workers appeared, bringing pots, wood, and all necessary cooking materials. Witnessing such primitive tools, Yang Ming was drenched in cold sweat. For someone accustomed to gas or natural gas, suddenly switching to firewood would leave anyone blinded. It is akin to abruptly placing a reclusive individual, accustomed to the comforts of technology, into a bewildering cinematic realm where he must forego his phone for an entire week. One might wonder if he would succumb to despair. At this very moment, Ouyang Ming's emotions have already unraveled. Not to mention, in this lifetime or the next, he has never prepared a meal using firewood. The challenge has escalated to a hellish degree. On the other hand, an unperturbed uncle, devoid of any discernible expression, slightly curls his lips into a mysterious smile, revealing an enigmatic charm. For the elder generation, cooking with firewood is a simple task, in stark contrast to the infernal trials faced by Ouyang Ming. This endeavor is child's play for the cheerful uncle. The odds are decidedly stacked against Ouyang Ming. Furthermore, he is incapable of making fried rice. In his mind, he implored the system, could you please directly impart the method for preparing fried rice? According to the mainframe, the system detected the request. With a grave demeanor, the system informed him that, following a thorough assessment, it would grant an early reward based on hidden tasks that should be triggered. In essence, Ouyang Ming was exchanging the rewards of 2 hidden tasks for an advance on one to navigate his current predicament. There are gains and losses, dependent upon individual perspectives. System. I wish to make the exchange. Ouyang Ming understood that if he could not overcome today's obstacles, his future endeavors would be severely hindered. Rather than resigning, he resolved to take a chance. This is the reward for a secret mission. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a stream of information surged into Ouyang Ming's consciousness. To the onlookers, Ouyang Ming appeared utterly befuddled, standing there like a statue, engulfed in confusion. This only served to fuel the disdain of those who were not fond of him. Some even placed bets, wagering on both Uncle Lu and Ouyang Ming. The overwhelming majority of spectators favored Uncle Lu, believing he would triumph, which consequently reduced his odds to a historical low of 1-1, almost equal to their unwillingness to wager on Ouyang Ming's victory, despite the latter's odds being 6-1. In other words, a 100 yuan bet on Ouyang Ming would yield 600 yuan if he emerged victorious. Yet, even with such enticing odds, few were inclined to place their bets on Ouyang Ming. Those who had dined at Ouyang Ming's establishment remained composed. Once one has tasted the dishes he prepared, they are well aware of his culinary skills. Thus, even in the face of skepticism and ridicule from those around him, patrons of Ouyang Ming's restaurant remained relaxed, placing their bets on him. Among them, Miyamoto Musashi and Qin Shotong wagered the most. Sitting in the audience, Miyamoto Musashi gazed down at Ouyang Ming, thinking, "Ouyang boss, I believe in you. You must prevail. I have wagered all my money on you. Victory is imperative." Meanwhile, Qin Shotong engaged in light-hearted banter with his family, occasionally glancing at Ouyang Ming in the field, silently hopeful. Today might very well be a surprising opportunity for Ouyang boss. The village will be abuzz with excitement. I truly anticipate it. The eyes of 3 generations rested upon the podium, their half-closed eyes steadfastly surveying the scene, occasionally glimmering with intrigue as they observed the 2 individuals in the field, as the arbiter and central figure of the competition. Fried rice can be said to be the culmination of 3 generations of contemplation, its essence perhaps known only to him. Yet, he remains skeptical of how delectable a simple egg fried rice can truly be. After all, as a mere shadow of rural life, it could be likened to brushing one's teeth with bird's nest and having abalone for breakfast, a delicacy long since taken for granted. In the land of fire, now dubbed the realm of the second chef, the anticipation of savoring exquisite dishes has, to be frank, been shared by all 3 generations. At this juncture, while Ouyang Ming ponders, Uncle Yao is moved to action. The process of creating the egg-fried rice flits through his mind, and Uncle Yao promptly begins, placing kindling beneath the stove, igniting a roaring fire. Merely tending to the flames, one could easily become soot-covered or have a cloud of smoke invade their eyes, leaving them unable to see. However, for a joyful uncle, such matters are mere child's play, devoid of any mishap. Whether it is the kindling beneath the stove or the bubbling pot, Uncle Yao moves with fluidity and grace, making the task appear anything but mundane, providing a delightful experience akin to dancing. Indeed, akin to a dance. Each of Uncle Yao's movements, if dissected, reveals that too much time or too little would disrupt the harmony. He embodies the essence of eliminating all superfluous actions, retaining only the most vital components, conciseness and convenience. This is one of the secrets behind Uncle Yao's renown over the years. Like a sword honed for a decade, yet untested at this moment, Uncle Yao resembles that finely sharpened blade, finally revealing its edge. The sizzle and crackle resonate as the blackened red iron pan meets golden cooking oil and a few slices of minced garlic, producing an intriguing symphony of sounds, followed by a gentle tremor. With practiced finesse, Uncle Yao heats the oil, ensuring just enough coats the surrounding pan to prevent sticking, while allowing the cold oil to swiftly reach a searing temperature. The time has come. Uncle Yao lifts a pot of rice and, with a flourish, pours it into the iron pan. Instantly, a plume of flames rises, enveloping the rice. A novice might panic and extinguish the fire, but not Uncle Yao. With his left hand gripping the pan's handle, he suddenly begins to stir the rice. As waves crash against the rocks, a tender grain of rice soars through the air, tracing a beautiful arc, akin to a sparrow's nest, before returning to the bottom of the pan. In this moment, as the youth immerse into society, the once round grains undergo a transformation, acquiring a delicate golden hue that glistens under the light, creating a stunning visual. Each grain is cloaked in a layer of oil, and with a deft flick of his wrist, Uncle Yao combines 2 eggs, allowing the golden yolks to cascade forth. Throughout this process, Uncle Yao wastes no time, ensuring not a moment is lost to burning the rice. The spatula dances as the rice rolls and the eggs meld, releasing an enticing aroma. Soon, the rice was perfectly cooked, and Uncle poured the stir-fried rice onto a white plate, forming a mountain of golden grains interspersed with finely scrambled eggs, evoking a sense of egalitarianism. At last, another jovial uncle sprinkled chopped green onions atop the dish, completing the preparation of his delectable egg-fried rice. I yawned to savor Uncle Yile's egg-fried rice, transfixed by the screen, wiping the corners of my mouth with my sleeve. As if such an act could fulfill my cravings. My goodness, not only is Uncle Yile adept at making noodles, but he also excels at crafting fried rice with eggs, remarked a longtime patron of Yile restaurant, who relishes the fried rice with eggs served here. As Uncle Yile approached with a plate, the eyes of 3 generations caught a whiff of the rich aroma of garlic mingling with eggs from afar, a delightful scent that tantalized their senses. Unfortunately, that was not enough. The expressions of the 3 generations revealed their secret anticipation. What fried rice had they not yet tasted? Whether it be the heartfelt creations of humble villagers or the exquisite dishes prepared by renowned chefs at grand banquets, their eyes had encountered a multitude of flavors. As the saying goes, in ancient times, there was no water but the clouds above Wushan. He was the sole connoisseur of the flavors of fish and shrimp from the lake. Uncle Yao, please take your time. He would serve dishes to the 3 generations. Yet even before them, he dared not act hastily, speaking gently. Thank you for your hard work. The 3rd generation gazed at him with gratitude before picking up a spoon and uncovering a corner of the plate. With a single bite, their eyes closed slightly, savoring the exquisite dish prepared by Uncle Yao. At times, the eyes of the 3rd generation furrowed in concentration, then opened wide, leaving the anxious Uncle Yao astonished. As the brief wait felt like an interminable separation, stirring a sense of anxiety within. The fried rice was hot yet not burned, the eggs broken but not overcooked, embodying the essence of culinary perfection. The 3rd generation set down their spoon, seemingly lost in reflection, and slowly declared in a drawn-out tone, Yile, your fried rice is superb. Praised Lord Ouyang. Thank you, my lord, Uncle Yao replied excitedly. This thrill, akin to a friend's demise, brought joy to Uncle Yao, who had finally found a true gourmand that appreciated his craft. However, the eyes of the 3rd generation turned to Ouyang Ming. Yile, do not underestimate it. There is a mysterious little friend. My lord Ouyang, I believe it is unnecessary, Uncle Yao asserted confidently, gazing into the eyes of the 3rd generation. He believed his culinary prowess stemmed from the use of some enigmatic ingredients, yet in this peculiar environment, he doubted he could produce anything else worthy of our anticipation. Little did he realize, as the organizer and judge, the 3rd generation's eyes questioned why they should labor and explicitly stipulated the use of village ingredients in their cooking. Everything was a ruse. Ouyang Ming's culinary secrets were merely part of a greater scheme. The 3rd generation is curious whether Yang Ming can indeed utilize any components that can be added to the chakra. If that is the case, it is unspeakable. The 3rd generation must personally intervene, placing Ouyang Ming under close surveillance at the Hokage Tower, extracting all his culinary secrets. One must not underestimate any village's shadow, particularly those of the 5 great nations, as their integrity sometimes genuinely seeks to shatter norms. In the past, the original Hokage had astonished the entire world, and all of Konoha was aware of everything. What now? Under the guidance of the 3rd generation, villagers now regard him as the most powerful Hokage in history, forgetting the 1st and 2nd generations who once ruled with tolerance. He twisted his neck, rolled up his sleeves, and stuffed wood into the furnace's opening. His movements were awkward, clearly lacking experience. Anyone who has ever burned firewood knows that one must not toss in logs that are either too large or too small. Oversized logs are difficult to ignite, while undersized ones burn to ash too quickly, adversely affecting the cooking temperature. Food prepared in this manner tends to either burn or remain undercooked. Fortunately, Ouyang Ming possesses a system that reminds him to switch to a pile of medium-sized firewood. Then came the ignition, the hot pot, and Uncle Joy's process. Observing Ouyang Ming's novice demeanor, almost everyone felt a sense of disappointment. In a corner of the audience, a couple whispered to each other, "Why does he dare to shout so boldly, even as such a chef? Yes, the mere thought of his arrogance infuriates me." Miyamoto Musashi, seated beside them, felt a void within him upon hearing their strange remarks. "Both of you, be quiet," he exclaimed. "Who are you?" The woman with thin lips among the couple sneered at Musashi. "If you can, bite me." Her companion scrutinized Musashi's attire with a disdainful expression. "Uncle, how much do you truly know about food? I fear you lack even a kitchen." Musashi, an honest man, turned crimson with indignation and bitterly retorted, "Open your eyes and witness boss Ouyang Ming triumph." The man shrugged with a look of disgust. Speak to your girlfriend. You are no longer Miyamoto Musashi. Meanwhile, the grandfather asked, May I pose a question? The voice belonged to a man adorned with 1,000 hands around his neck. The elder's face remained calm as he touched his small head. Well, you have grown. You know how to handle your grandfather's tests. Who am I, after all? The young grandson looked up, praising his grandfather with a long, proud gaze. Grandfather, do you think that big brother will win? The white-bearded elder wore an expression that suggested he knew but would not reveal, saying, The heavens will not leak. The young grandson awkwardly turned his head. Grandfather must not know. Yes, that is incorrect, the elder replied. Noticing the fear in his grandson's eyes, which instantly brightened his face with joy. Amidst the commotion, the elder's gaze shifted to Ouyang Ming, filled with concern. He truly admired the craftsmanship of this individual. Ouyang Ming's culinary creations evoked in him a nostalgic sentiment reminiscent of the early days in the village of Konoha, radiating warmth and tranquility. However, the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for Ouyang Ming. Could he prevail? Countless spectators eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, their gazes fixated on Ouyang Ming on the screen, half in jest. If that were the case, they too could embody Ouyang Ming, competing alongside a musical uncle on stage. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, filled with resentment, Ouyang Ming remained composed, fluid like water, exuding the grace of a master. Soon, a plate of fried rice was prepared. Ouyang Ming presented the dish before the third Hokage. This marked his first close encounter with the esteemed elder. The third Hokage's eyes bore the weight of age, and deep wrinkles etched into his face told tales of time. Age spots dotted his skin, yet to the unknowing, he appeared merely as an ordinary elder. What set the third Hokage apart were his eyes, dark and profound, resembling black holes that seemed to absorb everything around them. As Ouyang Ming locked eyes with the third Hokage, he felt as if he had shed his garments, leaving no secrets hidden. With a deep breath, he emerged from his moment of uncertainty and placed the plate on the table. Lord Hokage, please enjoy. Thank you. The third Hokage regarded Ouyang Ming with gratitude, then turned his attention to the fried rice. In stark contrast to the culinary offerings of the musical uncle, Ouyang Ming's fried rice seemed to lack any fragrance, as though it had never existed. The white dish, resembling a mountain of fried rice, appeared visually splendid, each grain plump and glimmering with a subtle golden hue. Under the illumination, the fried rice shone brilliantly. The third Hokage's gaze lingered, pondering a singular question. Where were the eggs? Indeed, within Ouyang Ming's fried rice, the third Hokage could not discern a single trace of egg. Yet he clearly remembered Ouyang Ming cracking 4 eggs into the mix. Curiously, the elder picked up a spoon, scraping the edge of the dish. The third Hokage momentarily forgot to eat, instead bringing the spoon to his nose to catch a whiff, only to find a hint of fragrance that eluded him. Skeptically, he scrutinized Ouyang Ming. Was he merely a figure of vanity? As he gazed at the rice in the spoon, shimmering like golden waves beneath the sand, the third Hokage swallowed his questions whole. No more pondering, he had to taste it. As the wheels of fate turned with each chew, a grain of rice was instantaneously crushed. This was the third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, a musical uncle approached nervously and inquired, Lord Hokage, is it not to your liking? No. The third Hokage shook his head, gently closing his eyes as if savoring the moment. He had indulged in the world's most extravagant dishes and encountered the most peculiar culinary creations. Yet throughout his life, the third Hokage had only cherished the cooking of one individual. As the fried rice with egg was served, an explosion of aroma enveloped the air, akin to a grenade detonating within his mouth, instantly saturating his entire tongue with flavor. It was the essence of the egg. It became evident that the fried rice had not released its delightful scent prior, as it had concentrated all its fragrance within each individual grain of rice. When the aroma burst forth, the 3 generations seemed to envision a rooster before them, suddenly raising its head and crowing. With wide eyes, they gazed at Ouyang Ming and inquired, May I boldly ask, how do you create such exquisite egg fried rice? Unbeknownst to them, all 3 generations pondered that Ouyang Ming would never divulge his culinary secret. Little did they know, Ouyang Ming calmly replied, Cook with your heart, and you shall bring joy to others. This was reminiscent of an underachiever questioning the brilliance of an academic, only to receive the simple reply, study with dedication. Indeed, those who feign knowledge often wield the most lethal power. After savoring Ouyang Ming's egg fried rice, the competition seemed trivial to them. The 3 generations, with eyes wide open, scooped a spoonful of fried rice, closed their eyes, and chewed slowly, their thoughts drifting far away. Long ago, when he was still a second-generation student, among 4 pupils. The third generation was neither the best nor the easiest. At that time, he often practiced alone, accompanied by solitude, living for the sake of practice. He could have continued this way. However, one day, a girl appeared before him, curiously asking, "Why do you always practice alone? Are you not afraid of loneliness?" Everything changed. The third generation, with a hint of pride, looked up and replied, "I want you to take care of it." From that moment on, the young girl frequently visited, carrying a basket filled with fried rice and eggs. Though each time, the third generation's eyes and mouth would protest, his body was honest and devoured the girl's fried rice. The dish contained little oil and no scallions, lacking in flavor and taste. Yet, in that brief period, the third generation felt it was the happiest experience of his life. The teenage girl was unremarkable, her family ordinary. Yet, her egg-fried rice was extraordinary. The girl never confessed her love for the third generation. She simply accompanied him through those lonely practice sessions as a friend. The third generation was content with this arrangement, and the two maintained a tenuous relationship. But then, everything changed. War erupted abruptly, and the third generation was drafted to the front lines. Perhaps she gifted him a plate of fried rice as a farewell. As the third generation drove away, he left without eating it, yet it was a parting. The war claimed the lives of many young girls. Since that day, the dish of egg-fried rice became a requiem. How many have silently loved under the guise of friendship, remaining strangers since the end of the world? There once existed a genuine love that the third generation failed to cherish, and when it was lost, it was too late for regret. After tasting the fried rice, tears streamed down. At the moment of utmost solitude, one is most loyal to oneself. In that instant, the third generation recalled the young girl's words. Crying while eating allows one to carry on. In that year, the eyes of 3 generations were oblivious to its meaning. Yet, when the salty tears mingled with the fragrant aroma of fried rice, understanding dawned upon them all. Memories ebbed and flowed in their minds. Back then, I proclaimed that life was as radiant as summer blossoms. Now, however, I comprehend that ordinariness is the sole answer. A plate of egg-fried rice, amidst choked sobs. What the 3 generations consumed was not merely fried rice, but a profound solitude. Gradually, their weary eyes opened, experiencing a sense of relief and joy for the first time. It turned out that winning the world was less fulfilling than a plate of egg-fried rice enjoyed by a youthful girl of yesteryears. Regrettably, there is no such thing as regret. Thank you, Ouyang Ming, for allowing me to savor such delectable fried rice. The eyes of 3 generations regarded Ouyang Ming with an unprecedented seriousness. As if it were insufficient, he suddenly rose to his feet. Then, the eyes of 3 generations conjured something unimaginable to those present. Astonishingly, they removed the shadowy hat of fire, placing it before their bodies with a reverent demeanor. Heads slightly bowed in a gesture of respect. Bang! At that moment, chaos erupted. The audience leapt in astonishment. Had the third eye gone mad? Almost everyone pondered thus. Screams, howls, and cries echoed. People vented in their own ways, unleashing the unknown within their hearts. You see, this is the tribute of the great village. Only those who have made remarkable contributions to the village, like the 4 generations who sacrificed in war, receive such honor. Today, Ouyang Ming conferred this honor upon a chef. A truly exceptional privilege. Nothing could be more ludicrous. In that instant, during the memorial service for the renowned Fire Nation, the 3 generations had never acted in such a manner. Could it be that Ouyang Ming held more value than his name? At that moment, countless who despised Ouyang Ming felt a wave of embarrassment, while his supporters rejoiced. I knew it. Miyamoto Musashi clenched his fists and waved them towards the heavens. Boss Ouyang Ming is the best. 1,000 bronze hands gazed at the indifferent Ouyang Ming, sighing, from now on, who would not recognize you? In comparison, Uncle Yao's countenance paled, slumping despondently to the ground. Uncle Yao looked into the eyes of the 3 generations, his lips trembling with despair. Yet he could not help but inquire, Lord Huang, I already know I will lose, but could you enlighten me as to why? The eyes of the 3 generations swept over Uncle Yao with pity, sighing, because you lack soul in your dishes. Suddenly, a startled Uncle Hu, as if struck by lightning, was taken aback. Just like those timeless songs that can be passed down through generations, moving hearts and echoing through eternity, Uncle's food was indeed delicious. Yet it was but a dazzling fade, devoid of the essence that brings a dish to life. It seemed unfair that he had failed. For Uncle, who wore a tragic smile, his daughter had perished not only after the contest, but also with the shattering of the cherished ideals surrounding his culinary creations. At that moment, Ouyang Ming approached Uncle Yao. "Have you come to mock me?" Uncle Yao sat on the ground, gazing calmly at Ouyang Ming, as if foreseeing the truth. "Indeed, you are the victor, deserving of this honor." "No." Ouyang Ming shook his head. He gazed intently at Uncle Yao, suddenly extending his hand and proclaiming, "I have always believed that friendship takes precedence over competition, for it is through the rivalry among skilled chefs that the most sumptuous dishes are born." In Uncle Yao's eyes, Yang Ming's figure shone like a brilliant sun. To his astonishment, he found himself utterly defeated, laughing at himself as he reached out to grasp Ouyang Ming and rose from the ground. The two men locked eyes, each recognizing the innate heroism within the other, igniting a fleeting spark of passion. Oh, how genuine the emotions were. Kay seized the microphone, exclaiming, "What heartfelt feelings! This is the essence of the game." Gratitude was extended to the chefs, for they had granted us the privilege of witnessing an unparalleled competition. Let us shower them with fervent applause. Regardless of whether the audience had previously scorned Ouyang Ming or not, they all rose silently in unison. Thousands stood up instantly. The applause thunderous, their cheers resonating through the skies. This day was destined to be etched into the annals of history. Years hence, when reminiscing about today's gathering, one would proudly declare to others, "I witnessed that match." Congratulations to the host for successfully activating talent and creating a dish that moved influential figures, the system stated solemnly. Talent? Ouyang Ming had initially assumed this matter was merely to fulfill a task, unaware that it required his own earnest efforts for activation. He then cast a glance at the system. System objective: assist the host in becoming the supreme culinary deity of the Naruto world. Cooking talent: chef's heart, skills, camouflage, doubling. Shadow, item, fat, puppet, total score. Introduction: the journey to becoming the culinary deity has just begun. Follow the system's guidance to ascend as the pinnacle of the food chain in the world of fire. The initially blank talent column now bore a gift: chef's heart. Could you elucidate this gift, my master? The so-called chef's heart permeates the entire cooking process, allowing you to invest your whole being into your work, maximizing the flavor of the ingredients while also touching the softest parts of your guests' hearts. The system explained with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Ouyang Ming lowered his head, contemplating. Do not presume that maintaining focus is a simple endeavor. On the contrary, the more effortless it seems, the more challenging it becomes. If a student were to concentrate on studying all day, would it not drive them to madness? Science has long proven that a student can only focus for a mere 15 minutes before class begins. Clearly, only through such discipline could Yang Ming ensure he remains undistracted during his culinary endeavors, thus reaping great rewards. At this juncture, Uncle Yao grasped Ouyang Ming's hand, his face alight with excitement. I once believed that merely selecting quality ingredients and employing the correct cooking methods would suffice to create satisfactory food. Young man, today you have imparted a vivid lesson, revealing to me the true essence of culinary art. Though Uncle Yao had vanished, Ouyang Ming felt an extraordinary admiration for him. A chef of undeniable merit. Where, Ouyang greeted politely. Let us learn together and advance collectively. Observing Ouyang Ming, youthful and evidently victorious, one could sense the importance of remaining humble and not succumbing to arrogance. A delighted uncle felt a surge of admiration for him. Uncle Lu, lost in thought, reminisced about what he was doing at Ming's age. His days were consumed with teaching the culinary arts, merely attending to serving dishes and washing plates, with little else to occupy his time. How splendid it would be to have a son like you, Uncle Lee exclaimed with fervor. Ouyang Ming took a sip of water, responding, "You praise me, yet I remain humble. I truly wish I had not done so. Of course, good students and all that. I cannot act in such a manner." Upon uttering these words, Uncle Yu realized his abruptness. He had previously made similar comments, claiming to know Mo Yin well. Uncle E laughed apologetically. "I was merely jesting with you. Please do not take offense. From this moment on, the world of rural cuisine relies on you." With that, Uncle E departed, leaving behind a solitary and desolate figure. If he were to lose this contest, his daughter's fate would be dire. Uncle Yi's wife had passed long ago. His daughter was his very life. If she were to perish, what reason would he have to continue living? More importantly, Uncle E believed that even if he wished to survive, the unseen forces behind it would not spare him. It would be far better to die than to endure relentless torment. Then, the system activated. "Congratulations, Master. You have initiated a secret mission. Save Uncle E." Mission description: Uncle E intends to take his own life for unknown reasons. How can you, as a fellow traveler, remain indifferent? Mission reward. Method of creating the sacred mother sauce. Upon witnessing this system's task, Ouyang Ming did not feel anger, but rather a heavy realization. He had utilized 2 secret missions to secure his victory. This meant that Ouyang Ming's covert reward was now unattainable. I am such a fool, Ouyang Ming lamented. If I had known earlier, I would not have feigned coercion. Perhaps others might find it trivial, not understanding the significance of the beloved spicy sauce. Yet for a gathering that craves heat, the absence of piquant food leaves one with a sense of incompleteness and imperfection. However, this mission was to save Uncle Yi. That was the crux of the matter. Ouyang Ming endeavored to thwart Uncle Yi's suicidal thoughts, but who could tell? The eyes of 3 generations shone with fervor as they lifted. Ouyang Ming, today has been a long day. Why not visit my home? As an elder, I have much to inquire of you. The eyes of the 3rd generation, always maintaining a humble demeanor, regarded Ouyang Ming with great esteem. This was no trifling matter for those who had always looked up to him. Can one imagine a nation's highest leader posing a question to you? How beautiful, how marvelous. Were he an ordinary villager, this moment would evoke profound emotion, compelling him to speak the truth from the depths of his heart. What a pity. Who is Ouyang Ming? He is a young individual of the 21st century, filled with ideals and ambitions, yet, what more can be said? I find myself at a loss for words. Apologies, but I must dedicate my evening to mastering a new recipe. Ouyang Ming stated with utmost seriousness. Such solemn nonsense was nearly as commendable as the system itself. It resembled a student, with a grave demeanor, proclaiming to his teacher, I shall study throughout the night. Do you believe me? Trust cannot be bestowed upon such claims. Yet, the 3rd generation remained unyielding. In their eyes, Ouyang Ming's image was that of a magnificent beacon of righteousness. They could not fathom that his thoughts deviated from their expectations. He patted Ouyang Ming's shoulder and remarked, No wonder you have achieved so much at such a young age. Truly admirable, indeed. Subsequently, his grandfather advised his grandson not to exert himself too rigorously, suggesting he take time to rest during his leisure hours. In his heart, the 3rd generation conveyed a desire for a more stringent approach upon their return, disregarding the tragic experiences following the saga of Maiwan. Ouyang Ming maintained a facade of strength, aspiring to lead beyond the 3rd generation. Amidst the fervent admiration, Ouyang Ming quietly exited the stage, leaving a mysterious figure for the masses. A cool breeze swept through, piercing his face like a dagger, causing discomfort. An uncle, feeling as though encased in a chilling gray, approached the past Hokage statue, silently observing the dim lights of the village. Under the mottled sunlight, individuals ambled home in small groups, engaging in lively conversation. Enveloped in the village's warm atmosphere, this was the place he cherished. Yet today he had to bid it farewell. A jovial uncle, with a serene countenance, took a step forward, poised to leap from the statue, marking the end of his life. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Wait! Like a flash of lightning in the darkness. This voice abruptly halted Uncle Li's steps. He turned in astonishment, recognizing a familiar figure. How did you come here? Ouyang Ming, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, added, Uncle Li, I sensed something was amiss early this morning, so I followed you. Oh, what could possibly be wrong with me? Uncle Ilu regarded this younger generation, one he would envy, with a demeanor that was anything but warm. Everything is amiss. Ouyang Ming fixed his gaze upon Uncle Yu. From the moment you inexplicably challenged me, I sensed something was awry. Had Ouyang Ming been wearing black-rimmed glasses at that moment, he might have resembled a detective. His eyes reflecting an enigmatic hue, barely restraining himself from declaring, there is but one truth. This powerful aura startled Uncle Yu, who was taken aback, exclaiming, remarkable. You possess such keen insight. Ouyang Ming refrained from revealing that his previous statements were fabrications, had it not been for the system's task. Who would know of his suicidal thoughts? However, life would learn to cease pretending to comprehend, only to feign coercion. Ouyang Ming's expression remained tranquil. Uncle Lilu, life is a lengthy journey. Why contemplate such an end? Alas, Uncle Li's countenance was marred by sorrow. He stated that even now, he does not wish to evade you. Consequently, Uncle Yao kidnapped his daughter, Calamus, and later a mysterious figure demanded he procure Yang Ming's recipe in its entirety. Everything commenced with the script of this enigmatic individual. Uncle Yao's character dictated his approach, compelling him to challenge Yang Ming. Unfortunately for him, events spiraled out of control. Firstly, Uncle Yao deviated from convention and directly summoned the 3 judges to deliberate. Then, unexpectedly, Ouyang Ming mounted a fierce counterattack, dazzling all and seizing the ultimate victory. Thus, Ouyang Ming pondered. The situation appears to have grown increasingly intricate. Whether prior to the incident at Shuimu or during the assault in the rented apartment, coupled with the current enigmatic figure, Ouyang Ming consistently sensed a thread of connection among them. However, ensnared in the game, he felt shrouded in fog, his mind a tumult of thoughts, yet lacking sufficient information to proceed. Such is the state of affairs, Uncle Yao remarked with a wry smile. I fear something dreadful may have befallen her. I have but one daughter. If she were to perish, I would have no desire to continue living. Uncle Yao approached the precipice. Wait, Ouyang Ming urgently interjected. Are you jesting? Your life is worth a significant sum. This is my mission. How could you so easily forfeit your existence? In an attempt to persuade Uncle Yao, Yang Ming's mind whirled. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Uncle Yao, don't you find it peculiar that this mysterious individual has not directly apprehended me, but instead has taken such convoluted measures to obtain what he desires? This statement caused Uncle Yao to momentarily retreat, raising his feet into the air. He turned, gazing at Ouyang Ming with anticipation. Indeed, how had he not considered this? If the mysterious figure could silently abduct Calamus, then he surely possessed the capacity to kidnap Ouyang Ming as well. But why had he not done so? For a fleeting moment, hope flickered within Uncle Yao. The answer is quite simple, Ouyang Ming mused, as he stroked his nose, as if it were wearing an invisible lens. That mysterious individual, in truth, is not as formidable as you envision. A single word awakened the dreamer. Uncle Yao had not contemplated this possibility, for as a parent, he was consumed by anxiety and fear. Remember, this is Konoha, the most powerful village in the world. Its security is unparalleled. If that mysterious figure were indeed so powerful, he would have acted directly long ago. Ouyang Ming, why resort to such stealth? In other words, this enigmatic individual fears the shadows of fire, fears the shadows of the village. Their thoughts were not far from the truth. After all, as the leader of a dark force, his strength was not overwhelmingly vast. Rather, he commanded a few subordinates and unruly generals. At best, the leader of the dark forces merely manipulates events from behind the scenes in his own manner. Uncle Yao grasped Yang Ming's shoulders firmly, urgently inquiring, Yang Ming, where might my daughter Calamus be now? There exists but a singular truth. Ouyang Ming's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. In Konoha village. In a moment of disbelief, Uncle Yao gazed at Ouyang Ming, searching for some indication on his face, convinced that it was all a jest. Do not look at me like that. I never indulge in humor, Ouyang Ming replied calmly, meeting Uncle Yao's gaze with unwavering resolve. If you doubt my sincerity, we may seek assistance from Kakashi, for he possesses a rather convenient talisman, he stated earnestly. This time, I shall place my trust in you. The system chimed melodiously, announcing, Congratulations, host, on completing your secret mission, the rescue of Uncle Yao. Mission description: Uncle Yao is unaware of the imminent peril he faces. How can you stand idly by as a mere bystander? Mission reward: method for creating spicy sauce. I regret to inform you, host, that due to unforeseen circumstances, the reward has been forfeited. I hope you will persevere, though this outcome was anticipated. Ouyang Ming felt a pang of sorrow within his heart. Oh heavens, when shall I create my own spicy sauce? For a gourmet, this is simply intolerable. As if attuned to Ouyang Ming's thoughts, the system proceeded. Congratulations, host, you have initiated the secret mission. Rescue Yao Uncle's daughter, Calamus. Mission description: knowing the truth. You can bear witness to a beautiful girl's demise. Mission reward: method for crafting spicy sauce. At this moment, Ouyang Ming experienced an overwhelming urge to confront the system and chastise it. Nima County, you still cannot provide the reward for this mission. Finding the old matriarch seems an elusive goal. In an effort to divert his thoughts, Ouyang Ming led Uncle Yao toward Kakashi's abode. After all, as one of the most renowned elite ninjas of Konoha, Kakashi's residence was widely known. Kakashi's house appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary dwelling. Soon, Ouyang Ming and Uncle Yao arrived at the doorstep, and upon arrival, Ouyang Ming could hardly believe this was Kakashi's home. After ringing the doorbell, it swung open, revealing a tall figure. Oh, it's so late. What brings you here, Ouyang? Uncle Yao recounted the entire saga. I apologize, Kakashi raised an eyebrow, shrugging with a look of regret. I'm afraid that according to village regulations, you must wait for the Huiying building to assign you a task before I can assist you. Could you not make an exception just this once? Ouyang Ming implored. His brow furrowed. Kakashi paused for a moment. Truth be told, he was reluctant to work late into the night. He would rather indulge in an all-nighter watching intimate paradise. However, rules were sacrosanct. Moreover, the aroma Kakashi detected differed from that of Yael. Perhaps he could utilize it to unearth some clues. Besides, Ouyang Ming's meat dumplings were simply delectable, and Kakashi could not afford to offend him. If Ouyang Ming blacklisted him, forbidding him entry into the establishment, it would be a tragedy indeed. Thus, under the gazes of Ouyang Ming and Uncle Yael, Kakashi relented. Ouyang, you may enlist my assistance. I do not require your reward. Merely provide me with 100 meat buns. 100 meat buns? Kakashi exclaimed, go fetch them. Ouyang Ming roared inwardly. No, not more than 20 steamed buns. Ouyang Ming declared resolutely. Deal. Kakashi felt a surge of joy within. You see, in the past, he wielded a white-toothed sword from the Leaf Village. Yet he could scarcely afford even 10 steamed buns. Now, however, by merely assisting in the rescue of one individual, he could exchange it for 20 meat buns. What a remarkable bargain. Kakashi harbored a cunning plan, and if it weren't for his mask, Ouyang Ming would have seen the smile that threatened to break his composure. This is a trap. Ouyang Ming stared blankly at Kakashi, astonished that he had been duped for the sake of his buns. In that moment, a thought crossed Ouyang Ming's mind. Perhaps he should simply trade some gutter oil for a few defective Kakashis. If Kakashi were to learn of this impulse, he would surely be wary of the food. Just then, Kakashi waved his hand, swiftly sealing them and slamming them to the ground. With a resounding bang and a puff of smoke, a fist-sized ninja materialized before the crowd. To everyone's astonishment, it could speak. Hey Kakashi, long time no see. Kakashi said earnestly, seemingly disregarding Parker, the dog. Long time no see, Parker. Although Uncle Yael was aware of the thriving ninja business, he had never imagined he would encounter a talking dog. It's been quite a while. For a moment, Uncle Yael felt a bit dizzy. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming remained unfazed by the crumbling mountain platform, his demeanor as serene as ever. The comparison and the superior judgment only deepened Kakashi's curiosity about Ouyang Ming's life. But first, Kakashi faced a cheerful uncle. Do you have the calamus you often carry? Kakashi inquired. Suddenly, a jubilant uncle awakened from his stupor and hastily produced a finely crafted wallet from his chest. Kakashi took the wallet from Uncle Yael and handed it to Parker. The ninja dog. Parker sniffed the air. My goodness, it smells like a man's sweat. Fortunately, Parker was an experienced fighter. Despite the overwhelming challenges, he pressed on. As the scent of sweat faded, a woman's delicate fragrance began to waft through the air. Drawing from years of experience, Parker sniffed the atmosphere and quickly determined the direction. He turned to scrutinize Uncle Yael closely. Uncle, next time, please spritz on some perfume. Your scent is quite unforgettable. This. Uncle Yael awkwardly scratched the back of his head, attempting to appear as pleasant as possible. Ever since his wife departed, he had been living alone with his daughter, so he had not paid much attention. I can hardly believe I was barked at by a dog today. This led Uncle Yael to question whether he was still alive. All right, the dog has grown weary of life, so let us not berate it further. Then, glancing at the crowd, Parker said, Stay close. I have located the calamus. With a proud transformation, Parker strode confidently in one direction. At that moment, an ordinary hero stirred within him. Yet his lips quivered as he cast a grateful gaze towards Ouyang Ming. Thanks to Ouyang Ming. Without his timely reminder, he would have succumbed to despair long ago. Were it not for Ouyang Ming's assistance, he would have likely never garnered Kakashi's support, rendering him utterly helpless. Moreover, Ouyang Ming was remarkably talented, young, and possessed culinary skills that were unfathomably profound. All of this attested to Ouyang Ming being an exemplary son-in-law. A son-in-law of such caliber must be embraced wholeheartedly. Perhaps the only shortcoming lay in Ouyang Ming's tender age, as a jovial uncle stroked his chin, contemplating a solution. After all, Ouyang Ming was merely 12 years old, still in the throes of youth. Furthermore, his daughter, Calamus, was significantly older than Ouyang Ming. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that with Calamus's striking beauty, Ouyang Ming would undoubtedly be enamored. Unbeknownst to him, the cheerful uncle had quietly resolved to take action. At that moment, Ouyang Ming interrupted his thoughts, stating, Uncle Yael, there may be dangers ahead. Please stay at Kakashi's home until we return. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Ming, Uncle Yael had already envisioned him as a future son-in-law. Upon hearing this, the cheerful uncle immediately sensed the young man's genuine heart, realizing that he must not allow his daughter to lose such a gem after marriage. Standing in the position of a prospective father-in-law, Yael kindly advised, I understand. The priority is your safety. Do not act recklessly in the face of danger. Ouyang Ming, oblivious to the reason behind Uncle Yao's newfound warmth, nodded in agreement and followed Kakashi towards the direction of Ninja Dog Pakken. In a building near the Huaying Tower, Yao's daughter, Calamus, found herself ensnared. This three-story supermarket, situated close to the commercial center, was typically bustling with people who would never suspect that it harbored a nest of criminals. Beneath this supermarket lay a clandestine underground chamber. At that moment, Calamus was confined within a partition of the basement, bound and gagged, her once beautiful visage now wan and marred by evident tear stains on her cheeks. Two tall, burly men stood guard at the door, their eyes fixated on the restrained Calamus, their demeanor akin to that of madmen. I must admit, in such dire circumstances, Calamus possessed an undeniable allure for men. Especially as I observed their expressions of twisted sympathy, it inexplicably pricked at their darkest impulses, inciting a feral desire within them. One of the robust men swallowed hard, unable to contain himself, and remarked, at this point, "No one cares about us anyway," or we could. He gestured towards Calamus, a knowing look creeping onto his face. The other hulking man rubbed his hands together, a fierce glint in his eyes, and declared, "All right then, let us indulge in a delightful evening. Hey, this is fantastic. I just learned a new style from a novel. I'll try it out shortly." With a malicious grin, the two strong men advanced towards Calamus. The sixth sense of a woman is invariably acute. When Calamus became aware of her predicament, she resembled a frantic deer, anxiously kicking her legs and retreating into a corner, as if this would offer her a semblance of safety. Hey, little girl, do not be afraid. I shall grant you the sky," a voice promised. Like a tempestuous tide surging towards her, she felt akin to a fragile boat ensnared amidst tumultuous waves. In that moment, despair enveloped Calamus. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her heart brimmed with regret. Had she not ventured out that morning to procure provisions and encountered a familiar aunt who spoke of supermarket sales, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Alas, there was no regret regarding her purchase. Observing the tear-streaked visage of Calamus, the eyes of two robust men gleamed with a fervor that grew increasingly intense. As if synchronized, they quickened their pace, 1 step, 2 steps, with a devilish rhythm. Each stride they took resonated within Calamus's heart, causing it to race with fear. Desperately, she closed her eyes, allowing a single crystalline tear to fall. 6 immortal beings, no one can save me. As if answering her silent plea, the sinister fingers of the strong men appeared to encroach upon her. Bang! The door swung open abruptly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the doors opening, 3 sharp, bitter swords burst forth, like lightning slicing through the darkness, thrusting towards the 2 men before they could react. "Damn it, I will have you dead," roared one of the strong men, his arm pierced, reminiscent of his past cruelty towards the innocent. Yet, in that instant, the ground beneath them erupted, claw-like hands emerged, gripping their ankles with an iron grasp. Then, it pulled them down, earthly elements. Their hearts severed. The 2 strong men felt as if a flower blossomed before their eyes, drastically altering their perception. Suddenly, the world seemed to expand, or perhaps they were simply diminishing. In horror, they realized that their entire bodies, save for their heads, were sinking into the earth. This transpired in the blink of an eye. When Zhang-Pu heard the commotion and opened his eyes, he beheld the 2 men who had tormented her, now reduced to mere heads upon the ground. A different kind of joy coursed through her heart. Then, Calamus noticed a dog and 2 individuals entering from the doorway. Well, who would have thought there existed such a place beneath the shadow of the fire tower? Kakashi mused as he surveyed the surroundings, unable to suppress his complaints. This place is exceedingly strange, reminiscent of a prison, fully equipped. How could the master of this basement be situated so near the fire shadow tower? Kakashi pondered, contemplating the potential peril for the supermarket's proprietor. "I loathe the air here. It reeks of blood and sweat," remarked the ninja dog, Parker, as he sniffed around. Ouyang Ming stepped forward to free her, removing the rag from her mouth. "Oh," Calamus exhaled deeply, casting a complex gaze upon Yang Ming, and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Regardless, thank you for rescuing me." Under her watchful eyes, Ouyang Ming awkwardly scratched the back of his head. After all, he had opened a modest establishment across from the music venue, where his opinions often echoed loudly on the streets. Yet, since time immemorial, only heroes could rescue beauty. Yang Ming, unwilling to diminish his own prestige, waved his hand dismissively, stating simply, "A piece of cake. You need not concern yourself." Moments later, Calamus felt considerably more at ease towards Ouyang Ming. Initially, She had feared he might seize the opportunity to compel her into some form of commitment, perhaps through physical means. Had she known that Ouyang Ming was merely fulfilling a mandated duty, she would have been at a loss for what to do. Perhaps she was overthinking the matter. At that moment, Kakashi approached the two, lowering his gaze upon them. He had just employed 2 shadow techniques to launch an attack from below, not intending to capture them alive. With honest leniency and strict resistance, they would reveal everything. The 2 robust men exchanged glances, seemingly moved. After all, they were merely hired hands. There was no necessity for them to act in such a manner. More importantly, it was evident that a formidable ninja lurked nearby. And these 2 strong men were aware of certain prevalent rumors, particularly concerning deaths linked to ninjutsu used for information extraction. Such tales served as symbols of suffering even beyond death for ordinary folks like them. Thus, the 2 were on the verge of speaking. Who could have anticipated the mutants? A surge of excruciating pain struck as the 2 men glared in fury, their heads suddenly bowing in unison before the eyes of onlookers. Then, from their ears, mouths, and noses, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. Anyone witnessing this scene would feel a shiver crawl up their spine. Within an astonishingly brief span, the 2 living beings were consumed by a swarm of insects. At that juncture, Kakashi abruptly turned, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" The wind was particularly fierce that night. In the pitch darkness, 2 agile figures flitted across the rooftops, akin to phantoms in the night, dancing perilously amidst the shadows. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Each pang of anguish under the moonlight appeared especially profound, reminiscent of serpents swirling, as if a tempest were imminent. Kakashi spat in disgust, denouncing them as scourges. Compelled to shift his stance to evade their fierce assault. In the depths of the supermarket's basement, upon discovering the inexplicable demise of 2 guards, Kakashi's years of vigilance ignited. He sensed someone lurking in the darkness. Consequently, he pursued the shadowy figure, and here we are. This mysterious individual seemed intent on a simple demise. Kakashi pressed on, contemplating whether the adversary was unaware of the village's nighttime curfew. The secret task force remained ever vigilant. Indeed, before long, for individuals clad in black robes and masked visages surged forth from all directions. They were alarmingly close. If they lingered long enough, even more shadows would emerge. Kakashi whispered to himself, "The other side has fallen." In the depths of darkness, various ninjutsu techniques surged forth like lightning, a perfect storm of escape amidst the waters. A sharp wind of liberation, a formidable force breaking through the heavens, all united in an assault against a mysterious figure. Despite the exhaustive array of tactics employed, the flow of ninjutsu remained unstoppable across the globe. This enigmatic individual, devoid of resistance, was soon overwhelmed in a tragically swift manner. At that moment, Kakashi approached the mysterious figure, only to be met with an utterly unfamiliar visage, bloodied and pale. Kakashi intended to take the figure away, but unexpectedly, a hand obstructed him. "What are you doing?" It glared at him. "This is our prize." A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the mask. Without affording Kakashi any courtesy, the figure simply whisked the person away. A chilling wind swept in, bringing with it a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, Kakashi's mind sharpened. The dark side appeared somewhat altered. Was there a difference? The patterns on their masks were more intricate and colorful. It was Root, though they belonged to the forces of darkness. They adhered to their own system, loyal to Danzo's Root. In that instant, a cloud of unease enveloped Kakashi's heart. Why were those who came here members of Root? Why did they stop me and take that individual away? A barrage of questions plagued the usually laid-back Kakashi, causing him considerable distress. Nevertheless, he mused, such queries were best left to fate. Kakashi chuckled at himself, knowing that it would be simple to shift the blame to the 3rd Hokage, free of any psychological burden. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming escorted Calamus safely back to Kakashi's residence. Uncle Lu had been eagerly awaiting the moon and stars. Upon seeing his daughter safe and sound, he rushed out, embracing Calamus with fervor. "It's so good to be back, so good," Uncle Lu exclaimed joyfully. Even a few words could hardly encapsulate his elation. Yet, Calamus felt her father's love as a mountain, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. This time, her tears were not born of fear, but rather the joy of reuniting with loved ones. Witnessing this, Ouyang Ming felt happiness swell within him as well. Unfortunately, the system always seemed to intervene at the most opportune moments. Congratulations, host, for completing the secret mission. Rescue Uncle Yao's daughter, Calamus. Mission description. Knowing the truth allows you to watch a beautiful girl perish. Mission reward. Method for crafting old dry flame. The system's voice turned solemn. I regret to inform the host that, Due to special circumstances, the reward will be revoked. I hope the host will continue to persevere. Ouyang Ming's mouth twitched in response. This was mockery of the system. It must be so. Otherwise, why would the rewards for 2 consecutive hidden missions be merely the crafting method for old dry flame? He didn't dare voice his thoughts aloud. Internally, Ouyang Ming raised his middle finger in a gesture of disdain towards the system, akin to a relentless river. After a prolonged reunion between Uncle Yao and his daughter, Uncle Yao approached Ouyang Ming, patting his shoulder heartily as he laughed boisterously. Good lad, thank you this time. Before the towering and imposing figure of Ouyang Ming, Yang Ming resembled a mere sapling, trembling at the gentle tap he received. Yet, one must understand that the essence of disguise lies in concealing one's true self from others. Although Ouyang Ming endured considerable pain, a smile graced his lips as he declared, "When the path is treacherous, I shall unsheathe my sword to aid you, though I merely lend a fraction of my strength." My admiration for this fellow grows. Both his capabilities and character render him the finest choice. Why had I not recognized this before? Yet, it is not too late, is it? Various thoughts flashed through the mind of the uncle, naturally softening his demeanor towards Yang Ming. It appeared as though he wished to embrace Ouyang Ming as a son. As the daughter of the jovial uncle, Calamus had always been by his side, and she had never perceived her father's intentions. Suddenly, a small crimson blush danced upon her cheeks, a delicate and charming hue. With her head bowed, she feigned disinterest while observing her father extolling Ouyang Ming. Though he seemed rather unremarkable, he inexplicably evoked a stirring within her heart. Could this be the feeling of affection? She murmured softly, her palms warming as she cradled her face. As the daughter of the esteemed Uncle Yao, Calamus was not only beautiful but also articulate and capable, the object of many a dream. Each Valentine's Day, throngs of single individuals would present her with gifts, including several from the middle class. One can only imagine the extent of Calamus's popularity. In the village, she held a status akin to that of a campus belle, every gesture captivating the gaze of countless admirers. Were the villagers to discover that Calamus harbored feelings for Ouyang Ming, countless hearts would undoubtedly shatter. After a lengthy conversation, Ouyang Ming felt fatigued and wished to depart. However, Uncle Yao seemed overly enthusiastic, insisting he remain. Just then, the doors swung open, and the homeowner, Cassis, returned. As if he had found a savior, Ouyang Ming exclaimed, "Uncle Yao, tomorrow I shall prepare steamed buns for Kakashi. Today, I will take my leave to converse with him." Thus, Ouyang Ming disregarded the sorrow etched on Uncle Yao's face, aware that there were numerous to consider. Although the competition between Uncle Yao and Ouyang Ming was rather hasty, it could not diminish Uncle Yao's renown. Indeed, Uncle Yao's name reverberated across the nation. To triumph over Uncle Yao, or merely to be a 12-year-old chef, was not a feat achieved through mere words. For a time, the entire land of fire buzzed with discussions of this contest. Much like the opening ceremony of the Olympics, the country was infused with joy. Yet, in the nearby marketplace, conversations about Yang Ming flourished even more. Whether at the dinner table or in the workplace, human interactions revolved around this rising star. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals became acquainted with Ouyang Ming and recognized his humble origins. Suddenly, Ouyang Ming emerged as the embodiment of dreams for the youth, the prince charming in the hearts of young girls within the land of fire. This realm stands as the very heart of the world's most formidable nation. As far as the eye can see, the pavilions and towers, winding corridors, and endless opulence and prosperity dazzle the senses. Majestic guards, graceful maidens, and thousands of servants populate this expansive residence, adding to its liveliness. Through a meticulously structured layout, distinct from other towering edifices, an air of elegance permeates, exuding a literary charm. A 28-year-old lady, attended by several impeccably dressed maids, reclines gracefully on a stool, indulging in a shoulder massage while perusing documents, her lips adorned with a radiant smile. The news of Xiao Ming's culinary triumph has eclipsed her joy. The dishes he has prepared appear delectable, igniting a desire to visit Konoha, akin to the melodious song of a oriole amidst lush willows emanating from her lips. To my astonishment, the maid from the neighboring household, upon hearing this news, expressed her surprise loudly. "My maid, do you wish to bury yourself in the earth again? Why are you all like this? It truly vexes me." Yet, unlike the man in the painting, she remains endearing. Observing her master's ire, several maids quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, we do not wish to hinder you. It is merely the Lord's concern for your well-being." "I do not care." The maid, in her youthful exuberance, longed to escape the confines of her noble household, yearning to explore the world beyond. Thus, the girl, with a delicate smile, beckoned to her maids, issuing commands. Shortly thereafter, she donned maid attire and slipped out from the balcony. In the Lord's office, a middle-aged man toiled diligently. His visage was gaunt and his posture upright. Despite his efforts to project an aura of authority, moments of petulance occasionally betrayed him as he fanned himself, his demeanor occasionally betraying a hint of effeminacy. The Lord glanced at the exclusive documents in his hand, which meticulously detailed the aftermath of a competition between Lu Shu and Ouyang Ming, including intricate details about Ouyang Ming himself. Alas, Konoha is indeed vibrant. Should I ignite its flames? As the supreme leader of the world's most powerful nation. He was no fool. Although the Land of Fire had long relied on this village as a military deterrent against numerous rebellious nations, it did not imply that the Lord wished to witness this village slip from his grasp. One of the prime examples was the creation of the 12 Guardian Ninjas, who were designated to protect the Lord specifically. This formidable unit, composed of 12 elite ninjas, when united, could pose a threat even to the most formidable adversaries. However, they did not belong to the village. They were solely the name of a special task force. Unfortunately, the Lord had not achieved his ultimate goal, as the eyes of the third generation had placed his son, Asuma, in a peculiar division. Was it for the sake of protecting the Hokage? My heavens! The aim of your team is to protect the Lord, even if the intent is misguided. Undoubtedly, this is Asuma's handiwork. The Lord pondered repeatedly, the intelligence in his hand indicating that a latent force was rising within Konoha. Although he would not venture far to assist this force, he had no intention of intervening in the objectives of the third generation. After a while, a brilliant idea struck the Lord. Help! He called out to those outside. Soon, several attendants hurried in. Bring me paper, ink, and an inkstone, commanded the Lord. Yes, my lord. As the paper, ink, and inkstone were presented, the brush's name suddenly ignited a spark of fury. Suddenly, the dance of dragons and snakes commenced, ink splattered, and a verse emerged with each stroke. The Lord gazed contentedly upon his masterpiece, then surveyed the room, asking, "Come forth and witness the progress." A few attendants, trembling with trepidation, dared to approach, casting furtive glances. Treading the path of flattery, a monumental achievement in adult literature, eternal and everlasting. Moments later, the Lord, buoyed by praise, gestured carelessly, splattering a few drops of ink onto the paper, and pointed at one individual, saying, "You, swiftly deliver this painting to Ouyang Ming and express my gratitude." Yes, my lord. In his heart, the country squire found himself at a loss for words regarding the name he had never encountered, lamenting the peculiar choice. Some felt joy, while others were engulfed in sorrow. In a clandestine stronghold within Kiba village lies the secret office of the Shadow Root. At this moment, two individuals wield authority over the dark forces of Kiba. The leader of the dark forces, Junzen. Danzo leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, "I have accomplished what you requested." Although the dark chief donned a mask, obscuring his expression, his tone betrayed him. "Junzen, you dare not mention this? Those you lent me are utterly worthless." Danzo narrowed his eyes, retorting with an ambiguous tone, "Are you attempting to deceive me?" Though Danzo did not specifically target the dark chief, a chilling wave, akin to a millennium's ice, engulfed him, suffocatingly intense. The shadow leader recognized Danzo's presence as a threat. Time and again, he recalled the mischief wrought by Ouyang Ming. Unrelenting in his desire, he stated, "As long as your people assist me in eliminating Ouyang Ming, I shall honor my promise, but not within the village. We must lure him outside." The dark minister resolved to seal the deal. Early the next morning, before Ouyang Ming opened his doors, numerous patrons instinctively formed a lengthy queue. Many were familiar faces to Ouyang Ming, Kakashi, Yan, and the elderly figure from the bronze chamber. Yet, none could claim the first position, for someone had already taken their place. To Ouyang Ming's astonishment, the first in line was none other than the silent woman. For several days, this expectant mother had queued up early each time, consistently ordering ice cream, thus etching her memory in Ouyang's mind. As the door swung open, the woman silently took her seat. "Would you like a cup of ice cream?" Ouyang Ming inquired. The woman nodded, remaining quiet, her gaze lowered as she tenderly caressed her rounded belly. Fortunately, the shop was now bustling, and Ouyang Ming's kitchen was prepared. After a short while, the ice cream was served. The woman smiled at Ouyang Ming, extending her slender fingers to grasp a spoon, delicately savoring the treat. As she indulged, She gently closed her eyes, allowing her thoughts to drift away. That year, she was 13, and he was 15, and they met on a tempestuous night. The moment their eyes locked, an undeniable spark ignited between them, despite being drenched by the rain. He smiled and said, "Fortunately, I have just met you." In the hazy downpour, his smile radiated warmth akin to a sunlit winter day, soothing the woman's heart. On one occasion, he took her to a distant land of snow, where they could ski and revel in the vast, white expanse. There, she savored the delectable taste of ice cream, a delightful treat pursued by the powers of snow. The woman pondered what her future partner might resemble. Was he handsome, affluent, or perhaps a skilled fighter? Upon finishing her ice cream, she found the answer: "Because I encountered you." Whether leading a mundane life or flourishing in aspirations, she felt his presence beside her, making the world feel intimately close. The moment of just meeting you left an indelible imprint. Regardless of the storms, that year, that night, that cup of ice cream had long melted in her heart. The woman gently caressed her swollen belly, her eyes brimming with worry. The child's father had been gone for nearly a month, and she had yet to hear any news of him. "I wonder what has become of him." The sweetness of the ice cream melted in her mouth, a faint chill spreading, yet her heart remained warm, for she spotted a figure at the entrance of the shop. "You've returned?" she asked, breaking her silence with a hint of disbelief. "I have come back," he replied calmly, though his pace quickened as he moved to embrace her. "It feels wonderful to be back," she stated plainly, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward, tears of excitement streaming down his face. "Do you remember what I once told you?" he mused, quietly absorbing their shared warmth. Although the world was vast, it could not sever their bond. The woman nodded emphatically, tears glistening in her eyes, akin to a weeping kitten. Desiring to evade the anguish of separation, she visited the ice cream shop daily, indulging in flavors that allowed her to feel the bliss of their togetherness. Their lives were unremarkable. He frequently changed into another sweat-soaked shirt, while she diligently helped him wash each one. She adored shopping, and he always willingly carried her burdens, both large and small. "Because I met you, everything feels destined." Having been apart for so long, she now comprehended the essence of a warm embrace. When a woman embraces a man, it feels as though she has embraced the world. In that moment, they were the only protagonists in existence. Time seemed to stretch into a century, yet it felt as fleeting as a moment. Until she gently released herself from his embrace, her face illuminated by the pear blossom rain. "Darling, do you remember when you took me to the land of snow? What impact does this have on the single individuals present?" Observing the sweet expressions of their respective parents, Kakashi felt a sense of skepticism towards life. The most perplexing experience is when, in times of melancholy, an ill-suited friend is by your side. He patted Kakashi's shoulder and remarked, "Young man, what you need is companionship, not love." Turning to see him give a thumbs up, revealing a bright smile, he added, "Even if you don't have a girlfriend, I will always be here for you." For a fleeting moment, Minoran felt as though he were being elevated, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. Kakashi truly wished to express that he had no need for romantic entanglements, absolutely none. In a bid for revenge against Metcalfe, Kakashi seized his attention and discreetly pilfered a meat pie before swallowing it whole, his expression one of indignation. "Cassius, I challenge you for the 3,211th time. I refuse. Are you still a man? Forgive me, I am but a boy." "Cassius, where has your integrity vanished?" What unfolded here was merely the tip of the iceberg. In this place, individuals cast aside the burdens of work, savoring delectable dishes while rediscovering themselves. The patrons indulged not only in food but in the essence of life itself. 1,000 loaves for 1,000 restaurants. In this vast world, everything is interconnected. The cuisine of Ouyang Ming seemed to possess an enchanting quality, captivating all who partook. It evoked tears, laughter, and a joyous madness that was simply extraordinary. In the past, Kakashi always found solace in a haven of warmth, where there was always something delightful to behold. However, times had changed. Having gone a day without indulging in boss Ouyang Ming's fare, Kakashi felt utterly drained. At times, he even fancied himself under a spell, believing such occurrences might indeed transpire. How ludicrous! As guests relished their dinners, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the small shop, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Behold, Kakashi stepped gingerly, attempting to evade Mizuki's incessant clutches. Upon her emergence from the shop, Kakashi beheld a throng of new patrons, all eager to raise their heads, exuding an air of unrestrained excitement. More importantly, these individuals proceeded directly into the shop, bypassing the steadfast queue of customers. How could the patrons tolerate such insolence? Thus ensued a quarrel. A newcomer emerged, casting a condescending glance at a rustic figure, declaring, "We are the emissaries under your command. If you do not swiftly step aside, you lowly folk." Furthermore, many customers had been queuing for an extended period. How could he possibly expect to be ushered in with a mere word? This was Konohagakure, a place of vastness, where the Hokage reigned supreme. Who dared to challenge that authority? Clearly, neither party held any affection for the other. Oh, what a tremendous predicament. Kakashi could scarcely articulate, astonished by the name of the emissary. Stranger still, they had ventured to this humble establishment, seemingly in search of boss Ouyang Ming. Did the noble wish to recruit Ouyang Ming as his royal chef? Kakashi pondered, a shiver coursing through him. How terrifying. He could hardly fathom a life devoid of Ouyang Ming's savory meat buns. Just as Kakashi's mind spiraled into chaos, Ouyang Ming emerged from the kitchen, having sensed the tumult outside. Upon learning of the unfolding situation, Ouyang Ming harbored no fondness for these so-called emissaries. In his eyes, such individuals were often the most abjectly insecure of the impoverished, seeking to flaunt their status through the guise of authority, while simultaneously meddling in his affairs. Thus, Ouyang Ming approached them and calmly stated, "You are unwelcome here. As long as your thoughts remain, keep your distance." These are esteemed individuals. And Ouyang Ming undoubtedly struck them barehanded. Can one fathom a chef daring to strike a subordinate of a national leader in front of everyone? Such arrogance. It seems the other restaurants joined in the uproar, chanting, "Get out! Get out!" Waves of voices rose, astonishing those around, who gazed at the so-called envoy with incredulity. "You!" The envoy's face turned ashen, feeling a weight stifle his breath, which he reluctantly exhaled. How dare they? Infuriating indeed. Yet, contemplating the mission of the esteemed leader, he endured. The envoy took a deep breath and said, "You are Ouyang Ming, are you not?" As a country gentleman close to the esteemed leader, he was aware that only Ouyang Ming could incite such madness in the village. He then produced a scroll wrapped in sumptuous silk, revealing it with a flourish. "Master Ouyang, this is a gift from the esteemed leader, recognizing your culinary achievements. It is the grace of the noble lord, Master Ouyang. Kneel and accept it sincerely." As for the latter part, that was merely his personal embellishment. The envoy leader secretly resented Ouyang Ming, intentionally leveraging his fame to compel him to kneel before the gathered crowd. Is there any doubt? The envoy leader expressed a desire for the attendees to have the opportunity to inquire about his name personally, thus bearing the burden of raising the stakes. Determined to put Ouyang Ming in a compromising position, Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "If the name of the reward necessitates my kneeling, then I decline." His resolute words reverberated throughout the room. The envoy, composed, responded, "Master Ouyang, you must consider this carefully. This is a gift from Lord Daimyo. If you refuse, you shall be deemed disrespectful." Ouyang Ming shrugged. "Since the esteemed leader does not respect me, why should I extend him respect?" Such a declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. When did the esteemed leader begin to honor commoners? For a moment, everyone in the room stood astounded. Even the chief envoy, who had set the trap, was rendered speechless by the revelation. Am I mad, or is the world mad? Everyone pondered this question, the so-called king's disgrace. The subjects must not tolerate a commoner daring to challenge the name of authority. Even if the other party is correct, it must not be permitted. This is not a matter of black and white. It is a matter of authority. The chief envoy's countenance turned icy and grim, akin to frost on a waning moon. As he ominously remarked, "I have long heard of Master Ouyang's arrogance. Today, you truly live up to your reputation." The envoy sought to ascertain whether Ouyang Ming was indeed as formidable as the legend suggested. He pointed toward his colleagues, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. "Master Ouyang, do you believe the dishes at this restaurant will satisfy their palates? If one of them expresses dissatisfaction, I don't believe you need to operate this establishment any longer." The envoy leader sought to retaliate against Ouyang Ming in such a manner. At first glance, this seems quite just, for Ouyang Ming's cuisine is indeed exquisite. Let us not forget the old adage that a deer is but a horse in disguise. Even if these individuals secretly harbor fondness, they are fundamentally the same and devoid of conscience. To declare that Ouyang Ming's flavors are lacking is tantamount to delivering the envoy to the leader. When the opportune moment arises, he shall gain renown, devoid of any impression of a tyrant. On the contrary, he will earn a commendable reputation, and people will merely perceive that he has triumphed over a celebrated chef. Even upon returning to the esteemed lord, he will need to account for his actions, and not only will he avoid punishment, but he may even be rewarded. The mere thought of transforming his predicament from passive to active ignited a wave of exhilaration within the envoy's mind. Could Ouyang Ming refuse? Certainly not. A refusal would serve the envoy's purpose, allowing him to tarnish Ouyang Ming's reputation, branding him as guilty, which is indeed a formidable challenge. Regardless of the choice made, in the eyes of the envoy, Ouyang Ming shall undoubtedly be notorious, forever unable to turn over a new leaf. This is his revenge. You are exceedingly cruel. Kakashi, understanding the underlying complexities, approached Ouyang Ming with a visage of concern. Boss Ouyang Ming, I shall testify on your behalf. It would be prudent for you to acknowledge your error to the envoy. Then perhaps he will discover that beneath my skin, there may be a possibility for peaceful coexistence. Though it is a timid approach, it is a viable solution. For Kakashi, this is the utmost assistance he can offer, beyond which he must defer to the wisdom of the third generation. Do you require an apology from me? Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow. Certainly. Just as a flicker of hope illuminated his heart, believing Ouyang Ming had relented, he suddenly altered his tone. Let him apologize to me first. In that instant, Kakashi appeared as if turned to stone. It was indeed fitting for boss Ouyang Ming to utter such resolute words. He is the envoy of the esteemed lord, neither a cat nor a dog. If the other party threatens to shutter your establishment, do they dare to follow through? Observing that she could not sway him, Kakashi hastily sought out Metcalfe, who was still voraciously devouring instant noodles, and relayed everything to him. You are not Ouyang Ming's brother. Go persuade him. Surprisingly, Metcalfe calmly wiped his mouth and retorted, Do not entertain such thoughts, Kakashi. I know my brother best. He would never concede. He sighed. Frankly, Kakashi did not wish to see Ouyang Ming ensnared in this murky predicament. After all, it is a failing situation. By then, he might find himself deprived of his daily indulgence of meat dumplings. Ever since he savored the roasted meat rolls, Kakashi had ventured into other culinary delights, such as chewing on wax, which was far from enjoyable. Particularly, Metcalfe's recommended dietary approach for the youth, spreading Lao Gan Ma chili sauce atop bread, was a flavor that could not be forgotten. Unfortunately, there was but one bottle of that delightful sauce, and within days, both he and Metcalfe had devoured it all. Kakashi, generally impatient and unrecognizable in his anxiety, spent these recent days dining at the restaurant, surrounded by Ouyang Ming, and upon opening his mouth, he expressed disdain, hoping that Ouyang Ming would reconsider and avoid future regret. The diners were genuinely fearful, apprehensive that they might never again savor the dishes crafted by Ouyang Ming. They exerted every effort in their pleas. Especially in the copper house of 1,000 hands, the elder is truly unparalleled. He is the oldest there, yet possesses the most irascible temperament. Pointing at Ouyang Ming while gesturing towards the wall, he exclaimed, Ouyang Ming, heed Kakashi's advice, or I shall perish before you. Indeed, he was resolute. The elder, moving with the gait of age, charged towards the wall. How could Ouyang Ming allow him to meet his demise? No. Furthermore, this was for his own good. Ouyang Ming grasped the elder within the copper house, a look of helplessness etched upon his face as he remarked, Elder, next time, please act like a tortoise, rather than sprinting like one. The elder, unashamed, merely responded with delight. Have you come to understand? Ouyang Ming surveyed the room, noticing a pair of eyes brimming with anticipation, and sighed inwardly. Understanding, indeed. Subsequently, accompanied by Ouyang Ming, he proceeded to the envoy's leader. The leader of the envoy scoffed. Have you given it thought? I am quite busy. Please give him a card. Envoy leader, I believe there must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? The envoy leader's expression was impassive, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smirk. Do you believe insulting your master is a mistake? That is the gist of the entire world. Kakashi had foreseen this entire scenario, maintaining a composed demeanor. Your Honor, I believe Ouyang Ming is in error. Please grant me a moment to discuss. A moment? The envoy regarded Ouyang Ming with a glance, perhaps. Kakashi felt a surge of delight within. The envoy extended a leg, lifting it with a finger, unabashedly displaying his exhilaration. Ouyang Ming, if you crawl through my trousers, I shall spare you. Upon uttering these words, Kakashi's face turned a shade of green. He had merely uttered some audacious remarks, claiming his face could protect Ouyang Ming. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself trampled underfoot by the envoy leader. He believed no one could be so audacious. Were it not for the envoy's notorious reputation, Kakashi would have slain him. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Kakashi's face turned ashen as he clenched his teeth. Negotiation? Did I not inform you? If Ouyang Ming kneels beneath me, I shall spare him." The envoy leader arrogantly raised his head, and before Kakashi could interject, Metcalf leaped forth, exclaiming, "What manner of discussion is this?" He brandished his fists, muscles rippling in his back. "What of the rebellious youth?" The envoy, Lord Jia, grinned broadly, saying, "In that case, I shall be even more respectful rather than submissive." He lifted his head, like a rooster vying for victory, leading a throng of envoys into the shop. "Brother, I can assist you in confronting them. I doubt they dare utter anything regarding me." Metcalf was indeed brimming with confidence. After all, he was an elite, and this title would afford him some respect. Kakashi nodded in agreement. "He is but a minor envoy. Even in his arrogance, should we be defeated, the Lord has no right to reprimand us, at most." He could bellow at King Huaying, claiming he lacks competence. Ouyang Ming shook his head and expressed a divergent opinion, gesturing towards the dilapidated little establishment. "I opened this restaurant, and as long as I am a patron, I shall treat them with respect, serving them joyful meals. Whether they are heads of state or prisoners guilty of the most heinous crimes, if they are hungry and desire my food, I shall oblige. For in my view, sustenance is equal for all." In the midst of the crowd, Ouyang's presence radiated like a sage of the world, casting a brilliant glow. A couplet beside the shop seemed to affirm this sentiment. "This is a humble abode, yet I possess virtue and trust. This is the essence a chef ought to embody." At that moment, a thought unexpectedly crossed everyone's minds, and gazing into Ouyang Ming's eyes, they could not help but be filled with genuine admiration. However, unbeknownst to them, it was merely a task temporarily assigned by the system that swayed Ouyang Ming's perspective. Otherwise, he would have allowed Maka to serve these fools a lesson. "Congratulations, Master. On completing the secret mission, conquer the envoy's appetite." Task description: becoming a culinary deity is not a simple journey. You will invariably encounter a multitude of individuals. As a culinary deity, you must resolve to conquer the appetites of all. Task reward: upgrade the bear warrior puppet to the special bear warrior puppet. At this juncture, Ouyang Ming stepped into the shop, and the crowd streamed in. Yet, the establishment was too small, with patrons standing one after another at the entrance, tiptoeing and craning their necks to peer inside. When the chief envoy glimpsed the menu, his face turned a ghastly shade of green. Oh my! The chief envoy had been oblivious to the exorbitant prices of the food in this quaint eatery. He even feigned to assure the other envoys that he was treating them, encouraging everyone to indulge freely. If this matter fell through, he would lose all credibility. The other envoys, unaware of the situation, assumed the chieftain had bribed them, each placing their orders from the menu. With 9 envoys plus the leader, even if they did not collaborate, they were keen to ascertain how much he would pay. "Too expensive. Why don't you just take it?" But fully aware of having been deceived, the envoys and their leader exchanged glances. Everything under control, yet their hearts ached like knives. Heaven help them. He was merely a well-known servant, akin to a secretary on behalf of the chairman. A mere minor player whose salary could hardly reach great heights. This meal would consume 3 months of his wages. It turned out the envoy leader thought that since he rarely ventured out, he could leverage this opportunity to bask in the glow of respect. Little did he anticipate this turn of events. Suddenly, his animosity towards Ouyang Ming spread like wildfire, as even the vast Tang River could scarcely contain it. His gaze towards Ouyang growing ever more ferocious and cold. An unwitting envoy observed that the chieftain had not ordered any dishes and kindly reminded him, "Chieftain, why have you not placed an order? Are you not hungry? If you remain silent, no one will speak." The envoy leader's heart seethed with anger. Yet he found himself in a precarious position, as if choking. Furthermore, he had to feign forgetfulness in ordering, while simultaneously feeling the urge to order everything. Despite the burden on his salary. Damn Ouyang Ming. In this world, some individuals invariably err, yet they often unleash their wrath upon others. Undoubtedly, the chief envoy is among them. Well, after dinner, I must admit it was hardly palatable. Such a steep price is clearly extortion. When the moment of challenge arrives, perhaps one need not settle the bill. The chief envoy remarked, rather discontentedly. Ouyang Ming remained oblivious to their thoughts, even if he were aware. It would not detract from his culinary focus. With decades of experience as a master chef, Ouyang Ming skillfully prepared exquisite dishes in the kitchen, his process smooth and effortless, akin to flowing clouds. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was not merely cooking, but performing a graceful swan dance, elegant and visually captivating, devoid of the chaos typically associated with human endeavors. Before long, the meal was ready. As beef noodle soup, pork buns, fried rice, and ice cream were laid upon the table. It was as if a volcanic eruption had unleashed a myriad of flavors. Bang! A torrential wave of aroma swept across the scene, reminiscent of a perfect storm colliding with a small vessel. Soon, both the envoy and Kakashi found themselves ensnared in a whirlpool of fragrance. It was simply magnificent. This scent could only be found in the heavens, rarely encountered on Earth. To inhale this aroma for a lifetime would be a treasure beyond measure. One by one, people expressed their astonishment, with some envoys utterly captivated. The envoy inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance. His face instantly transformed into one of sheer ecstasy. It felt as though he had ascended to paradise. How remarkable it is that such delectable food exists in this world. Having worked alongside Ming for so long, I have never encountered such delightful cuisine. Listening to his colleagues eagerly praise Ouyang Ming's culinary skills, the chief envoy's expression suddenly soured. You are my subordinate. By extolling Ouyang Ming, are you not subtly cursing him? What a heavy blow. To avoid falling into an irreversible situation, the chief envoy cleared his throat, prompting them to pause. I understand that everyone relishes this fragrance, but that is precisely why we must savor it properly and render a fair assessment. Do you not agree? The envoy stated, emphasizing his point. The other envoys, upon hearing the graceful notes of his voice, were taken aback, their expressions turning grave as seriousness enveloped them. The chief envoy picked up his chopsticks and, with an air of sophistication, remarked, "Look here, these dishes are both stale and uninspired, leaving a poor first impression. I have lost my appetite. That old fellow from Tongjiang has the worst temper, and I was quite displeased upon hearing this news." He relied on his status as the eldest of the Sintra clan, striding over to poke the envoy on the nose. You, who are so sheltered, do not even know what chopsticks are made of. Yet you dare to call yourself an envoy. You, the envoy, incensed, retorted, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" The old man pointed to himself, his head held high in pride. Oh, while the elder sips tea and plays chess with the great names of the past, you, young brat, do not even know where to find the wind of the northwest. The chief envoy remained unconvinced. You are nothing but a boastful fool. Humph. The elder from the unified establishment cast a scornful glance at him, declaring that he would not alter his surname or given name, not even in the presence of the copper forged by 1,000 hands. The chief envoy's expression faltered as a hand slipped, and chopsticks clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the elder, despite his advanced age, disregarded the envoy and bent down to retrieve the chopsticks. Observing the young lad, it was as if he had witnessed a miracle. However, the chief envoy could not afford to overlook this man, for he was a master of the thousand-handed copper. Although not a ninja, he was the closest ally of the previous generation's renowned leader. The envoy, not daring to offend the elder, hastily produced a napkin from his pocket to wipe the chopsticks. To his dismay, the elder rebuffed him, insisting that he remove his filthy hands. With that, he retrieved a silk handkerchief and meticulously cleaned the chopsticks, as if to eliminate every last speck of dust. He then returned the chopsticks to the chief envoy with a frosty command: "Eat swiftly and depart from this place." Were it anyone else, the chief envoy would have disregarded such words. Yet, before this venerable figure, he could only feign humility, bowing and acquiescing. Following this farce, the envoy felt an undercurrent of fear. Good heavens, this establishment was formidable. Not only could one not resist its allure, but even the elder of the thousand-handed copper had not perished. But what of it? Today, he was determined to eliminate Ouyang Ming. After all, the venerable elder was merely a close associate of the previous generation's leader, with no ties to the current one. The chief envoy smirked inwardly, resolute in his intent to condemn Ouyang Ming to death, regardless of the elder's sentiments. Thus, he took a bite of the noodles. Ah, the elastic strands danced and soared. It was as if a million ping-pong balls were bouncing upon his tongue. As the envoy savored the noodles, he felt as if he had unleashed a monstrous delight, his palate overwhelmed with exquisite flavors. Each tiny taste bud, each inch of territory, was gradually consumed by this dragon of taste, leaving the envoy with but 2 words in his mind: delectable. Such a delightful amnesia, as if all the world's troubles had been cast into the heavens. In that moment, he was transported back to verdant years, still an innocent and reckless youth. Back then, as now, his heart bore no burdens, only dreams of the future. This was the right course, my child. In those years, the envoy had witnessed the chaos of the world, viewing the horizon as the edge of a sword. Hailed as a great hero of the first generation, unfortunately, time is a butcher's knife, altering even those who remain unaware of their own transformations. The dream of becoming a great hero was shattered for the chief envoy, ground to dust by the harshness of time. Society is a vast divat. Regardless of the envoy's inner desires, he began to adapt for survival, for a life of dignity. When did this transformation begin? The chief envoy chuckled bitterly, closing his eyes to conceal the tears that threatened to spill. Even he had forgotten that he had once learned to live behind a mask, to appease the powerful while singing discordant tunes with the common folk. His life, once a blank canvas, is now marred by a cacophony of colors. A chaotic tapestry from which the purity of the past can never be reclaimed. In the relentless pursuit of fame and fortune, the emissaries and leaders exerted their utmost efforts. Yet his heart lies weary and battered. He reminisces about the days spent sprawled on the grass, gazing at the star-studded sky, unburdened and solely alive. He longs for the times when he could merely listen to the radio and lead an ordinary existence, feeling as free as a bird. Time swiftly passes, and the world transforms. This young man, once brimming with hope for the future, has now become an unscrupulous envoy wielding power. The youthful charm he once possessed has been overshadowed by the emotional toll of the years, leaving him with an air of coldness that has diminished his innocence. The chief envoy silently weeps and laughs. A bowl of beef noodle soup finds its way to the tenderest recesses of his heart. With a mouthful of food and a deluge of tears, the envoy consumes every morsel, the tears cascading down his face. He surveys his surroundings and sees that other envoys, like him, are also in tears. Each person wears a smile while gazing at one another, as if to say, "If only I could share this with you." When the envoy savors other dishes, he licks his lips, feeling as if his spirit has been cleansed and revitalized, radiating a newfound brilliance. At this moment, the envoy leader no longer harbors thoughts of revenge against Ouyang Ming. How could one capable of creating such exquisite flavors ever wish harm upon such a beautiful soul? The envoy reflects on his tumultuous past, determined not to allow Ouyang Ming to suffer the same fate. Resolutely, he makes a decision. The chief envoy approaches Ouyang Ming and, with a resounding thud, kneels before him. "Boss Ouyang Ming, you are a rare culinary artist in this world. I would feel immense guilt if I were to harm such a beautiful gem." The envoy's eyes gleam with unwavering resolve. "Permit me to sever my own hand as a token of gratitude to the world." With that, he draws a dagger, aiming for his left hand. Everything unfolds in a flash of lightning. The audience is taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The envoy leader, who initially sought to bring Ouyang Ming down, instead sacrifices his own hand for Ouyang's reputation. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, as this spectacle transpires before everyone, disbelief is irrelevant. Observers watch as the dagger presses against the skin, blood threatening to spill. Suddenly, a hand, akin to an eagle's claw, seizes the envoy's right hand, gripping the dagger. Cassius glances at the envoy. "If you wish to sincerely apologize, there is no need for self-mutilation." "Indeed," he exclaims, startled by the turn of events. He never anticipated such an outcome. Fortunately, Ouyang Ming's performance could rival that of Hollywood, facing the chaos with an unyielding demeanor, as though the mountains before him could crumble without affecting his resolve. "Though I know not the reason for your sudden transformation," Ouyang Ming gazes earnestly at the chief envoy, stating, "Reality is not merely the superficial facade before us. It encompasses poetry and distance. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be through a life well lived." With these words, Ouyang Ming turns and walks away, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. A profound shock reverberates within the envoy's mind. He gazes in awe at Ouyang Ming's retreating figure, as if beholding a towering mountain. After indulging in Ouyang Ming's culinary delights, he recalls his own past. Having dreamt for years of wielding a sword in battle, over the years, he roamed freely, believing that his dreams were within reach. Ideals are lush, while reality is stark and emaciated. Confronted with the truth, he altered himself in myriad ways, often to the point of losing sight of his former self. Reality encompasses not only the present, but also a sense of poetic distance. The chief envoy whispered, his eyes shimmering with a new light, the radiance of newfound faith. The envoy bowed reverently to the back of Ouyang Ming, prostrating 3 times, and resolved within himself to place the money on the table and depart with the others. The crowd consciously parted to allow passage, and though they witnessed a group of envoys with tear-streaked faces, no one openly mocked them. For many among them had also been influenced by the sustenance of Yang Ming. "In this world, if I were to express my utmost admiration, it would solely be for Master Ouyang Ming," exclaimed an impassioned diner. "Indeed," another diner nodded in agreement, reflecting that had he not brought his daughter-in-law here for ice cream during a quarrel, they might have parted ways. Yang Ming is a blessing to the village. A girl called out from the throng. Humph. It's all your fault. I stood in line for so long, only to miss out on Yang Ming's delicacies. When I return, I shall inform my father of your transgressions. After a while, as the shop's hours drew to a close, the remaining customers in line reluctantly departed. Once the patrons had vacated, Ouyang Ming locked the shop door and gazed at the system. Secret mission. Conquer the invoice appetite mission description. The journey to becoming a culinary deity is fraught with challenges. As a chef, one must possess the determination to win over every palate. Mission reward. The puppet is elevated to a state of exceptional endurance. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispensed. Ouyang Ming's thoughts stirred, and suddenly the puppet from the system materialized in the room. Today, the once plump golem appeared unchanged, yet more ferocious. Its surface was adorned with nails, each as long as a finger, evoking the pain they would inflict if embedded in another's flesh. Moreover, the puppet wielded the power of lethal poison, its body bristling with thorns that radiated a green luminescence, teeming with deadly venom. Upon noticing the puppet, information flashed forth. Undoubtedly, today's puppet was more formidable than ever, previously just a mere puppet. One of the greatest advantages of Sinlo Hell over Cone Hell lies in the speed of release. In fact, it constitutes a 360-degree omnidirectional trap. As for the capabilities of Hungry Ghost Hell, Ouyang Ming was reminded of Kiro's puppet, pondering who among them was stronger. If they engaged in earnest discussion, Yang Ming would possess a significant edge. The puppet does not require chakras for self-control. It moves solely through thought, granting it formidable autonomy. One could argue that while it has its strengths, it is also notably deficient in certain aspects. Even if Ouyang Ming were to become a master of puppetry, he would remain incapable of transforming the puppets themselves. Currently, he is but a novice, confronting a seasoned puppeteer with only a single puppet at his disposal. Such a predicament is undeniably tragic. Presently, Ouyang Ming is preoccupied with one pressing concern. Why has the system's initial task yet to be fulfilled? He has begun to discern the patterns of the system's tasks, which are categorized into main quests, hidden tasks, chain tasks, and achievement tasks. The hidden tasks are triggered only by extraordinary events and offer multiple rewards. Achievement tasks differ, often bestowing ninjutsu as a reward. The chain tasks remain elusive. As only one has been activated thus far, the initial task, which has granted him the Sharingan. Ouyang Ming surmises that its inclination leans toward rewarding increased vitality. As for the primary task, it remains unaccomplished, to vanquish a particular restaurant. The mission is to defeat Yao Restaurant and ascend as the renowned establishment in Konoha Village. As a future supreme deity in the world of Hokage, how could he possibly lack a formidable challenge to elevate his status? Yet, why has he not triumphed over Uncle Yao? Why then, is the prompt still incomplete? The rewards for the other tasks are bountiful, yet what are the main tasks reward? This thought fills Ouyang Ming with anticipation. Unable to contain himself, he inquires, System, when will my primary task be accomplished? The system responds gravely. Your establishment's reputation must transcend being merely a happy restaurant. It requires consistent patronage that far exceeds that of your competitor. Once a week has passed under such conditions, the system will adjudge you to have defeated Yao Restaurant. Suddenly, Ouyang Ming realizes that defeating Uncle Yao is the key to establishing this restaurant's renown. It seems they are merely a day away from receiving their reward. As twilight falls, dinner time approaches. In the past, villagers would venture out in small groups to enjoy a fine meal at restaurants. Now, they have a second option, Yang Ming Bar. It shines like a comet. And in a remarkably brief period, this once obscure shop has seemingly transformed overnight into a worthy contender against established eateries. As the proprietor, Ouyang Ming has become the village's most beloved chef. Early in the morning, a long queue forms outside his shop, creating a picturesque scene. The lines in front of two famous establishments stretch equally long, and the villagers humorously refer to it as the Twin Dragon Pearls. However, the restaurant's self-deprecating nature is evident. As queuing is no small feat, one must wait approximately an hour for their turn. The queue at Yang Ming's is perhaps the most daunting. For there exists an unwritten rule: patrons are only permitted to wait for 2 hours during lunch and dinner. Yet, despite this, villagers flock eagerly to sample the fabled cuisine that promises joy. At least, there remains a restaurant here. This has led to a flourishing business for Yao in recent days. Much to Uncle Yao's delight, who has even been persuaded to marry his daughter, Calamus. When Ouyang Ming opens his shop, villagers rush in, clamoring to spend their coins. One after another, in a frenzy. Boss, Give me an egg fried rice and an ice cream." Amidst the bustling throngs, a melodious voice resonated, reminiscent of the crystalline waters cascading through a frigid forest, evoking a sense of comfort. Ouyang Ming could not help but turn his head, his gaze drawn to the source of the sound, and was instantly captivated by the brilliance of a striking young lady. She was tall and exuded an air of pride, adorned in luxurious purple satin, resembling a whirlwind of exuberance. Her delicate, oval face bore a hint of youthful softness, and the charming beauty mark at the corner of her left mouth imparted an allure that transcended her years. At that moment, she perched on a stool, casting an impatient glance at Ouyang Ming, her lips slightly pouting, which only enhanced her charm. Anyone who beheld such a beauty would inevitably feel uplifted, and Ouyang Ming was no exception. Yet, having honed his composure to perfection, he merely replied, "Yes, please wait a moment," before turning away and retreating into the kitchen. This left the young girl in a state of bewilderment. She had presumed that her beauty and status would earn her preferential treatment in this establishment. Little did she anticipate that Ouyang Ming would regard her as just another patron. Did he not recognize her exquisite beauty? Her eagerness to be served alongside a group of elderly patrons? The girl's heart ached at the thought. Her elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly. Maintaining a distance from the dining cart, her eyes flashing with disdain. Were it not for Ouyang Ming's culinary prowess, she would never deign to share a table with these common folk. How revolting. It was as though she were afflicted with a form of cleanliness obsession, feeling as if she hadn't bathed in years while seated there. The surrounding diners, captivated by the enchanting Loli, found themselves speechless. Naturally, Loli dismissed them, leaving them feeling as if they were mere spectators on an iceberg, gazing longingly from afar. Soon, Loli's order arrived. She scrutinized the egg fried rice, which resembled a mountain of golden grains, each pearl of rice, plump and lustrous. The fried rice, drenched in a golden sheen, was enveloped by the rich, golden egg, shimmering under the light and emanating an irresistible allure. Loli wrinkled her nose in disdain. How could there be no fragrance? A dismal review. Her expression betrayed a heart-wrenching disappointment. However, she reconsidered. Perhaps it was akin to a parable, where all the food in this quaint establishment would manifest as delightful surprises. After all, the renowned chef was celebrated nationwide, their egg-fried rice far superior to this. With a heart full of complaints, she retrieved a spoon, took a delicate bite. Oh my! Suddenly, she gasped in astonishment, releasing one hand, causing the spoon to clatter onto the table, scattering grains of rice, some tumbling to the floor. Upon regaining her composure, she hurriedly rectified the situation. Regardless of her genteel demeanor, she diligently picked up every morsel of rice, even those that had fallen to the ground. Thus, she would not be too sullied. Even if dust clung to some grains, she would consume them all. Delicious, delectable, divine. Loli found herself submerged in the exquisite flavors of the egg-fried rice, akin to being enveloped in a soothing hot spring, unable to extricate herself from such pleasure. Even the most esteemed chefs would struggle to replicate such culinary delight. The egg-fried rice was not devoid of flavor. Rather, its essence was intricately woven into each grain, subtly concealed, yet profoundly impactful. As Lori stirred the rice with her ivory-like teeth, grinding it like beans, the grains erupted, releasing an intense aroma, akin to a colossal fireball that exuded a formidable scent. The flavor of the fried rice was exquisite. It reached a state of perfection, neither too hard nor too soft, resembling the golden ratio, an existence that defies replication. However, Ouyang Ming accomplished the most astonishing feat, ensuring that each grain of rice tasted sublime. A person who could achieve this with a single grain is merely average. One who can prepare half a bowl is a genius. Yet, someone who can attain such a state with an entire plate of rice transcends the realms of genius. It is an artistry akin to divine craftsmanship, a manifestation of nature's power. Much like a scene from Divine Intervention, at that moment, Lori set aside her discontent, casting off all semblance of decorum. As she seized her spoon and devoured the fried rice in a single breath, as though fearing it might be stolen away, even in the comfort of her home. Surrounded by culinary delights crafted by renowned chefs, she had never lost her composure. If one were to insist that the dishes prepared by Chef Ouyang Ming were so delectable that she contemplated marrying him to indulge in such exquisite meals daily, it would not be far-fetched. After finishing a plate of egg-fried rice, the little girl sighed contentedly. She had never imagined that she could experience such joy in eating. Typically at home, her elder brother constantly urged her to embody the qualities of a lady, advising her to chew delicately and avoid swallowing hastily. to partake only in portions of each dish, all in the pursuit of maintaining graceful poise. Every meal had become a torment, reduced to mere social posturing aimed at showcasing superiority. Yet now, in such moments, she felt liberated from worldly constraints and disciplinary shackles, reveling in the sheer enjoyment of delectable food, which represented the ultimate happiness in the aspiration of her dreams. In recent days, those who frequented the dining establishment exchanged glances, sensing the approach of time, and thus began to converse loudly. Have you heard of the legendary kitchen utensils from the land of waves? Oh, what is so remarkable about that? Don't you know? Those utensils were once wielded by 6 immortals, said to possess incredible powers. The 2 men raised their voices, and the freshness of the topic truly captivated everyone's attention. Are you telling a story? Why have I never heard of this before? The one who initiated the conversation furrowed his brow and said, believe it or not, I'm willing to. The little girl received her answer, stamped her foot in frustration, and then returned to her ice cream. At this juncture, Ouyang Ming also received a peculiar task. Congratulations, master. You have initiated a secret mission. Investigate the whereabouts of the legendary kitchen utensils. Mission description: the world of fire and shadow is vast, and humanity is extraordinary. It is said that the 6 immortals once roamed the earth, leaving behind 4 kitchen utensils. As the future culinary deity, it is your responsibility to uncover their whereabouts. Mission reward: recipe for dompa pork. Contemplating the reward for this task, Ouyang Ming felt a twinge of curiosity, yet he proceeded to visit the 2 restaurants. To the 2 individuals, you conveyed this matter. The 2 patrons, with their dulled gazes, secretly rejoiced, feeling that something they deemed worthless could indeed attract Yang Ming's attention. Thus, they engaged in discussions. It was revealed that when a merchant caravan from the Thunderlands traversed the waters of turmoil, chaos erupted in that region. The goods being transported were not only plundered, but some individuals were even slain. Such events are tragically commonplace across the globe. Little did anyone know that this caravan ranked among the top 3 in the nation, and its leader was the sole heir of the caravan's owner. This was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. The merchant promptly placed a bounty on these culprits in the black market, explicitly stating that in addition to the reward, the stolen goods would also be distributed. To this end, he compiled a detailed list of the items. Among the cargo were not only vast quantities of military rations and bearing devices, but also weapons that could rival those of the 7 bearing blades. This legendary kitchenware was included as well, albeit it was relatively inconspicuous. Although Ouyang Ming felt a sense of unease with the system issuing a mission, it seemed likely that the matter approached a 10-to-1 ratio. After all, Kishimoto did not assert that the 6 immortal beings could not cook. What was so exceptional about the utensils he employed? At that moment, Kakashi and a group of individuals entered. Big brother, I'm back, Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he approached Yang Ming. Big brother, I must tell you, I will finally be going on a mission tomorrow. Oh. Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow. Then I congratulate you, hehe. Naruto's tail proudly wagged in delight. I am looking forward to it. I have never been abroad in my life, and I know not what the land of waves is like. Yang Ming was taken aback. You are going to the land of waves? Yes, Naruto pointed. And Yang Ming noticed an elderly man standing beside them. This is why Uncle Dezina is paying for this meal. Otherwise, I would not have enough money to eat. Dezina? A glimmer of recognition flashed into Yang Ming's eyes as he inquired nonchalantly. Then what would you like to eat? I want everything. Naruto shouted first. I want the usual. Kakashi added. I want ice cream and egg fried rice. Xiaoying chimed in. Stop. Sasuke, still irked with Ouyang Ming, coldly remarked, get them all for me. Each time they placed their order, Dezina's heart bled. A bowl of beef ramen costs 128 yuan, a cup of ice cream $250, a meat bun $666, and an egg fried rice 998 yuan. Did I say something wrong? What kind of establishment is this? Shoo, shoo, shoo. Uncle Dezina whispered, breathing deeply. He repeatedly assured himself to remain calm, composed, and collected. The future of the land of waves rested in Class 7. God bless them, they saved diligently to hire ninjas. Refraining from extravagance. Now, Dezina felt regret. Why did he mention dinner? Unfortunately, remorse is beyond remedy. At that moment, Ouyang Ming presented him with a piece of cloth, saying, Uncle, what do you desire? Dazna felt an overwhelming urge to shout, I do not wish to eat. A mere ration suffices. However, he was already present at the establishment, and if he refrained from ordering anything, Uncle Dazna would undoubtedly feel quite embarrassed. A most humiliating predicament. He was indifferent to his own pride, Yet he dreaded the thought that the people from the land of waves, whom he encountered, might perceive them as impoverished. It was akin to a person from a province being caught stealing a manhole cover, resulting in nationwide notoriety for the entire province. Such a pity. Thus, Dasna extended a trembling hand towards the menu, swallowed hard, and uttered, "I shall have a bowl of beef ramen." The moment he spoke, he felt utterly drained. Collapsing onto the chair. Those ethereal words, who knows how many individuals toiled to earn the money for them? You see, the wage levels in the land of fire and the land of waves are not comparable for identical work. The salary in the land of fire is 4 times that of the land of waves. This is the lament of a small nation. Nevertheless, Uncle Dasna reassured himself that once he liberated himself from Kaido, everything would improve. Although the shadowy world of fire did not aspire to wealth, as Lu had mentioned, the wisdom of the working class is boundless, a truth that Dasna fully grasped. Thus, he declared, we must fulfill the task of bridge building. For the benefit of the wealthy and powerful, it is a simple aspiration, yet it affirms the notion that the rise and fall of a nation is a shared responsibility. When a bowl of beef ramen was finally placed before him, Dasna's mind remained tumultuous. He recalled his deceased son, his struggling daughter-in-law, and his grandson. With an abundance of worries weighing heavily on his heart, even though Ouyang Ming's beef ramen was delectable, to him, it tasted like chewing wax. Devoid of any joy in savoring the food itself, Dasna swallowed the ramen whole, hardly chewing it, as if he were gnawing on parched provisions. He hardly tasted it at all, consumed by a singular thought, eliminate Kaido. I must lament that Dasna's failure to savor Ouyang Ming's culinary delights is indeed a great loss for him. The eyes of the 3 generations leisurely drew on their small pipes, merrily racing forth. Today, he finally concluded his business, managing to sneak away to arrive at Yang Ming Inn for a hearty meal. Along the way, the eyes of the 3 generations would never forget to gaze upon this vibrant village, a delightful feeling to behold one's own creations. This is precisely why he disliked traveling with ninjutsu. Such companionship deprived him of the opportunity to appreciate the scenery. What shall I order this time? Fried rice with egg? No, too expensive. Beef ramen, that would be beneficial for my age. Perhaps I should indulge in another scoop of ice cream? Excitedly, the eyes of the 3 generations sprinted towards Yang Ming Inn. Yet at this moment, the eyes of the 3 generations were filled with confusion. Where are the people? At that time, it had been half an hour since the doors of Yang Ming Inn had opened. As was customary, there should have been a long queue at this hour. Why was there no one present now? Currently, the long line before Yao restaurant was strikingly noticeable. The eyes of the 3 generations spotted a diner from another restaurant and inquired, why is there no one at Yang Ming Inn today? The diners beheld the eyes of 3 generations, immediately bowing in respect, only to confront a hardened demeanor. The 3rd generation, internally perplexed, pondered, is this truly a matter of great consequence? Prior to this, he had ruthlessly eradicated a swarm of moths from the supermarket's basement, creatures that could not retaliate, but to harm Ouyang Ming, despite a multitude of thoughts swirling within him. The 3rd generation donned a facade of kindness and inquired, pray, tell me, what transpired here? The restaurant pointed towards Ouyang Ming's establishment, rendered speechless. His lips quivered, and one could discern from the note affixed nearby that he uttered, this cannot be real, can it? With a heavy heart. The 3rd generation approached the entrance of the shop, graciously expressing his gratitude. Upon observing the paper pasted on the door, his eyelids fluttered with trepidation, and tumultuous waves surged within his heart. Now, articulating his thoughts proved arduous, for the note bore 3 prominent characters, the reason for Ouyang Ming's departure. As for when he would return, the uncertainty gnawed at him, aware that people would harbor resentment towards his absence. You may express your dissatisfaction at the restaurant across the street, the note suggested. Upon reading the entire message, the 3rd generation felt an impending eruption of emotion within him. As articulated in The Dancing God, it is effortless for readers to wish to bestow a razor upon the author, should they merely break it. At that moment, the eyes of the 3rd generation mirrored those of an avid reader, enamored with the flavors of Ouyang Ming's cuisine, yearning for a return, only to discover further shards of disappointment. The watch lay broken. Such a fate was intolerable. For the first time, the 3rd generation was consumed by anger. The sensation of yearning for sustenance, yet being unable to partake, was akin to a fragile blade of grass hanging before him, instilling only anxiety. Observing the 3rd generation's dazed expression, the diners silently shook their heads. Ouyang Ming had taken a leave of absence today, and he too felt the weight of frustration. Yet now, why did seeing another's misfortune bring him such delight? although the restaurant endeavored to remind him that this was a misguided sentiment. He could perceive the swelling of his appetite behind the third generation's intentions. I shall indulge in a bowl of ramen shortly. In that moment, as was customary, Metcalf ambled down the street, head bowed, en route to Ouyang Ming's abode. Lunchtime had arrived once more, and he felt the fervor of youthful blood coursing through him. The words of Metcalf perplexed outsiders. However, his gait matched the rhythm of his two legs, as the street rapidly vanished from his sight. After a while, Metcalf discerned the solitary figure of a third generation standing despondently at the door, an image that evoked an indescribable sorrow. Why, even the Shadow Lord has come, he mused. In the face of the third generation's gaze, Metcalf dared not underestimate him and approached with a resolute demeanor. Is it you, Hackett? The third generation, listlessly puffing on his pipe, uttered, Are you here for dinner? Indeed. Before he fully comprehended the situation, his visage was already smeared with blood. The three generations had long been acquainted with Matai's temperament, as he wore a look of utter helplessness. Take a glance at the sticker on the shop door. One could be certain that upon Matai's completion of reading it, he would be utterly dismayed. Suddenly, Metcalf exclaimed with fervor, My youth! Who could have known that in moments of misfortune, one might derive a sense of happiness from the misfortunes of others? At that very instant, the trio was enveloped in such sentiments. However, as a mere shadow within the village, their laughter was stifled, and they composedly patted Hackett on the shoulder. I believe upon our return, we should convene a small meeting to establish some regulations for the village shop. We ought to take a breather and notify them in advance. You speak the absolute truth, Mitkai replied, tears brimming in his eyes. We must never allow others to favor the elder brother when it's time to rest. We must not give them any psychological preparation. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming in Class 7 arrived at Guobua, and along the way, he suddenly sneezed several times. Ouyang Ming, with self-deprecating humor, remarked, It's my fault for being this handsome. I wonder which girl is thinking of me. No sooner had he uttered these words than Kakashi turned his head, feigning interest in the scenery, while Sasuke and Sakura's lips twitched. Only Naruto, increasingly embodying Ouyang Ming's heroic tendencies, nodded in agreement, saying, It must be that the elder brother is simply too charming. Ouyang Ming raised his thumb in approval. Or perhaps you possess the keenest eyesight. At that moment, a group sat jostling in a vehicle en route to the Kingdom of Waves. Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to notice something. Pretending to observe the water ahead, a cold smile hidden beneath his mask. Yet, upon reflection, 7th grade students were still too young, having not encountered much combat. They were in need of a vivid lesson. Thus, Kakashi abandoned his initial plan of action, opting instead to wait and observe. At this juncture, Ouyang Ming had completed his first main quest. Mission: defeat the Yale restaurant and establish it as a renowned eatery in Konoha Village. Mission description: as the future supreme deity of the Naruto world, how could one neglect to level up the monsters? An invincible defense card? What on earth is that? At this moment, a golden card unexpectedly manifested in Ouyang Ming's hand. Much like a VIP card for supermarket shopping, the golden card shimmered with opulence, capable of dazzling anyone's eyes. As Ouyang Ming focused on the card, its associated powers instantly materialized. Indestructible defense card, immunity to any attack for 1 minute. Now, he had only 2 opportunities to utilize it. Ouyang Ming's eyes sparkled. Undoubtedly, this was a lifesaver, for this card could grant immunity to any attack, meaning even the kaleidoscope of the eyes would be rendered ineffective. This was indeed a significant matter. Swiftly, Ouyang Ming affixed the golden card to himself, treating it as if it were a precious infant. At that moment, the vehicle carrying the group passed by a roadside swimming pool, and an unforeseen event ensued. 2 ninjas, donned in distinct attire and protective forehead protectors, suddenly leaped from the shallow pool, as if conjured by magic. The pool was shallow, barely the size of a basin, theoretically making it impossible for anyone to conceal themselves therein. Yet, this is the essence of Fire Dao. It defies the very laws of science. Those 2 ninjas are clearly employing stealth techniques, lurking within the puddles to ambush their targets at this very moment. Evidently, the members of Team 7 have not undergone the rigorous training forged in fire and blood. This encounter is steeped in chaos. The enemy's iron chains approach us with the swiftness of venomous serpents, accompanied by a faint yet ominous crackle in the air. Cassis, caught off guard with a visage of vulnerability, becomes an easy target for the malevolent brothers. Suddenly, the chains wielded by the brothers ensnare Kakashi, binding him completely. In the face of the multitude's terror and bewilderment, a sudden eruption occurs. Kakashi is ruthlessly torn apart. His demise is gruesome. the world of Kakashi crumbles. As Naruto and Sakura weep inconsolably, they never fathomed that their immensely powerful mentor could meet such an end. Yet their sorrow is abruptly overshadowed by the relentless advance of the enemy. First, the malevolent brother declares with a wicked grin. As though they had just casually dispatched a mere creature on the roadside, the brothers seem to communicate without words, as if their very essence is woven with the threads of conspiracy. With a swift turn, they abandon their gaze on Kakashi, fixating instead upon the others, their eyes devoid of any pretense of disdain, as if they are not hunting humans, but rather lambs destined for slaughter. Their next target is Naruto. Those eyes, filled with murderous intent, lock onto the Hokage as a wicked dagger plunges mercilessly into his chest. The weight of impending doom looms ominously, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. Forgetting the instinct to resist, the Hokage stands there, a mask of terror etched upon his countenance. What shall we do? Is this the nature of a ninja? Such ferocious wrath. Will I perish here today? No, I refuse to die. I aspire to be a successor of the Hokage. But even as Naruto's heart roars, his body remains numb, helplessly watching the serpentine chain advance. Witnessing his fate mirror that of Kakashi, a figure suddenly materializes before him. Sasuke, the prodigy who perpetually ignites the ire of the Hokage. Sasuke swiftly surveys his surroundings, his powerful legs propelling him with agility, as he employs his robust physique and calm demeanor to sweep aside the iron chains. Bang! Bang! With two resounding cracks, the serpentine chains veer off course, one end tumbling into the thickets on either side. Moreover, severing a single finger is preferable to losing them all. It is evident that Sasuke comprehends this. His hands delve into his tactical pouch, retrieving a sharp shuriken without hesitation, trailing behind the chains. Boom! Crash! Clang! Each strike is precise, akin to targeting the vulnerable spot of a serpent, embedding within the chain and securing to the trees, unyielding. The malevolent brothers, undeterred, tug at the chains, only to find them immovable. Infuriating little demon. The two unleash low growls, astonished by the unexpected predicament inflicted upon them, igniting a furious blaze within their hearts. Furthermore, witnessing their adversary merely beginning to withstand their assault intensifies the burning humiliation on the faces of the notorious brothers, renowned assassins from the hidden mist village. Sasuke not only interrupted their assault but also struck them squarely in the face. If word of this spreads, how could they possibly survive? How could they fulfill their mission? Blood surged with fervor. The ghostly brother, no longer restrained, exerted his legs and accelerated with sudden ferocity. To ordinary onlookers, he seemed to vanish into thin air. How swift! Sasuke felt a twinge of fear and hastily grasped a kunai, adopting a defensive stance. Alas, it was too late. In what seemed like an instant, the ghostly brother appeared before Sasuke, his legs together as if preparing to unleash an iron whip, which cracked through the air before abruptly striking Sasuke's body. Bang! As the projectile launched, Sasuke appeared utterly defenseless. Everyone else was on guard, and he was sent flying until he crashed heavily against a tree. Gasping, he clutched his chest, feeling as if his insides had flipped over. Unable to withstand the agony any longer, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the crimson fluid erupted, Sasuke seemed to have been drained of all spirit, his complexion paling to that of a blank sheet of paper. At that moment, the Hokage seemed to suffer even more than Sasuke, being unceremoniously kicked out and left dangling from a branch. The ghostly brother relished the release of his pent-up rage, his lips curling into a mischievous grin as he turned his attention to the other three. Uncle Dazna's face was ashen, filled with despair. Sakura trembled as she pulled out a kunai, nervously flipping it in her hands. To the ghostly brother, both the elderly and the young appeared utterly useless. As for the last individual, Ouyang Ming observed the entire scene with a calm demeanor, like a detached observer. Yet, in the eyes of the ghostly brother, he emanated no formidable presence. Both he and his companion lacked acute vigilance, their bodies riddled with vulnerabilities, easily susceptible to being struck down countless times. The ghostly brother, unhurried, wore a fierce countenance adorned with a playful smile. Now, let us savor your despair. How would you prefer to meet your demise? Steamed or braised? Ouyang Ming regarded the smug duo with a raised eyebrow and remarked, "Your words are excessive." "What did you say?" The ghostly brother was taken aback at such a moment. Someone still dared to speak defiantly, and it was none other than Ouyang Ming, who seemed unable to contain his bravado. Then came the despair this time. It was theirs. In the relentless cycle of slaughter, the two had developed a peculiar penchant for torturing their victims with bizarre methods, relishing the pleas and suffering that ushered in a dark despair. This time was no exception. They intended to enjoy the desperate struggles of Naruto and Sasuke, savoring the refreshing essence of the cherry-like girl. Unfortunately, all of this was abruptly shattered by one individual. After the ghostly brothers' demise, a sudden emergence occurred, giving birth to a mutation. An unsightly puppet materialized. The ghostly brothers reacted too slowly, for their opponent was far too swift. The puppet's body suddenly opened, revealing a black void, akin to a black hole, which swiftly engulfed the ghostly brothers. Then, to their horror, the door slammed shut. Bang! Like a cage. Darkness enveloped the ghostly brothers. Damn! These two were not prisoners. Each displayed his hand, attempting to escape the puppet's grasp. Yet, what truly rendered them despairing was how solid the puppet had become. It appeared to be an ordinary puppet, crafted from wood. Yet regardless of the manner in which they manipulated it, it descended as if composed of aluminum alloy. Steady yourself, boss Ouyang. At that moment, a shadow emerged from behind Ouyang, revealing none other than the enigmatic Kakashi. Ouyang could not help but roll his eyes, exclaiming, clearly, "You are capable of taking care of yourself. Do not concern yourself with trivial matters." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, never admitting to the fact that he had been stealthily stealing moments to observe the tender paradise. "Miss Cassis, are you well?" Cherry gazed at her in disbelief, tears cascading down her cheeks. Indeed, the events of the day had completely upended Cherry's previous worldview. The brutalities of ninja combat resembled a dance upon a razor's edge, where even the slightest misstep could lead to eternal damnation. With each passing minute, death tightened its grip around the throat, rendering life more unbearable than demise itself. In stark contrast, the so-called boxing lessons at the Ninja Academy felt like mere child's play, utterly inconsequential. At that juncture, Naruto and Sasuke were disheveled. The Hokage was the first to voice his complaint. "Ms. Cassis, you are unharmed. Why do you not come forward to assist?" Kakashi did not admonish him for his rudeness, but instead surveyed the surroundings with a somber demeanor. As a ninja, one must be prepared with the consciousness of mortality. You are merely performing, and aside from Sasuke, all have failed. Upon hearing this, Naruto's lips moved, clearly in disbelief, struggling to articulate a response. He could only recall moments where, faced with an adversary, his limbs felt cold and powerless, igniting within him an overwhelming urge to dig a hole in the ground. How embarrassing! He constantly proclaimed his aspiration to become a movie star. After the lecture, Kakashi cast a serious glance at Mr. Dasna, indicating that this mission had encountered ninjas of an evidently higher rank, classified as B-level or above, far surpassing the task's original classification. Regrettably, I must inform you that our team is unable to fulfill your mission. As an elite ninja, Kakashi was capable of independently completing missions. However, he now served as the instructor for Team 7, tasked with training the trio of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. It was evident that the three lacked the necessary strength to undertake the mission. Observing their prior performance, they appeared far too young, exhibiting little resistance against their adversaries. Save for Sasuke. In the face of Kakashi's scrutiny, Dasna appeared grave and speechless. "Ms. Cassis is correct," Sakura interjected, still reeling from the shock of the Gardesia battle. "Sasuke is injured and should be sent back for immediate treatment." Sasuke, with an air of arrogance, turned away, unable to deny the truth. Had Naruto and Sakura possessed his strength, he would have had no qualms about continuing the mission. But now, let us not dwell on it. Naruto's limping leg alone was sufficient to wreak havoc. For a moment, the scene fell into a profound silence. Naruto lowered his head, fist clenched, teeth gritted. "Why must I lose to Sasuke despite my relentless efforts? I yearn to become a ninja beyond mere Hokage. How can you give up?" All his past struggles, the ridicule he faced, and the fruits of his labor coalesced into a knot within his chest, preventing any expression of his suppressed emotions. Suddenly, with wide eyes, Naruto emerged from his tactical pouch, devoid of pain. Then, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment, he channeled his suffering into the back of his hand. Suddenly, the razor dragon stained his hand with crimson. "I swear upon the agony of my left hand." Naruto observed each individual around him. "I shall harness this suffering to safeguard my uncle. Let the mission proceed." In this very moment, Naruto shed the weight of his past despair, imbued with newfound determination. Resembling a completely transformed being, he appeared remarkably dashing. Kakashi gazed at Naruto, his visage radiating delight. "That is the son of my mentor," he mused. As the captain, Kakashi possessed the authority to persist with the mission. For Naruto's sake, Kakashi resolutely resolved to continue the endeavor. to gather intelligence on the enemy. Kakashi led the group before the puppet. Thanks to that rotund effigy, there was insufficient space for two formidable men. Ouyang Ming pondered, as the puppet's abdomen opened a gaping hole, precisely accommodating the gaze of Brother Ghost. Is it not you? You're not dead? Upon witnessing Kakashi unscathed, the ghostly siblings were struck with terror, as if confronted by a specter. It is not a matter of my survival, but rather whether you wish to live. The ghostly brothers sensed a devil lurking behind Kakashi's smile. Even on a sunny day, a chill coursed through them. The duo comprehended the dire consequences of mission failure, yet dared not voice their fears, for they stood before a deity. Thus, they awkwardly declared, "Let us perish. We are not as you desire." Ah, Kakashi chuckled, observing them with a joyful countenance, lamenting, "What a pity." Then he turned to Ouyang Ming and remarked, "Ouyang Ming, you shall encounter troubles in the future. It matters not if you kill." Ouyang Ming helplessly shrugged, genuinely swayed by Kakashi's words. However, since Kakashi had spoken thus, Ouyang Ming felt liberated. After all, the dead can sometimes be no less valuable than the living. Under special ninjutsu, the deceased harbor no secrets. Consequently, Ouyang Ming pitifully gazed at the ghostly brothers, stating, "Lacking skill, yet compelled to feign being coerced, such misfortune is deserved." Ouyang Ming contemplated, as the puppet's mouth opened and shut. At that moment, the toxic thorns embedded in its skin suddenly pierced through. In an instant, screams erupted, and the earth burst forth in blossoms of blood. Though this scene was gruesome, it imparted a vivid lesson to Naruto and his companions. There exists no mercy in this world. When Ouyang Ming's puppet revealed its interior, casting forth the corpses of the ghostly brothers, it became apparent that their bodies were riddled with fierce poison thorns, their faces adorned with regret and resentment, exceedingly violent. A potent metallic scent pervaded the air, assaulting everyone's senses. Sakura, encountering such a sight for the first time, immediately confronted the grotesque reality, unable to restrain her urge to vomit. Naruto fared little better, his countenance equally unnatural. The sole student of Team 7 maintaining composure was Sasuke. Having witnessed blood under the leadership of a powerful family at a tender age, it bore no impact on him. Kakashi observed the unfolding events with an impassive expression, uttering not a word. He was not a caretaker for 7th graders. They needed to learn to fend for themselves. Only by soaring solo can a fledgling eagle revel in the joy of flying through the skies. Upon witnessing the events in Naruto, it became apparent that recovery was swift. Kakashi infiltrated the body of the Ghost Brothers, employing a unique ninja technique to extract vital information. Naturally, this process was gruesome, as Kakashi had to transport the corpse alone to a secluded location to carry out his task. In this moment, Ouyang Ming approached Mingran, stating, "Mingran, extend your hand for me to see." Mingran complied, revealing the previously inflicted wound on his palm, now healed to reveal only a faint scar, accompanied by freshly spilled blood. Although Ouyang Ming's expression was stoic, his heart was tumultuous. The terror of the Nine Tails was astonishingly rapid. Frankly, the world of Naruto is exceedingly unjust. We are all human, yet we stand worlds apart. For over a week, Ouyang Ming had been training alongside Lee, striving to strengthen his frail body. Yet, even so, should Ouyang Ming meet a fate akin to that of a Naruto character, it would take him over a month to recover from his injuries. Conversely, for Naruto, it was as effortless as drinking water or consuming rice. When Kakashi returned, he appeared weary and suggested, "Let us rest here." The others, naturally eager to comply, assented. As twilight descended, we erected tents, gathered firewood, and lit a fire. At this juncture, Mingran implored, "Elder brother, why not prepare us a delicious dinner?" As he spoke, he patted his stomach, feigning a pitiful expression. The others perked up, abandoning their rations, and looked towards Ouyang Ming with anticipation. This left Ouyang Ming feeling quite awkward. He wished to protest, "Brother, I am unable. Do not pressure me. Alas, there are always those who wish to burden me. It is never too late to watch." And then the system would pop up. "Congratulations, Master, you have triggered a secret mission. The traveler cannot resist a picnic." Mission description: in the past, didn't tea time travelers use their culinary skills to charm dragons and women, reaching the pinnacle of their existence? Mission reward: knife skills, beginner. Upon seeing this reward, Ouyang Ming was left speechless. He could hardly believe they would bestow a reward for cooking. Ouyang Ming was no coward. Yet, the predicament remained. He truly lacked culinary skills. Wait a minute. Who said one must know how to prepare picnic dishes? Is there not a legend that even without cooking prowess, one can still enjoy these delicacies? With this thought, Ouyang Ming assigned others to forage for wild chickens and spices, while he tasked the rotund puppet to dig a hole in the ground, awaiting the others' return. Ninjas are remarkably efficient, particularly when Kakashi, reduced to merely foraging for sustenance, fully exploited the elite efficiency of high society. Things proceeded swiftly. Before the rotund puppet finished digging, Kakashi returned, one hand gripping 2 wild chickens and the other clutching a bulging bag of mushrooms. Following Ouyang Ming's instructions, Kakashi skillfully dispatched the chickens, meticulously plucking all the feathers. Then, with equal precision, he extracted the chicken's innards, washing them clean in the flowing water nearby. Using the same technique, Kakashi cleaned the mushrooms and chopped them into small pieces. Ouyang Ming was astonished by the entire spectacle. He could hardly believe they were ninjas. No wonder the system incessantly reminded Ouyang Ming of the need for chakra and ninjutsu. The answer lay right before him. Undoubtedly, utilizing ninjutsu is far more convenient and aesthetically pleasing compared to traditional practices. Boss Yang Ming, what should we do next? Kakashi interjected, his face brimming with anticipation. Disrupting Ouyang Ming's train of thought, Ouyang Ming gestured towards the ground. He suggested soaking the soil with water, then raking it over the pheasant, ensuring it was entirely covered. Although this method was highly unreliable, it was merely a recollection from years past. Nevertheless, Kakashi had developed an unwavering trust in Yang Ming. With the addition of water, the soil became loose, exuding a rather unpleasant green aroma. Kakashi, holding the dirt in one hand, felt something was amiss but proceeded to follow Ouyang Ming's instructions nonetheless. When Naruto and the others returned, they were greeted by the sight of Kakashi squatting in the mud, seemingly engrossed in play. Fearless as ever, Naruto burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, I can't believe my eyes. Kakashi-sensei is so big, yet here she is playing in the mud." Although Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, their expressions betrayed their amusement. Save for one comment about Kakashi's unreliability. Boom. No matter how kind Kakashi was, she could not withstand Naruto's antics. With a gentle flick of her right hand, a shadow was cast directly onto Naruto's face. Bang! The pain was immediate. Naruto, still chuckling, was abruptly struck, and as he felt a cool sensation on his face, he curiously touched it, wondering, "Hey, what is this?" At that moment, Sakura, who had been watching the scene unfold, was doubled over with laughter, her hands clutching her stomach. Observing the sticky mud on his hands, Naruto thought he must look rather foolish. In a fit of anger, he charged forward, shouting at Kakashi to make her look good. Now, with Naruto's three-legged antics, nature could not possibly best Kakashi. In a single exchange, Kakashi followed Naruto closely, then squatted down, clasping her hands in a peculiar pose. In the face of their bewildered expressions, Kakashi unceremoniously executed her technique. 1,000 years of death perish. In an instant, Naruto was vanquished, with no one to intervene. Kakashi swiftly followed Ouyang Ming's guidance, tossing the remnants into the treasure pit, covering it with soil, and gathering the firewood stacked on top, igniting a blaze. The crowd observed in silence, mentally noting that in half an hour, they would be able to feast. Bang, bang, bang. The wood crackled as it caught fire. The crowd sat in rapt attention, their minds filled with visions of delectable dishes. What might that taste like? As Naruto wiped his mouth, he envisioned the flavors, crisp, delicate. In any case, as long as Yang Ming was cooking, it would be exquisite. Time seemed to stretch infinitely yet also pass swiftly in the eager gazes surrounding him. In a fleeting moment, Ouyang Ming approached, pushing aside the burning wood. "Let us eat." Naruto was the first to leap forward, disregarding the scalding earth, and began to dig with his hands. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Amidst the laughter surrounding the cherry blossom trees, Naruto, after a vigorous excavation, finally unearthed something from the soil, only to find his hands scalded and blistered by the heat. With a sudden jolt, he accidentally dropped the wrapped chicken, which landed unceremoniously on the ground. It seemed that Sakura was displeased. With hands on her hips and a finger pointed at Naruto, she declared, "Naruto, if you ruin Boss Ouyang's culinary masterpiece, I shall never forgive you." Her reprimand prompted a flurry of apologies from Naruto. Ouyang squatted down to examine his creation. The layer of soil covering the chicken had charred, resembling a spider's web with its cracked surface. As Ouyang lifted a fist-sized stone and struck the top, the soil crumbled instantly, sending fragments flying. Others, drawn by curiosity, approached. But upon seeing the charred chicken, their appetites vanished. Ouyang was no exception. The outcome was rather disappointing given the simplicity of the task. He turned to Kakashi and instructed, "Next, you must wash it with water." Kakashi nodded in agreement, swiftly binding the chicken before conjuring a stream of water that flowed gently toward the wild fowl. Under Kakashi's deft control, the water washed over the skin of the bird without soaking it. Once cleaned, the chicken remained warm, seemingly unaffected by the ordeal. Regrettably, the public's expectations of Ouyang were exceedingly high, leading to a swift decline in enthusiasm. Naruto, famished, took a hearty bite of a chicken leg. Ouch! Hot. So hot, was his immediate thought. Then came the crunch. The roasted skin, searingly red, turned remarkably crisp, cracking ever so slightly. As he broke through the barrier of the chicken's skin, a silky smoothness enveloped his palate, and the flavor was nothing short of exquisite. The juices within burst forth as he chewed, an explosion of unimaginable deliciousness. Concentration was paramount. These juices contained the essence of the wild chicken, which had foraged freely without any feed, infused with the very essence of nature. As he set down the entire leg, Naruto found himself overwhelmed with hunger, yearning to devour it whole. Alas, he was still too young and too naive. Observing Naruto's grease-laden mouth and the expression of relief on his face, Kakashi surmised that the beggar's chicken must indeed be delectable. Without hesitation, Kakashi seized the chicken, disregarding its heat, and began to eat. His first bite was into the belly of the chicken, known to be the most tender and flavorful part aside from the bottom. The spices nestled just beneath the skin delighted his senses, filling his mouth with an aromatic explosion. The spices, derived from wild mushrooms, were fragrant, as if sprinkled with cinnamon from the clouds. Suddenly, Kakashi's tongue was enveloped in flavor, reaching his throat and wafting up to his nose. What a delightful aroma! Task description. In the past, were not all time travelers renowned for their one-handed culinary skills, catching dragons, wooing partners, and reaching the pinnacle of their lives? Task reward. Completion of the basic swordsmanship task, reward granted. This system operates with an air of novelty, exhibiting an earnest seriousness. As usual, the information is transmitted directly into Ouyang Ming's mind. However, upon receiving the message, he realized that he seemed to have been ensnared. The so-called basic swordsmanship could hardly be deemed a skill for sculpting. It merely facilitated the cutting of vegetables. Given the simplicity of this task, it was only natural that the reward was somewhat disappointing. This led Ouyang Ming to speculate about the tasks issued by the system. Perhaps the quality of the rewards was not necessarily correlated with the challenges presented. Days later, thick fog enveloped the surroundings as a small boat navigated upstream. Through the mist, Ouyang Ming and his companions glimpsed a magnificent bridge rising majestically above the water, its expanse seemingly endless and awe-inspiring. As they followed the bridge towards the realm of crashing waves, the ferryman turned back, expressing deep regret. I can only take you this far. If Cardo discovers I brought you here, my family and I are doomed. Uncle, is Cardo truly that formidable? Ouyang Ming inquired. To him, Cardo seemed no more than an amateur compared to the likes of an arsonist. Dasuna awkwardly remarked. I'll tell you this, Cardo is one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. He ostensibly runs a shipping company. Yet he leverages his immense fortune to employ thugs and ninjas to serve him. He trades in goods prohibited by various nations and even invades other countries and businesses. He is an evil man, having committed numerous nefarious deeds. I have heard. Uncle Dasuna appeared grave, recounting how Cardo had recently commanded his men to rob a merchant convoy and even desecrate the bodies, inciting the other party's ire and placing a bounty on Cardo as head. Oh, Ouyang Ming pondered. Could it be that the legendary kitchen utensils I have sought are in Cardo's possession? How fortuitous! Upon returning from the water to solid ground, Ouyang Ming surveyed his surroundings. A desolate scene abruptly caught his eye. At that moment, Uncle Dasuna led the group towards his home, traversing a dirt path flanked by dense trees, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The Naruto character cast a furtive glance at Sasuke, harboring a quiet resentment towards him. In recent days, due to limited resources, there was never enough chicken to share among the group, forcing Team 7 to constantly contend with their own capabilities. Kakashi seemed to relish the situation, honing his practical skills through competition, which could be deemed a form of happiness. However, Naruto was not pleased. Each time he seized a roasted chicken, Sasuke would snatch it away, leaving him feeling embarrassed. This time, I must seize an opportunity for a grand performance, Naruto thought, his heart resolute, sword in hand, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, instinct kicked in. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto drew his sword and charged towards the direction that had caused him much sorrow. Hush! Naruto truly triumphed. Just as everyone believed an ambush was underway, they cautiously approached to investigate, only to be petrified. It was merely a rabbit. At that moment, it seemed as though countless crows were soaring within the hearts of the onlookers, shouting, "Fool!" Sakura instantly seated, hands on her hips. "Naruto, you idiot. Do you not realize how dangerous this is?" "Huh? What is it? Just a rabbit." Naruto clumsily scratched his head, sensing an unseen presence nearby. However, Kakashi was far less optimistic. He regarded the rabbit with a contemplative gaze. "Is this a snow hare? If memory serves me correctly, snow hares alter the hue of their fur as dusk takes its time to descend. What is the color of early winter twilight, yet it is the height of summer? This implies it is a snow hare confined within a sunless chamber, specifically designated for use as a stunt double." Kakashi found this situation exceedingly perplexing. From the ghostly brothers, he learned that the enemy possessed a formidable ninja. Alone, he would be fine, but he could not flee. Moreover, the 7th squad was ill-equipped for independent combat. The individual he sought to protect, Dasna, was already entangled in sufficient turmoil. Although there was the astonishing Ouyang Ming, Kakashi dared not rely on others. Just as Kakashi sank into his thoughts, an alien presence emerged. A long blade suddenly descended from the heavens, soaring through the air at an incredible angle like a celestial being, whistling ominously as it sliced through the atmosphere. It was swift, so alarmingly fast that few anticipated such a life-threatening assault upon stepping foot on the land of waves. Before the blade could approach, the crowd was engulfed in a palpable aura of death. Fortunately, it was Kakashi. Just as they were on the brink of decapitation, she sprang forth, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Following the impact, the crowd remained in a state of shock, only able to sense the passage of mortality. Words could scarcely convey the sensation of becoming someone who had never existed before. Ouyang Ming felt his mind go blank, his limbs turn cold, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been thrown upon him, awakening him to the reality that this was the world of the Hokage, a realm where blades danced. Here, without power, one could only become fodder. Crack! A sharp sound jolted Ouyang Ming back to reality. He looked up to see a towering figure, as straight as the sky above, standing atop a massive blade that lay across the branches, exuding a ferocious demeanor that loomed beneath him. Splendid. This moment was precisely what Ouyang Ming had envisioned. With bandages wrapped around his face, his eyes glimmered like a wolf's, towering above the average man, brandishing an immense weapon. All of this reminded Ouyang Ming that this individual was none other than the infamous rebel from the village of Five Shadows, enduring something that no longer severed. "I never imagined I would encounter such greatness in a country as small as Poland. Am I correct?" He spoke with calm resolve. "There are 1,000 ninjas. The waters run red with blood." Suddenly, the entire forest trembled as countless birds soared skyward, as if heralding the awakening of a wild beast. "What now, Kakashi? Surrender the old man, and I shall spare your lives." Without the slightest hesitation, Kakashi extracted his painful eye, donned his battle gear, and resolutely declared, "Absolutely not." A flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze. If circumstances permitted, he would prefer not to confront Cassius. After all, the latter belonged to the elite echelons of society, rather than being a mere commoner. "Jia, this is not my fault." The sinister laughter of Zabuza was scarcely perceptible as he moved. In the blink of an eye, he leaped, swinging his large blade before retracting it, standing upon the surface of the water. The next moment, he raised his finger, lifting his hand. The art of hidden mist. As the words fell, mist billowed forth from the thin air, enveloping the surroundings without entirely obscuring their forms. In an instant, the scene captivated the crowd. Only a vague silhouette of the figure beside him could be discerned. Without Kakashi's command, the recent actions and words of Team 7, benefiting from Fadewa, swiftly dispersed, forming a triangle to shield Danan and Ouyang Ming at the center. "Jia, 8 positions. Do not sever those dreadful words," akin to dangling earrings, rendering it impossible to discern their positions amidst the cacophony. The throat, spine, liver, lungs, kidneys, heart, carotid artery, and subclavian artery. How would you choose your demise? Within the unseen mist, the hidden enemy whispered ominously, reminiscent of a demon returned to Earth. It was terrifying. In the past, while watching cartoons, Ouyang Ming had felt that the concealed mist technique was formidable, but now, standing amidst it, he felt his skin drenched by the vapor, waves of chilling energy washing over him like a haunting whisper. Ouyang Ming merely sensed that his soul was on the verge of freezing. Well? Ouyang Ming's throat moved, swallowing hard. "I was merely passing through, truly." Everyone echoed. Even the low murmurs seemed to waver, as if affected, suddenly coming to a halt. A prime opportunity. Master Zheng Feng, concerned for the front line, not to mention the blatant errors that could not be overlooked. Kakashi seized the rare chance. Unable to locate the source of the last sound, suddenly projected several strikes that bore only bitterness and no past. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It seemed to pierce through the void. Crossing a threshold, emerging somewhere within the dense fog. Hush! A dull buzzing resonated, and amidst the mist lingered a trace of blood, but before long, Cassius pursued. A shadow flickering once more concealed within the haze. Then, everyone understood. Naruto gazed enviously at Ouyang Ming, exclaiming, "Big brother, you are truly remarkable. You coaxed them out with just a word." Kakashi, equally exhilarated, gave Ouyang Ming a thumbs up, sincerely stating, "Boss Ouyang, that move was truly masterful." It was imperative to convince Kakashi. After all, even he could not devise a method to escape the enemy's grasp in the face of such dense fog. Yet who could fathom that Ouyang Ming was indeed a master, effortlessly compelling the foe to reveal a flaw. This was a minor imperfection, yet at times, it delineated the boundary between life and death. In the wake of public adulation, Ouyang Ming maintained a stoic expression, though internally, he bore no grievances. To speak frankly, this was his first encounter with such a scene, and he was utterly terrified. He spoke from the depths of his heart. Why would you not believe him? Alas, in this age, no one trusts the truth. Thus, Ouyang Ming could only gaze skyward, seeking divine intervention. God bless us. Yet, he appeared disdainful, as if to nonchalantly extend his hand, signaling something, as though to say, "I see you." The field suddenly turned cold. It felt as though he had traversed time and space, and a horrifying massacre had unexpectedly befallen Ouyang Ming. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, rendering him icy all over. A knife. This blade was astonishingly exquisite, and unexpectedly, the antelope's horn struck from an unbelievable angle, severing Ouyang Ming's head. Do not let it wound your eyes. It was as if he witnessed the scene of blood splattering across the battlefield. The gauze at the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile, emitting a silent mockery. He resembled an angel of death. If you perish, there is no escape. Yet, calamity struck. A plump figure abruptly appeared before the lethal blade, striving to save Ouyang Ming's life. Tear it apart. The exterior of the stone figure was crafted from aluminum alloy, emitting a mournful sound as it was suddenly breached by the descending blade, revealing a terrifying weapon concealed within. Ouyang Ming's reaction transformed into unbridled fury. The puppet unleashed an unprecedented counterattack, releasing countless hidden weapons that surged forth like a mountain, intent on slaughtering once more. Resolute in eliminating the threat before them, no longer did his pupils narrow to mere pinpricks. With a single step, he unleashed an astonishing leap, dancing perilously upon the knife's edge, navigating the treacherous sea of dark weaponry. Suddenly, cold sweat cascaded down. In an instant, the slaughter erupted. No longer did the predatory eyes glare at Ouyang Ming, nor did they conceal the boiling intent to kill within their hearts. We were on the brink of success. He would be slain, and it appeared so ordinary. Uncle could endure it, but Aunt could not. Now, without the hidden weapons, the puppet was but a toothless tiger, devoid of any deterrent power. One person could guard it, yet 1,000 could not compel it. This knife, imbued with immense natural force, seemed poised to tear through the void, as if to unveil the might of what lay beyond. This blade, focused and unyielding, no longer merely cut. It became a deity of death, unmatched in the world. With one swift strike, Ouyang Ming was inexplicably shaken, experiencing the raw power of the world's mightiest forces. The breath of death approached, tightening around his neck, rendering him breathless. Just as Ouyang Ming drew a golden medal, intending to employ an invincible defensive shield, a figure emerged before him. Kakashi. At this moment, this was no grand figure. The blade, under immense pressure, appeared so lofty. If you wish to slay Ouyang Ming, you must first pass through me, Kakashi declared, closing his eyes and pressing his hands against the ground. Earth, retreat. Earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall erupted forth, shattering the air. Ouyang Ming's puppet remained flawed before him. If you do not strike with the sword, it has long been thirsty, it craves blood. Who stands in the way? If you do not fell it, it is as if the heavens are collapsing. It is unstoppable. Regardless of Kakashi's earthen wall or Ouyang Ming's puppetry, both are exceedingly fragile. It falters. It falters. To the astonishment of onlookers, the momentum is relentless, and the massive blade shatters time and again. In this moment, one should not be haughty like the deities of the afterlife. Even Kakashi dares not confront the precipice. He shields the breach while urging Ouyang Ming to flee. Bang! The colossal blade descends abruptly, splitting the ground and creating a fissure half a meter wide. One can only fathom the magnitude of its force upon impact with a human body. This blade is terrifying. Alas, after ceasing its assault, it still heaves heavily. Its wolfish gaze averted from Ouyang Ming, the corners of its mouth curling into a cruel smile, its silhouette once more shrouded in mist. What a close call. Kakashi sweats profusely. He excels in ninjutsu, yet he loathes arduous tasks. Given more time, he could harness a more potent earth element. Unfortunately, the onslaught was swift and fierce. So much so that Kakashi lacked the time to mobilize his chakra, retreating to a secondary line of defense, opting for a weaker wall. Although Ouyang Ming feigned tranquility, a tempest raged within him. He had no desire to discover the extent of his strength through animation. He faced the 7 ninjas of the mist with expected resolve. You see, in today's timeline, the mightier elites can endure, even serving as shadows for a small nation, becoming a pillar of wealth for a larger one. Rumors abound that the 7 ninja swordsmen, when united, can even assassinate formidable shadow classes. It has been proven that these tales hold a semblance of truth. Ouyang Ming gazed at the distant puppet, which had been severed. Its aluminum shell could not withstand another strike. You know, when the Phantom Brothers were ensnared within the puppet, even employing ninjutsu could not breach its defenses. Now, the puppet's formidable shield has been dismantled. The wound is smooth, as if it were crafted by nature itself. One can only imagine how effortlessly a blade could descend, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, devoid of any resistance. Hush! It appears that the members of Team 7 are also gasping for breath, their eyes betraying horror. Prior to this encounter, they never envisioned facing such a formidable adversary. In their eyes, even the enigmatic Ouyang Ming nearly met his demise here. For a time, the fear of being cleaved again dominated their senses. Throat, spine, liver, lungs, kidneys, heart, carotid artery, and subclavian artery. How do you wish to meet your end? In the mist, an ominous whisper reverberates, terrifying words echoing. The threads of murderous intent entwined with the very essence of death, instilling dread. In the annals of grim history, none dare disregard the lyrics that are no longer edited. For, should one tread carelessly, death may ensue. This is no game. One cannot jest with surrender. Suddenly, the 3 shinobi from the hidden leaf become intensely anxious. My heart races. I am sweating. Yet, even in the face of such peril, there are those whose blood runs hot. Yang Ming's eyes sparkled with realization. He had always believed that a fashionable establishment ought to have a formidable guardian to stand watch. Who else could undertake such laborious tasks? You must eliminate me. Not only was he fearsome in appearance, but he also possessed immense strength and a terrifying reputation. More importantly, should Yang Ming once again falter, one could easily topple the vessel and would also accept the pristine white. Buy one, get one free. Regarding the immaculate exterior, to be candid, Ouyang Ming had long been intrigued. Was this individual a man or a woman? Regardless of gender, Yang Ming's establishment could certainly benefit from a server of such caliber. Just imagine. A figure clad in white, donning a server's attire, gracefully navigating among the patrons. What a splendid sight it would be. With this thought, Ouyang Ming clutched the gold medal tightly. Perhaps this invincible shield would be his salvation. He then called out through the thick fog, "Cease the chopping and come to guard my door." This word was as unyielding as stone. Not only did he urge the cessation of the gloomy words that stifled progress, but his classmates also gazed at Ouyang Ming in bewilderment. Their expressions akin to witnessing madness. Did I mishear? The esteemed Ouyang Ming wishes to have his doors severed once more? Am I deranged, or is this world in chaos? Kakashi, distracted, gazed vacantly. You see, just moments ago, Ouyang Ming had narrowly escaped death. Could it be that his overconfidence shields him from the guillotine? It is not that Kakashi distrusts Ouyang Ming. It is simply an implausible scenario. If I do not slay him, how could I possibly become Hokage? For he intends to eliminate Mizuki. Consider this. Even those of cinematic prowess cannot conquer the relentless. One can perceive just how wild and untamed he truly is. Such a person, regardless of your strength or kindness, resembles a treacherous wolf, poised to strike at any moment. As Ouyang Ming spoke, the system timely emerged. Congratulations, Master. You have triggered a secret mission. If you do not kill me, then kill me. Mission description. As the future head chef of the Hokage world, how could this establishment lack a worthy guardian? Should you pledge to refrain from further harming the host, you shall be deemed successful in your mission. Mission reward, eternal nonviolence. Everlasting loyalty to Master. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Ming, a smile crept upon his face. Indeed, a hidden task could be triggered. For so long, Ouyang Ming had passively accepted this clandestine mission. His curiosity piqued regarding its activation. Now, he could ascertain that certain conditions were requisite for the triggering of hidden tasks. Simultaneously, the mission's description was quite amusing. As long as one refrains from declaring the completion of a task, it appears even this system deems it unwise to overestimate the integrity of never cutting again. After all, to escape the betrayals and leniency of so many years, remaining alive and well, then not to sever is no simple feat. Yet upon hearing Ouyang Ming's words, the tension ignited. This boy dares to request that I guard the door for him. Am I to become his watchdog? Gripping the executioner's blade tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulged ominously. A dreadful violence erupted, akin to a tornado, whispering ominously in his ear. Even the recent fog surrounding him was swept away, revealing his true self. Do not sever the bloodied eyes, as if choosing to bite the devil. From the depths of the demon's voice. Child, do you wish to perish? In this terrifying atmosphere of brutality, the world changed its hues. The wind and clouds shifted abruptly. The creatures left in the woods were left in a state of shock, emerging one by one, as though a beast had awakened. Even Naruto felt frozen, his limbs icy. Utterly stunned. The most unfortunate was Dazna, an ordinary man. The poor elder, aged 60, sat upon the ground, his face etched with fear. At that moment, Uncle Dazna was filled with regret, never anticipating that his provocation of Kado would summon such a fearsome ninja. Had he known this today, he would never have invited the ninja of Kiba. Amidst this dreadful ferocity, Ouyang Ming stood proudly, like a rock steadfast against the mighty waves, unwavering. This scene was witnessed by his classmates from Team 7, who gazed at Ouyang Ming with admiration. The Hokage clenched his fists, watching Ouyang Ming's silhouette, his eyes sparkling with determination. I shall become a powerful ninja like my elder brother. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Ouyang Ming was nearly terrified, merely feigning calmness. The terrifying poison, by nature, cut through the air like a blade, piercing the skin with excruciating pain. If given the choice, Ouyang Ming would prefer to avoid facing decapitation. Unable to diminish the stronger, Ouyang Ming was compelled to conquer his own desires. Though he was but a remnant of the next generation, devoid of formidable ninjutsu, sometimes strength can be but an act. Ouyang Ming smiled calmly and extended his middle finger towards Jean. Do not cut. I stand here, permitting you to strike for 1 minute. Let us see what you can do to me. This proclamation left the entire court in shock. What is arrogance? Ouyang Ming embodies it. Oh, my heavens. What did you say? Jean's grip tightened, his anger palpable. The wolf's eyes bore into Ouyang Ming, glinting with a cruel light. When would he no longer be so scorned? Even the former Mizuki dared not utter such bold words, allowing him to attack for a minute. He swore to tear this arrogant child to shreds. The savage terror was frozen, like a suppressed storm, ready to unleash destruction upon the rocks. In the face of it all, Ouyang Ming seemed indifferent, declaring, if within a minute. You cannot kill me then. Ouyang Ming's lips curled in a sly smile, or behead me, and you shall arrive at my doorstep. Father. The moment those words escaped, he struck his foot, shattering it. Never had anyone dared to disdain him so thoroughly as to refrain from attempting to sever his head. The urge to kill surged uncontrollably, and soon, a battle would ensue. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, an unyielding incarnation of Azura emerged, wielding a blade taller than a man, stepping through the mist. Jean's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. How would he respond? His voice was low, accompanied by a great sword. This sword, a weapon of justice, wielded no technique, only pure, unadulterated force. With a single stroke, it is as if the peak of Mount Tai crushes all defiance in the world. Regardless of whether one is an ordinary individual or possesses cinematic levels of power, under such a forceful cleaving, do not dare to underestimate it. Even the mightiest beast shall reveal itself before you. No one can impede this. It is akin to the heavens tilting, a flash illuminating the world with vibrant hues. In the eyes of many, the sight is unbearable. The blade descends with unwavering precision, seemingly ready to cleave Ouyang Ming in twain, blood splattering across the battlefield. Yet, a second passes. 2 seconds pass. Ouyang Ming has arrived. Indeed, Ouyang Ming is still alive. It is almost inconceivable. Behold, Ouyang Ming extends 2 fingers, akin to a pack of blank white wolves, effortlessly grasping the executioner's blade. Truly astonishing. Utterly shocking. Even Kakashi concedes that, without any defense, this strike, relying solely on physical prowess, could not halt the relentless descent of the blade. It is impossible. The self-inflicted harm is far too clear to ignore. Perhaps only thunder could withstand such a force. However, Even the Reikage would not easily endure this. But why? This seemingly ordinary individual could merely use 2 fingers to stop the blade? If you do not kill me, I shall end your life. Yet, with a firm grip, he cannot even draw the blade back. This time, do not let your visage suffer the same fate. Is it possible that this individual is a tailed beast? Otherwise, how could he possess such strength? It appears Ouyang Ming, with a faint smile, uttered words that rendered the expression of the executioner awkward. There are still 50 seconds. Please continue your endeavor. If you do not mar your visage, it shall turn green with fury. I recall you stating that you would stand and fight me. How can you defend yourself? Ah, I nearly forgot. Ouyang Ming releases his fingers, making a dismissive gesture, rendering the 3 corpses unable to rise again, filled with rage. Humph. You seek death. The great blade swings, akin to the scythe of death, slicing through the air, mercilessly aiming to sever Ouyang Ming at the waist, cleaving him in 2. It is evident that the fury directed at Ouyang Ming has reached an unimaginable level. To the astonishment of onlookers, the blade lunges at Yang Ming, and suddenly, a gash appears in his clothing. Look, Ouyang Ming is on the brink of being cut asunder. Even Kakashi cannot resist intervening. Who could have anticipated that Ouyang Ming's strength is unfathomable, allowing Kakashi to survive once more? Do not sever. A glimmer of joy dances in his eyes, urging pride. Urging triumph. Watch how you meet your demise. Yet, a terrifying event unfolds. The guillotine is obstructed. No, in truth, the blade cannot sever it. Yang Ming's body is as impenetrable as diamond, causing the blade to strike without penetrating the earth. Are you human or specter? Witnessing this spectacle, the executioner is engulfed in indescribable horror, disbelief gripping the ground. Ouyang Ming gazes sorrowfully at his tattered garments, sighing. He spent $5 on this attire. And how it has torn, so flimsy. Moreover, he never anticipated that his invincible defense would be so inadequate, capable only of shielding his body, yet failing to protect his external form. In his heart, Ouyang Ming proclaimed that he must voice his grievances against the system. He gazed at the unyielding figure before him and remarked, "Of course, I am but a mere human." Yet, he warned, "You have less than 40 seconds. You must act swiftly." This statement bore an air reminiscent of a woman addressing a man in her boudoir, casting doubt upon his resolve, as if to suggest that without action, he could not truly be considered a man. If you are a man, you cannot endure this. Should you remain unfazed, your visage will contort, and your head will ignite with fury. However, this time, he had learned well. He distanced himself from Ouyang Ming, preparing to employ his ninjutsu against him. After all, the world of ninjas was vast, teeming with the peculiarities of their craft. To Bujan, it seemed that the peculiar ninjutsu Ouyang Ming wielded rendered him impervious to harm. He was resolute in his belief that under the might of his formidable techniques, his opponent would be reduced to ashes. The notion that one could transform into an invulnerable ninja technique, no longer reliant on cutting, though unseen, could still be murmured about in the underbelly of society. He surmised that Ouyang Ming had boldly allowed him a minute to attack, perhaps underestimating his own skills with a blade. But was it truly so? As a rebellious ninja, dispatched to thrive amidst the shadows of assassination, he had managed to survive thus far. It could not be so simple to evade harm. With a leap, his eyes gleamed like a wolf's, fixed intently on Ouyang Ming. As he unleashed his power, "Behold my strength." Yet, who could have anticipated that, in the face of such a fearsome display, Ouyang Ming would feign disdain, treating him as an insignificant ant, entirely dismissing his presence while uttering words that stoked the flames of indignation. 35 seconds remain. Let them be meaningful. With a resounding crash, if he did not cleave his own chest, he would surely succumb to the pressure. As an elite of the upper echelons of society, he was acutely aware that at such a juncture, he must not be led by the nose by his adversary. If he did not sever his own visage, his hands would soon become ensnared. Escape through the waters. In a fleeting moment, the art of the dragon bomb surged with newfound potency, requiring the extraction of a significant amount of chakra from his body and harnessing the water from the nearby pond. With a thunderous roar, a colossal dragon erupted from the depths of the pond. Instantly, the entire body of water was siphoned, infused into the water dragon, its energy amplified. Just a glance revealed that the creature towered as high as 10 stories. Feeling as if his body were rendered hollow, he cast a vicious smile at Ouyang Ming, his eyes ablaze with the thrill of vengeance. Perish. No sooner had he uttered the words than the water dragon lashed out with its tail, unleashing a torrent of destruction. In the face of the water dragon's onslaught, no one could remain calm or at ease. The dragon's head alone was as large as that of a truck, and as it soared, The momentum it generated was utterly despairing. It resembled a mythical beast breaking free from legend, bearing an indomitable force that shook the earth beneath, carving a path as wide as a horse's stride. Although this was merely a watery escape, and the dragon's form bore striking similarity to its mythical kin at that moment, none dared to consider it a mere illusion. As if to devour the heavens, the water dragon opened its greedy maw wide, ready to swallow Ouyang Ming whole. Then, the water dragon surged forth again and again, carrying its momentum a mile away. Bang! Suddenly, the water dragon collided violently with the bridge pier, and in an instant, dozens of individuals embraced the thick structure, exploding into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Ajia, I have witnessed your arrogance. The heart, once shackled, has found its freedom, and I could not suppress a laugh. In the past, such a notion would have been utterly inconceivable. You see, if you cease to take lives, you risk becoming a butcher with blood-stained hands, burdened with the weight of countless souls. Yet never have you yearned for bloodshed as fervently as today. Perhaps, instead of extracting instincts from a sea of blood, one must remain acutely aware that if you cannot vanquish Ouyang Ming, you will inevitably face your own tragic fate. Brother, Naruto gazed at the desolate expanse, filled with despair, where only a deep trench, extending for miles, remained. He was momentarily bewildered. Naruto had never considered that he would stand here, indifferent to the judgment of others, a true brother by his side. In the face of peculiar glances and mockery directed at his tail, only teacher Iruka and Ouyang Ming treated him as an equal. Ouyang Ming looked into his eyes. Not as a monster, but as a fellow human being. For a ninja, that was sufficient. Yet now, Ouyang Ming was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, an uncontrollable fury surged within my mind. Bang! The bloodline of the Hokage erupted. It seemed to cheer as it sought liberation from its confines. The Nine-Tails chakra surged with vigor, transforming Naruto's eyes to resemble those of the beast. To the onlookers, Minrin was astonished, with the intent to cease the onslaught. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, Naruto took action, and under the formidable support of the Nine-Tails chakra, he summoned countless shadow clones, filling the landscape as if blanketing the mountains and fields. Yet sometimes, sheer quantity proves futile, particularly when one's strength remains uncut. For Minrin, it was an insurmountable chasm. If you do not strike, you may feel as if you are merely strolling through your own garden, swinging your arms and brandishing your sword, moving like a deity, like a demon, sweeping through foes as an invincible force. The Hokage ninjas fell one after another, like an unending tide, no longer mere rocks, but the mighty Taishan, shattering the waves entirely. At this moment, Naruto's true form, hidden amidst the assault, was no longer impervious. He was struck and sent flying. Splash! Blood gushed forth. And even with the Nine-Tails chakra enveloping his body, he could not withstand another blow without serious injury. Naruto felt as though his body were tumbling through the air, discomfort consuming him. Just then, a familiar voice resonated, bringing tears to his eyes. Do not strike again. Who gave you the audacity to harm my brother? These words echoed throughout the venue, startling all present. Every gaze turned, suddenly realizing that Ouyang Ming had emerged unscathed. No, not entirely unscathed. At least his garments were torn, and he appeared somewhat disoriented, drenched through. Yet, in that moment, everyone overlooked these details, thinking instead, how is Ouyang Ming still alive? For him, it was now the season of reaping. A minute passed, and he stated, but you just agreed to my terms. From this moment forth, you must guard my door. If I do not sever the chakra from my body, I shall not remain here. After a moment of intense hatred, I cast a glance at Ouyang Ming and, with a swift motion, mimicked a beheading gesture across my neck. You ought to pray that we shall not meet again. With that, I turned away without a backward glance. Have you departed? Ouyang Ming remarked with a smile upon witnessing the completion of the system's task. Hidden mission, should you fail to sever the door of my shop. Mission description. As the shadow of the culinary fire in this future world, how could a shop exist without a guardian to oversee it? If you refuse to commit murder again, you shall be deemed to have completed your mission. In that fleeting moment, a sharp pang gripped my heart, akin to the tightening of a curse upon my son, Gaoku. His instincts warned him that Ouyang Ming was behind this. Do not retreat suddenly. His wolf-like eyes brimming with rage, he bellowed, What did you just do to me? Nothing, merely wishing for you to abide by the agreement. Ouyang Ming replied with a calm smile, though his demeanor bore an unsettling tranquility, choosing instead to embrace the demons of others. With a dismissive scoff, he added, You expect me to adhere to the pact? Dream on. Is that so? A subtle arc formed at the corners of Ouyang Ming's mouth. having just received a reward from the system, yet no longer bound by complete loyalty. This was an unwavering allegiance from soul to body. Even if death were to evade him, the skill of reincarnation through clay would still prioritize loyalty to Ouyang Ming. Such was the tyranny of the system's task rewards. Devoid of justification, Ouyang Ming extended his hand and declared, "If you do not strike me down, you shall lie prostrate upon the ground." Upon hearing his words, those present were left stunned, numbed by his repeated provocations. Yet, as the words escaped his lips, a chill ran down their spines. Oh heavens! This was not merely a matter of cats and dogs, but rather an elite unable to restrain themselves. He is the one capable of vanquishing the water shadow. Ouyang Ming, how dare you speak to me thus? Do you presume me to be your pet? Has he lost his mind? Or has the world gone mad? Ouyang Ming had long understood that if he refrained from striking once more, the figure of White would inevitably manifest. However, he did not anticipate that White would breathe so serenely, only revealing himself now. Perhaps this was a testament to White's unwavering confidence in his decision to abstain from further aggression. Ouyang initially believed this was merely a ruse, that White would soon break free without further action. Yet, the unfolding events considerably exceeded Mr. White's expectations, as he ultimately failed to sever Ouyang's hand. Thus, White found himself idly seated nearby, clinging to a sliver of hope that perhaps he would not have to resort to violence. A cold voice emanated from beneath the mask. Its gender indiscernible. "Sir, I am the shadow of Whirlwind Village. If you do not intervene, I hope you will hand him over to me." Ouyang Ming regarded his mentor with a comical glint in his eyes, as if he could see through White's facade, catching a glimpse of his inner turmoil. "Are you truly here to take someone away?" Ouyang's gaze was laden with significance, intent on provoking his opponent through the disparity of their information. Observing Ouyang's composed demeanor, White felt a surge of urgency within, ready to unleash a tirade. Yet, in order to maintain the pretense of his hidden village identity, Mr. White could only feign indifference, casting a frosty stare at Ouyang. "Do you not wish to stand against Whirlwind Village and the esteemed Shuang?" His tone was laced with a hint of menace, aimed at intimidating Ouyang into recognizing the gravity of his predicament. Meanwhile, Kakashi had momentarily played along with White's charade, but upon awakening, he had missed the opportune moment to reclaim his life. Regardless of whether White was aware, Ouyang had already discerned his true identity. Ouyang gazed blankly at the heavens, uttering words that seemed to provoke White. "The stars are numerous today. It is a splendid day. They resemble your sister." It was still daylight. "Do not be so rigid as to divert the topic." White's ire ignited, his emotions raging within. Yet, in his quest to save another without striking, White had no choice but to endure. "Oh, a deep breath. I must breathe deeply. All of this is to ensure that I do not strike, sir. Mr." White took a deep breath, summoning his courage. Fortunately, a mask obscured his face. Otherwise, Ouyang would surely have noticed the current turmoil etched upon White's features. Sir, Mr. Shuang does not appreciate jesting. I implore you to treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves, lest it fracture the relationship between Whirlwind Village and ourselves." In a few terse phrases, White escalated the matter to a national level, casting an enormous shadow over the situation. Regrettably, Ouyang faced White. "I am but a cook. How could I not prepare meals for people?" Ouyang dismissed White's concerns with elegance, as if commanding him not to strike again. Ouyang clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Yes, indeed. One step, two footprints, claws and teeth, the devil's traces." As he glanced into the eyes of the revered Mr. Bouchon, it was as if the devil within Ouyang had awakened the frog once more. White could no longer tolerate this. "You need not endure any longer." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver needles were suddenly hurled forth from the pristine white text, gleaming in the air with an eerie radiance, akin to tears emptied of their essence. Each one ominously directed towards Yang Ming's eyes and mouth. The depth of Teacher Bai's hatred for Yang Ming was evident, as boundless as the ocean of the Tan River. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Yang Ming remained unperturbed, for there exists a speed that surpasses even that of the silver needles. If you do not act now, it is hard to believe it is he. In the midst of Bai's shock and bewilderment, a hand, unscathed and steady, intercepted the assault with the precision of a butcher dealing with a calf, effortlessly brushing aside the attacks that soared through the air. Bai was visibly startled. "If you do not strike, sir." The moment this phrase escaped Bai's lips, he knew something was amiss. His body surged forward, attempting to restrain the arm that had yet to be severed, but the effort was in vain. The arm slipped from his grasp, leaving him momentarily dazed, questioning whether he was dreaming or if this person truly would not strike again. Bye. You need not ponder, do not strike, for I am your loyal protector. Ouyang Ming's voice resonated, that tone, that inflection, rendering Bai's spirit to tremble. Nonsense. How could one who does not strike be your bodyguard? His face contorted with disbelief. Bai harbored no reservations, even if he could not comprehend how the other knew his identity. He thought little of it. Ouyang Ming regarded Bai, a single finger raised. Do you not believe me? You may inquire of him. The white fox looked at the one who would not strike, questioning whether what he said was indeed true. Do not heed Ouyang Ming's ramblings. I am not his bodyguard. Though internally, he roared in madness. Yet, under the influence of enigmatic power, his body betrayed his thoughts. Yes, I am indeed his bodyguard. No, you are not. Bai, in disbelief, hurled secret weapons, intent on obliterating this insufferable pretender once and for all. Darkness descended, akin to an unrelenting storm, instilling fear and changing countenance. Yet, in the face of these assaults, the one who would not strike seemed indifferent, unsheathing the great blade of decapitation, merely sweeping it forward with a gentle motion. Boom! In an instant, the ominous clouds dispersed, and the sun emerged. With a single stroke, the attacks directed at the one who would not strike were effortlessly dissolved, as if an adult were to crush a child. How could this be? It was as though 3 grand sights were utterly annihilated, leaving the foolish onlooker in a state of disbelief, feeling the scene was surreal. Was the one who would not strike truly no more? Such a thing could not occur. Ouyang Ming stepped forward, patting Bai on the shoulder, proclaiming from this moment forth. Should you not sever his head, you shall be the doorman of my establishment. What say you? Would you care to work for me? Ouyang Ming turned to the one who would no longer strike, stating, You too, persuade Bai. The one who would not strike felt the veins on his forehead throb suddenly, his lips quivering, as if he wished to voice something. But under the sway of mysterious power, he was compelled to heed Ouyang Ming's words and approached him. If you do not wish to become a useless tool, come work for the master. Excellent, truly unyielding, a testament to his character. Upon hearing this, Bai's shoulders trembled slightly, as if shedding the doubts that weighed upon her heart, and she declared, Indeed, God bless the offense. Ouyang Ming, suppressing his relentless curiosity, ceased his fervent praises and quietly inquired, Bai, are you a man or a woman? Within, he fervently hoped she would reveal herself as a woman. When he first beheld the animation, marveling at Bai's appearance in a white kimono, he was genuinely astonished. She embodied a grand yet delicate beauty, both elegant and ethereal. Enchanting to behold. Could Bai truly be a girl? He longed to know, for before the formidable assistant's appearance, Bai had always been Ouyang Ming's dreamlike goddess. With no further hesitation, Bai unburdened herself, and upon noticing Ouyang Ming's anxious expression, she could not help but laugh. Suddenly, her mask slipped away, unveiling a face of crystalline clarity. What a stunning visage! Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. Any attempt to describe such beauty with mere words would seem pale and inadequate. Bai's beauty transcended this world, possessing an otherworldly quality that felt surreal, akin to a dream encountering a lovely woman, ever so fragile, as if it could shatter at any moment. Her skin was as white as snow, devoid of the garishness of artificial makeup. It radiated a natural allure, pleasing to the eye and soothing to the soul. With a porcelain-like complexion, she bore a delicate face reminiscent of a melon seed, a charmingly cute nose, lips resembling cherries, and large, soulful eyes brimming with spirit, framed by elegantly arched brows that added an air of charm. Moreover, Bai's figure was exquisitely proportioned, her legs long and straight, and her waist petite enough to be encompassed by a gentle embrace. When her voice returned to its usual timbre, it was as melodious as a lark's song. Delightful to hear. Yet, when she revealed, I am a boy, it struck Ouyang Ming like a thunderbolt. He felt utterly weakened, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. What? You are a boy? He exclaimed, overwhelmed by a torrent of adjectives and emotions, and in that moment, his heart shattered. There was no need for calculations. He could clearly perceive the vast shadow looming in his heart. Though puzzled by Ouyang Ming's dramatic reaction, Bai understood that they would have to navigate this strange reality together. And she tilted her head back, gesturing to her unimposing Adam's apple. Look, I have a slight Adam's apple, she said, although it was scarcely noticeable. It was nonetheless a testament to her identity as a boy. At that moment, if the heavens had been present, Ouyang Ming felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Why? Oh, why is Bai so breathtakingly beautiful, yet bears such a masculine name? He lamented. Do you realize how many hearts will be broken from this moment forth? He resolved to feign ignorance. In his heart, he desperately questioned the system, Are there any rewards that could transform a boy into a girl? Perhaps something like a flower spring? The system, perhaps taken aback by such an unusual query from its peculiar master, could only respond with silence, leaving Ouyang Ming in a state of bewilderment. The system requires a moment to respond. Regarding the hidden tasks triggered by the master, the system sternly states that there is a mere 0.01 chance of receiving such items. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Ouyang Ming feels a certain disdain akin to that of a king towards him. The beloved brings pain, and the beloved cannot speak. Gazing at the beautiful visage so close before him, Ouyang Ming's heart aches. If you are so enchanting, why must you be a boy? You could ascend to become a goddess. Wait a moment. If White donned the attire of a server, who could say he is not a handsome lad? There are those on Bilibili who, despite appearing as miserly uncles before the screen, don women's clothing to attract viewers and indulge in selfies. Moreover, countless individuals revel in watching. Even if he is deemed eccentric, even similar novels ignite fervor. Should I lament that this world has fallen? Even many emperors of the past found delight in it. No wonder it captivates so many today. At this moment, a sudden clearing of clouds overshadowing Ouyang Ming's heart dawns upon him. If Lele is not as pleasing as Lele, then let Impa adorn herself in a sultry-made outfit. Let more souls plunge into the abyss, witnessing the little brother's sister. What a splendid notion! As I ponder the time when the truth unveils, many hearts will shatter. Ouyang Ming muses in the shadows. At this moment, the students of Class 7 finally awaken and step forth. Kakashi gazes at Ouyang Ming with admiration, exclaiming, "Previously, I only knew that boss Ouyang Ming was formidable. But now I understand the disparity. Just look up." Kakashi cannot help but give Ouyang Ming a thumbs up. Although Sasuke feels displeased at Ouyang Ming's mention of Itachi, an urgent desire to grow stronger ignites within him, causing his gaze towards Ouyang Ming to burn with fervor. Perhaps he could assist me in avenging my grievances? Sasuke contemplates. Uncle Dazna approaches, initially casting a look of awe at those beside him, perceiving them as beasts. Though no longer facing decapitation and his murderous intent curtailed, Uncle Dazna still harbors fear, a lingering trepidation in his heart. Then, he gazes at Ouyang Ming, never suspecting that this seemingly unremarkable chef is, in fact, a hidden master. Kuhei, ever observant, has remained by Ouyang Ming's side, only now realizing the truth. This fills Dazna with regret, as he has lost the chance to flatter him. Yet, it is not too late. Observing Ouyang Ming's tattered clothing, Dazna feels a twinge of embarrassment, yet his heart brims with elation. "Master Ouyang Ming, it grows late, and my home is not far. I believe you need a change of attire. Let us proceed." In truth, within Uncle Dazna's heart, he can scarcely contain his eagerness for Ouyang Ming to return to his home, to witness the plight of the Polish people, hoping for his compassion to rescue the nation and its beleaguered citizens. Naruto also pats his empty stomach, urging, "Yes, big brother, let us hasten. We are about to starve." Prompted by their reminders, Ouyang Ming suddenly feels a chill wash over him and looks down. "Oh, dear. My bodysuit is on the verge of tearing. You cannot bring my Kojak into this world." It appears that Ouyang Ming has no objections whatsoever, as he and his two new subordinates, in a grand procession, made their way to China's residence. It is as though an invisible chasm separates the two, creating an entirely different realm, a paradise and a hell. As Ouyang Ming traversed the streets, he encountered only a few individuals, their gaunt faces, blurred eyes, and an expression of selflessness devoid of expectation. There was no bustling market, no mischievous children. The atmosphere was utterly devoid of vitality, resembling a desolate city, silent and empty. As a distinguished figure of the land of waves, Uncle Dazna resided in a beautiful abode, far removed from the worldly chaos, relishing in his solitude. Compared to the ordinary citizens, at least his dwelling appeared habitable and spacious enough to shelter him from the storms. Upon Uncle Dazna's return home, his daughter-in-law, Yufume, greeted him joyfully, exclaiming, "You are back." Upon noticing the crowd dressed as ninjas, her eyes reddened. "Esteemed guests, please enter," the gentle homemaker said humbly, ushering the group inside. "Make yourselves at home." Uncle Dazna invited, urging them to treat his house as their own. He turned to his daughter-in-law, instructing, "Quickly prepare a meal for our guests and fetch my cherished wine. Let us enjoy a fine drink tonight." "Yes, I will do so right away," she replied, nodding obediently before bowing slightly to the crowd. "Please wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly." The Naruto, a young adult devoid of self-awareness, seated himself and exclaimed, "You may not think so, but you are truly hungry." At the mention of food, Ouyang Ming also arrived, eager to observe the culinary specialties in this place. Of course, Jin Nami could not simply ignore Ouyang Ming, as there were matters to discuss. Unfortunately, Ouyang Ming was equally obstinate, following her into the kitchen despite Jin Nami's half-hearted resistance. Upon entering the kitchen, Ouyang Ming discovered the simplicity of the setup. There were no extravagant kitchen utensils, just a cutting board, a knife, and a pot. Moreover, firewood, rice, and oil were relatively scarce. After searching for some time, Ouyang Ming found no spices whatsoever. Jin Nami lifted the lid of the rice jar only to realize there was insufficient rice. The meager supply in the jar was barely enough for 7 people, and now it seemed even less than what Ouyang Ming would require. How embarrassing. This time, Yu Jian felt quite awkward. In the past, Jin Nami would venture out to purchase rice, but circumstances had changed. Ever since Kato's arrival, the kingdom's already scarce resources had become even more limited. Nowadays, acquiring rice was a challenge, with little available in the market. Without Ouyang Ming's assistance, Jin Nami could only make a porridge from the meager rice supply. Once cooled and cut into pieces, it could suffice for the family. Sensing something amiss, Ouyang Ming stepped closer to her, scrutinizing her every movement. Out of rice. I shall go open the door. Before Jin Nami could stop him, Ouyang Ming dashed out of Uncle Dazna's home and headed towards the market. Upon arriving at the vegetable market, Ouyang Mingkai felt the city's desolation more profoundly. The market was a gathering place, with vendors lining both sides of a thoroughfare wide enough for 4 horses. However, this was a vegetable market devoid of the bustling atmosphere of the past, now sparse and subdued. As Ouyang Ming surveyed his surroundings, he found himself grimacing repeatedly. The produce shops displayed yellowing leaves, with large caterpillars crawling among them. Were they still for sale? Moreover, those selling meat and vegetables should be more mindful of their presentation. One should steer clear of the fishy odor. Flies swarmed around the plates, as if forming an advancing battalion. Had the meat gone bad? What was going on? The sight of it all made him feel nauseous. Ouyang Ming fled the lifeless market, taking deep breaths as if trying to expel the stifling air from his chest. What would he eat tonight? Ever since the establishment of the stove god system, he had become more selective, unwilling to make do. After all, this was a city, far removed from the nearest forest. Even if one aspired to be a flamboyant piper, one would have to traverse to the nearest woods, a round trip of 2 hours, by which time hunger would have already set in. At such moments, the system would intervene, kicking in with a notification. Congratulations, Master. You have triggered a hidden quest. Eating is the ultimate task. Description: as a consumer, soar through the skies and run beneath the earth, consuming anything when hungry. Task enhancement: chakra control reaches tree climbing level. This task, this description, this reward, none shall be unattainable. There is nothing a gourmand cannot achieve. You are a deity of gastronomy. Ouyang Ming always felt this was a satire of his existence. Yet, through such a system reminder, he genuinely contemplated the idea. However, to be candid, he was reluctant to comply. Although the cooking methods for such dishes were simpler than that of beggar's chicken, and even more delicious, there was one critical point to emphasize: this was dark food. This dish, more delectable than those so-called dark dishes, like the famed Laoganma ice cream, could astound the common sense of most individuals. Ouyang Ming could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue if this dish were to be served to the world. It required little expense, merely a modicum of time to procure from nature. Moreover, it was the height of summer, the perfect season for capturing such treats. Naturally, one might wonder if this dish could suffice in place of a meal. Ouyang Ming could affirmatively respond, yes. This dish is nutrient-rich, with a dry protein content exceeding 70, a fat content of approximately 7, and an abundance of vitamins and beneficial micronutrients far surpassing those found in ordinary meats, earning it the title of the protein king among contemporary foods. It is even more nutritious than seafood. Furthermore, this dish possesses medicinal value. For those who are young and balding, regular consumption could alleviate symptoms of ailments and even lead to cures. What is truly astonishing is the dish's humble origin, so ordinary, so prevalent, and seemingly worthless. Herein lies the conundrum: if it offers so many benefits, why is it still regarded as dark food? This dish is something that ordinary individuals would never conceive. It is only in the legendary culinary haven of Guangzhou that one might encounter such a delicacy. After all, the average person would never dare to risk utter ruin by indulging in this dish. Near the home of Dezina, shadows flitted about, reminiscent of butterflies weaving through the trees. Their agile forms moved like monkeys, deftly collecting brown insects, one by one, into a cloth bag. as Naruto stuffed the bugs into the bag. A certain discomfort washed over him. To be candid, when Ouyang Ming returned to announce that he would be cooking tonight, Naruto felt an unexpected thrill. After all, Ouyang Ming's culinary skills had withstood the test of time and gained public acclaim. Yet, when he glanced down and found himself grasping a wriggling insect, an uneasy sensation crept into Naruto's heart, prompting him to instinctively release it. Step back. What are you doing? Sasuke entered with a dark expression, shoving the insects back into Naruto's bag. Why do you care so much? Naruto retorted nonchalantly. Huh. Sasuke turned his head, casually remarking, if you don't complete the task, you won't eat tonight. It was hard to believe Sasuke would so kindly remind him. Just as Naruto was about to respond, Sasuke proudly turned away, striding into the shadows with a flourish. That pretentious guy. Naruto struggled to hold his composure, yet a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth despite his distaste. A similar sentiment gripped Sakura, whose delicate fingers gingerly held an insect. Her pretty brow furrowed in irritation as she forcefully tossed it into the bag. Are we truly expected to eat these? Chopping them up is revolting. They're typically so cute, but the thought of swallowing one makes my stomach churn. She mentally lamented. Do you think I want to eat this? In his mind, he continually protested against the orders of Ouyang Ming, donning the mask of indifference as he refrained from voicing his discontent. As a ninja, one must learn to endure challenging circumstances. If it weren't for this insect, things wouldn't have come to this, he thought bitterly. Once again, he refused to succumb to despair, even as he grappled with the unsettling notion of consuming such a creature. However, the weight of expectation bore down on him, marking a pivotal moment in his journey. Bai struck a pose, gravely declaring, yes, if I don't chop, I will strive to overcome. At Dazina's home, Kakashi helplessly implored Ouyang Ming, please, don't prepare such a dark dish. I'd rather starve than partake. Sakura nodded fervently in agreement. Ouyang, please don't make this dish, okay? The various expressions of distaste shared by those around Ouyang Ming were palpable. Indeed, Sakura was not one to shy away from voicing her thoughts. Yet, despite the pleas of the two, Ouyang Ming remained resolute, as if their words had simply passed through one ear and out the other. It will be beneficial for you. Kakashi languished in despair, having thought that he had persuaded Ouyang Ming to join him here for over half an hour, only to find him in a state akin to a ghost. Indeed, Ouyang Ming was truly capricious. It was inconceivable. Kakashi felt compelled to wrest that colossal sword from his arm. Alas, this was a realm of affectionate bliss. The book spoke of gilded chambers and vessels of water. Kakashi clandestinely resolved to indulge in a novel this evening. I have no need for that wretched insect. I yearned adrift within the ocean of thought. Ouyang Ming reclined on the chair upon the ground, gazing at the ever-endearing cherry blossoms, which clung closely to him, affectionately entwining their arms. Inwardly, he chuckled. I shall become a man. How could such a diminutive creature conquer me? Yet, on the contrary, the growth of girls in the world of Hokage defied all logic. Though next year they would still be young, they were already remarkably mature. Ouyang Ming, with rare childlike innocence, jested, Cherry Blossom, ah, if you were to return 1,000, I might just heed your words. Really? Little Sakura's heart raced, astonished that Ouyang Ming would acquiesce. He nodded affirmatively, declaring, of course, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as 4 horses in pursuit. Splendid. Little Sakura was so overcome with emotion that she nearly wept. I detest snakes and insects. She hastily pounded her fists, having saved Ouyang Ming from that perilous notion. I absolutely refuse to consume such things. Little Sakura secretly swung her fists, exhilarated and unable to restrain herself. Action is always preferable to temptation, like a chef slicing vegetables. She brought her hands down heavily upon Ouyang Ming's shoulder. Oh, is this a rebuttal or an assassination? Ouyang Ming found himself at a loss for words, instantly feeling the myriad of aches. Do you treat me as a mere guinea pig? He exclaimed, and if you marry later, how could your husband possibly endure your antics? The impact of this statement struck like a revelation of assassination, delivering a fatal blow to Sakura. She pondered the prospect of marrying Sasuke, envisioning delivering a hefty blow to his shoulder, and unwitting strength causing his shoulder to dislocate. Suddenly, a wave of immense fear washed over her, even alleviating the pressure in her hands. As her fingers pressed upon his shoulder, incessantly pounding, Ouyang Ming found it rather pleasant. Indeed, this was the consequence of thunderous repercussions. As Sakura's shoulder pounded reached 999, feeling as if her hands were no longer her own, Naruto returned. Ouyang Ming suddenly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. Observing the situation, Sakura couldn't help but grumble, Brother Yang Ming, you promised me. Ouyang Ming rolled his eyes. What? Good grief. I've been deceived. For a fleeting moment, Sakura felt as if 1,000 chickens were fluttering chaotically within her heart. But in her determination to avoid consuming insects, she bore it. Brother Ouyang, you clearly promised that if my shoulder endured 1,000 strikes, you would refrain from washing the black dishes. Ouyang Ming gazed up at the sky. Ah, the sun shines so brightly today. It's time to hang the laundry. Sakura retorted. Oh dear, isn't this at Uncle Dasnaya's house? And it's nighttime. How could you possibly see the beauty of the sun? At that moment, Sakuragi profoundly sensed his capriciousness. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming was not in the mood to listen to her. He approached Naruto, gazing at the bulging sack, a smile gracing his face. However, in the eyes of the Hokage, it resembled a devil's grin. Due to Ouyang Ming's previous request, the cicadas left in the sack were all alive, restlessly stirring within, causing the entire bag to seem alive with numerous protruding points. Ouyang Ming first boiled water, then retrieved a bag, swiftly extracting the cicadas inside. Wow. Hundreds of cicadas, like a dark river, suddenly plunged into the boiling water. Then, Ouyang Ming quickly signaled Raymond and Gai Qian, while Mondi covered the pot. Bang, bang, bang. Driven by their instinct for survival, the cicadas resisted death, emitting a crisp sound as they struggled in the boiling water. Yet, they were ultimately too fragile, akin to a menace blocking a car. After a while, the pot gradually simmered down until it fell completely silent. At that moment, Ouyang Ming swiftly lifted the pot lid, immersing the cicadas in the boiling water, transferring them into a larger basin. After soaking in the hot water, the cicadas were essentially dead and ready, their internal and external impurities washed away. Cleaned of dirt and grime, the cicadas resembled insects, possessing 6 legs and a sharp straw protruding from their mouths. They were brown, adorned with black and yellow spots on their backs. At first glance, they appeared unappetizing. Most people would find it hard to believe they were indeed edible. In fact, some refrained from consuming cicadas due to their appearance, while others considered them unclean. Ouyang Ming, however, disagreed with the latter. Did you know that when cicadas are hungry, they use sharp tools to siphon sap from tree trunks? As herbivores, they are far cleaner than omnivores. Moreover, they are highly nutritious, even serving as medicinal ingredients. A culinary gift from nature to humanity. As for those who claim that eating cicadas is inhumane, they seem to misunderstand the essence of compassion for animals. A notion that elicits a cold chuckle from Ouyang Ming. You see, we gluttonous souls have been consuming cicadas for thousands of years. The earliest records of cicada consumption can be found in the Zhuangzi, where it recounts Confucius encountering a swaying individual wielding a bamboo pole, erecting it like a sacrum, inquiring about its quality, and then stating that he practiced standing it up, gradually increasing the count until he reached 5 without it toppling. Crafting cicadas from bamboo like a sack of fish. Although the story emphasizes the importance of concentration in one's endeavors, it also suggests the delectable nature of cicadas. Otherwise, there would be no need to expend such energy in capturing them. During the Qing dynasty, a special stick was devised, closely resembling a special ops tool, but as a servant endowed with unique skills. Ensuring the cicada's silence to preserve the emperor's afternoon nap may have been its original purpose. Indeed, I am a glutton, and I have indulged in my cravings, truly a creature at the apex of the food chain. Subsequently, Ouyang Ming boiled the remaining cicadas in the sack, ensuring their demise in the hot water. He then removed their heads, limbs, internal organs, and wings, placing them on a plate. Fortunately, before Ouyang Ming completed a hidden task, he acquired basic knife skills, enhancing his efficiency without wasting any time on the task at hand. Then, Yang Ming poured out a pot of boiling water, rinsed it clean, refilled it, added several bags of salt, and brought it to a boil again, subsequently boiling the cicadas for a while before discarding them. Indeed, this constituted the cicada's culinary recipe. Based on individual circumstances, various methods have been developed. Speaking of this, I cannot help but mention our ancestors. The ancient text, Xuanzi, recalls how cicadas ignite their fire and tremble their trees. When the tree catches fire and is shaken vigorously, the cicadas will throw themselves into the flames, succumbing to the heat, thus becoming a delicacy. In addition to this form of sustenance, one can also steam food to consume or prepare a soup. In the classic culinary text Qiminyoshu, Cui Hao's recipes are recounted thus. Dried cicadas are akin to vegetables. When cooked over fire, their delicate bones fracture, and the stomach is prepared with vinegar, preserving the cicadas through processing. They may be steamed, chopped with coriander leaves, and set aside, or added to boiling soup. resulting in a dish that resembles the aforementioned, where the method using coriander can also yield cicada juice. As you can see, different recipes offer varying flavors. However, due to the limited ingredients available to Dasaina and the absence of a systematic transmission of recipes, Ouyang Ming had to simplify the entire process. Initially, Ouyang Ming cracked several eggs, leaving only the egg whites in one bowl, while pouring half a bowl of corn flour into another. She heated a pot of oil to 40 degrees. The removed heads, limbs, entrails, and wings were soaked in the egg whites and corn flour mixture before being placed into the pot. Bang, 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 like moss drawn to a flame. Like knives piercing the mountain's depths, they tumbled in the hot oil, occasionally splattering a bit of hot oil with their vigorous motions. While frying, one must not lose focus on the fire, for overcooking can lead to charring, severely compromising the taste. These minuscule particles are exceedingly light, floating atop the oil, making it easy to discern when they are properly cooked. When the delicate morsels turn golden and crispy, a rich aroma wafts through the air, signaling that it is time to serve them on a plate. At this moment, the batter, fried to a crisp exterior while remaining nearly crunchy within, resembles potato chips and can be enjoyed as a snack. Ouyang Ming had been frying in the kitchen, the scent not yet reaching its full potential. While the sausages awaited their turn, growing increasingly hungry, Naruto stretched his neck, inhaling deeply the fragrances wafting through the air. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance his way. Don't embarrass yourself here. You played the fool in Lesson 7. Who do you think you are? Naruto retorted rudely, his eyes scanning the kitchen, when suddenly he spotted a shadow stealthily entering. Before long, a thunderous roar erupted from the kitchen. Kakashi, you scoundrel. Who permitted you to pilfer food? If you're not chopping, come find me immediately. It turned out that Kakashi had been lounging comfortably on the sofa, reminiscent of a Beijing-style recline. Upon hearing Ouyang Ming's command, Mingran suddenly had a brilliant idea and dashed into the kitchen. Naruto and Sasuke, their eyes wide with disbelief, watched as the wall connecting the kitchen and the hall was pushed down. Oh, Kakashi's gone. Ouyang Ming began preparing the next dish. Next came the garlic stir-fried cicadas. This was relatively simple. Ouyang Ming chopped the bodies of the cicadas into small pieces, being careful not to make them too fine, as overly small pieces would detract from the flavor. Then, she heated the oil, adding the chopped garlic to the pot, until it erupted with fragrance. At last, the finely chopped cicadas are poured in and stirred. In the boiling pot, flames dance and cicada pieces take flight. Like ethereal spirits amidst the flames, they perform a mouth-watering dance at the cost of their very lives. As the steaming cicada feast commences, the vapor rises like a fairy ascending from clouds, while the continuous aroma gushes forth like a dam bursting, stirring emotions as exhilarating as the enchanting music of Beethoven. Splendid. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the meal. This is a heartfelt pursuit of beauty. It is often said that the half-covered pipa is the most exquisite, and Kakashi's sentiment echoes this belief. Such unabashed fragrance is indeed the most fragrant. Even Kakashi, in this moment, seems to have forgotten his previous words, setting aside his affection. Having a girl in hand is far more delightful than merely admiring a beautiful face in a book. The elegant dining experiences depicted within pages seem as enticing as a sumptuous feast under the sun. Kakashi gazes at Ouyang Ming's culinary prowess with the hunger of a wolf beholding a captivating woman, his bright eyes fixed on the cicadas, coated in a mixture of protein and corn flour. After frying, they feel encased in amber. The cicada's surface shines a golden hue, overshadowing the fact that they are indeed cicadas. Twisting off a golden fried morsel, it should resemble cicada wings, delicate, like a layer of gossamer, slightly transparent. Through the outer golden layer, one can glimpse a hazy view on the other side, shimmering under enticing light. As if gold is being waved in the hands of a prospector, Kakashi cannot contain himself. A drop of saliva escapes his lips, and he is utterly mesmerized. Oh! Crunch! Crisp! As the skin gives way, the cicada's tender flesh reveals itself beneath his pale teeth, crumbling delightfully on his tongue. Suddenly, Kakashi feels rejuvenated. It is simply the most exquisite sensation in the world. The aroma is intoxicating. After just one bite, Kakashi falls in love with this dish, his hands coming together to create a dazzling blur, shoving a handful into his mouth before anyone can comprehend what has transpired. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The cicada's legs and wings are remarkably fragile. It doesn't take much force from Kakashi. A single firm bite reveals the delicately amber-like substance within, disappearing in a mere moment. Crunch. You smell divine. This alone is enough to make Kakashi swoon. It is akin to a drunkard savoring a fine drink. or a long single dog finding a companion. It is simply marvelous. Witnessing this, the members of Team 7 exclaim in unison, "Kakashi, you have cheated again." Naruto and Sasuke exchange knowing glances, as if they share a telepathic bond, then join the fray despite their greasy hands and mouths. "Naruto, you rascal, that was mine." Sasuke, having just grasped one, barely has time to revel in his find before Naruto's shadow strikes from behind, snatching away his prize. It is utterly unforeseen, as Naruto divides his body yet fails to capture Naruto himself. Naruto revels in his triumph. "Haha, this is mine." Sakuragi gazed at the dark countenance of the Chengdu locals. Exhaling a sigh with one hand resting on his forehead, the people of Chengdu are fools. Even they themselves are fools. As he beheld the cicada feast, a lump formed in his throat, and his heart quivered. Can you truly consume such a thing? Are you jesting? Recalling the times he had not spoken to him again, he steeled himself, seized a piece of the delicacy, closed his eyes, and swallowed it whole. Bang, bang, crunch. The sensation was peculiar, something he deemed repulsive. Yet once placed in his mouth, its flavor was surprisingly delightful. It felt akin to winning the lottery. Emba extended her lovely tongue, licking her greasy lips. Eager to join the fray, Uncle Dazna's grandson, Aina, watched the crowd with joy and curiosity. Is the cicada truly that delectable? However, with so many engaged in battle, and Iruka lacking manpower, they had no choice but to turn their gaze towards garlic-fried cicada meat. In comparison, the garlic-fried cicada appeared less appetizing, resembling artificial dust, overlooked by the public as it lay neglected in a corner. Indeed, everywhere bore the same visage, a reflection of the association's members. These days, Ouyang Ming and his family resided at Uncle Dazna's home, though no longer under the strict control of Bai, within the original 7th level. It was Kasaira who collected training and exercised control over the chakra. Thanks to Ouyang Ming, the Dazna couple enjoyed an unprecedented grand feast. As an elite of the nation, Uncle Dazna naturally found a way to save the country, cleverly alleviating the cicada dilemma with a quality and affordable delicacy. Was this land of tumult not impoverished? Were supplies not scarce? It mattered little. We could feast on cicadas thrice a day. What? You mean cicadas will be consumed? It was of no consequence. The imagination of people is boundless, especially a throng of hungry beggars. If one can eat a cicada, what else is there that cannot be eaten? Thus, through Uncle Dazna's promotion, his door became a bustling hub. One after another, ragged and weary, the impoverished approached Uncle Dazna's home, bearing the earnest expressions of devout pilgrims. Inquiring of Ouyang Ming how to prepare the dark delicacies, a little girl, 6 or 7 years old, with a ponytail and large blinking eyes, appeared utterly charming. She clutched a black bag, her face adorned with an expression of adoration as she asked Ouyang Ming, "Big brother, is the snail delicious? How should we prepare it?" As she spoke, she opened the black bag, revealing the insides of a snail, as large as a rock and as small as a thumb. Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's quite simple. Clean the picked vegetables thoroughly and shred them for stir-frying. Just remember to add seasonings." "Thank you, big brother." The little girl, likely starving, her eyes sparkling, dashed back home. Another person, visibly swollen, approached Ouyang Ming reverently, basket in hand. "Master Ouyang, look, is this edible?" A bystander remarked as the ant presented a basket filled with vegetables atop a writhing mass of insects. The finger-length creatures squirmed lazily on the leaves, ostentatiously revealing the bodies that instilled fear in many. Ouyang Ming's lips twitched slightly. He now comprehends why Kakashi and his companions frequently venture out. It is indeed a challenge for anyone. Thus, in a gesture of gratitude towards his aunt, Ouyang Ming gazed at her earnestly. Rest assured, there exists a type of caterpillar. This dish is free from pesticides and is entirely organic. This particular insect contains a modest amount of protein and can be consumed raw. Yet, the latter part of that statement was merely a jest, Ouyang Ming mused. However, to his astonishment, his aunt took him seriously and proceeded to mix the lettuce with the cabbage worms, consuming them right then and there. As they dined, she made audible smacking sounds, proclaiming before finishing her meal, quite delectable, albeit somewhat bland. You are all quite the characters." Ouyang Ming found himself kneeling before her. Behind her were numerous impoverished souls, each one more peculiar than the last. You see, flies and worms are not the worst of it. They are merely the most unfortunate. Although Ouyang Ming claimed to enjoy such delicacies, asserting that they were among the most esteemed foods in the world, the experience was rather uncomfortable. However, why bring the live creatures out, writhing freely, sending shivers down one's spine? After bidding farewell to this pitiful batch, Ouyang Ming, mentally and physically exhausted, reclined on the sofa, his expression one of distress. Indeed, with respect to dark cuisine and the like, it would be prudent to engage in such endeavors less frequently. He felt an urge to retch. Little did Ouyang Ming know that the work he had undertaken these past few days exceeded his expectations. The once quiet streets began to buzz with activity once more. Most individuals hurriedly carried burlap sacks and hoes, rushing towards the fields. Occasionally, familiar faces would greet one another, swiftly cutting to the chase. Are you off to hunt as well? Indeed, merely to provide for my children at home. Are you digging for earthworms or capturing cicadas? I aim to catch a large one, and then perhaps some toads for consumption. I do not believe this was taught by Lord Ouyang Ming. No matter. Consider it an experiment. Compared to the past, the residents of this place appeared distinct, brimming with vitality. However, it was an odd manner of living. Years later, the land of waves ultimately transformed into a city of dark cuisine, where every inhabitant took pride in their culinary practices, becoming a unique entity within the realm of fire and shadow. Propelled by generations of dark chefs, dark gastronomy flourished here, giving rise to exotic dishes such as stir-fried escargot, astonishing the son of the Hokage. Rewinding time to a few days prior, we find Ouyang Ming, an hour later, alongside Kadoki. Young Kato was attired in a suit and shoes, sporting glasses, yet his wicked gaze marred his elegant facade. At this moment, within the trembling realm of fire, the entire corporate world quaked under the influence of formidable figures, while a man clad in a black robe sipped tea with reverence. Should you glance around, you would notice many of Kato's hired hands, lying motionless upon the ground, evidently struck down in a single blow. Kato scrutinized the figure clad in black, realizing that he had no intention of removing his mask. I will offer you anything you desire, my lord. Even all that I possess, if you spare my life, the man murmured, his eyes glinting with interest as they met Kato's. Are you truly prepared to relinquish all your wealth to me? Kato felt a cold sweat break out as he touched the dagger at his waist. Weighing the disparity of power between them and acknowledging that, no matter his efforts, failure was inevitable this day, he swallowed hard, anxiety creeping in. After all, no amount of money could compare to the value of life. He hastily replied, of course, should you choose to forgive me, I would gladly donate my entire fortune. Very well, I appreciate a businessman who knows how to seize an opportunity, the man responded, leading Kato to the vault where millions lay in wait, all to be donated. Upon receiving the money, the man granted Kato a chance at life. The sky grew ominous as the air thickened, foreboding a storm on the horizon. A gust of wind swept by, lifting the black cloak's hood to reveal a mask adorned with an orange spiral pattern, with only one eye visible, hinting at a three-hooked jade wheel. That singular gaze seemed to encompass all the mountains. In one hand, he held a box containing $1 million, searching the distance. With such wealth, I believe I can compel that individual to act, he mused. To enhance the delicacies of chakra, I must exert control over it. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky, resembling exquisite patterns on a silk fabric, enchanting in their beauty. After a day of rigorous training, Naruto and Sasuke returned to Uncle Gasp's home, utterly exhausted and drenched in perspiration. Though they had not eaten, they collapsed onto their beds, snoring loudly. Outside, the sound of cicadas served as a lullaby, lulling them into slumber. When they awoke, dinner had long passed. Naruto opened his eyes, his stomach growling in protest against his shameless master. He turned to Sasuke and lamented, I'm so hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Sasuke rolled his eyes in response. If you're asking me, then who am I supposed to ask? The pangs of hunger felt like the greatest torment imaginable. The sharp pain, coupled with a slight cramping in his stomach, incessantly teased his nerves. I want to eat. At that moment, even a simple cup of instant noodles placed before the Hokage would seem like a gourmet feast. You must learn to cherish what you have lost. When hunger strikes, you come to appreciate the value of being satiated. Grasping his belly, Naruto paced the room anxiously, his brows furrowing. You're such a nuisance, Sasuke glared at him. Naruto shot him a challenging glance. Aren't you hungry? Just then, a thunderous growl erupted from Sasuke's stomach, revealing the truth. At that moment, Sasuke wished he could dig a hole and bury his head in it. What a pity. Though he turned back with an air of disdain, his ears flushed red. Betraying his inner embarrassment, Naruto squinted, suddenly struck by an idea. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, what if we let us seek sustenance from our esteemed leader? Do as you wish. Sasuke stood there, exuding an air of indifference, yet when Naruto ventured to find Ouyang Ming, His body betrayed him, and I followed suit. At this juncture, the night had deepened. The cicadas outside sang loudly and distinctly, creating a somewhat bothersome clamor. Mingren arrived at Ouyang Ming's chamber, where he was enveloped in the sweet embrace of slumber, lost in dreams. Without a modicum of decorum, Naruto interrupted. At that moment, Ouyang Ming stirred from his sleep, having dreamt of a golden-haired maiden beckoning to him. However, unbeknownst to him, she merely wished to depart further, when suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed from the sky, jolting him awake. As he laboriously opened his eyes, a youthful visage greeted him. Upon seeing Naruto, Ouyang Ming inquired, "Naruto, what brings you here?" In his dream, he had longed to enjoy a tempest with the goddess atop Wushan. Only to be abruptly interrupted by a beautiful woman. How much worse could it get than wearing a green hat atop one's head? Fortunately, Ouyang Ming refrained from expressing his ire at that moment. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. "Big brother, I am famished. Could you prepare a dish for me?" As he spoke, he reminisced about Ouyang Ming's culinary creations. His stomach grumbled anew, akin to bombs being dropped by a bomber. Ouyang Ming, with weary eyes, chuckled lightly, genuinely feeling fatigued, and resolutely declined. "No, I wish to sleep." "Big brother, how can you do this? Are you truly willing to witness me faint from hunger?" As he spoke, Naruto adopted a pitiful demeanor. While women may be swayed by riches, men can be endearing in their quest for food. Do not deceive me. Ouyang Ming found himself at a loss for words. "For heaven's sake, you are the star here. You must exist in a world that lasts mere seconds. Is this truly acceptable?" At this moment, the system made its choice, and the outcome was evident. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden task. A chef who cannot prepare late-night snacks is not a good chef." Task description: 5 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea, and late-night snacks. How could a future chef in the world of Naruto neglect to prepare late-night snacks? Task reward: chakra control reaches water walking. Clearly, the system was intent on preventing Ouyang Ming from sleeping. As an idealistic, aspiring chef, Ouyang Ming firmly declared that all must heed the system's commands. Yet, it would do him no good to acquiesce to Naruto so readily. After all, what would follow? Thoughts flitted through Ouyang Ming's mind like fleeting shadows. Consequently, his expression turned grave, appearing melancholic, as if he had faced rejection. Witnessing this, Naruto's heart raced. Fearing that Ouyang Ming might refuse to cook for him, a dire prospect indeed. Heaven took pity on him, aside from instant noodles. Naruto possessed little culinary skill and thus yearned to find solace in Ouyang Ming's expertise. Thud, thud. At that moment, Naruto's stomach growled unexpectedly, resonating like a truck revving its engine, causing distress. The wait was agonizing, as if a second stretched into a century, until Mingen finally heard Ouyang Ming's voice. "Very well. Today someone sent me a few items to snack on." Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart raced. "Big brother, you don't mean those individuals from this morning, do you?" "Indeed." Ouyang Ming gazed at him in astonishment, asking, "Is there a problem?" The Hokage, lowering his head and speaking somewhat awkwardly, replied, "Elder brother, don't you need to prepare any dark cuisine?" Contemplating the dreadful ingredients, Naruto felt a shiver run through him. Ouyang Ming, with a proud smile, assured him, "Of course not." The Hokage sighed in relief, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. As long as it is not dark dishes, I have no objections to your culinary creations." Uncertain whether it was due to the inherent vigilance of ninjas, Kakashi refrained from interrupting their half-asleep state, attentively listening to the sounds around them. Upon hearing that Ouyang Ming was to prepare a late-night meal, several individuals gathered, and even this fellow was no exception. The mere thought of Ouyang Ming's culinary skills, the aroma and flavor, was simply extraordinary. Ouyang Ming looked at these gourmands helplessly. They appeared devoid of hope. He proceeded to the kitchen, where a basin sat on the floor, filled with the ingredients for tonight's dinner. This was a gift from the fierce and who dared to eat raw vegetable worms, expressing her gratitude towards Ouyang Ming. Of course, others had contributed in varying degrees. But due to the unappetizing nature of their offerings, Ouyang Ming had politely declined each one. Now, it was time to indulge in a late-night snack. Envision a tranquil evening. A steaming meal as a reward for a day of hard work, a release from tension, sufficient to rejuvenate one for the next day. Naturally, those who dine late at night often opt for instant noodles for various reasons, whether due to laziness or financial constraints. After all, instant noodles are remarkably economical, capable of momentarily satiating hunger with just a small packet. However, for a true Epicurean, this is far from adequate. There exists a type of instant noodle that serves as an affordable delicacy: fried snails. Unlike their stone relatives, The attributes of field snails include a thin shell and substantial meat. When sautéed with a herb known as perilla, one experiences a delightful medley of spicy, hot, and sweet flavors. It is worth noting that people generally do not attempt to prepare this dish. Although they have experimented with seasonings such as Sichuan peppercorns, garlic, and lobster sauce for frying snails, they have consistently failed to eliminate the unpleasant odor of snail slime, resulting in a sense of inadequacy. In truth, the preparation is quite simple, requiring no culinary expertise, just a measure of patience. This morning, the aunt who consumes raw vegetable worms presented a basket of snails as a token of appreciation for Ouyang Ming's guidance. These snails were remarkably fresh, having been harvested from the fields. In a world devoid of pesticides, snails are not as filthy or perilous as those found in urban areas. Ouyang Ming utilized one hand to place the snails into a large basin, filling it with water, and stirred with a large stick, using the friction between the snails and the earth to wash away the mud. Of course, during this process, one must not exert too much force, otherwise, the snails may perish. Should a snail die, congratulations, you would be unable to consume it. Cleaning snails is a meticulous task, necessitating frequent water changes and repeated efforts, a process requiring considerable patience. Yet, when the foul stench of the mud dissipates, an inexplicable sense of accomplishment arises. After the cleaning is completed, there remains one final step. Often, this step is crucial in ensuring that the snail lacks the muddy taste. After Ouyang Ming washed away the dirt from the snail's surface, he placed them into a large basin filled with water, adding a few drops of oil, and left them for a day or two. This was the final refinement. The purpose was to cleanse the snails of the mud in their bellies. Since snails expel mud slowly, adding a bit of oil, especially sesame oil, would expedite this process. After soaking in water for a day, the snails expelled the mud, staining the previously clear bottom of the basin once more. Ouyang Ming cleaned the basin thoroughly and filtered the snails with water, preparing to cook. The pot was heated with oil, and when the oil began to bubble, he tossed the snails in, and they sizzled. The moment a little water touched the hot oil, it caused a vigorous reaction, even igniting flames at the top of the pot. Ouyang Ming remained unfazed, grasping the handle of the pot and stirring rapidly. The flames danced around the snails, expanding like a fiery serpent. Yet, no matter how audacious the flames were, they could not withstand the tumultuous movement. When the snails were half-cooked, Ouyang Ming added a handful of basil leaves and Sichuan pepper to enhance the flavor of the snails. Suddenly, as if the sparks of a star colliding with Earth, an extraordinary transformation occurred, releasing an intense aroma that invigorated the senses. Gurgling, the enticing scent wafted towards those eagerly waiting at the kitchen door, stirring their appetites. Naruto wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming how delicious it smelled and how eager he was to taste it. Kakashi pretended to be engrossed in a romantic tale but kept his eyes fixed on Ouyang Ming's cooking, attempting to uncover the secret before anyone else. The crowd, well-versed in Ouyang Ming's culinary prowess, recognized that the dish was a gourmet delight, often in high demand. At this moment, Naruto's lower stamina could lead to a significant loss against Kakashi's unwavering strength. Fortunately, they were not foolish. After several lessons, they formed an alliance consisting of Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Bai. Indeed, Bai joined their coalition, realizing that one must not miss out on good food. They named their alliance the Gourmet Club. Admittedly, given their lack of naming talent, it was fitting. When they boldly placed the snails on the table, the vibrant black snails, red chili peppers, and purple perilla leaves intertwined in a dazzling display, captivating the eye and tantalizing the senses. Coupled with the enticing aroma, they provoked a flood of saliva from all present. Everyone could not resist diving into the feast. The Hokage utilized several shadow clones to divert Kakashi's attention, and the members of the alliance seized the opportunity to swiftly grab a handful of snails. Oh, how hot they were! Impatient to eat the piping hot dish, they reached in with their hands, instantly burning their fingers. But in the face of such delectable food, who could afford to be cautious? Just as Naruto was about to indulge, he suddenly realized he had no mouth. The small, exquisite snail meat, akin to a shy sprite, curled within its shell, revealing only a hint of its tender form, tempting yet frustrating. Naruto awkwardly directed his mouth towards the exposed snail, clumsily sucking and biting down on it. However, the escargot remained obstinate, akin to an iron stake, utterly motionless. Naruto gazed forlornly at the snail's shell, as if sensing the mockery from the other side. Haha, you may be ever-changing, but I shall simply refuse to emerge. Let us see how you handle this. Not only Naruto, but even others faced the same perplexity. Their confusion ever apparent. At that moment, their respective intellects were laid bare. Kakashi produced a bitter, self-taught method for extracting the escargot, deftly inserting the tip into the shell, spiraling upwards, and skillfully extracting the flesh to savor. As for evading decapitation, it was not as simple as they had suggested. He grasped the snail firmly, applying a force ranging from 1 to 10, and with a sharp crack, he crushed the shell, retrieving the meat from the shattered remnants. Naruto and the others followed suit with their attempts. Yet, Naruto, being somewhat clumsy, failed to glean Kakashi's finesse or the requisite strength, often resulting in crushed escargot flesh, thus tasting the complete essence. Thus, driven by an indomitable spirit, he sought assistance from Ouyang Ming, who would guide him through the process. What is the most excruciating experience in the world? Is it a middle-aged man who gazes at a girl, yet feels nothing? Or is it the pursuit of a goddess, only to falter in expressing love and facing rejection? For a gourmet, nothing is more agonizing than beholding a delectable dish, yet being unable to partake. In that moment, Naruto was engulfed by a profound sense of resentment towards the world. It was amusing, indeed. Despite holding a snail in his hand, he could not discern its flavor. No matter how potent your nine-tails chakra or how imposing your background, none could transform a mere snail into something exquisite. This sensation was akin to a beautiful woman reclining in bed, where you could do anything, yet nothing at all. What the hell is going on? Naruto looked at Ouyang Ming with a pained expression. Brother, how does one eat this escargot? Ouyang Ming chuckled, surprised at Naruto's predicament. Moreover, for most, preparing this dish of escargot was a laborious task, and even consuming it proved troublesome. Those unfamiliar with the method, regardless of their efforts, would never fully savor the delicacy of the escargot. Alternatively, if one took too long, the escargot would be cold by the time it reached their mouth, severely diminishing its flavor. Yet once you mastered the art of cooking, Ouyang Ming assured you would relish this delightful fare. Do you know how I partake? He inquired, as he placed the snail into Naruto's hand. The escargot was small, roughly the size of a thumb, its interior saturated with sweet juices that made one's mouth water. Eating escargot was indeed somewhat tricky and far from graceful. Ouyang Ming used his thumb and forefinger to draw the tail of the snail into his mouth, first extracting its juices, then applying pressure to pull the flesh from the shell, before flipping the escargot around to suck the head into his mouth, thus consuming the entire morsel. It was a slow process, yet remarkably accomplished in under 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Ming had the escargot in his mouth. The initial rush of juices tantalized his palate, a fragrant aroma wafting forth. Unlike the delectable seafood, this dish carries a hint of bitterness, perhaps due to its prolonged stay in the soil, mingling with the cool spiciness of pepper, rendering it rather flavorless. As the tender escargot graces the tip of the tongue, it is enveloped and drawn towards the teeth, only to be effortlessly shattered into pristine morsels by them. Truly savor the moment. Allow your taste buds to revel in this exquisite delight. It is simply divine, overwhelmingly sweet. However, while the escargot is undeniably delicious, moderation is advised, particularly for those who are frail or allergic, as it may lead to digestive discomfort. It is also worth noting that escargot should be enjoyed hot, as consuming it cold renders it unpalatable. The meat toughens and ages, akin to chewing on stones, which can be quite unpleasant. Witnessing Ouyang Ming's effortlessly simple technique, others soon followed suit. In stark contrast to Kakashi, who skillfully extracted the escargot from its rough shell, Ouyang's method seemed almost excessive, particularly for the fair and pristine young man. The proprietor, having learned from Ouyang Ming, smiled with delight, meticulously savoring the escargot's juices. The peculiar flavor was a curious one, challenging our accustomed palates. What is this? I raised my head, surveying the surroundings. The dim yellow light illuminated a gathering of people around the table, hands clasping escargot as they indulged together. Everyone adopted Ouyang Ming's approach, extracting the tender meat with sounds reminiscent of a unique symphony, a delightful experience etched in memory. It is hard to fathom that two individuals, once bound by life and death, could now share a meal together, radiating warmth and contentment under Ouyang Ming's influence. If Kishimoto were present now, he would surely be astonished. Perhaps it was the camaraderie of dining together that sparked this revelation, I reflected quietly. Had anyone foretold him that he could return to such a tranquil life, he would have dismissed it as impossible. How many years had passed since his father and the villagers took his mother's life, ready to strike without mercy? In truth, he felt as though he had already succumbed to death within his heart. From that fateful day, I believed that a peaceful existence had forever eluded him. had it not been for the arrival of a new perspective, reigniting the essence of life. He feared he would have continued to exist like a mere shadow of his former self. Surveying the scene, Kakashi consumed his food with little regard for appearances, while Sasuke and Naruto engaged in a playful altercation, tugging at the escargot. Seizing the opportunity amidst their bickering, Sakura stealthily pilfered some escargot. Reluctantly, Bai's gaze softened as he observed the enigmatic Ouyang Ming, the architect of this delightful gathering. Awe and fervor filled Bai's eyes. Thanks to Ouyang Ming, he had reclaimed a semblance of peace. In his heart, the admiration he held for Ouyang Ming had deepened, transcending all bounds. As the diners immersed themselves in the culinary delights, savoring each moment, they failed to notice that the cicadas chorus had ceased. Outside, it was as if darkness had engulfed the entire house. Beyond their line of sight, even the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas had vanished entirely. An eerie silence descended, as if a shadowy presence had caused all to flee. Two figures stood at a distance, peering through the window into the room, clad in long black robes, their crimson clouds as vivid as droplets of blood. Indeed, they are members of Hiyu, an entity currently obscured from public knowledge, yet poised to ignite a revolutionary dawn upon the world in the near future. One among them, clutching his abdomen and arching his back like a lobster, lamented, "I am so hungry, so very hungry. I can smell the aromas from outside, and I yearn to devour it." Unable to endure the sight of their merriment, I thought. Suddenly, his voice altered, adopting a chilling tone, harboring a desire to annihilate them all. Just as Ouyang Ming and his companions were relishing their late-night repast, they were abruptly taken aback. Element of fire. The head is diligent. Concurrently, while sipping pure liquor, a fireball cascaded outside the dwelling. Then, like a spark capable of igniting a prairie fire, the fireball surged forth. Reminiscent of an ancient crimson dragon, unleashing a dreadful inferno, a luminous glow that threatened to consume everything in its path. In the depths of that pitch-black night, the crimson flames blazed with an astonishing brilliance. It was as if a devastating tsunami had swept through, with flames roaring forth, encircling the entire abode. In an instant, their previously tranquil existence was shattered, plunging them into a perilous predicament. The seething sea of flames surged with monstrous waves, encroaching upon Ouyang and his companions. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Faced with the impending calamity, both Naruto and the guardian uncle Dazuna were easily susceptible to suffocation in the inferno. And Kakashi was no longer the first to react. Water waves. Water dragon bomb. Kakashi exclaimed, his body instinctively channeling the immense energy required. Although water was scarce in the vicinity, the volatile flames were laden with abundant steam, yielding an impressive effect. Outside, seemingly emerging from nowhere, 2 towering water columns surged forth. Resembling dragons, their claws plunging into the raging inferno of crimson flames. The ice-blue water dragon clashed with the ocean of fire. It was akin to a cosmic collision. A standoff with neither side yielding. Bang! The two forces collided, water and fire at odds, steam rising like mist, obscuring the current situation. Within the fog, 3 shadowy figures gradually emerged. The wind stirred a thin veil of mist, revealing their silhouettes. One was a tall and handsome man, bearing exaggeratedly large scythes upon his shoulders, each longer than the others, evoking curiosity about how he could wield them in combat. Another, resembling Kakashi with a mask, possessed deep-set eyes, exuding an aura of invisibility. The last wore a mask that resembled a grotesque face, yet bore no semblance to humanity. His form was rotund, and his lips were crimson against his dark visage. Upon seeing each other, Kakashi ceased to fixate on his foes. When did ninjutsu become so populous? This was the so-called empathy among the powerful, relying on instinct. Kakashi no longer perceived them as ordinary. Unconsciously, both sides tensed, their gazes wary and alert, scrutinizing one another. Who are these individuals? We seemingly harbor no ill will towards each other, yet it is said, strike when the enemy is unprepared. Regardless of the motive, should we proceed in this manner? They are indeed foes. They are adversaries, even if their treachery is subtle. Who we are is of little significance. What truly matters is, whoosh. Before the angel could utter a bitter denial, it sliced through the night sky like a shooting star, aiming directly for his throat. Meanwhile, there is no more cutting. A figure is raised high, wielding a beheading blade, reborn as a demon, fierce and tempestuous. Hurry up. Too late, too swift. Kakashi was thrown without pain, the attack unbroken. Nearly a blink. Although they never collaborated, they frequently quarreled in private, possessing a profound understanding of one another. This is a 1A street. No notifications, no. If only I could tell you. The angle, slightly exasperated, remarked, such impolite youth. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would find that his eyes bore no ripples. Ding. A shadow suddenly obstructed every corner ahead, shielding Kakashi's attack with its form. The anguish was not deeper than its body, its tail thrumming with an unseen force. Useless. For it is the earth that repels us. At this moment, the blades ceased to slash. No tricks, no spending. Just raw, unadulterated force, fierce enough to shatter. Like a white line dividing the world, the beheading blade descended mercilessly upon the earth, filled with resentment. Each corner of the mask displayed a curve, exuding a cold smirk. Fire element. With force. If you do not sever the surprise, the opponent will unleash powerful ninjutsu at such close range. The fireball erupted, swelling in the air before exploding. Boom. Red light illuminated the entire night sky. A tremendous roar accompanied a fierce wind, rustling the branches. Astonishingly, it could withstand without cutting or thrusting. In an unexpected angle, he alone, with a blade, fell like a demon, blocking the divine with divine and the Buddhas with Buddhas, all the while wielding a blade. The blazing flames were cleaved in two, and the blade continued to descend relentlessly. Fire element mask, out. All corners were suddenly startled, and he exclaimed, "How dare you? Do not emerge from the searing sea of flames," as all surfaces turned blackened, the mask singed, revealing a once resilient face. He smirked, revealing a cruel grin. His wolf-like eyes bursting with sinister thoughts. Although Ouyang Ming was inexplicably compliant, it did not imply that the cutting heart was cool. No, not who he is? Missed hidden. It could be said that at the corner of the ambush line, merely pointing would ignite the powder keg. Bam! If you do not kill him, you must kill him. Kill, kill, kill. The slashing blade swept through like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, infused with unparalleled power, stirring a tempest. The horn was about to be beheaded. But those beside moved. Bang! A thundering sound, akin to the clash of a bronze tripod, resonated sharply. Three sides flew, blocking the corners ahead like a natural moat, preventing outside attacks from severing. The harpy scrutinized, no longer cutting, taunting. Come, if you have the ability, come and kill me. As if the taste was still insufficient. Speaking thus, she lifted a finger towards her head, aiming to not cut any longer. The ordinary could not perceive the cut, merely wandering about. Even the most mundane ninja would hesitate. The flying segment has been completed, resembling an omnipresent cockroach that appears frivolous, igniting a fierce rage even without the need to engage this veteran in battle. Yet, who can truly fathom the depths of this scenario? Before any slicing motion could commence, a gruff voice from the corner snapped, "Step aside, do not forget your mission." The flying portion remained silent, seemingly indifferent, as if it had no stake in this affair. Clearly motivated by a desire for extra gain, the cornered figure shot a fierce glare, retorting, "Do not forget, the last time you stitched money, you still owe me." Upon hearing this, the ability to fly was stripped away. He was compelled to meet Ouyang Ming's gaze, arrogantly declaring, "You insignificant character, await your demise." Observing the two, it was as if no conversation transpired, their fury no longer diminishing. With the executioner's blade brandished, the sky tilted, tearing through the void, heralding the beheading. Should you not eliminate the adversary from the northeast? Watching the enemy emerge, Ouyang Ming felt an undeniable shock. How could this be? How could both the horn and the flying segment manifest simultaneously on this timeline? So many questions arose in succession, yet Ouyang Ming's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, unable to grasp any clarity. Despite the urgency of the angle, Naruto and his companions maintained an optimistic demeanor. The Hokage, with a knowing glint in his eye, stated unequivocally, "Of course, it is none other than Mr. Zabuza." No sooner had he spoken than the relentless assaults commenced, targeting the cornered figure ahead. As the prideful expression surfaced on the white figure, the flying scythe intercepted the onslaught with unyielding resolve. Observing this spectacle, the onlookers found little amusement, fully aware of the dire consequences if they remained passive. Elites among ninjas. In the early shadows of the flames, the cinematic layers could not be overstated, with the dominant bear reigning supreme. For a mere ninja village, the elite could serve as its shadow. Even amidst great nations, the elite class stands as a pillar of support. Yet now, the two adversaries seem to engage in casual banter, as if they believed themselves to be of elite Jonin caliber. They were familiar with Ouyang Ming's narrative, but they were gravely mistaken. Without a doubt, This angle indicated a formidable cinematic prowess. After the failed assassination of the original Hokage, the ability to escape his grasp attested to his capabilities. As for the flying segment, in Ouyang Ming's view, it belonged to the realm of the semi-shadow. What is a semi-shadow? It is a force that excels in a particular domain, posing a threat to the existence of powerful cinematic classes. The flying segment is remarkably potent. Although its ninjutsu and jinjutsu may be lacking, it possesses an enigmatic spell that could obscure the understanding of even the strongest shadows to the point of death. More critically, the presence of the flying segment or the insect within the shadow of the flames is indomitable. In the past, had it not been for Shikamaru's awareness of the information regarding Haiden, it is likely that no appropriate arrangements could have been made to seal him away. At this very moment, the flying segment charged towards them. What did this signify? It implied that if this bore no significance, Naruto and his comrades would meet their demise. Clearly, Kakashi could not remain idle, wishing to intervene, yet suddenly discovered that both sides were entangled in animosity. On the other hand, the discord resounded like a trumpet, with accusations reverberating fiercely from both ends, leaving no room for distraction. In other words, Naruto and his comrades were now left to rely solely on themselves. Damn it! Kakashi cursed inwardly, revealing his Sharingan, his eyes emanating a chilling, murderous intent. If that is the case, then I shall unleash my full potential. Meanwhile, at that moment, Duan charged towards Ouyang Ming, laughing maniacally, exclaiming, "Weep, weep, succumb to despair and perish." As he spoke, he hurled 3 scythes, manipulating their direction with the ropes attached, launching a surprise attack on Ouyang Ming. Anyone who dares to harm my boss Ouyang Ming must first pass through me. I stood amidst the sweltering air, exuding exceptional valor, swiftly sealing an ice shield with his hands. "No ice, no ice," he declared. Just as his words fell, a surge of cold air manifested, visible wisps of frigid air swirling forth. Subsequently, Naruto was astonished to witness a formidable ice wall emerging from the thin atmosphere, shielding against the scythes. Bang! Halt! The flying sections of the scythe and the simple objects collided. Although the ice wall obstructed the scythe's advance, it was also affected by the weight of the scythe, which, under the force of acceleration, suddenly broke through, creating a spiderweb-like fissure. It was ruined. The scythe then plummeted, weakened by its wielder. Fei Duan glared furiously, but fortunately, he had seized the opportunity to close in on the crowd. Bai's face was stern, his expression cold as he regarded the airborne Duan. For him, a tranquil existence was a long-desired dream. Yet, this rare peace was being disrupted by these inexplicable foes. Uncle could not endure it, nor could Aunt. At that moment, even Bai, with his gentle nature, felt a surge of murderous intent. Even if it meant death, I must protect my boss Ouyang Ming. Resolute, Bai turned to Naruto and declared, "I will use ninjutsu to hold them off. You must take Ouyang Ming away." "No," Naruto insisted, his gaze fixed on Bai. "Big brother would never agree, for we are comrades. How could you leave someone behind?" Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, yet their actions spoke volumes as they stood beside Bai. Suddenly, a warm current flowed into Bai's heart, a sensation both comforting and uplifting. Naruto was right. Ouyang Ming looked at Bai and said, "Moreover, do not underestimate me." At the same time, Naruto and the others turned pale with concern. Bai inwardly fumed. Damn it, how could this guy harm my boss, Ouyang Ming? Fei Duan thrust the scythe forward, extending his crimson tongue to lick Ouyang Ming's blood, savoring it as it coursed through his body. Then, the flying section again painted the ground with Ouyang Ming's blood, his face reflecting a pious expression akin to a devoted follower. As adversaries, the more the enemy sought to act, the more we must thwart their efforts. Though Naruto and his allies were uncertain of their intentions, they would not relent. Continue. Kill him, Naruto urged, rallying his comrades, a chorus of thousands echoing behind him, momentarily stirring emotions akin to a legion on the battlefield. The Naruto forces concealed themselves amidst the dust, ready to strike. They employed their fists, their feet, their anguish, whatever means they could muster, even their teeth, to seal off the flying section. This was nothing short of a comprehensive massacre. Countless assaults ensued, engulfing the flying segment entirely, whether it be the head, limbs, or lower body. All were priorities for Naruto's attention, rendering such nefarious actions beyond description. Yet, in the face of all this, Fei Du remained utterly indifferent, continuing to paint as if the Ming army were mere insects, easily swatted away. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Naruto's ire boiled over, and his fist flew towards Duan's handsome visage, splattering flowers across his face. But who could have foreseen? With a slight tilt of his head, Duan evaded the blow. Naruto's frustration did not wane. He continued to charge, landing a hit on his shadow body, only for it to suddenly turn into a jest. Sasuke, with a bemused smirk, murmured, "What a fool." Yet, despite his words, his body acted earnestly, his hands swiftly forming a seal. Fire element. Art of the Dragon's Fire. A substantial amount of chakra was expended, and flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth. The blaze illuminated the battlefield like a light piercing through a dark curtain. The fire surged forward with incredible speed, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens, its velocity astounding. The intense heat even caused the moisture in the air to evaporate rapidly, creating a veil of white mist in its wake. Along the way, countless shadow clones of Naruto were struck down, shattered by the onslaught. This strike, imbued with malice and tremendous potential, shot forth like a venomous serpent. Yet even so, the flying section did not manage to evade. Bang! The blow struck Duan's body, not because he could not fend it off, but because he leaped into the flames. He dared to protect the crimson pattern beneath him with his very flesh. What the Hokage had not anticipated was that when the ashes settled, Fei Duan, against all odds, was still painting. No, he was not unscathed. At the very least, his clothing had been reduced to ash by the high temperatures. Naruto, observing the others, furrowed his brow and lamented, "What do we do? This guy is incredibly difficult to defeat. Damn it, if only I had more chakra." Sasuke privately expressed his disdain. Just moments ago, in an effort to amplify the power of his jutsu, he had exhausted a significant portion of his chakra. Although he could still utilize ninjutsu, his energy was drastically depleted. After all, they could only do so much at this point. Sakura, burdened with a heavy heart, watched the scene unfold. Despite her commendable performance in school, she possessed little ninjutsu to bolster her. Sakura resolved that upon her return, she would dedicate herself to mastering the formidable arts of ninjutsu. At this moment, the flying section had been completed. Look, the ground displayed a pattern composed of circles and triangles, a vivid crimson hue exuding a foreboding scent. Fei Duan, with a prayer, gazed at Ouyang Ming, a cold-blooded smile gracing his lips. "Today, I shall offer your blood to the malevolent god." "Really?" Ouyang Ming responded coolly, meeting his gaze. "Are you certain you can kill me?" The utter denial of Fei Duan's conviction ignited a furious glare from him, vowing that retribution awaited. "I am handsome, and need not rely on charm," Ouyang Ming quipped, unabated, continuing to provoke the nerves of Fei Duan. Then, Ouyang Ming gestured for Ming's companions to depart and approached him. "Fei Duan, I yearn to witness the form of the so-called immortal. Come forth and strike me." Ouyang Ming's expression was solemn, akin to that of a scientist engaging in a profound discussion. Fei Duan, with a cruel smile, retorted, "If you desire death, do not blame me." As he spoke, he brandished a black spear and thrust it against his chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth, a crimson torrent that soaked his charred remains, rendering him an imposing figure. Fei Duan regarded Ouyang Ming with pride, reveling in the agony coursing through his body. However, Ouyang Ming remained composed, standing as if nothing had transpired. For he had invoked his final opportunity, activating the invincible defense shield. At that moment, he enjoyed a fleeting minute of invincibility, the perfect time to feign death. Beside him, Naruto brandished a knife, questioning whether this man had succumbed to madness. "Is this amusing?" Sakura remarked seriously, given the evolution of ninjutsu in recent years. The mind has become increasingly deranged among ninjas. Even the stoic Sasuke has acknowledged this. He said it is time for medication. Inwardly, I pondered, if you don't address it. The minds of others are already in a pitiable state. One must respect the disabled. "I cannot believe you labeled Fei Duan as disabled," I exclaimed. "Are you black or a fan?" Fei Duan stood there, bewildered. "Impossible, this cannot be." Unyielding, Fei Duan continued to cut his wrist with the spear, stabbing it into his leg. Yet. For emphasis, he repeated thrice. Ouyang Ming remained unscathed. "I cannot believe it." Fei Duan struggled to accept the reality before him. It must surely be an illusion conjured by the enemy, a devious scheme. With this thought, Fei Duan resolutely plunged his black spear towards his brother, tearing through the air. Witnessing this, even Ouyang Ming felt a chill creep through his body, his lips curling in pain. This must surely hurt. To succeed, one must first undergo self-castration. Was this the reason for his ambition? Ouyang Ming silently mourned for Fei Duan for 3 seconds, then raised his middle finger, stating, "Apologies, my brother is still here." Upon hearing this, Fei Duan felt his chest swell with air, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of aged blood. Yet, nothing could be more agonizing than the present moment. Though he had drawn Ouyang Ming's blood and invoked a blood curse to slay his master, he believed this would soon lead to the enemy's defeat. Yet now, regardless of the flying fragments, the shattered heart, or the self-inflicted wounds, even with his efforts from the palace, it was all in vain. Fei Duan, with a visage filled with despair, gazed skyward and sighed. "Oh God, why does that wretched man possess nothing?" Ouyang Ming stood quietly beneath the night breeze, resembling an undefeated war god, unwavering in his stance. He was merely a wretched cook, unworthy of such a title. Ouyang Ming's lips curled in a smirk. "Curious, are we? Let me enlighten you." He spat defiantly. "Who is my father?" Ouyang Ming continued to incite animosity, declaring, "My son is truly exceptional. He even calls me father." Observing Fei's furious, pallid countenance, the Hokage and his companions rejoiced, joining in a raucous chant. "Hurry, call him father." Fei Duan's eyes brimmed with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Glaring at Ouyang Ming with a fiery intensity, "You shall perish." In that moment, I witnessed Fei Duan raise his scythe, aiming for his own throat. It appeared that Fei Duan, still clinging to his malevolence, intended to execute a suicidal assault, aiming to take 1,000 lives before ending his own. Once his head was severed, he would become invincible. However, amidst the ever-shifting battlefield, such an act was exceedingly perilous. Yet, Feiko had not contemplated the ramifications. Suddenly, with a sickening crack, the head was completely detached from the body. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain in a frenzied spray. Yet, Ouyang Ming remained unharmed. This was the most terrifying aspect. Fei Duan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality he faced. Deep within, the devilish faith that had ensnared him began to waver, prompting a profound existential crisis. Though he had steeled himself to witness the gruesome spectacle, both Fei Duan and Ouyang Ming felt their stomachs churn, battling the urge to vomit. Naruto and Sakuragi turned a sickly shade of green, their brows furrowed in distress. However, Sasuke and Haku maintained an air of calm, their eyes merely rippling with emotion. To alleviate the tension, Ouyang Ming quipped to Fei Duan, "Dear son, seeing you like this, it is time to return home for your medicine." Fei Duan, incensed, retorted, "You bastard, I am not your son." Observing Fei Duan collapse in a fit of rage, it was hard to envision him as the formidable figure who had once forced Naruto into submission. There was a touch of dark humor in Ouyang Ming's words, as Naruto and the others visibly lightened in spirit. Although Fei Ku had been decapitated, his threat had significantly diminished, and Ouyang Ming merely sought answers from him. Approaching within 3 meters of Fei Duan's lifeless form, Ouyang Ming inquired, "Who hired you to kill me?" Spitting defiantly, Fei Duan shouted, "I will not divulge that information." Rather than becoming enraged, Ouyang Ming turned to the Hokage and asked, "What should parents do when their mischievous child refuses to listen?" The Hokage, lost in thought, stroked his chin. After a moment, Naruto clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Spank them." "What a splendid idea." Ouyang Ming silently commended Naruto. Indeed, upon hearing Naruto's suggestion, Fei Duan's formerly proud expression vanished, replaced by a fierce and menacing demeanor. "Kill me. Do not disgrace yourself. Do you possess the courage to end my life?" Fei Duan glared at Ouyang Ming like a cornered beast. If glares could kill, Ouyang Ming would have perished countless times over. "Do you know who I am?" Fei Duan boasted. "I am an S-rank ninja." Although not widely recognized in the ninja world, he was the foremost figure within the Shao organization. The thought of being spanked by Ouyang Ming filled him with dread, as he could already envision the ridicule from his peers in the Shao organization. Fortunately, circumstances were beginning to shift. Look, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the heart of the battlefield. Then, as if thousands of birds were singing in unison, their voices converged into a continuous, piercing melody. 1,000 birds. Kakashi's birds. In this moment, the lingering enmity between Kakashi and his adversaries surged forth. Seizing the opportunity to execute a sudden stratagem, a brilliant light erupted, as if the night itself had been torn asunder. Kakashi's hands moved with the swiftness of 1,000 thunderous birds, as agile as the wind and fierce as fire, striking like a bolt of lightning, crashing into the heart of the ground with a resounding thud. Boom. What a tremendous slam dunk. On the other end, Kakashi's opponent lay vanquished. 2 of them dispatched by his hand. At this juncture, only the corners of the arena and 2 other locations could voice their grievances. Yet, despite the overwhelming force. The strike had not been without consequence. The lightning shield had scorched him, even breaking the tip of his heavy blade. The aftermath of such a dire battle was evident. The cornered foes gazed upon the airborne remnants, only to find their own heads lying innocently upon the ground. However, the mission was not without its complications. One of them, a resolute individual, uttered not a word, instead channeling his fury toward Kakashi while the other remained rooted in place. The horned figure took flight, swiftly cradling the lifeless form, preparing to make his escape. Ouyang Ming did not relent. It was not that his absolute defense had been depleted, but with his current abilities, there was no way to thwart him. Even if Kakashi and others were to strike together, they would not succeed. This was a display of cinematic might. Before departing, the angel cast a lingering gaze upon Ouyang Ming. He had not anticipated that there existed someone capable of disregarding the curses of the flying department. Such intelligence must be reported to the organization. The severed head cradled in the horned figure's embrace remained defiantly fixated on Ouyang Ming, filled with malice. Vowing that next time they met, his demise would be certain, Ouyang Ming fell silent. If he were to encounter Fei Duan again without an absolute defense, he might indeed meet his end. Yet, failure was not an option, especially for someone like Ouyang Ming. He extended his middle finger towards Fei Duan, bearing an expression of exasperation, as if chiding a wayward child. Son, remember to take your medicine when you get home. Subsequently, the horned figure gazed in astonishment at Duan Fei, questioning, how can your father appear younger than you? Indeed, the best of friends can often be the worst of companions. The horned figure was like a blade, compensating for the thief, dragging the consequences along like a heart attack. As they retreated to a considerable distance, a ray of dawn emerged from the far east. Oh my, it was the dawn, Ouyang Ming pondered. Having been swept along by the tides of this land for quite some time, it was time to seek out the fabled kitchenware and fulfill the mission assigned by the system. Unbeknownst to him, Kato's left eyelid had been twitching persistently. Many years ago, during a fierce struggle for commercial territory with his sworn enemies, the stakes had been so dire that even the local lords were left astonished. That period laid the foundation for Kato's legacy. He held a provocatively dressed woman tightly in his embrace, drinking indiscriminately, even seated beside the illustrious beauty. It was not that he lacked the mood. Rather, he had grown old and lacked the vigor to gallivant once more. At that moment, the door of the house swung open abruptly. A sycophant rushed in, his face a portrait of panic, stammering, "Sir, please, no more chopping." Bang! With a furious expression, Cardo hurled a bottle directly at the dog's legs, shattering it upon the creature's head, shards flying and eliciting a yelp. Cardo appeared deeply displeased. After all the money I have spent, am I finally willing to reconsider? Despite the bottle having cracked open its skull, the dog remained loyal, responding with a steadfast, "No. Sir. Yes, yes, yes." "What is this?" Cardo interrupted angrily. "Do not fear. In my domain, I possess ample wealth. No matter who they are. As long as they are a tiger, they shall bow to me. If they are a dragon, they shall coil around me." At that very moment, the proud form of Jaido long exuded an air of dominance, a hint of arrogance, and an overwhelming presence. Alas, Cardo remained oblivious to the identity of his adversary. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forward, crashing into the door, flinging the iron gate wide open. Unabashed, Cardo, feeling like the king of beasts, sensed his territory being encroached upon and glared at the entrance. Where are those failures? How could they allow intruders to enter? Smoke and dust filled the air as several figures strode forth. Cardo, who granted you such audacity to speak to me so? No longer wielding a high executioner's blade. Tilting his head slightly, a pair of tiger-like eyes bore down on Cardo, as if a deity had been resurrected, sharp and menacing. Suddenly, Cardo felt the sting of a true swarm of assassins, akin to needles, terrifying. It was at that moment Cardo finally recognized that something was amiss. 100 of his subordinates had vanished. "Do not forget, you took my money. What do you intend to do?" Cardo stated, striving to maintain his composure. "Do not forget. If you bite the hand of God, no one will ever employ you again." In stark contrast, a cold voice retorted, "I am truly sorry, but do not chop. They are now my employees." With a tone that echoed the indifference of the dead, Ouyang Ming replied flatly, "Only you?" Cardo chuckled at the youthful Ouyang Ming, regarding him as nothing more than a wild child. "It is not that I disdain you, but I have consumed more salt than you have ever tasted. How dare you?" As if unleashing the pent-up rage of the heavens, Cardo roared. "Why?" Ouyang Ming's lips curled. "I am sorry. You are not worthy. You are not worthy." Worthy. The three words reverberated in Cardo's mind, refusing to fade. For years, as one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, had he not been called such? Only as a child, during the war, when he begged, had he been looked down upon. Was it not? Cardo's lips moved, attempting to articulate something. But a large blade was already at his throat. Like the scythe of death, the breath of demise was closing in. No one can deny the fear of death. Not even Cardo. You. Cardo gazed at him in terror. You dare. With a cruel smile curving at the corners of his mouth, the blade was pressed forward, leaving a crimson mark, and he asked, "What do I have to fear?" Suddenly, an overwhelming scent of fish wafted through the air. Cardo, I can scarcely believe it. This brazen, life-threatening tycoon has soiled himself. In the face of death, all are equal. None can reject the invitation of the Grim Reaper. Observing the yellow puddle on the ground, Ouyang Ming furrowed his brow slightly and said, Cardo, not long ago, you commanded your subordinates to seize what belonged to me. Hand it over. At that moment, Cardo, a figure with decades of history, who once soared in the realm of the spirit, was now bent low. With a glimmer of hope, Cardo gazed at Ouyang Ming and asked, Will you spare me? Of course. Ouyang Ming affirmed with a nod. Cardo later confessed, I have had enough. Will you let me go? How tragic were Cardo's words. Yet, no one noticed as he lowered his head, a wicked smile creeping across his face. I merely stated that I would let you go, but I never promised you wouldn't be cut down. No sooner had Ouyang Ming's words fallen than the blade flashed, severing Cardo's head. We beheld Cardo at the precipice of life, staring at us in disbelief. He could not comprehend. Do the powerful not always honor their promises? Ouyang Ming was but a phantom. Had Cardo known that Ouyang Ming was merely a trio of shadows, fighting against a pitiful chef, he would have endured even in death. It was not merely Ouyang Ming's merciless fury, but a lingering regret from past encounters with animation. In those animated depictions, Ouyang Ming was filled with disdain for Cardo, arrogant and proud. Thus, the moment Cardo encountered Ouyang Ming, his fate was sealed. Having resolved this matter, Ouyang Ming refrained from further violence, exiting the room and retreating to the countryside. Cardo, a shrewd individual, understood well that these three cunning rabbits represented a fusion of truth and deceit. He commanded his subordinates to divide the spoils into several batches, concealing them in the sparsely populated woods. On the surface, Cardo placed his men under heavy guard, but it was merely a smokescreen, filled with ordinary possessions. Although the contents were invaluable to the common folk, they were not the most significant treasures. For instance, contraband, military rations, and the kitchenware Ouyang Ming sought were hidden in the countryside. Cardo had a trick up his sleeve. These treasures were concealed within rice bags, leading his subordinates to believe they were of little importance. Had it not been for Ouyang Ming's relentless pursuit, the legendary kitchenware might have remained undiscovered, lost in the annals of time. As dusk descended, Ouyang Ming and his companions arrived at a cave on the outskirts. This appeared to be a bear's den, with a large entrance obscured by darkness, revealing clear signs of human craftsmanship. Externally, it mirrored the fusion of mind and emotion, recently arrived from the city's center. Ouyang Ming and his men found themselves in a desolate area devoid of life for miles around. It was an ideal hiding place. The cave could accommodate 10 individuals simultaneously, with smooth walls exhibiting evident signs of human artistry. The further one ventured, the more damp it became, occasionally punctuated by the sound of dripping water. Ouyang Ming, torch in hand, cautiously navigated through the flickering flames. Surprisingly, the cave proved far deeper than Ouyang Ming had anticipated. After traversing the winding corridor, the trio arrived at an underground cavern. Not far off, a swimming pool glimmered, accompanied by a dozen neatly arranged boxes. Without needing Ouyang Ming's instruction, they refrained from executing the first soldier and pried open the box with a decapitating blade. The box, which was never to be opened again, likely triggered an organ, resulting in a sudden explosion. Bang! A spark flashed, and the entire box was propelled into the sky, entangling several adjacent boxes, which also erupted. Bang! 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 The violent detonations scattered the treasures within. This was the secret handiwork left by Cardo. Better to be shattered than to remain unbroken. How malicious! Observing the scene, Ouyang Ming's lips curled in a knowing smirk. He realized that the situation could not possibly be so straightforward. Had Ouyang Ming opened the box unguarded moments ago, he would likely have become a lifeless corpse by now. As the smoke cleared, only a pack of wolves remained. No more cutting. You go take a look. For survival. Should Cardo have any further traps, it would be prudent to send more to the chopping block. Regardless, as a ninja, Both his physical prowess and reflexes were sufficient to preserve his life from further harm. No longer engaging in decapitation, he discreetly harbored his thoughts and cautiously advanced. Perhaps Cardo deemed the prior arrangement sufficient, for he encountered no further resistance, turning every box upside down. All those exquisite porcelain items, or rather fragile contraband, were reduced to ashes amidst the explosion. In the end, he beheld a relatively undamaged object. It was a weapon, measuring 7 inches in length. Slender as a replica of 1,000 corpses, entirely black, devoid of luster, and seemingly unremarkable. No longer accustomed to wielding large execution blades, this small weapon was not to his liking. He then presented the weapon to Ouyang Ming. Upon seeing this peculiar armament, akin to a concealed weapon, a look of desire sparkled in his white eyes. He felt the weapon was perfectly suited to him. Observing this, Ouyang Ming was also inclined to extend a personal favor. If you fancy it, take it. Mr. Bai endeavored to suppress his elation, feigning nonchalance. Boss, isn't this a splendid idea? Ouyang Ming smiled from the corner of his mouth, playfully replying, of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you agree to don a maid's outfit, I shall grant it to you. After all, the weapon remained intact amidst the explosion, asserting its worth regardless of its fortitude. I heard that Mr. Bai's face flushed crimson. Ouyang Ming had previously mentioned several times the request for him to wear a maid's costume. However, Ouyang Ming's demand was somewhat excessive. The maid's dress must be waist-length and white, complemented by pink knee-high socks. Not to mention how shy a girl would be, let alone a handsome boy like Bai. Utterly embarrassing. Yet, upon seeing the weapon, Bai felt a sudden pang in his heart, a sense of something he must possess. He pressed his lips tightly together, his thoughts battling with nature. After a moment, Mr. Bai regained his composure and, with a serious expression, declared, "All right, boss, I shall go change into a maid's outfit. I truly look forward to it." Then, Ouyang Ming turned to Bai, inquiring, "Aside from this, can you not find anything else?" "No." Ouyang Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed. This made no sense. Ming Kato had mentioned kitchen utensils, yet Ouyang surveyed his surroundings, finding them barren, devoid of any hiding places. Wait, the swimming pool. A spark ignited in Ouyang's eyes as he pointed, exclaiming, "Do not cut. Go check, there is nothing beneath the pool." A solitary box sat quietly beneath the sink. It seemed odd. Why would Kato go through the trouble of tossing the box down there? At that moment, Ouyang's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Enough with the interruptions, have you found it?" Nodding, he replied, "Yes, I will retrieve it now." He added, "Otherwise, I shall dive into the water." Who could have anticipated that such a transformation would occur? Suddenly, from the ground beside the pool, a figure emerged, startling both Ouyang and Bai with their astonished eyes as the figure swiftly bound them. An escape from the watery prison. A veritable artistic water dungeon. A torrent of energy surged forth, and with the absence of any reduction in the number of individuals within the pool, the cumulative effect was exponentially greater. The entire pool twisted violently, morphing into a liquid cage that ensnared Ouyang. Damn it! He glanced at the masked figure, adorned with a complex pattern, whose eyes radiated lethal intensity. "Are you the harbinger of water?" Who could say? The figure seemed indifferent to him. Meanwhile, a mysterious man donned in a black mask appeared from the entrance, strangely silent. Had he not uttered a word, Ouyang and Bai might not have detected his presence. He gazed at Ouyang, and despite the mask, Ouyang could still sense the searing intensity of their exchange. "Master Ouyang, it is an honor to finally meet you." Ouyang's lips twitched slightly. He thought otherwise, yet the figure continued to speak to himself. "You know, food that can enhance the number of energy channels is truly a unique invention. Do you recall Miyamoto Musashi?" The figure paused, hoping to catch a glimpse of Ouyang's reaction. But to his dismay, Ouyang remained composed. "Haha, speak it aloud. If I do not vivisect you. I truly cannot believe that a life of mediocrity could lead to the path of moderation." On the other side, the man, resembling a mad scientist, suddenly exclaimed, "Ouyang, hand over the secret recipe quickly. Perhaps, for a fleeting moment of joy, I shall spare your life." Ouyang furrowed his brow in confusion. "Are you the root of the people?" The laughter abruptly ceased. "To think you know root. It seems I cannot allow you to leave." The figure's murderous intent piqued. After all, for a ninja, there are countless methods for extracting information from a corpse. From the depths of the mysterious ninja, a palpable aura of malice surged forth, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening, sending shivers down spines. Suddenly, his hand was ensnared by a layer of blue light, akin to a flame of azure fire igniting. Observing the scene, Ouyang was taken aback, Throwing a scalpel? Look, Master Ouyang is quite perceptive. The adversary smirked coldly, choosing not to elaborate further. With a sudden, forceful thrust of his legs, he leaped into the air, resembling an agile cheetah, rapidly closing in. To claim the life of Boss Ouyang, you must first step over my corpse. By Bien bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals. The secret to survival in the water. The 1,000 kills water technique was amplified significantly due to the damp conditions inside the cave, with an increase in power of at least 30%. In the blink of an eye, the white figure before him summoned a multitude of vapor that coalesced into thousands of books. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. How high could the entire cave possibly be? However, at a height of over 3 meters, he was suddenly overwhelmed by 1,000 protective strikes, sealing off all potential escape routes. Open fire. White believed this assault would inflict heavy casualties on the enemy. Yet, to his surprise, the opponent remained unfazed. He leisurely strolled amidst the chaos, sidestepping or leaning forward, effortlessly navigating through the deluge of 1,000 books, as if he were a master of combat. Moving with remarkable ease, his skills were utterly inadequate. Bai Tong's pupils constricted in disbelief. How is this possible? There is nothing that is impossible. The ninja's roots buzzed with a faint hum as he leaped into the air, descending straight down like an eagle seizing its prey, thrusting his hands forward. The blue chakra blazing in his palms radiated an oppressive aura, akin to the formidable grip of the black and white martial arts master. Faster, faster, faster. The enemy's speed was truly overwhelming, leaving no time for evasion. Bai would never concede. He positioned himself defiantly before Ouyang Ming, swiftly forming hand seals. Ice and snow great escape. Ice rock. Suddenly, a massive ice rock, nearly 2 meters high and half a meter thick, erupted from the ground, shielding Ouyang Ming and Bai behind it. Ineffective. The root ninja snorted. He utilized his swift descent, leveraging the abundant natural potential like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking the ice wall with tremendous force. Boom. The deafening sound shook the very foundation of the cave, dislodging debris from the ceiling in a rain of lime. Bai's secret passage. Can we withstand this? But who could tell? Crack. A sharp sound pierced the air as the ninja's hands pressed against the ice wall, suddenly causing a fissure to appear. More cracks soon followed. Crack. Crack. Like a spider's web, the fissures spread across the entire ice wall, creating thousands of holes in an instant. Boom. The root ninja immediately mobilized, shattering the ice wall. Judging by the shape, it was clear that both Bai and Ouyang were stealthily in a precarious situation. Evidently, the opponent possessed exceptional physical prowess and medical ninjutsu, making him a formidable adversary. If they were not incapacitated or trapped, there remained a glimmer of hope. Alternatively, if Ouyang Ming's indomitable defensive tactics were still intact, he might intimidate the opponent into recognizing the futility of retreat. However, the crisis had arrived. It was evident that they were well prepared. Die? The root ninja scoffed, plunging his hands forward. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of death, akin to a drowning man gasping for breath. Impossible. He roared in defiance before the formidable enemy. He resolutely brandished his weapon before Ouyang Ming, boldly confronting this formidable and suffocating adversary. Indeed, the enemy was powerful. However, within White's heart, there resided not a trace of fear, only a passionate resolve born from unwavering determination. It was Ouyang Ming's presence that bestowed upon Bai Shui the tranquil life he had long yearned for. Because of Ouyang Ming, he could no longer lead a reclusive existence. To safeguard Ouyang Ming, Boss Bai would spare no effort, even at the cost of his own life. Boom. 1,000 slender weapons seemed to sense their master's will, quivering slightly as a faint yellow hue swept across their surfaces. Adhering to the rules, Bai Zhun faced the enemy head-on, refusing to yield. Wielding the spirit of sacrifice for justice, and with resolute determination, he lunged fiercely at the enemy's hands. Bang! The white-clad figure struck toward the enemy's palm. Yet the opposing hand adeptly evaded capture, leaving Ming Ren pinned against Bai Yi's chest. Bang! The white figure withstood the enemy's assault, like a kite severed from its string, being forcefully yanked back, crashing heavily against the wall, suffering injuries and spitting out blood. As the root ninja attempted to exploit this moment of attack, he suddenly sensed something amiss with his palm. Looking down, he was confronted by a thick black spot at the center of his porcelain-like palm, rapidly spreading like a virus, seemingly staining the entirety of his palm black. The root ninja's expression shifted abruptly, fear washing over him. Poisoned? He dared not be careless, quickly retreating to employ healing ninjutsu. After all, he perceived young Ming as his own responsibility, with no need to risk his life. Initially, he believed it to be merely a common toxin, easily removable. However, upon consuming half of his chakra, he found himself able to expel the poison from his palm. Hiss, 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 as the venom was forced out, dripping onto the ground. It immediately corroded the earth, producing a foul smoke, an utterly terrifying sight. Had he not been wearing a mask, Ouyang Ming would have undoubtedly observed the root ninja's complexion turning pale and ghostly, akin to transparency. He had overexerted his chakra in such a brief span, and fear gripped him. If he did not cherish his life, healing himself promptly, but instead continued the fierce battle, the toxin would spread throughout his body at a terrifying rate, inevitably leading to his demise. The root ninja, terrified, gazed at the white weapon, astonished that this seemingly ordinary armament, even coated in poison, was not to be underestimated. The root ninja's secret technique appeared to be attempting to evade combat. While he tended to his wounds, White struggled to rise from the rubble, only to feel two ribs dislocate in his chest, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Observing the futility of the poison afflicting the ninja, he lowered his gaze to the weapon in his hand, feeling a slight inadequacy compared to others. You see, the ability to wield extraordinary weapons is typically possessed by well-known powerhouses, much like the legendary beheading sword. Could it be that this weapon is the very same feared instrument we have heard of? In this moment, held within such a formidable weapon, White brimmed with a fierce confidence in his impending victory over the enemy. The two figures rapidly closed the distance, facing each other. Bang, bang, bang. According to the ninja, the heart of the unusually melancholic adversary thudded with intensity. Evidently, their power far surpasses that of the Caucasians, however. Due to the trepidation instilled by the lethal toxins possessed by their adversaries, they are compelled to refrain from warfare, proceeding with utmost caution. Were it not for the primary force within their ranks, who tragically fell to a mysterious figure while searching for cardo, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Contemplate this. The heart of the root samurai is boundless. It is known that in their quest to counter Ouyang Ming, Tuanzong expended considerable resources to acquire the secrets of sustenance that could enhance the capabilities of ninjas. Their squad, a quintessential ninja team, comprises a principal force and auxiliary units, catering to the elite class. Possessing such a team is sufficient to incite ripples within the realm of ninjutsu. Moreover, the village is currently graced by the enigmatic presence of Ouyang Ming, whose influence as a spy for Konoha has spread far and wide. Today, Ouyang Ming is a name recognized by all. One cannot fathom how many ninja villages harbor ambitions to seize Ouyang Ming's culinary secrets, for the augmentation of chakra is paramount. Consider the magnitude of ninjas required to triumph in the Fourth Great Ninja War. How many individuals populate the entire shadowy world? If a major nation could achieve a ratio of 1 ninja to 10 ordinary citizens, then that great ninja village would possess the capital to sweep across the globe. This notion may seem extreme, yet it is a compelling idea. For the ambitious Tenzang faction, Ouyang Ming's existence serves as a means to ascend the peaks of Kyuju. However, within Konoha, the aspirations of the third Hokage pose a formidable obstacle, one that Tuanzong cannot surmount. It is worth pondering. After the failure of a plot to assassinate the third Hokage, how could Tuanzong still be entrusted with such significant responsibilities? Not to mention the capacity to bolster the strength of Ouyang Ming's village. This is tantamount to a death sentence. Thus, in an effort to evade the third Hokage's scrutiny, Tuanzong meticulously orchestrates his plans, unhesitatingly discarding heavy commitments to seek Cardo's assistance, aiming to eliminate Ouyang Ming and subsequently resorting to murder. Regrettably, humanity does not possess the benevolence of deities. Tuanzong did not anticipate that he would venture into Cardo's territory, only to inadvertently encounter the root ninjas. Naturally, a grand conflict became inevitable. The root ninjas were no match for the might of the earth, and they were swiftly vanquished. I find myself reminiscing. I suddenly emitted a clear cry, seizing the moment, and launched himself at his opponent with an array of exquisite weapons, as cunning as a venomous serpent, striking with astonishing precision at the lower body of the ninja. In the midst of battle, distinctions between good and evil dissipate. I had long perceived the enemy's hesitance regarding their own weapons, rendering them reluctant to act rashly. Thus, he audaciously took risks, intending to assault the foe. Once I struck the younger brother of the root, could he stand idly by? The answer, of course, is evident. The audacity. The root ninjas, incensed by the sheer shamelessness of their adversary, found that the battlefield shifts in an instant, exemplifying the triumph of the defeated. Even in the throes of indignation, they could only desperately swallow their pride. Without awaiting Bai's actions, the root ninjas branded him a coward and retreated. Yet, he pressed forward relentlessly. Bai's power showing no mercy, toppling everything in his path, like 1,000 moons breaking through the night, driven by the will to confront death, shamelessly pursuing his quarry. You are a madman. The root ninja, Oni Dajong, had no desire to sacrifice his existence for Tuanzang's mission. He is a person of resilience, not a brainwashed fool. Even though he betrayed the Legion and joined the third generation, he would still attain a significant position. In this scenario, he retreated time and again, until there was no turning back. Bang! Suddenly, the root ninja found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape. Yet, the white figure remained poised, pointing directly at the ninja. Beneath the mask, the root ninja exhibited a frigid expression. You force my hand. In such a dire circumstance, who would perish first? Tick-tock. His fist could not withstand the overwhelming force, and suddenly, a small hole was broken through, blood gushing forth to form a miniature beach upon the ground. One can only imagine the intensity of regret that flooded his heart at that moment. In those days, severing ties with the Mo Yin village and stepping into the world alone sounded like a tale of a solitary hero. However, the reality of prolonged solitude often led to suffocating despair and death due to illness. No exception applied here. In a fit of rage, he would enact brutal slaughters, resembling a devil from the depths of hell, instilling terror in all. Fortunately, he encountered another lonely soul, the white figure. White was kind and understanding, and through their extended companionship, he gradually softened the cold heart of the once merciless killer. It is unclear when it began, but the world of ninjas lost a monstrous murderer and gained a ruthless assassin instead. Now, witnessing the diminishing essence of White, the unyielding heart of the ninja felt discomfort akin to a constricted throat, threatening to choke. After all, without medical ninjutsu, White would truly be in peril. For the wounds inflicted by ninjutsu, even a conventional doctor would not suffice to heal him. Indeed, White was perilously close to death. Ouyang Ming felt equally troubled, his expression darkening. Had he not employed the invincible defense cards so many times, he would not have risked old White's life to such an extent. This made Ouyang Ming realize that he should always be prepared with a trump card in hand to avoid situations like this. Just then, the system joyfully emerged. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Rescue the employee. Mission description: as a good boss, one must not only ensure timely compensation, but also understand how to care for their employees. Mission reward: shop renovation level 2. Ouyang Ming smirked. System: I have no knowledge of medical ninjutsu. You assigned me this task, leaving me in a bind. The system offered a friendly reminder: seek the legendary kitchen utensils. A surprise awaits. With that serious tone, the system spoke. Following the system's suggestion, Ouyang Ming no longer hesitated and promptly ordered the treasure box to be reopened beneath the pond. Stop. Unsurprisingly, the box was opened. Behold, inside lay a purple clay pot. My goodness. So, the 6 immortals were indeed crafty, using a purple clay pot. Ouyang Ming could only exclaim, you city dwellers truly know how to have fun. Secret mission: investigate the whereabouts of the legendary kitchen utensils. Mission description: the world of Hokage is vast, rich in natural resources and talent. It is said that the 6 immortals once left behind 4 types of utensils on Earth. As the future culinary deity, it is your duty to uncover their whereabouts. Mission reward: Dopa Alii production method. Mission completed. Rewards have been granted. The formula remains unchanged. The taste is identical. A torrent of information surged into Ouyang Ming's mind, prompting him to lift his head. Fortunately, he was well prepared, and there was no shame in that. Gazing at the purple clay teapot in his hands, Ouyang Ming felt an indescribable sensation and inquired of the system, what utility does this object possess? As soon as the words left his lips, a beam of light, imperceptible to the ordinary eye, emanated from his body and pierced directly into the purple clay pot. The system, as always, responded with utmost seriousness. Indeed, when Ouyang Ming focused intently on the purple clay pot, he noticed a subtle change in his personal attributes. As he immersed himself in the culinary potential of the purple clay pot, a clue emerged. The purple clay pot, originally a mundane kitchen utensil used solely by the 6 immortals, had been transformed by the system into a miraculous cooking device capable of preparing any dish with medicinal properties. Well, my system, no one ever told you that you were the greatest of all treasures. To create such a kitchen marvel, I am in complete awe of the system. Yet, a pressing question lingered. How is the purple clay pot to be utilized? Moreover, what kinds of food could be cooked within it? Ouyang Ming was in disarray. However, upon gazing at Bai Juanxio's face, Ouyang Ming realized that Bai had risked his life to protect him, disregarding his own safety in the face of peril, and that now life and death hung in the balance. How astonished Ouyang Ming felt at that moment. He had never imagined he could hold such significance in Bai's heart without being aware of it. In response to Bai's sacrifice, Ouyang Ming resolved. No matter the effort or exhaustion, he would save Bai. Time was of the essence. After all, it was far too late to return to the city now. Ouyang Ming paced back and forth, pondering what could be done. Pig liver and egg congee is simple but requires ingredients I lack. What about braised chicken? Perhaps we could catch some wild chickens nearby? But is there enough time? Ideas flitted through his mind, only to be discarded. Yet, time inexorably slipped away. Ouyang Ming, in anguish, tugged at his hair, murmuring, what an incredibly simple and convenient cooking method. At that moment, his gaze transcended the introduction of the purple clay pot. Realizing it could transform any food into a miraculous dish with healing effects. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, and he finally understood what to cook. Ouyang Ming gathered his companions, explaining the plan and assigning tasks to gather ingredients. Indeed, the skeptical companion exclaimed, "Boss, can this truly work? I can't shake the feeling that it's rather unreliable." No wonder he found it hard to believe. The seemingly ordinary purple clay pot could produce delicious, medicinal meals, restoring sanity to a chaotic world. Coughing, Ouyang Ming's face briefly displayed an unnatural expression, quickly vanishing as he adopted a serious demeanor and commanded, "I instruct you to go without questioning." With immense doubt but no further argument, Ouyang Ming set off, determined to save Mr. Bai, traversing the journey in record time. Fueled by sheer will. Here, the proprietor did not hesitate to hand over a bag of wild mushrooms and another of water to Ouyang Ming. Indeed, Ouyang Ming's task was quite simple, to prepare a mushroom soup. Do you recall the explanation of the effects of Marlboro candy? It possesses the ability to transform any food into a wondrous medicinal culinary tool. This implies that even the simplest of cooking can have healing properties. The next steps were straightforward. Kindle a fire, boil the water, and concoct the soup. The process concluded in under 10 minutes. At that moment, Bai's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his limbs beginning to stiffen, presenting a ghastly appearance. It was imperative to succeed. Ouyang Ming silently prayed as he blew on the cooling soup and brought it to Bai's lips, gently prying open his cherry-like mouth to pour it in. Despite his clenched fists and hidden anxieties, would it truly work? Although Ouyang Ming had accomplished many miraculous feats, utilizing food to save lives, this was the first time he had ventured into such territory. With anxious anticipation, he suddenly noticed Bai's fair face flush with color. Bai Ming coughed, his eyes blinking open, and he violently expelled a mouthful of congealed blood. As this blood left his body, Bai sighed in relief. Observing this, Ouyang Ming hastily inquired, "How do you feel now?" Bai clutched his abdomen and shook his head. The pain in his stomach persisted, and his two ribs felt quite tender. "Then finish the remaining soup," Ouyang Ming urged, presenting the purple clay pot. "Drink the soup?" Bai's face displayed a clear expression of confusion. "Aren't you supposed to heal yourself? What is this soup? It can't be." Ouyang Ming felt a surge of secret delight within, responding, "Do you doubt it? Just moments ago, you were on the brink of death, and now, by partaking of this soup, you have returned to life." Bai was taken aback, pondering the truth of Ouyang Ming's words. Nonetheless, his body remained obedient, and he grasped the purple clay pot, drinking the remaining soup in one go. The soup, having been cooled by Ouyang Ming's breath, was not excessively hot. The warm liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach, enveloping him in a comforting warmth akin to basking in the winter sun. The aroma of the wild mushrooms was particularly rich, infusing the soup with its essence, wrapping Bai's tongue in a fragrant embrace, akin to a butterfly fluttering amidst blossoms, dispersing its delightful scent everywhere. After finishing the soup, Bai extended his lovely tongue to lick his lips, then gazed at the remaining mushrooms. Though these mushrooms were wild and appeared relatively small, with modest caps, Bai was unconcerned. He delicately picked them up with his tender fingers, reminiscent of tender green onions, and tossed them into his mouth one by one. As the mushrooms touched his tongue, Bai discovered that despite their small appearance, they absorbed a great deal of soup, yielding a surprisingly rich flavor. With each bite, the essence hidden within the soup burst forth, moistening his entire tongue and invigorating his palate with an exquisite taste. Most astonishingly, after consuming the mushrooms, Bai felt a tingling sensation in his chest. This sensation was familiar to him. It was the embodiment of his wounds beginning to heal. Even the pain in his stomach, once sharp and piercing, gradually transformed into a dull ache. It was far better than anyone could have imagined. Ampa rose, astonished, exclaiming, "Incredible, General." Yang Ming maintained a serene demeanor, extending a hand as if indifferent to appearances. The admiration he received was as boundless as the flowing river. At that moment, the boss pondered how to handle the situation of the root ninja he had slain. To be honest, Yang Ming was also quite curious about the identity of this root warrior. Approaching, he removed the mask from the ninja's face, revealing a visage utterly disfigured. Scars and burn marks marred the skin, rendering it unrecognizable. Even a relative of the ninja would struggle to identify him. Noticing Yang Ming's frown, he quietly cautioned, "Boss, don't cut," he continued. "This is information extracted from the brain of a particularly ruthless ninja. It is gruesome and cruel, but there is no mercy for enemies." This principle had been ingrained in Ouyang Ming since childhood, when he learned the harsh realities of survival. Moreover, he was intrigued as to why Tuanzang had targeted him. Thus, Yang Ming remained silent, tacitly allowing the act of not cutting. "Rest assured, boss," he said with a cruel smile, turning his gaze to a desolate area. As a former member of the Hidden Mist Village, he was adept at such matters. But who could have foreseen the mutation that would emerge from ninjutsu? Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the root ninja's head exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. Damn. At that moment, he realized just how cunning the enemy was. Moreover, this hidden foe was cold-blooded and unrestrained, having imprinted such a mysterious seal within the minds of his own people. This was utterly inhumane. What he had thought to be sufficiently ruthless and toxic, in comparison, was but a drop in the ocean. Having failed to extract information, he approached Yang Ming, saying, "I apologize. Boss, there was a minor mishap." Yang Ming raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What kind of incident?" At that point, he understood everything. Yang Ming furrowed his brow, lamenting that Tuanzang was indeed a master of subterfuge. However, with the myriad of concealed tactics that lay ahead, Yang Ming would find it increasingly difficult to navigate. Otherwise, he would seek the protection of the third Hokage. That notion was swiftly quashed by Yang Ming. Without him, the third Hokage would not lend his gaze to Yang Ming, who would face the potential dissolution of the elder group's influence. Although the village seemed robust, it was in fact frail, with the older generation of strongmen nearing their end and the new generation yet to mature. This was why Tuanzang had once attempted to assassinate the third Hokage. Yet the third had still let things go, a root cause of the disbandment, while remaining loyal to Tuanzang, often turning a blind eye. For every formidable figure now was an essential tool for Konoha village in deterring neighboring nations. But this did not imply that Yang Ming would yield. He devised his own response. "Of course, Uncle Dazuna's family was grateful, but I shall refrain from elaborating further." Ouyang Ming reaped immense benefits from his journey through the waves. Not only could he vanquish super soldiers, but he could also eliminate that handsome fellow. The journey home was tranquil and serene. After 3 days, they returned to Kiba village. As he entered the village gates, Ouyang Ming experienced a peculiar sensation. For the first time, he felt a sense of belonging. The 7th Squad, needing to consider their upcoming tasks, soon departed with Ouyang Ming for the Hokage Tower. Ouyang Ming felt no need to fret about his appearance. He was leisurely and in no hurry to visit the shops, instead indulging in a shopping spree. The streets were bustling with traffic and throngs of people, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Ouyang Ming was soon recognized by an acquaintance. In a modest little restaurant, he discovered that he had previously chosen snacks from a roadside stall, such as grilled sausages. He occasionally furrowed his brow and sighed, finding it difficult to stomach such pedestrian fare after savoring the dishes he had prepared. Yet, the tantalizing aroma proved irresistible, prompting him to make a purchase. At that moment, his eyes brightened as Ming Ran noticed Ouyang Ming behind him. The excitement was palpable. It had been a full 3 weeks. Initially, he thought Ouyang Ming had only taken a short leave of 2 or 3 days. But to learn it had extended to 3 weeks was astonishing. For a gourmet, this was akin to torment. Had he known Ouyang Ming's whereabouts, he might have resorted to threatening him with a razor blade. He clasped Ouyang Ming's shoulder, tears brimming in his eyes, exclaiming, "Master Ouyang Ming, you have finally returned. I would have waited until the flowers withered." This expression, if adorned on a beautiful woman, would evoke 1,000 enchanting smiles. However, on a man in high heels, it was rather grotesque. In the spirit of pure camaraderie, Ouyang Ming instinctively took a significant step back, his lips twitching as he replied, "I am a person of utmost purity. Please refrain from regarding me with such expressions." Yet the raucous food cart drew the attention of passers-by, who lamented, "Get back to cooking, you scoundrel. Don't abandon your work." For a moment, Ouyang Ming stood frozen in place. Did he feel moved or ashamed? Quite the contrary. At that juncture, Ouyang Ming, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Heavens, how much have I lost?" In what seemed like a response to the diner's wishes. Ouyang Ming strode back to the shop, followed by a throng of patrons resembling a mighty dragon en route to his establishment. Upon reaching the entrance, Ouyang Ming was taken aback by the significant transformation of his shop. The once humble exterior had undergone a remarkable renovation, appearing far more spacious. Flanking the entrance were rows of vibrant flowers, a delightful blend of deep reds and purples. Ouyang Ming surmised that this was a reward for completing a previous system task. Having upgraded the store to level 2. With the entrance now tidy, he was filled with anticipation about what lay within. As he opened the door, his eyes widened in astonishment. The original shop had merely 2 tables and corresponding stools. In the early days, when customers were scarce, this was manageable. However, as Ouyang Ming gained notoriety, the place became exceedingly crowded. Now, the interior had been expanded to include 10 tables and their respective stools. Yet, Ouyang Ming was left speechless by the walls, which remained plain and unaltered, devoid of any noticeable change. No proprietor wishes to witness their establishment in such a state of disarray. Yang Ming is no exception. He pondered within the confines of the system, questioning the extent of renovations undertaken. The master, lacking authority, could not respond to the system's earnest inquiry. This systematic answer left Ouyang Ming feeling a heavy discomfort in his chest. As lunchtime approached, he swiftly made his way to the kitchen. At that moment, an elderly figure resembling a bronze statue, with countless hands, hurried over upon noticing Ouyang Ming's return, disregarding everything else. I was astonished. A robust man stood at the entrance like a terracotta warrior, serving as a guardian to intimidate any with dubious intentions. This copper elder possessed a discerning eye and immediately recognized that the absence of division was no trivial matter. However, he did not dwell on it much as he entered the establishment to dine. When his turn came, the old copper craftsman hastily stepped inside, only to be greeted by a dazzling sight. A beautiful girl donned in a kimono flitted gracefully among the flowers, dancing like a butterfly, her movements fluid as water. Serving patrons with food, her poise and gaze resembled that of a celestial being, utterly enchanting. Many diners had long forgotten the purpose of their meal, captivated by her pristine eyes, as if their souls had been lost in admiration. In truth, had it not been too late to commission a maid's attire, Ouyang Ming would not have allowed Bai Yangyang to wear a kimono. Yet, it seemed as if she was born to adorn such garments, exuding an air of refreshing elegance that was truly delightful. The effect was unexpectedly remarkable. The copper elder, seasoned in life, noticed the slight stiffness in Bai's white form, even the smile appearing somewhat forced. He mused that perhaps it was the child's first time serving, hence the nervousness. Indeed, it was more than just nerves. If this were a girl, being scrutinized by so many men would surely evoke discomfort. Not to mention, Bai was, in fact, a boy, and the awkwardness was utterly overwhelming. Had he been 30 years younger, the elder might have presented himself as boldly as the others. However, with age, he had long relinquished such capabilities. Then, the elder's gaze fell upon the menu affixed to the wall. Ah, a new offering from the proprietor, Yang Ming? Upon seeing the price following that enticing line, even the elderly copper craftsman, in his 70s, felt an urge to curse. A serving of dompa pork priced at 2,888 yuan. Yet, having not savored Yang Ming's dishes in a long time, and knowing that the copper elder was not averse to spending, he waved his hand and said to Bai, "I shall have a serving of dompa pork." A sweet, bright smile adorned Bai's face. Other diners, hearing of the extravagant order, regarded the copper elder with newfound admiration, their gazes akin to that of worshippers beholding wealth. This, indeed, was the reason for his presence, was it not? At that moment, the copper elder suddenly questioned the wisdom of spending such a sum. Yet, if Yang Ming dared to set such a high price, it must be delectable. With anticipation for the unknown culinary delight, the elder felt a surge of excitement. However, numerous patrons queued in eager anticipation for their turn. Fully aware of the shop's protocols and refraining from causing any disturbances, not a moment was wasted. The shop has once again returned to tranquility, interrupted only by the rustling sound of Ouyang Ming's money. This time, a mountain of cash accumulates around him, evoking envy. With the expansion of the shop's area, it can now accommodate a greater number of patrons. Furthermore, after Ouyang Ming's absence for 3 weeks, the pent-up demand erupted today, compelling every restaurant to add a few extra dishes, leaving Ouyang Ming's hands sore from counting the money. Nearby, White gazed at the hill of cash, his fingers covering his lips, disbelief etched on his face. In just one afternoon, Ouyang Ming's establishment amassed such wealth. It felt akin to wielding a gun. He recalled a time when he took drastic measures to earn a substantial amount in a month. Yet now, having merely prepared some food, fortune smiled upon him so effortlessly. The disparity between individuals is truly staggering. If only I were spared from unfortunate fates. His lips quivered beneath the mask, clearly in a state of despair, his shadow growing ever larger. Undoubtedly, this was the fault of the malevolent capitalists. With such riches, Ouyang Ming mused that it was time to rent a larger abode. Previously, he resided in a cramped room near a slum, inadequate for the three of them, and certainly not a suitable living environment, especially under such harsh conditions. As Ouyang Ming contemplated this, White felt a twinge of guilt. Boss, you wouldn't want me to don a maid's outfit, would you? Ouyang Ming smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting. Come, let us order a tailored suit. White, upon hearing this, felt a surge of emotion, nearly tearing Ouyang Ming's attire as he exclaimed, Boss, could you not wear such shameful clothing? The shameful clothing referred to the maid's dress, complete with a fitted waist. And Ouyang Ming's insistence on pink stockings was quite in poor taste. This was a blatant affront to White's sense of dignity. How could Ouyang Ming acquiesce to White's demands? Pretty boys, indeed, but it is the women who capture the most attention. Just today, she donned a kimono, looking utterly enchanting, mesmerizing the guests. What significance would there be in wearing an adorable, alluring maid's outfit? Oh, by the way, Ouyang Ming interjected, we still need to tailor another outfit. Me? Don't be absurd. I'm merely a bystander. Who have I offended? As he momentarily recalled Ouyang Ming's exotic taste and aesthetics, an unsettling chill washed over him. Ouyang Ming's lips curled into a playful smile. Rest assured, it shall be a delightful surprise. I do not desire any surprises. Truly, at this moment, life devoid of love felt unthinkable. The system of total obedience no longer allowed for dissent. One could only comply with Ouyang Ming. So many tears. This tale serves as a cautionary reminder. We must never seek a boss like Ouyang Ming, lest we face a tragic fate. The party has ended. Ouyang Ming took out a piece of paper and inscribed a line of words. Curiosity piqued. Wu Kenbai leaned in to read. Is it only a group of hidden dogs that cannot enter? In that moment, a chill coursed through the hearts of both men. From Ouyang Ming's lips, they had gleaned that a faction lay concealed, plotting an assault against them. More significantly, this was a film of a caliber rivaling the finest of the third generation. Although the faction's reputation was not overtly pronounced, it was a formidable power, steeped in both strength and intrigue. They say, after all, that the third generation surpasses the military. If you provoke the third generation, they will contemplate far-reaching consequences. If you prove useful, they will smile. However, should you dare to provoke Duanzong, you would find yourself flayed alive. Revenge. This encapsulates the terror of the faction. Ouyang Ming's actions now evidently amounted to a declaration of war against the hidden faction. If Duanzong were to remain silent, he would no longer be Duanzong. Observing their grotesque visages, Ouyang Ming jested, Why do you look as though your parents have passed away? His expression was rigid and pale, his lips quivering slightly as he stammered, Boss, is this truly a wise idea? Ouyang Ming clasped his hand, asserting, I have always felt that if people respect me, I shall respect them. If they offend me an inch, I shall strike back. Suddenly, the two men were rendered speechless. They wished to exclaim, Hey, that's the power of cinema, not some mere cat or dog. In truth, neither Bu nor Bai comprehended that this was precisely the primary task Ouyang Ming needed to fulfill. Upon his return to the village today, the long-lost mission had finally arrived, to become the most renowned chef in the land of fire. As the future supreme deity of the fire world, one must learn to face enemies without trepidation, to not shy away from gunfire, or to fear climbing lofty peaks, whether it be familiar recipes or familiar aromas. Ouyang Ming endeavored to complete the sweet primary mission, that invincible shield of relentless assault, which was indeed formidable. At that time, the mission coincidentally involved defeating Uncle Chiao and establishing a renowned establishment in Konoha village, equipped with a rather irreverent artifact. One could foresee that the rewards for this evidently more arduous task would be all the more unexpected. To become the most famous chef in the land of fire meant that Ouyang Ming intended to remain in the land of fire. Should Duanzong wish to eliminate him, he would attempt it time and again. In the face of the faction's aggression, Ouyang Ming had no desire to be passive. It would be best to bring the conflict into the open, exposing everything. Given that it is said that it is easier to ward off a gun than to guard against a knife from behind, this approach would offer some comfort. Ouyang Ming affixed the note to the door and waved his hand, saying, What are you still doing? Let us go order some clothes. Do not let Bu Kenbai live without any redeeming qualities. Shortly after their departure, A seemingly ordinary uncle approached the doorway. As his eyes scanned the inscription on the paper, his expression abruptly transformed. "Ouyang Ming, you're finished." A glint of coldness flickered in the old man's eyes. He did not resemble a typical person. Beneath the surface, it should have been dark. At this juncture, the corridors on either side were deep, dimly lit by white candles, their flames flickering like those of a candle. Tap, 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 tap. A sound of polished shoes scraping against the ground echoed through the narrow corridor, reminiscent of rain. Creating ripples that spread outward, only to be reverberated by the stone walls, the sound continuously resonating. As the darkness receded, a familiar figure emerged, Ouyang Ming, the troublemaker. Beneath his mask, his face appeared as dark as a pot, exuding a chilling aura as a stranger approached. As he traversed the shadowy passage, his eyes gleamed, leading him to a vast underground cavern. The person he sought sat in a chair, half-lidded eyes suggesting a state of drowsiness. Observing the demeanor of Tuanzang, the head of the dark department was suddenly struck by a wave of anger, bellowing, "Tuanzang, mind your tone." In that instant, Junzang's eyes snapped open, shining like a blade drawn from its sheath, cold and lethal. "Huh. The head of the dark department is furious," he quipped. "Your skills are impressive. Yet you couldn't even eliminate that chef Ouyang Ming." The members of the organization clenched their fists. Junzang retorted, "If you possess such capability, send someone." The dark minister contemplated sending his own men. However, the third generation truly wielded the power of the dark side. His subordinates lacked the unwavering loyalty of Jinba towards Junzang. They were devoted to the mission of the third generation. If the shadow leader were foolish enough to dispatch his own men, they would be swiftly targeted and eliminated. Do not be surprised, even in the realm of reality. Many spies exist. This is precisely why the shadow leader aimed to contend with Tuanzang. Taking a deep breath, the shadow leader inhaled deeply, his chest heaving as he felt a sense of relief wash over him. His fury subsided somewhat, and his deep voice resonated, "As we endure the impending trial, which side do you intend to align with?" Tuanzang, leaning languidly in his seat, possessed deep, carefree pupils. He regarded the head of the dark department with a knowing glance. His face, relaxed like that of an ancient tree, seemed to smile as he remarked, "The old gorilla has aged. It is time to exit the stage of history." The two exchanged glances, as if perceiving the burning ambitions within each other's eyes, and together declared, "All sacrifices are for the village." Just then, a flurry of wings echoed from outside, swiftly approaching. Soon, a jet-black bird flew in, landing upon Junzang's shoulder. He retrieved a scroll from beneath his feet, casting a glance at it. "Only members of the organization and dogs are barred from entry?" Upon reading Ouyang Ming's name inscribed on the paper, the expression of those in the organization instantly shifted. Fortunately, he was also a master of replenishing energy. In less than a second, he reverted to his original, expressionless face, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, with his other hand, he had secretly exerted force, breaking off a corner of the chair's armrest into fragments. This clearly illustrated the extent of his fury at that moment. His uncle could endure it, but his aunt could not. To compare Ouyang Ming to him, and the dog was infuriating for Tuanzang. Moreover, Ouyang Ming had even posted a note at the entrance, ensuring the entire village was aware. This time, Tuanzang had lost face. Yet, Junzang was also quite exceptional. His anger ignited swiftly, yet it subsided just as rapidly. After a brief moment, Junzan, now composed, glanced at the note once more. If one were to refrain from looking, the astonishment would be palpable. Within this shared narrative lies a revelation. The Root's external envoy was utterly incapable of tearing down the note that Ouyang Ming had affixed to the door. This member, albeit not a formidable ninja, but merely a low-ranking one, still found himself powerless to dismantle it. The thought is truly terrifying. In this very moment, Junzan recalled the elite trio he had previously dispatched, now forever lost, leaving not even a trace behind. Among them, perhaps there was Danzo, who had always valued medical ninjas. His Sharingan I keenly observing, yet it was also to this medical ninja's credit that there was a singular successful transplant. After all, the third generation remained blissfully ignorant of numerous secrets, compounded by a shortage of potent medical ninjas. One can only imagine the magnitude of loss Danzo experienced with the absence of this medical ninja. This fellow, unfortunately, was prone to excessive contemplation. Junzan was no exception. Was this a warning to my mother? Danzo squinted, a glimmer of cold light flashing through the crevice of his eyes. A faint chill emanated from his being, akin to a deep abyss, gradually enveloping him. The temperature plummeted drastically. The head of the dark department, Tiger, cast a profound glance at the round figure, puzzled by what could provoke such a reaction from this ancient sage. This could spell disaster for the fish, He hastily approached Danzo, vacating the root base. After departing, the shadow leader circled the village several times, ensuring no one trailed him, before making his way directly to a modest dwelling. Upon opening the door, a sudden pain manifested at his neck. The head of the dark department exhibited no surprise, merely murmuring, "It's me. Ah, it is your honor. I apologize." The courteous boy stepped out from the side of the door. "It is hard to believe it's a carriage." The dark leader swiftly closed the door, impatiently inquiring, "When shall I receive the secrets promised to me by the divine?" He placed his hand upon his glasses, a flash of white light gleaming above them. "As long as you remove the personnel from the Special Operations Bureau, you shall acquire the mask you desire." Beneath the mask, the head of the Special Operations Bureau appeared somewhat awkward. Orochimaru could conceive of creating a formidable ninjutsu, his heart aflame with ambition. After all, this was not the first time, he reassured himself, suddenly steeling his resolve. "Very well." The shadow leader peered into his pocket. "However, my authority can only be extracted from a quarter of the shadow. Any more would attract the attention of Ouyang Ming." The shadow lifted its head from the corner of his mouth, a slight smile gracing its features, proclaiming, "It's a deal." After a lengthy discourse, the head of the dark department found his pocket unable to bear the weight any longer, clutching his belly in laughter. These fools truly fell for Lord Ozuramaru's deception. They even naively believed that Lord Ozuramaru would return for vengeance. Suddenly, his pocket revealed a flash of white teeth, a cruel and sanguine smile emerging as he declared, "In truth, we are here to annihilate the Leaf Village." "I'm sorry, you are a good person, but I am not in the mood for romance," stated the Hokage. He, the future pillar of Shine Village, received a good person card. "Impossible. No, I believe I am your deity. I shall bring you happiness." The Hokage smiled, exclaiming that it was worse than tears. "We cannot achieve this." I truly wished to roar aloud, urging the Hokage to awaken from his delusion. "Fortunately, I did not come to your rescue in this moment." BAS. A large blade, akin to a celestial being soaring through the sky, suddenly descended vertically from the side. Bang! The decapitating blade struck the ground like a hammer, creating a small hole surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. That was close. The Hokage, in a state of terror, gazed at the blade that had appeared too suddenly and swiftly for him to react. In truth, had it not been for the act of murder, the Hokage would have been cleaved in two. "My apologies, my companion has disturbed you." One side, drenched in cold sweat, recognized that the Hokage had kicked a metal plate and hurried outside to apologize, dragging the distressed Kanjurang away. "Bao, what are you doing? Let go of me." The Hokage bent down from behind his collar, feeling quite uncomfortable. His goddess was so close, so very close. This thought consumed him. In a fit of rage, he clenched his fist and struck his own head, exclaiming furiously, "You fool! We are not here to dawdle. Do not forget our mission." However, the Hokage, in an uncharacteristic manner, insisted, "No, I want my goddess." Over there, he had been focused on researching puppetry and completing tasks. But now he had discovered something far more significant. "We must go to the palace." When a geek resolves to change the world trembles. If he seeks to entice the goddess, she must retreat. It seemed that one side lowered her head, speechless. One Gaara was enough to give her a headache. Now the Hokage had become a troublesome child as well. "How can you be so happy?" "Alas, my life is so arduous," she sighed, bowing her forehead. Yet the secret mission from above was still early. "Let us first complete Naruto." With this in mind, she bowed and returned to her dwelling. "If you truly wish to pursue that girl, do you know what you must do?" The Hokage spoke, his expression blank as he regarded his partner and bowed. "Simply liking a girl is not enough? It seems complicated." "Well, you must forgive Kankuro, the technologically inclined individual who has never experienced romance." Observing his demeanor, she lowered her head in lament for the bitterness of fate. Fortunately, having been through experiences with Gaara, this self-pitying sensation quickly turned to pressure. Her hands clasped around her waist, appearing quite mature, she noted that if one wishes to pursue a girl, they should at least investigate her details, discern her likes and dislikes, and then prescribe the correct remedy. The Hokage remained in a daze. At that moment, his mind was filled with visions of that ethereal, celestial beauty that had captivated him. "Alas, you are truly beyond redemption." He lowered his head, beset by an unbearable headache, and with a light tap upon his brow, he declared, "In this situation, a mere offering of 99 roses will surely convey your intentions." The eyes of the Naruto brightened with realization. Indeed. How could I have overlooked such a simple solution? With that, Naruto dashed from the room and headed straight for the flower shop. He kept his head down, uttering not a word, and she followed closely behind him. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a flower shop. A girl emerged from within, her beauty pure and radiant, with soft yellow hair tied elegantly in a ponytail. The shopkeeper courteously inquired, "How may I assist you, esteemed guest?" "We have lilies, chrysanthemums, and an array of blossoms." Outside Ouyang Ming's small establishment, a queue had begun to form. Yet, the patrons were no longer fixated on Ouyang Ming's culinary artistry, but rather on a piece of paper and a cart. They pointed at these two items, speculating. "Who is this Danzo that provokes the owner in such a manner?" "I know not," came the reply. "I only feel pity for those poor souls who must lie on the ground with guns for no apparent reason. They are merely ordinary folk, unaware of Danzo's name. Let us forget them. Even novice ninjas have not heard of him." Danzo lay unnoticed beneath the roots of a tree, waiting for the day he would emerge from the earth, a sight most splendid. Naturally, the crowd's attention was drawn more to the cart and the astonishing number of roses. One diner, wearing a look of regret, lamented, "Had I known, I would have purchased a Malala rose for my beloved sister. Alas, someone has beaten me to it." "I know," another chimed in, tears welling in their eyes. "Oh, my goddess! Such a flower amidst dung." They exchanged sympathetic glances within the shop, which was nearing closing time. "I have told you, I am not interested in romance." Naruto half knelt on the ground, clutching the 99 roses. "Trust me, let us be together. I shall bring you happiness." There exists a person whom one cannot define as good, yet who is irreplaceable. Perhaps this is a code known as the heartbeat. When Naruto first laid eyes on Bai, his heart was irrevocably captured. Bai clenched his fists, his shoulders trembling in anger, his chest heaving with intensity. He longed to shout, "I am a man." Yet, he never anticipated that Ouyang Ming had previously commanded him to keep the truth hidden. How absurd. In a desperate attempt to maintain composure, he thought, "Stay calm. I must breathe deeply." With a deep inhalation, he finally found his tranquility. However, when he noticed Naruto squinting and scrutinizing him, still gazing up at his legs, he felt on the verge of madness. Ouyang Ming, too, was hardly in a better state, witnessing events unfold in unpredictable directions. "For the sake of everyone embracing me, for my sacrifices, under the pallid gaze of Yu Yuan," Ouyang Ming stood tall. "The sentences are too lengthy. Please provide a concise statement. Come now." He impatiently lowered his face, exclaiming, "Boss, to bring me some ice cream." At this moment, the store has just opened its doors, and a throng of patrons rushes in, eager to seize a seat. One curious diner approaches Naruto and inquires, "How are you, young man? What is the matter?" Naruto's mind is clouded with a haze of confusion, oblivious to the unfolding events. The restaurant points towards a busy waitress, wondering if she has agreed to be your girlfriend. Kankuro, gazing at Naruto, is at a loss for words. A flicker of hope glimmers in the restaurant's eyes, as if they sense a chance at romance. "Here is your ice cream." A waitress named by Shue swirls the ice cream in front of Naruto before darting away, as if it were carrying an ominous plague. Naruto's hand awkwardly reaches out, suspended in midair, as if the very air had solidified. He glances down at the ice cream and muses. How is it possible to have only one flavor? Suddenly, a wave of unprecedented excitement washes over him, akin to a bitter ocean. A surge of emotion knocks him down, leaving him feeling unloved. Though he lacks the heart to look on, in a fit of frustration, he scoops a generous spoonful of ice cream and swallows it whole. The chill strikes him like June snow, an unexpected frost enveloping Naruto. Despite the summer's warmth, he feels utterly frigid, as if standing naked in a wintry realm, confronting the howling winds alone. His despair mirrors his situation, devoid of any semblance of humanity. As the river knows when spring arrives after winter's retreat, the icy sensation of the ice cream fades, replaced by the gentle sweetness of the spring breeze, scattering the petals of 1,000 pearl trees. It feels as though an angel clad in white has appeared beside him, soothing the ache within his heart. Naruto closes his eyes, quietly savoring the moment. In the land of wind, he has never encountered such delectable fare, let alone that peculiar sweetness reminiscent of a whimsical fairy tale, offering solace to his troubled mind. Once he finishes the ice cream, Naruto gazes at the slender figure of Bai Shui, suddenly ignited with a fighting spirit. "I will show you how much I adore you," he murmurs, clenching his fists. As if sensing his own compulsive tendencies, he stumbles at the feet of the white-clad waitress, a shiver coursing down his spine, reluctant to encroach upon Naruto's space. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming chuckles in the kitchen. A series of tasks, enticed by Shui to attract more original characters, currently ranked first. Task description: as a shrewd employer, devise ways to entice customers. Oh no, I mean to attract patrons, while possessing profound knowledge. The master must strive diligently to become a ruthless tycoon. Stage task reward. Completion of the blood boundary escape task. Rewards have been issued. Ouyang Ming feels a wave of relief, his body noticeably lighter. Though the notion of a hasty escape is far from ideal for Ouyang Ming, it is certainly better than nothing, serving as a more favorable reward. Meanwhile, someone in the mountains is tracking Naruto. In the beginning, Aino was merely curious. Intrigued by the possibility of persuading a wealthy individual, Kankuro from Naruto, to purchase 999 red roses. Confident in her appearance, she possessed a cascade of exquisite golden hair and donned an elegant attire that accentuated her porcelain arms, presenting herself with an air of grace and poise. Reminiscent of a soaring eagle, devoid of any semblance of vulgarity. It is often said that women are prone to jealousy. Ever since Naruto's departure, he had developed a peculiar fascination with this enigmatic girl, driven by a competitive spirit to uncover her beauty and discern how she captivated the attention of such affluent men. Upon her arrival, she was met with the bustling atmosphere of the shop, and the sight of Bai left her utterly astounded. It felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her head spinning in disbelief. How could there exist such a breathtakingly beautiful girl in this world? Bai's ethereal beauty and enchanting demeanor were akin to fairy dust, exuding an intoxicating charm that was utterly mesmerizing. Even the most competitive among them could not help but sigh in admiration. Oh, if only I were a boy, she mused, gazing at Bai with a sense of bewilderment. Much like in real life, many girls idolized Bai for her striking allure. In the presence of that fair and handsome visage, her charisma was undeniable, captivating both men and women alike. Even the most steadfast could hardly resist the allure, succumbing to the ebb and flow of admiration. However, as Aino's gaze swept across the entrance, she encountered the sight of an unappealing older man, his striking brow furrowing slightly in dismay. How could such an unsightly uncle be present here? Regardless of the circumstance, the quality of goods was of no concern to him. He remained undeterred by the competition. Although he was not conventionally handsome, his resolute countenance, sturdy physique, and masculine aura were enough to captivate many a girl. Yet, what could she do in the presence of Bai's exquisite beauty? Aino instinctively measured the two against each other. Particularly, the moment she laid eyes on the unflattering green dress and matching hat, it was almost blinding. In that fleeting moment, Aino resolved to no longer regard the older man with disdain. In the future, she would avoid him altogether. If only he were aware of her thoughts. He might have pondered whether to confront her or simply ignore her. As she queued to approach the field, the mere thought of getting closer to Bai filled her with a thrill as she stepped into the shop. However, when Aino glimpsed the menu affixed to the wall, her demeanor shifted drastically. A bowl of beef ramen cost 128 yuan. A cup of ice cream was priced at $250. A meat bun was $666. A serving of egg fried rice was $998, and a plate of dompa pork was a staggering 2,888 yuan. What on earth was this? Either she was losing her mind, or the world had gone mad. Although Aino had heard whispers of Ouyang Ming's establishment from those around her, she had always assumed it was merely a rumor. After all, even the restaurants she frequented did not dare to charge such exorbitant prices. Thus, she had previously dismissed the tales surrounding Yang Ming as mere fabrications. But now, she rummaged through her pockets, taking a gentle breath. Fortunately, she could at least order a serving of egg-fried rice. From a distance, Aino waved at Bai, saying, "Excuse me, could I please have an egg-fried rice?" "Thank you." With elegant steps, the figure adorned with white ears stirred a fragrant breeze, appearing leisurely yet moving swiftly, arriving before Jingye in the blink of an eye. The serious-faced individual took up a pen, inscribing brush on the list, and gently uttered, "Please wait a moment." As these words left his lips, a warm, pristine smile graced his countenance, accentuated by charming dimples that floated on either side, revealing an angelic expression. Upon witnessing this smile, Jingye's wild gaze locked in, captivated by its beauty. It was as pure as water lilies, ethereal and transcendent, defying description with mere worldly terms. Undoubtedly, the girl possessed a keener eye for observation than the boy. Not to mention, he was a scion of a noble lineage from the mountains. Though Jingye was drawn to the strikingly beautiful figure, her attention was soon caught by a small lump on the white throat. It was an Adam's apple. Bang! Like a bolt of lightning from the heavens, it scorched both the inner and outer realms of Jing's mind. Despite having frequented this place over the past decade, she had never encountered a moment quite like this. Bai, truly beautiful, is a boy. She gazed in disbelief at the slender form behind her. His movements so graceful, reminiscent of the most seasoned model, flawless in every aspect. Yet, That fool was a boy. As astonishment ebbed away, her wild heart erupted into a conflagration of emotions. She yearned to be a woman of white. Moreover, Jing desired to become Sasuke's girlfriend. Drawn not only by his striking looks but also by his academic prowess. Why was Sasuke so handsome? If his allure was merely a gentle charm, skin deep, devoid of the deep essence cultivated over years, Bai was different. In his youth, Bai Juyi endured numerous familial tragedies, wandering aimlessly. Later, he was re-encountered not as a mere shadow but forged into a tool for killing, having weathered the trials of the battlefield. Had it been another, they might have been a restless soul or a butcher devoid of boundaries, knowing only the art of murder. Yet, despite the tribulations faced, Bai remained undaunted, embodying kindness and gentleness. This was the distinctive aura of Bai. This unique temperament blossomed like a flower from the depths of hell, ensnaring one in an irresistible embrace. Like aged wine, it grew more fragrant with time. When the cork was pulled, Jing was irresistibly drawn in. Even in real life, a girl could easily be enchanted by Ouyang's appearance and demeanor, spiraling into madness and obsession, let alone Bai's presence here. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Jingya's heart raced fervently. Like a fawn lost in direction, it raced uncontrollably, beating faster and faster. She was unaware of when a hint of wild crimson graced her cheeks. Lush and glistening, her eyes dreamy, resembling a tranquil autumn lake that ensnared the soul. Bai, witnessing this, was not the least bit surprised. After all, seeing a beautiful girl appear infatuated was far more pleasant than encountering one resembling a clumsy pig in high heels. The former merely brought Bai comfort, while the latter would induce goosebumps. Carrying a fragrant plate of fried rice, Bai resembled a fairy presenting a celestial peach to the Jade Emperor. His expression serious as he stated, "Please enjoy, esteemed guest." Oh, Bai's presence lingered in the air, causing the essential oil to reluctantly retreat from its state of infatuation. Nana picked up her spoon, casting a discreet glance at Bai while savoring the fried rice. It was not that she had never tasted fried rice before. On the contrary, she had indulged in it numerous times. Whether prepared at home or enjoyed at a restaurant, to Jing, fried rice epitomized greasiness. Generally, when fried rice is freshly served, it emits an overpowering, pungent aroma that assails the senses like a barrage of arrows, leaving one momentarily stunned. Each time she attempted to eat fried rice, she found herself merely taking a few bites before losing her appetite. It was simply too dry, too oily. If one persevered to finish the fried rice, one would inevitably need to sip some hot soup to moisten the palate and facilitate swallowing. However, Ouyang Ming's fried rice was a different affair, lacking ostentatious fragrances. It quietly resided on the plate, embodying elegance and depth. The golden egg was carefully spread, enveloping each grain of rice as if crafted from gold, reflecting light in a way that seemed almost luminescent, captivating all who beheld it. It was merely this exterior that piqued Ano's interest. She wondered about its flavor. With fingers as tender as scallions, Ano gently twisted her spoon, scooping a mound of fried rice from the corner of the plate. One hand positioned delicately near her chin to catch any falling grains, she gently parted her crimson lips, allowing the morsel to enter her mouth. As she chewed, her taste buds danced. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. This was exquisitely delicious. Incredibly so. The rice, enveloped in egg yolk, erupted in her mouth like a grenade, unleashing a whirlwind of rich flavors. In an instant, the delightful taste overwhelmed Jing's senses, transporting her back home. Waiting quietly for a family reunion to share a meal together. As a well-known figure in the mountains, Jing's father was often too busy with work to join them for dinner. Whether during weekends or important holidays, various reasons always prevented his timely return home. Each meal was a ritual where Ano and her mother would wait for an hour and a half, anticipating his arrival. A table set for two girls always felt incomplete. What was missing was not just a father, but also a sense of togetherness, an imperfect perfection. She recalled her childhood when her father would often take her out, allowing Jing to ride on his shoulders as they roamed freely. Though they had not yet experienced such separation, those moments were filled with joy. Perhaps it was the passage of time, or the inevitability of growing older, but such days had long since vanished. A faint sense of loss coiled around her heart, piercing through like a thorn. Aino set down her spoon and surveyed her surroundings. The bustling shops and lively restaurant conversations felt distant from her reality. Yet, what did this have to do with her? In an instant, a profound fear swept over Ano's heart. It was a monster named loneliness, threatening to consume everything and drag her into the abyss. The fear came swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the wild man came to the realization that these were merely illusions conjured by fried rice with egg, he wore a look of utter astonishment. How could this be possible? The notion that a dish of fried egg rice could evoke the most profound memories buried deep within the human mind and trigger the most feared emotions was unfathomable to Aino. In the past, he would have never believed it. Gazing at the golden, delectable fried rice, the sensation remained vividly alive in his memory. With a hint of unease, he took another bite. Bang! This time, the layer of egg yolk encasing the rice burst, releasing an intense aroma of egg that permeated the entire room, conquering every taste bud of the wild man as it surged forward like an unstoppable army, reaching the very core. Enveloped in this rich fragrance, Keiya was utterly captivated by the essence of the fried rice. Although the original flavor had faded, it was undeniably delightful. Occasionally glancing at her, he noted the wild, obsessive expression on her face and worried that such beauty might falter. Step by step, she approached Inoue, who had seemingly shrunk into a needle. Keiya, ever considerate, offered a handkerchief and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right? You seem to be sweating profusely." Gazing at the delicate porcelain-like face of Keiya, it felt as if reaching out to touch an angel from heaven, imparting an unprecedented warmth to Inoue. Suddenly, having just experienced a surge of emotion, the sensitive heart of Keiya erupted. "Wow!" Inoue exclaimed, embracing the astonished Keiya while crying, indifferent to the gazes of others, simply holding Keiya's hand tightly. Observing the child weep, Inoue perhaps recalled her own past vulnerabilities, her gaze softening. Keiya did not mind the tears and snot that smeared on her, instead gently patting Inoue's back in a comforting manner. Cry, don't hold back. Let your tears flow. It will lighten your heart." She would never confess to her own misdeeds. It is not incorrect to say that women are born actresses. At first, perhaps Aino was inspired. Now, in an effort to bridge the gap between herself and Keiya, Inoue launched an emotional onslaught of tears. Her poignant cries evoked tears from listeners and stirred their sorrow. Even many diners, observing Aino, began to express sympathy. How heartbroken must this child be to weep so? On one side, I possessed a blade of a knife and a bow, while on the other, I remained perplexed. Did you just sell flowers to us? Why are you crying so? The two looked at each other, sensing a shared helplessness. For the first time, the two ninjas from Shine Village realized that the ninjas from Kiba Village needed not to alter their physical forms. Mere performance skills were sufficient to deceive the masses. But at that moment, Naruto and SH suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, like needles pricking their backs, as an inexplicable malevolence surged forth from the shadows. Not only they, but even ordinary people felt an unsettling discomfort, sensing a wave of coldness. In an instant, the once tranquil existence was shattered. This malevolent spirit bore a cruel essence, transforming the realm of Chime into a hellish battleground. As Naruto lowered his hands over his head, he suddenly became aware of a youth adorned with the character for love inscribed upon his forehead, gazing at them with an eerie chill. Though he stood alone, he exuded a desolate malevolence that, like the biting winds of winter, compelled one to avert their gaze. He was, in essence, an army unto himself. In that moment, Gaara's seemingly tranquil visage belied a seething tempest within. It turned out that Shoujo and Kankuro, Naruto, had arranged to meet at my residence the following morning. However, unexpectedly, Kankuro, Naruto, had a sudden change of heart, wishing to pursue Haku, which left Gaara rising in agitation. Gaara, in truth, was an exceptionally sensitive young man. He effortlessly discerned the presence of Naruto and Sakura. Yet, what startled me was that Kankuro, Naruto, and Ju were indulging in ice cream. Typically, Gaara maintained an aloof demeanor towards strangers. Nevertheless, he genuinely cared for Naruto and Sakura, who were inseparable. Witnessing their closeness ignited a fear of abandonment within him, akin to the agony of necrotic flesh, creeping once more into Gaara's heart. At that moment, he felt an intense sense of betrayal, reminiscent of the treachery he suffered at the hands of Yiksha. Only through violence could he hope to expel the fury festering within. Like a reincarnation of Buddhist scripture, Gaara radiated an astonishing malevolence, surging forth like a tempestuous tide towards Ouyang Ming. This was a deception. From within Haku's embrace, Gaara, astonished, could hardly fathom that the other possessed an essence akin to his own, seemingly stifled. Observing the shock on Jin's face, Haku tenderly reassured him. Well, let us not resort to violence. The moment Haku's words left her lips, chaos erupted. Cold-blooded slaughter ascended into the heavens, and Gaara's desire for retribution surged forth. He initiated his assault. Should I fail to draw that towering executioner's blade aimed at Gaara, my expression would darken, my gaze would become as sharp as a knife. As I coldly addressed the child, "Do you seek trouble? Did you consult me?" If Gaara's malevolence resembled a colossal tree, then at this juncture, the intent was not to slay but to pierce the lofty peaks of the sky. Ever since the system fell under Ouyang Ming's dominion, his demeanor had grown decidedly less submissive, developing an attachment to Ouyang Ming's establishment. He would not allow anyone to tarnish Ouyang Ming's store, regardless of who it was. Even if it were a deity, he would not relent. Perceiving the escalating tension, the circus performer bowed and declared, "The situation is not as you perceive. It must be a misunderstanding." Truth be told, the performer had not anticipated that an elite would stoop to engage with a modest establishment. Had anyone informed her in the past, she would have dismissed it as a jest. Such a devilish form, impervious to harm, left her trembling. What exacerbated her distress further was Gaara's precarious state, as he was poised to engage in conflict once more. This was not what the Prime Minister desired. They had arrived in the hidden leaf village, yet were burdened with a clandestine mission. How could they unveil their true strength? The performer could hardly wait for Gaara to respond, only to hear him utter a single command: "Leave." Suddenly, quicksand erupted forth, akin to a fan striking nearby. Bang! The bow in my hand soared like a kite severed from its string, tracing a graceful arc through the air before drifting far to the ground. Gaara, though it appeared as if my hand had clumsily fallen, in truth, Gaara exerted no force, merely inflicting a minor skin wound. Even amidst fury, Gaara retained a semblance of clarity, urging his hand away from peril. Bang! As those indifferent individuals freed themselves from obstruction, Gaara unleashed a complete eruption. A trickle of crimson crept up to Gaara's eyes, accentuated by the heavy dark circles, rendering him reminiscent of a storm unleashed from the heavens, unbearable to behold. "Gaara, I can no longer endure." With my affection for him further liberated, the air thickened with a nauseating stench of blood. Gaara slightly parted his lips, revealing teeth as pristine as a forest, exuding a hunter's smile as he faced his prey. The wind began to stir. Initially, it was a gentle breeze, but in the blink of an eye, a fierce gale swept in. The stronger the wind, the more sand was stirred. The scent of blood on the beach. Like an inverted waterfall, golden sand cascaded from Gaara's back, coalescing into a resplendent golden river, shimmering under the sun. Quicksand waterfall. The voice was hoarse and frenzied. The terror of ninjutsu suddenly manifested before the onlookers. Whether ordinary folk or skilled ninjas, we were all irresistibly drawn to this horrifying display, akin to a natural disaster unleashed. The terrifying sand wave surged, towering 5 stories high, like a giant, suddenly arriving to sweep everything away, leaving only a shadow of despair. At that moment, an explosion occurred. How dare you? Do not glare, do not think. For the opponent is a complete lunatic daring to employ such a lethal ninjutsu in the midst of the hidden leaf village. Witnessing the wave approach, do not hastily bind. As a torrent of chakra within surged forth like a dam bursting. Escape through the water. Great waterfall technique. No sooner had the words escaped my lips than a water imprint materialized before Gaara's shop, shattering, unleashing an unending river that surged forth like a dream descending the mountains. Bearing countless warriors, confronting the golden sand waves head-on. The blue waterfall, akin to the wrath of the water deity, surged tumultuously. The yellow sand waves, resembling a harbinger of destruction, must not be allowed. In this moment, like a grain of wheat braving a needle, who dares to contend? Bang! The gods clash, mortals suffer. The collision stirred a tempest, rippling outward in all directions. Woof, woof. Nearby, countless trees swayed madly, their leaves a kaleidoscope of colors blanketing the ground. Where the trees had shallower roots, could they withstand the onslaught of the wind? Alas, they were uprooted, completely overturned. Within Ouyang Ming's shop, that disgraceful. "Uncle, can you defeat the enemy?" Unexpectedly, this time, the wild one could not find solace. She abruptly lifted her gaze, only to find that the fair visage remained composed. It was indeed a lamentable thought that suddenly surged in the heart of Gaara. Meanwhile, Naruto, still in the shop, appeared somewhat pale, murmuring to himself in a manner that, if understood, would convey despair. It was over. It was truly over. I am filled with immense rage. The flat ground was riddled with pits and mud. Gaara's eyes widened, bloodshot and brimming with a frenzied thirst for carnage. He slightly parted his lips, resembling a ravenous beast ready to salivate. Within my being resides a Buddha, relentlessly urging him to break free from the confines of this human prison, to unleash himself. Gaara's gaze fixated on the unyielding target, madness swirling within him. Slaughter was the sole remedy to quell this turmoil. Kill, kill, kill. Anyone who crosses his path shall perish. Mourn with their blood. Gaara no longer hesitated to strike. Suddenly extending his right hand, he made a throat-cutting gesture, a slight smirk revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Sand manipulation. As the words left his lips, the sand that had been swept away by the waterfall began to drift nearby, suddenly responding to the call of the Sand King, gathering in a swift whirlwind. At that moment, wild sand danced around Gaara like the most devoted guardians, sworn to protect their sovereign. When a king commands them to take lives, he shall not allow his enemies to live. Each grain of sand, akin to a bee returning to its hive, vibrated incessantly before being molded into a terrifying hand, crushing its prey like swatting a fly, never to soar again. This strike was reminiscent of ancient power, wielding the potential to decimate all. The colossal hand had yet to arrive, yet its mere approach felt as formidable as a raging tempest, instilling fear. Should we fail to intercept them, retreat would be impossible. Once they returned, the shot behind Ouyang Ming must be hastened to destruction by the giant hand. Not only must allies not be harmed, but one must also be prepared to sacrifice for the defense of this realm. Without hesitation, with hands raised high, wielding the great blade of execution, the eyes sparkled with unprecedented battle fervor. If you seek a fight, then let us engage. As long as I am present, do not encroach upon my territory. Die. Do not hold back. Meng ran as he charges forth. Like an ancient warrior surveying the battlefield, having seized the head of an admiral, he strides ahead. Confronting the towering hand of the giant, unafraid to strike, he swings down. The blade sliced through the sky like a flash, cleaving it in twain, causing the gods and demons to tremble. Perish. With that, do not hold back, glaring fiercely, unleashing astonishing power akin to the hand of the divine. With a single stroke, tear it asunder. Rend the hand of my beloved in two. This matter is far from over. One ought to retain the courage of a desperate pursuer, rather than selling the name of a king for knowledge. Though the tale of Hokage does not recount this, the essence remains unchanged. I shall not relent until Gaara is satisfied. Employ the enemy's ninjutsu to break their will. Do not falter, and bravely advance. Striking with divine precision upon Gaara. Observing from a distance, the figure appeared with a worried visage, astonished. Gaara. Ultimately, should one not falter but strive for excellence, Gaara, if he does not relinquish his tail, is no match for further confrontation. The hand of concern was deeply worried that Gaara might indeed meet his demise. Regrettably, even upon hearing her anguished cries, I found myself bereft of time to pause. In that very moment, Gaara's eyes were a mere crimson hue, within which a voice echoed, reminiscent of a demon's whisper, incessantly prodding at his nerves. Slaughter was the sole means to quell the turmoil. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate all before you. Faced with any retaliation, Gaara did not falter. Instead, he radiated an aura of lethal intent, the vast chakra within him seething with fervor, as if sensing the king's wrath. The sand enveloping Gaara suddenly stirred. It began to rain intermittently. Accompanied by a hoarse, frenzied murmur, the sand readied itself, akin to soldiers awaiting their sovereign's command. Then, at the king's behest, boom, rat-a-tat-tat, like ranks of soldiers unleashing a barrage from a Gatling gun, countless grains of sand transformed into a cloud of projectiles. Unyielding in their pursuit, Gaara, emboldened, embraced this onslaught, shedding any pretense of evasion. The inevitable could no longer be postponed. After all, to refrain from striking was not Gaara's nature, for he wielded formidable jutsu with abandon. Previously, he had eschewed the technique of the Great Waterfall, as the chakra within him could not be summoned again in such a brief span. Moreover, the ninjas of the Mo Yin village were ill-equipped to resist, lacking even the qualities requisite for staunch defiance. However, to abstain from battle meant one would not stand alone. Do not fear, my lord, I shall aid you. A clarion voice rang out, as the ethereal white maiden emerged from the shadows, descending like a fairy to bestow hope upon all beings. In full view, she swiftly sealed the secrets of the water shield, killing water fragrance. Unfazed by the considerable chakra expenditure, she let it flow forth. Coupled with the residual water left from the earlier Great Waterfall technique, her power had at least doubled. A torrent of water, under her command, formed a sharp spear in the air, poised to counter the incoming barrage of sand bullets, launching a rapid retaliation, striking before the sand bombs could detonate. Bullets soared everywhere. On one side was the tempestuous wind and rain, like 1,000 copies of chaos. Boom. Lions and tigers charged forth in unison, with the aid of the White Maiden. Only a few fish managed to evade the net, yet this bore little consequence in the grand scheme of the slaughter. If action was not taken immediately, it would be aimed at me. Confronted with the imminent crisis, Gaara merely smiled. His grin remained as cruel as ever, still, so deranged. Sandstorm. With a single command, the surrounding sand erupted in madness. Like a tornado, dust swirled in the air. Then, amidst astonished gazes, Gaara, entwined with the very dust itself, would never be severed from the chaos within. The White Maiden gazed in disbelief at the scene, perplexed as to why Gaara would choose such a path. Yet, in the next moment, she would understand. But it was too late. Upon witnessing the frenzied tableau, even she felt the primal urge to kill. Sand waterfall funeral. Through the thick layers of sand, the echoes rang out, palpable enough to instill a sense of madness akin to that of ants in the throes of life. Amidst the blinding white light, the sand dunes encircled my arrow, rendering him incapable of bursting forth. Bang! An immense force, akin to a crushing weight, surged inward. A terrifying pressure that penetrated relentlessly, suffocating him to death. Should you avert your gaze from me, my affection for you would flourish. If you desire my demise, you must first face your own end. Then, with a flash of a blade, I would cleave arrow in twain. Yet, my love for the rose remains undeterred. A smirk lingering at the corners of my mouth, as if mocking the futility of further strikes. I adored Arrow's form, but was equally fascinated by the myriad of ceramic-like fractures adorning his body, resembling a spider's web of cracks, sprawling across his entirety. The sand table, despite Arrow's madness. I relished his unparalleled talent for combat. He evaded lethal blows with the golden shell of a cicada, utilizing it to escape the grasp of death. By the time the second wave of attacks arrived, it was far too late. The boundless sand swelled into colossal waves, completely engulfing him. Then, under immense pressure, he imploded violently, akin to a drill, shattering every bone within. Bang! The sanguine hues of sunset, a gruesome spectacle. As the sands receded, what lay before the onlookers was but a muddy form, sprawled upon the ground, untouched by further strikes. No more hacking, please. I gasped in horror. Tears welling in his eyes, yearning to rush forth, yet knowing he could not reclaim the shattered body. Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder. A calm and reassuring voice emanated from behind. Come to my side. Ouyang Ming spoke with tranquility, emerging from the small shop, his demeanor concealing the intricacies beneath. Should others have known, they would realize that Ouyang Ming was merely a scoundrel among fighters, possessing only the skills of 3 bodies in the duality of shadows, utterly unaware of the sensations that lay within. In truth, Ouyang Ming had no desire to emerge. After all, everything was dictated by circumstance. If one did not exude coolness, one must at least feign it. At this juncture, Ouyang Ming had to step forward, not merely to cease the onslaught, but also to fulfill the system's task. Congratulations. The mainframe has activated a hidden quest. Protect the shop. Quest description: a multitude of trolls has surfaced, yet they are powerless. The worst-case scenario is that should a child utter a misstep, they would be flung into the shop. As a heartless proprietor, the host must take the stage. Quest reward: a random item. Upon witnessing the reward for this task, Ouyang Ming was left speechless. Through his explorations, he had come to understand that the difficulty of tasks issued by the system was proportionate to their rewards. It was akin to a form of recompense, unprecedented in his experience. This implied that even the system held little optimism regarding Ouyang Ming's capacity to complete the task. Otherwise, no reward would be bestowed. You see, the completion of the primary quest initially yields an item. However, it is the invincible defensive shield of the heavens, steadfast against all winds from the 4 corners. Fortunately, I had just recently completed a task, capturing the fragrant pig. Ouyang Ming mused inwardly. Turning his head, he spoke. I will hold him off for a time. Seize this opportunity to bring him back. Indeed. Ouyang Ming patted his head, saying, I just cooked a piece of dompa pork in the kitchen. Ensure you do not cut it. Behind them, Shinmi and the mountains heard a cacophony of chaos. This boss Ouyang Ming was utterly unreliable. He appeared so frail. Could he truly withstand the enemy? Moreover, why must they harm that half-dead uncle? Forcing Bai to feed him dompa pork. What madness was that? At this very moment, Jingyi wore a perplexed expression. Since her arrival at the Ouyang Ming shop, she had encountered a multitude of absurdities, perhaps the sum total of her existence. Unlike Jingyi, Teacher Bai was privy to the underlying truths and diligently recorded them with a serious demeanor. In Bai's heart, boss Ouyang Ming was synonymous with invincibility. As long as Ouyang Ming was present, victory was assured. Step by step, Ming advanced toward my beloved Gaara. In the outside world, he exuded a masterful aura, gracefully navigating the terrain like a dragon or tiger. Yet, only Ouyang Ming knew the turmoil within. He was about to confront the bloodthirsty and frenzied Gaara. A daunting task for one deemed a mere novice in warfare. Ouyang Ming's heart raced with trepidation. He had not seen, but in a moment of carelessness. He had also been left battered by Gaara. Gaara's blood-red eyes widened, reminiscent of a creature emerging from a sea of blood. His entire being radiating a pungent scent of carnage. Though Ouyang Ming stood far away, he still felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This was my beloved. Is it acceptable to say so? Ouyang Ming paid no heed to the astonished expressions of others, resolutely forging his own path, as if strolling through a private garden. Inching closer to Gaara. Gaara's countenance darkened, resembling a beast as he growled lowly, reaching out with an empty grasp. The sand was ensnared in a coffin. Just as I heard the king's command, the sand surrounding my beloved suddenly surged with excitement, akin to sparrows returning to their nest, encircling Yang Ming from all directions. Can you accomplish this? Ouyang Ming inquired with a smile. As he spoke your name, he remained there. Perhaps? No sooner had the words left his lips than he seemed to shrink an inch, suddenly appearing before Gaara. You. Gaara's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief. Never anticipating such blinding speed, it was as if he had teleported. Ouyang Ming shook his head playfully, moving like the wind, extending a finger. Before I could react, he gently tapped. You see, if I wish to kill you. Gaara did not wait for Ouyang Ming to finish. His face flushed with rage as he abruptly threw a punch. Unfortunately, it met only air. Like a ghost, Ouyang Ming materialized behind Gaara, bowing his head and proclaiming, Now you are doomed. A gentle breeze stirred, teasing Gaara's heart. Yet, an uncontrollable fury surged directly into his mind. Give me. Gaara emitted a hoarse, frenzied roar. Die. Who is my beloved? He is the king of the desert. The king is furious, burying 100,000, blood flowing into the rivers. Suddenly, all the sand began to boil, violently shifting. Then, with a resounding crash, like an inverted waterfall, countless grains of sand poured forth from the gourd behind me, cascading like a ceaseless golden river, shimmering in the sunlight. Unlike the battles of yore, they refrained from the act of felling trees, this time. The golden river surged forth like a wave of sound. The rolling, golden torrents, ceaseless in their motion, roared forth, consuming all in their path, annihilating humanity. My God! Such an abundance of deception. Ouyang Ming was utterly terrified. Though his escape was swift, what he detested most was this ninjutsu, which possessed not only formidable power but also enveloped a vast expanse. But who was Ouyang Ming? You were either feigning or merely pretending like the wind. Ever by my side. The next moment, he vanished into the fields. Gaara felt a surge of frustration. Unexpectedly, after making a grand move, he found himself utterly empty-handed. How embarrassing. His bloodshot eyes darted left and right, yet he could not find a trace of Ouyang Ming. Then, a voice emerged. Don't look. I'm up here. It was Ouyang Ming. He sat atop a grand tree, his expression remarkably relaxed. Most infuriatingly, while the battle raged on, Ouyang Ming seemed oblivious, leisurely enjoying a lollipop as he quietly observed Gaara. At that moment, Gaara felt his temper nearly reaching its breaking point. He felt like a circus animal performing absurd antics for Ouyang Ming's amusement. Yet, Uncle could not endure it, nor could Aunt. I shall end your life. Gaara, akin to a ferocious mud, could only roar and claw at the air. The sands of the entire field trembled, gathering in response to the call of the Sand King. Before long, a pair of colossal hands, divine in their appearance, suddenly manifested before all. As the sound reverberated, these immense hands formed into two gigantic fists, hurtling forward like a 3-story building, intent on reducing Ouyang Ming to mere pulp. Alas, the tremendous fists, clashing with the air, produced a thunderous sound, creating a shockwave that stung the faces of onlookers. Bang! Bang! The two enormous fists, akin to an R11 Zemlya, not only shattered the ground where Ouyang Ming stood, but also left two immense craters on the earth, as deep as floorboards. Gaara, gasping for breath, muttered, This time, you are doomed. Even a monster like myself, endowed with a massive chakra tail, could wield such potent ninjutsu for only a short duration. Weariness began to seep into his body, threatening to lull him to sleep. Gaara heard a voice behind him, tinged with anger. Alas, children these days. Always itching for a fight. Gaara turned around, only to discover that Ouyang Ming was right behind him, observing the fury and frustration etched on his beloved Gaara's face. Ouyang Ming chuckled, offering her a lollipop smeared with his saliva. Dear, do not weep. Come, have a lollipop, and calm your nerves. The crowd. It seemed that with his pallid face, he truly did not comprehend Ouyang Ming, not at all. Besides your insatiable craving for lollipops, I feel too mature to indulge in such sweets, simply because I cherish her. The more I spoke, the more it drifted away. I found pleasure in gazing at that lollipop, its hue a dull blue. With a desire to quell the impulse to kill, he ascended rapidly, forcing himself to suppress the tail of his body. On one side of his face, he began to morph into a form reminiscent of a half-tail, as a chilling, bloodthirsty light emanated from the pupil of that eye. Fortunately, at that moment, a hidden sand ninja from the village arrived, leading Maki to the scene. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Maki struck me unconscious with a blade. At this point, Gaara had also reached the culmination of his crossbow, his body devoid of chakra, merely pretending. Thus, the matter concluded, and Maki solemnly stated, "I will explain this to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I can only offer my apologies." With that, Maki hastily departed, leaving me, Gaara, and the Hokage along with his subordinate. In light of Maki's somewhat reckless actions, Ouyang Ming remained silent, captivated instead by the rewards of the system's task. Congratulations! The host has activated a hidden mission, protect the shop. Task description, numerous critics abound. Yet they fail to accomplish the task. The greatest fear is that if a child utters a wrong word, the shop shall be ruined. As a shrewd and unscrupulous proprietor, the host stepped forward. Task reward, a random item upon completion. The bounty has been issued. In Ouyang Ming's eyes, he could perceive a colossal wheel ahead, adorned with countless items from which to choose. It seemed that Ouyang Ming squinted slightly, pondering, I wonder what item I shall receive. For instance, an S-grade item occupied a minuscule area on the wheel, merely a small crack, while the abysmal F-grade items were 10 times larger and shaped like a fan. Ouyang Ming's lips twitched. System, are you certain this isn't a domestic trashy online game? Host, this system does not deceive. The protocol is serious and earnest, the system replied. With the world not being as vast as the system, Ouyang Ming had to concede defeat. Then, with a thought, he set the entire wheel into motion. As he watched the wheel spin rapidly, Ouyang Ming silently urged, Heavenly spirits, please do not bestow upon me the most wretched item. As the disc began to slow, Ouyang Ming's anxiety grew. Observing the wheel advance toward the highest tier items, his heart blossomed with joy. It appeared he was indeed destined to be the protagonist. Just as Ouyang Ming reveled in his self-satisfaction, the pointer crossed over the S-class mark, gradually decelerating until it crawled to the F-class's lowest tier. Ouyang Ming inwardly chastised, System. Did you not recharge me? Are you toying with me? Host, the system does not cheat. The protocol remained serious and solemn, came the system's unwavering response. As Ouyang Ming's mood soured, the pointer finally struggled past the largest F-grade area, ascending to the E-grade zone, and then came to a complete halt. Ouyang Ming, congratulations. You have received an E-grade item, the system's voice echoed. As the announcement faded, a bottle of mineral water materialized in his hand, emerging from nothingness. System, are you certain this is not a jest? Ouyang Ming found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at the mineral water in his grasp. However, when he focused on the attribute template, the item's role immediately manifested. The delicate spring, transforming men into women. As the title suggests, it is somewhat understated. In comparison to this prop, Ouyang Ming was more curious about the level of the invincible defense card before completing his primary task. When he posed this question to the judicial system, it promptly responded that the invincible defense card belonged to the B-grade category. How could such a divine artifact be merely classified as B-grade? Ouyang Ming was incredulous. The system explained that it had only been utilized twice and was time-limited. With the core issue addressed, Ouyang Ming returned to the shop. At this moment, Mizuki had already taken the next piece of dompa pork, and the body had turned over, appearing somewhat awkward with its clothes torn. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing this moment of severance, Ouyang Ming was reminded of an animated series. Indeed, this series, titled Traveling 1,000 Miles in Time, features exclusively original characters from the Three Kingdoms, with the female characters being particularly prominent. And it is known for its generous distribution of benefits. The timing was impeccable. If one did not act now, they would have to don Guan Yu's attire. Am I truly effeminate or merely perceived as such? This posed a question of intrigue for Ouyang Ming, who found it amusing to contemplate the transformation of Bai into a woman, pondering what style of illustration might emerge from such a metamorphosis. Surely, it would be entertaining, wouldn't it? No longer fixated on how strangely Ouyang Ming was wielding the blade, he felt a tremor coursing through his body, having endured countless life and death struggles. He sensed that Ouyang Ming intended to enact something upon him, especially when he observed Ouyang Ming holding a bottle of mineral water. A profound sense of resentment toward the world enveloped him. The most tragic aspect was the inability to resist the system's machinations, leaving him unqualified to voice dissent. This narrative serves as a reminder that one must discern their employer's true nature before signing any contract. Ouyang Ming produced his spring and, in an alluring voice, proclaimed, "Do you desire power? Drink this, and you shall possess everything." To his astonishment, Ouyang Ming was so forthright that he could only stammer, "I think." Before he could finish, several photographs flooded in within the hour. Clad in black robes and adorned with animalistic masks, the visitors belonged to the dark side of the village. Previously, when Ai Luo had caused a stir in Ouyang Ming's shop, he had already been noticed by those lurking in the shadows. However, the members of the dark side who had become aware of the situation were generally not very powerful and lacked the qualifications to tolerate or even approach the battlefield. They had no choice but to report to their superiors. This time, there were numerous delays. Thus, when the subordinates of these higher-ups arrived, the battle had only just concluded. A shadowy figure, seemingly the leader, stepped forward and raised his voice in a hushed tone. "We have a general understanding of the events that transpired. General Huang will respond robustly to the implications of this incident, and those who violate village regulations will face the most severe penalties." The nearby villagers felt a wave of relief and erupted in applause. Indeed, if one dared to create chaos in our village, they must be made aware of the consequences. This was the sentiment shared by the majority of us. After all, despite the village being at its historically weakest point, it remains widely regarded as the most formidable ninja village. Being the most powerful village, it is expected to be both tyrannical and mighty. Consequently, this clandestine meeting not only alleviated previous public outrage but also bolstered morale. Upon concluding his remarks, the individual from the black department approached Ouyang Ming and whispered, "Boss Ouyang, the Hokage wishes to see you in his office." "Oh." Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow, uncertain of what scheme the third Hokage was concocting. He found it hard to believe they were actually conversing with an agent from the Special Operations Bureau, yet it must pertain to something of great significance. In a tone audible only to the two of them, he inquired, "Could you divulge what this is about?" The other person's voice turned low and hoarse as he replied, "You will understand once you arrive." Through the mask, Ouyang Ming could not discern the expression of his interlocutor, but he sensed a shift in tone, indicating that something troubling was afoot. Ouyang Ming, filled with doubt, wondered what was amiss. Was he truly reliant on the third Hokage's assistance? As the business hours approached, he tidied up and instructed not to chop the white tree before returning to the rented accommodation in the afternoon. He then proceeded to the Hokage's office, accompanied by several shadows. At this moment, the third Hokage was not buried in paperwork, but rather sat quietly by the window, puffing on a pipe while gazing at the bustling village below, shrouded in dim light. "Ouyang, you have arrived," he greeted, his eyes meeting Ouyang Ming's as the members of the secret department discreetly exited the office, closing the door behind them. Ouyang Ming, unreserved, pulled up a chair and inquired, "What does the Hokage require of me?" The third Hokage's visage resembled a gnarled tree, with wrinkles crisscrossing his face, imparting an air of ancient wisdom. He took a few deliberate puffs from his pipe, weighing his words before asking, "Tell me, Ouyang, can you create food with healing properties?" The third Hokage referred to the Copper House, which was the Senju clan's domain. Ouyang Ming felt a tightening in his chest, uncertain of the intentions behind the third Hokage's inquiry. Nevertheless, the fact that the third Hokage was willing to engage in conversation indicated at least a neutral stance. Indeed, Ouyang Ming replied candidly. The third Hokage furrowed his brow deeply, his forehead creasing with worry. Suddenly, he exhaled a heavy sigh. His gaze bore into Ouyang Ming. And with a change in tone, he said, "I have a subordinate who, despite the village's medical ninja's efforts, remains unhealed. I wish to see if you could help." "Oh? Who is it?" Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Follow me, and you shall find out," the third Hokage replied, lifting his head and exiting the office. Together, they traversed a heavily guarded corridor and entered a room. Even through the thick steel door, Ouyang Ming could hear faint gasps emanating from within, evoking a sense of foreboding. As the door swung open, Ouyang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld a slender beauty with purple hair, a delicate face, and flushed cheeks, curled up on the ground, her lips a vivid red as she gasped for breath. It was Akane. Surrounding her were several medical ninjas, all appearing quite frantic. One of the lead medical ninjas quickly stood at attention upon seeing the third Hokage arrive. "Lord Hei, the seal on Lady Red Bean has weakened once more, and this time it may spiral out of control." The third Hokage nodded slightly. "I understood." He turned to Ouyang Ming. pointing at the trembling red bean, and asked, "Can you heal her? Is it even a disease?" Ouyang Ming felt the weight of the third Hokage's gaze presenting him with a formidable challenge. However, he was aware that Red Bean's current state was merely a manifestation of a curse that had resurfaced due to the incantation performed during the day. Ouyang Ming's heart was heavy with uncertainty. He doubted whether he could indeed heal Red Bean. Thus, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I shall give it a try." The third Hokage gently patted Ouyang Ming on the shoulder, saying, "This may prove too difficult for you." At that moment, the leader of the medical ninjas, sensing the gravity of the situation, expressed his discomfort. "Lord Hei, I do not question your judgment, but is it truly wise to entrust the patient to him? You see, these medical ninjas are the finest in the village. Even if they cannot directly confront the celestial seal, they are compelled to attempt it every time. Yet now, the third Hokage has placed his faith in a complete stranger to cure Red Bean. If his efforts fail, will it not reflect poorly on the third Hokage and his judgment?" With their doubts laid bare, the third Hokage refrained from directly addressing them. He gazed at Ouyang Ming, his voice low yet resolute. "Do not doubt the man. He must not be questioned. Trust him and proceed boldly." The medical ninjas fell silent, their protests stifled. Although the third Hokage did not explicitly criticize them, his words revealed his unwavering resolve. Had it been anyone else, they might have yielded to the pressure and expressed gratitude for the third Hokage's trust. "I will do my utmost," Ouyang Ming replied, biting his lip as he retrieved the magical purple clay pot from his system. Much like the original puppets, this cooking attire was typically stored away. But now it emerged as if by magic. In the blink of an eye, the crowd parted, revealing Ouyang Ming holding the pot aloft. The three pairs of eyes fixated on him, their expressions deepening with confusion. As for the medical ninjas, they were utterly bewildered. Did we not agree to treat Red Bean? Why is he brandishing a frying pan? Does he think this is a kitchen? Unperturbed by their incredulous stares, Ouyang Ming inquired of the third Hokage, "Is there a kitchen here?" The third Hokage shook his head. Ouyang Ming was left speechless. "Then why have you summoned me here? Without a kitchen, I cannot cook." Observing Red Bean's deteriorating condition, as the affliction spread around her neck, it became increasingly urgent. In the face of this predicament, the system revealed a spatial jump. "Congratulations to the master for triggering a hidden quest, treating Red Bean. Quest description: as the supreme deity of the future Hokage world, you must be omnipotent. How can you be daunted by a trifling challenge? Quest reward: how to make Laogan ma chili sauce. The true reward is the Old Mother." Oh my heavens! This system. As a connoisseur of spice, Ouyang Ming declared that regardless of the obstacles ahead, he must persevere. No kitchen. Time is of the essence. It's not that difficult. In the land of Yingu, there exists a delectable dish that requires no kitchen and minimal time to prepare. Naturally, such culinary delights have long been established in the world of Naruto. Hence, Ouyang Ming, with the eyes of the third generation, hurriedly confessed and swiftly made his way to the supermarket. As the third generation departed, the entire room erupted. Those medical ninjas exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their discontent towards Ouyang Ming. "Humph, I wonder if this insufferable fellow can ultimately cure Lord Red Bean. I doubt it. Did you not see him pull out a pot? Yes, I would laugh upon witnessing that. He treats the patient as a mere jest." Amidst the unpleasant discourse with the medical ninjas, Yang Ming returned with a delightful surprise. It was beef noodle soup, commonly known as instant noodles. What on earth is he planning? At that moment, the medical ninjas were utterly perplexed. Was he supposed to treat Lord Red Bean? What on earth was he doing with a bag of instant noodles? Ouyang Ming, undeterred by the curious gazes of others, continued on his path. He tore open the noodle package, placed it into a purple clay pot, poured in hot water, covered it, and voila, it was done. "What are you doing?" one medical ninja asked, rolling his eyes. "Can't you see I'm cooking instant noodles? I just knew it. I want to ask how you intend to treat Lord Red Bean." The medical ninja was exasperated, wishing to seize Yang Ming by the neck to discover what was going on in his mind. Just then, a somewhat alluring and sultry voice emerged, drawing the crowd's attention. "Look, the cursed seal on Red Bean's body has begun to spread across half her face, and if it continues, the consequences are unpredictable." The medical ninjas on site were thrown into a state of panic, while the supervising doctors hurriedly prepared to seal the ninjutsu. However, for some reason, sealing the curse was more challenging than usual. Whether it was their imagination or not, these medical ninjas felt as though they were gasping for breath, akin to subjects cheering for their emperor, not to mention their inability to suppress the seal. At this moment, a somewhat indifferent voice resonated. "Let me handle this." Ouyang Ming stepped forth from the crowd, cradling a steaming pot of instant noodles. The aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, evoking the scent of a birthday celebration. Ouyang Ming produced a spoon, ladled some broth, and gently blew on it before pouring the warm liquid into Red Bean's enticing mouth. Cough, cough. As the soothing broth flowed down her throat and into her body, it brought with it a refreshing vigor reminiscent of springs, calming the turmoil within Red Bean and restoring her clarity, causing her to open her eyes wide. As the tide of darkness receded, the rather ordinary visage of Yang Ming reflected in the eyes of Hong Do. "Who are you?" With the vigilance of a ninja, Hong Do tensed her body. Casting a wary gaze upon Ouyang Ming, he lifted a spoon, signaling, "I can heal you." Surprised by the spoon in his hand, Hong Do's confusion deepened upon glimpsing the pot of instant noodles. "Oh, for heaven's sake! Are you certain you aren't mocking me?" She longed to extend her delicate hand and twist Ouyang Ming's ear, shouting fiercely in his ear. Yet, at that moment, the power of the magical seal surged again, robbing her of even the strength to speak. Unconsciously shaking his head, Ouyang Ming offered her the cool broth. Faced with the shame and indignation reflected in Hong Do's eyes, he opened her cherry-like lips and delivered the soup into her mouth. The enchantment of India was formidable, even though Hong Do was reluctant. Fatigue compelled her to acquiesce to Yang Ming's administration. As the broth entered her mouth, a rich aroma immediately enveloped her palate. Then, that vaguely familiar power began to surge within her, suppressing the enchantment that had bound her. Hong Do's gaze fixed upon Yang Ming, her eyes shimmering slightly. Astonished that this seemingly unremarkable young man was capable of healing her, suddenly she realized she could once again control her body. Even the cursed marks on her face had vanished, and she clutched her throat tightly, struggling desperately. It appeared that Ouyang Ming had provided her with a pair of disposable chopsticks, stating, "Just eat this bowl of instant noodles." Hong Do scrutinized the bowl of noodles. Indeed, it was merely a bowl of ordinary instant noodles. How could it possess such miraculous properties? Half in disbelief, she picked up a strand of noodle and placed it into her mouth. The taste remained mediocre, too pungent for comfort, with the noodles lacking elasticity and flavor. Yet, this very ordinary instant noodle managed to suppress the curse of the sun. As she consumed the bowl of noodles with its broth, a long-forgotten sense of ease enveloped her body, as if she had cast off a heavy burden. The marks on her skin retracted into a tight cluster. Hong Do's enchanting face turned toward Yang Ming, asking, "Brother, do you not have a girlfriend?" At this, Ouyang Ming averted his gaze, perplexed by Hong Do's implication. "In all honesty," he replied, and Hong Do's eyes sparkled. Her lips parted slightly, imbued with a hint of seductive tone. "How about you be my boyfriend? I would love you dearly." Once a devoted follower of Orochimaru, Hong Do's moral fabric had long since unraveled. Being able to suppress the curse of the sun with Yang Ming's aid was a prospect she could not resist. For Hong Do had endured enough of the torment brought by the sun's curse. There are myriad ways for a woman to ensnare a man. In the case of others, at Ouyang Ming's age, confronted with such a sultry older sister, they might have knelt in submission. But who was Ouyang Ming? He surveyed the alluring figure of Hong Do before him, whispering to himself, "Indeed, Sister Gang's Ho is my type." Thus, Ouyang Ming calmly replied, "I apologize. I merely wish to be a quiet chef, bringing joy to more people through my cooking." What a vivid Red Bean, accompanied by a face filled with confusion. She initially believed that he, like the other boys pursuing her, would resort to all means necessary to win her over, merely feigning rejection while her heart soared with delight. However, Ouyang Ming was evidently different. Red Bean observed Ouyang Ming's indifferent demeanor, his dark eyes reflecting an unwavering calmness, devoid of any ripples. It was clear that Ouyang Ming spoke the truth. For reasons unknown to her, Red Bean felt a tinge of disappointment within, secretly murmuring, "Could it be that my allure has diminished?" If only Red Bean knew that Ouyang Ming simply disliked airports, she might have pondered differently. Under the vigilant gaze of the medical ninja, Ouyang Ming bid farewell to others and glanced at the system panel. Hidden task, treating Red Bean. Task description, as the supreme deity of the future Hokage world, you must be all-encompassing. How could you be daunted by mere challenges? Task reward, the art of crafting Lao Ganma spicy sauce. Upon seeing the task's nature, Ouyang Ming thought to himself, "It seems I must return to the shop to prepare the chili sauce." The sauce is indeed delightful, yet its preparation is no simple feat and demands considerable time. To ensure that the guests the following day could savor the flavor of Lao Ganma spicy sauce, Ouyang Ming steeled himself to work late into the night. The system provided him with the authentic recipe for the sauce. Ouyang Ming retrieved the meat of a lowly spiritual beast, cleansing it thoroughly. Then, With the aid of basic knife skills, he effortlessly diced it into uniform cubes, each roughly the size of a grain of rice. As a piece of beef lay upon the cutting board, it resembled waves upon a red carpet, vibrant and distinctly layered. Naturally, a cooking machine would have made the task easier, allowing the cleaned beef to be ground directly. However, the flavor of machine-ground beef pales in comparison to that of hand-chopped beef. During the cooking process, the fragmented meat tends to lose its essence due to its altered shape. By the time it reaches your palate, the original beef flavor has vanished. Now, this is the crux of the matter. That is the chili. Without the chili, there can be no successful sauce. Thus, the quality of the chili sauce largely hinges upon the chili itself. As for the beef, it plays a supporting role, harmonizing the diverse flavors of the sauce, enhancing its taste beyond mere spiciness. Ouyang Ming scrutinized the chili in his hand. This particular pepper was slender, about the length and width of a finger, a dark red hue emanating a faint fragrance of Sichuan pepper. Generally, this chili possesses sufficient heat, yet it lacks the intense spiciness of aged varieties. The system elaborated on this pepper. Master, this Sichuan pepper originates from the land of wind, where long days and ample heat, coupled with significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, foster its growth. Due to the scarcity of water in the land of wind, its annual yield is merely 1,000 pounds, a tribute to the daimyo and a splendid offering, the system stated solemnly. Ouyang Ming, feeling a hint of greed, plucked a pepper and gently bit into it. How fiery! How scorching! It was as if a ball of fire erupted on his tongue, igniting a wave of spiciness that thoroughly conquered his senses. Ouyang Ming felt as though he were immersed in an endless desert, the heat coursing through his body, causing beads of sweat to pour forth. As the heat subsided, a tingling sensation lingered on his tongue. Ouyang Ming closed his eyes, savoring the lingering taste of Sichuan pepper on his palate. This encapsulates the enchanting allure of chili peppers. They ignite a fervent joy, unpretentious and direct, reminiscent of a spirited young girl, evoking a love that is hard to relinquish. Ouyang Ming meticulously washed the peppers, chopping them one by one into fine pieces. He then poured them into a small jar, retrieving a pestle to grind each piece, a task that demanded considerable time and effort. Upon completion, he felt as if his waist had been bent in two, his solidified arms yearning for rest. Fortunately, having undergone physical training with Mat K and Shaoli, his physique was not as frail as it once was. Otherwise, the next day, lifting a shovel would have posed a challenge. Continuing with the same method, Ouyang Ming diced garlic, sesame seeds, ginger, and Sichuan pepper, combining them harmoniously to create the quintessential Laoganma chili sauce. While the primary ingredient may be a cow, the supporting cast is equally essential. Indonesian fermented black soybeans and peanuts are particularly vital. Without them, the sauce would lack its aromatic essence. Akin to a beautiful woman clad in tattered garments, neither fish nor fowl. After bringing the mixture to a boil, he added the peanuts, sought them over low heat until their fragrance permeated the air, invigorating him. After removing them from the heat to cool, he proceeded to grind them as previously described. Next, he boiled water to steam black beans on a plate. After 15 minutes, he set them aside. Truth be told, crafting Laoganma chili sauce proved far more arduous than Ouyang Ming had anticipated. Merely managing the spices was enough to drain his energy. This prompted him to contemplate hiring a general laborer in addition to his bodyguards and attendants. Otherwise, how could they enjoy their culinary endeavors? As the cooking time approached, Ouyang Ming added a splash of oil to a frying pan, followed by several tablespoons of sugar, gently stirring until the sugar melted to a rich hue. The originally dark yellow oil gradually transformed into a viscous concoction. He turned the heat to maximum and introduced minced beef. A delightful explosion ensued. The beef, meeting the scalding oil, released an intoxicating aroma that enveloped the air, akin to sparks igniting the earth, coating the beef in a thin layer of sugar. It turned gray as he lowered the heat, slowly sawed it before setting it aside. In another pan, he heated canola oil, completing the fragrant oil infusion. Ouyang Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, sensing his stamina waning. Nevertheless, the production of the chili sauce was nearing its climax. Steeling himself, he pressed on, first adding the well-prepared minced beef, followed by the crushed red chilies. The moment the chilies entered the pan, a piquant aroma erupted forth. Unbeknownst to him, the spiciness caught him off guard, prompting several sneezes, a humorous interlude amidst the labor. Before long, the house was filled with a sharp scent, reminiscent of chemical or biological explosives, a deterrent to intruders. At this juncture, Ouyang Ming began to reduce the heat, striving to prevent burning and allowing the chili's essence to concentrate. avoiding any dispersal of its potent fragrance. Simultaneously, he added ginger and garlic, white sesame seeds, chopped green beans, crushed peanuts, fresh ginger, and pepper powder, continuing to stir over a low flame, deftly maneuvering his spatula to avoid the sides of the pot. He then returned the mixture to the soy sauce for simmering, waiting until the chili sauce deepened in hue before incorporating several tablespoons of sugar to balance the flavors. Stirring thoroughly. At this juncture, the once vibrant pot of chili sauce, after a brief saute, resembled youth that, after years of sedimentation, began to lose its brightness and become less piquant. Perhaps, only that dark red sauce could reveal that it still retained its essence, its core remaining as fiery as ever. After nearly an hour of simmering, the pot of hot sauce could finally be taken off the heat. Yang decanted the cooled chili sauce into a jar, quietly anticipating a sumptuous dinner for his guests the following day. However, to his astonishment, a visitor arrived long before noon. She was a red bean. She appeared to have been waiting for quite some time, her hands clasped tightly to her chest as she impatiently surveyed her surroundings. The red bean man had not yet arrived, and a waft of fragrance was swept away by the cool air. Ouyang Ming raised an eyebrow, secretly pondering whether she still wished for him to be her boyfriend, despite his obvious rejection. Had others known of Ouyang Ming's thoughts at that moment, they might have wished to befriend him, perhaps even throw a brick at him. You don't want her, we do? The poor village of Mai was filled with countless single individuals, struggling to find their goddess, who seemed inconsequential even in Ouyang Ming's eyes. Noticing Ouyang Ming's melancholic expression, the beautiful eyes of the red bean shimmered with ripples, revealing a hint of feminine grace. However, the red bean was not a typical person. She quickly cast aside her minor grievances, for she had matters to discuss with Ouyang Ming. Her small face flushed, her enchanting eyes cast an angry glance at Ouyang Ming, akin to the captivating beauty of Ouyang Guifei, exuding charm that could intoxicate anyone. She gently addressed the sage, then exhaled, "Master Ouyang Ming, I have a favor to ask." Were it anyone else, the normally robust red bean would humbly plead, and I would presume a hot-headed individual might acquiesce. Unfortunately, Ouyang Ming remained steadfastly himself. Ouyang Ming glanced at man to mountain, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, the slender sister is my type." Yet, when faced with the request of a beauty, especially in a place that was originally filled with allure, Ouyang Ming was certainly not one to falter. "You may speak, what is it?" Upon seeing that Ouyang Ming did not reject her, the red bean felt a glimmer of hope, her face alight with expectation as she said, "I wish for you to completely cure my ailment." Hearing the red bean's request, Ouyang Ming felt genuinely awkward. It was not that he was unwilling to assist her, rather, he simply could not. The Wanbailuo purple clay pot was not a panacea. He recalled the time when Mr. Bai had suffered severe injuries, and Ouyang Ming had prepared wild mushrooms from the pot for him, but it had only healed him partially, leaving him still unwell. Later, Ouyang Ming consulted the system and learned that the more delectable the dish cooked in the Wanbailuo purple clay pot, the stronger its effects. Just like the bowl of instant noodles that teacher Ouyang had prepared yesterday, which had merely revived her momentarily, even if she consumed all the noodles. It merely provided a temporary reprieve from the curse, should one desire to thoroughly dispel the red bean spell of that day. Perhaps frequent indulgence in dompa pork might offer a glimmer of hope. Yet, when Ouyang Ming beheld the slender form of the red bean, his heart faltered, transforming this enchanting beauty into a mere ant. Observing Ouyang Ming's pensive silence, the red bean's fleeting hope, akin to a star plummeting from the heavens, crumbled within her, leaving her with a profound sense of despair that she could not articulate. Since the second day of bearing the mark of the curse, she had often found herself overshadowed by Orochimaru, waking in the dead of night from haunting nightmares. She was utterly weary of such a life. There remained a flicker of hope, but it had long since faded, leaving only one person aware of that sensation. A wave of heat involuntarily clouded the red bean's eyes as she gestured with a hand, mimicking tears. This girl, weeping, lamenting, was entangled in the greatest torment imaginable. Was it not so? Ouyang Ming could hardly bear to see a beauty weep before him. Moreover, he remained confident in the culinary delights of his heart. Even if the red bean were to consume dompa pork daily, she would not gain excessive weight. Well, I suppose that is true. Ouyang Ming sighed, asserting that it was indeed impossible. The speed at which the red bean flipped through the pages of the book surpassed even his expression. One moment she was sobbing in despair, the next her countenance transformed, her gaze fixed intently upon Ouyang Ming. He scrutinized her closely, fearful that he might be merely comforting himself with a fabricated lie. The red bean was no exception. despite her aversion to spicy food. She persevered for the sake of weight loss and to suppress the Indian curse. Heeding Metcalf's advice, she applied the dark red Lao Gan Ma chili sauce to her skin. Reminiscent of agate, the rich crimson sauce trickled down the edges, traversing the yellow fat band, finally cascading onto the porcelain white plate, where it adorned the luscious lean meat. It appeared delectable. The red bean's beautiful eyes sparkled as her jade-like fingers deftly lifted a piece of dompa pork with chopsticks. The morsel quivered gently. Akin to jelly, ensnared by the red bean, her lips parting as she took it in. As her alabaster teeth met the surface of the dompa pork, which seemed tough, yet yielded easily, piercing through layers of defense, it was effortlessly reduced to tender morsels. The tip of her tongue, mingling with the Lao Gan Ma sauce, sent the dompa pork swirling in a whirlwind of flavors. As the red bean encountered that thick layer of fat, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Though the dompa pork melted in her mouth, its exquisite flavor was undeniable, yet her aversion to fatty meat prevented her from expressing any fondness. However, as the spiciness of the sauce unfurled upon her palate, the red bean was taken aback. A dormant passion erupted, a revelatory moment. Initially, she did not perceive the chili sauce as particularly delightful, but with each deliberate chew, a wave of heat accompanied by a fragrant aroma surged forth, overwhelming her senses. In that moment, the red bean felt as though she were adrift in a vast desert or ensconced within a grand oven, enveloped in warmth. A delightful heat coursing through her being, utterly refreshing. Even the red bean, who typically detested consuming anything hot, found herself experiencing an unprecedented sense of coolness. Beneath the guise of spiciness, the inherent fat of the red bean bun, too, must undergo a process of desalinization and mold to complement the dompa pork. After savoring a piece of dompa pork, the tongue of the chicken mother pearl felt as though it had been scorched by a torch, rendered insensate. Simultaneously, a warm current coursed through her meridians, coalescing around her sacred seal, gently propelling her forward, enveloping her in an unprecedented, spa-like comfort. To her astonishment, it truly worked. The red bean comfortably stretched languidly, proudly showcasing her splendid figure, provoking a chorus of audible swallows from onlookers. Witnessing this, Metcalf declared with pride, "Red bean. I recommend the right side. This is youthful cuisine." The red bean retrieved a napkin to dab at the corners of her mouth, nodding in acknowledgement. "Although I detest spicy food, the flavor is surprisingly delightful," she remarked. Seizing an opportunity amidst their conversation, she advanced, snatching a piece of dompa pork before they could register her presence. "Cassius, you scoundrel!" The red bean fumed. "There are only 6 pieces of dompa on the plate, and I have only consumed 1. How can you tolerate Kakashi taking it from me? Moreover, the dompa pork evidently possesses the ability to suppress celestial incantations." Shadow Serpent Hand. With a flourish of her beverage, a serpent the size of an arm suddenly sprang forth from the voluminous sleeve of the red bean, slithering along her arm and opening its massive jaws to strike at Casey. This strike was merely a retaliatory gesture by the red bean to reclaim the dompa pork from Cassius. Alas, there exists a term to describe Kakashi's verbal apologies. Yet his actions belied any such intention, as a piece of dompa pork found its way into his stomach. "Oh, how delicious," he mused, savoring it away from the serpent's gaping maw. Kakashi had ordered dompa pork today as well, yet that meager amount was scarcely sufficient. Otherwise, he would have forgotten the red bean entirely. What a detestable thing! As she observed the serpent in pursuit, Kakashi moved with the swiftness of the wind, inciting a quiet resentment within the red bean. Although she had long recognized the insurmountable chasm between tolerance and the elite, akin to an uncrossable abyss, it remained astonishing that she could not reclaim even a piece of dompa pork. When the red bean relinquished her pursuit of Kakashi and returned to her seat to consume the remaining dompa pork, she was suddenly struck by the realization that the plate was empty. "Red bean, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself, truly," exclaimed the scoundrel. "I did not anticipate this. Even Mitcat is learning from Kakashi." In her moment of fury, she found herself unable to best him, a breath lodged in her chest, manifesting as a wave of frustration. At that juncture, a chilling voice pierced the air. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have imagined that the ninjas of Konohagakure have fallen so low that even a little girl is bullied?" Hearing someone voice their grievances, the red bean immediately felt a surge of validation and turned to follow the source of the sound. Behold, a woman with an exceptionally pale complexion gazed deeply at her. The woman's skin bore a pallor unlike ordinary fair skin, reminiscent of someone who rarely ventured outdoors, resulting in an uncomfortable impression. Nevertheless, this woman was undeniably striking, exuding an air of femininity. As she conversed with Hongo, she exited the shop and approached the street corner, ensuring no one was tailing her, before entering a house. "My lord, how did you arrive?" A bitter hand extended from a pocket, suddenly frozen midair, gazing in astonishment at the woman before him. At that moment, a man's magnetic voice emanated from her lips. "It's nothing. I merely heard you mention Ouyang Ming's shop and felt a fleeting curiosity to see it for myself." This woman, an impressive embodiment of Orochimaru. I must commend the proprietor of this little establishment, a true genius for crafting such delectable dishes that enhance the chakra within ninjas. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with another shade of fervor as he inquired, "Your Honor, do you not think we should?" He made a gesture, as if to sever the neck, implying the need to eliminate Ouyang Ming and seize the culinary secret. Orochimaru shook his head. "Now is the time to execute our plan. We must not be distracted. Furthermore, I instructed you to contact the Black Leader and Danzo. Have you completed your task?" He placed his finger upon his glasses. A beam of white light shooting forth, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "My lord, everything is prepared. They will collaborate with us in due course. We shall relocate a quarter of the core group members and all the core members from the third generation." Orochimaru traversed the bustling streets, returning to Ouyang Ming's shop. Along the way, gazing at the ancient yet familiar architecture, which had undergone significant changes over time, his heart stirred with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, it is only through eternal life that we uncover the truth we seek, Orochimaru mused. Today he had not disclosed to Do that he cherished the ambience of Ouyang Ming's shop. As a superior, Orochimaru understood how to communicate effectively with his subordinates. For within Ouyang Ming's shop, there existed a sense of ease and freedom. A fleeting moment of tranquility amidst his years of slaughter and scheming. After years of being away, returning to his homeland and entering Ouyang Ming's shop allowed Orochimaru to unwind. It could be said that this was a small vulnerability of his, a side he preferred to conceal from others. At this moment, he was no longer the formidable Sannin nor the infamous rogue ninja. He was merely an ordinary patron of Ouyang Ming's establishment, moving about quietly, just an ordinary individual. Across the way, Orochimaru spotted a familiar figure, Hongo. Even Dashawan had not recognized him, yet upon encountering a disciple he had not seen in many years, a faint smile graced his lips. As Orochimaru joined the long queue, Hongo also noticed his arrival. However, due to Orochimaru currently inhabiting a woman's form, even with her appearance, Hongo did not recognize him, merely sensing a hint of femininity in this woman's demeanor. Given the midday hour, Orochimaru stood up for Hongo, gently chastising the cat and Kakashi, which endeared him somewhat to her, prompting her to wave. Orochimaru nodded subtly in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent and adopting a demeanor of aloofness. He was reluctant to spend too much time with Hongo. Orochimaru had only just arrived to savor the food and experience a tranquil life. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ming was bustling in the kitchen, busily preparing meals like a diligent bee, when suddenly, the system activated. Congratulations to the host for initiating a hidden task, transformed the store's Orochimaru into a woman using the fountain of femininity. Task description, as your original heroic brother. Face the formidable villain Orochimaru. Even if you cannot engage in combat, you can still play a little prank on him. Task reward, how to cook a steak. Initially, Ouyang Ming was too occupied to notice. However, upon glimpsing the task's title emblazoned with the name Orochimaru, his heart skipped a beat. There was no denying it. Orochimaru was indeed the most scientifically implausible existence in this realm. As a villain, in the protagonist's crusade, Orochimaru originally served as a catalyst for a favorable conclusion. Moreover, he exemplified the paradox of dying yet remaining alive. As for the present, a multitude of ghastly apparitions had yet to manifest in the current ninja world, and Orochimaru could easily intimidate the hapless little ones into silence. Miyasanrin's esteemed reputation was not to be taken lightly. What delighted Ouyang Ming was the apparent simplicity of the task, as he had received a new reward. In recent days, Ouyang Ming had come to appreciate the rarity of a new dish. Most importantly, the rewards from hidden tasks were so substantial that acquiring what one desired became exceedingly difficult. This transformation unfolded only after he completed the first major task, leading Ouyang Ming to speculate that the preceding period was merely a novice phase, granting them certain leniencies. Ouyang Ming prepared a plate of fried rice with eggs and then ventured out of the kitchen to the store to see what Orochimaru had ordered. To his dismay, he found no sign of Orochimaru's visage in the small eatery. Indeed, Orochimaru remained the rebellious figure of Konoha. How could he reveal his true identity? Ouyang Ming mused aloud. If anything was unclear, he could always consult the system, a habit he had grown accustomed to. System, you assign me this task. I won't falter, will I? Could you at least inform me which patron here is the disguised Orochimaru? Apologies, host. It hinges upon your own observation, the system replied with utmost seriousness. Well, that is rather systematic. Ouyang Ming realized that the challenge of the task lay not in transforming Orochimaru into a woman, but in identifying the true Orochimaru. Fortunately, the establishment was not overly large, with only 10 tables, accommodating a maximum of 50 patrons even in crowded conditions. Ouyang Ming scanned the surroundings, first eliminating familiar faces such as Hondo, Kakashi, and Might Guy. Subsequently, he dismissed regular customers like Senju Tobarama, due to their ease of recognition. It wasn't long before only 3 unfamiliar faces remained, each possessing a distinctive aura that captured his attention. One was a dark-skinned man, short and stout, with a fierce expression etched upon his brow, seemingly brimming with vitality. A woman of unremarkable appearance, with skin seemingly untouched by the sun throughout the year, exuded an aura of femininity that evoked a sense of discomfort in the observer. Another woman, possessing a fairer complexion yet appearing more conventional, adorned with a hint of makeup, moved with the grace of a femme fatale. As the area of interest narrowed, it became increasingly straightforward to identify Orochimaru as a master of serpentine ninjutsu. Orochimaru evidently embodied a feminine essence. Thus, Ouyang deduced that the woman in the middle was indeed the Orochimaru he sought. Upon confirming his target, Ouyang instructed Bai to ascertain what Orochimaru desired to eat. Although Bai was perplexed by Ouyang's sudden inquiry into a guest's preferences, he, adhering to the decorum of a diligent waiter, respectfully replied, "Sir, the guest ordered a serving of egg-fried rice and a bowl of beef noodles." Ouyang nodded and said, "I understand. You may continue with your tasks." With that, he turned and entered the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the system. Due to its unique properties, akin to the devil's fruit, it could only be used once. Hence, regardless of the quantity consumed, the moment someone took a sip, the bottle would lose its original potency. Gazing at the bottle in his hand, Ouyang Ming quietly remarked, "Orochi, do not hold it against me. This is all the system's doing." He then poured the mineral water into the pot, brought it to a boil, and added the noodles. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, waiting in the establishment, suddenly felt a chill in his lower body and an unsettling sensation in his heart. However, he was confident in his abilities. The village had always conspired to produce individuals worthy of his caliber. Thus, he opted to remain in the restaurant. It was precisely this relentless pursuit of culinary excellence that led to an ever-expanding repertoire of dishes. Osakamura had always been patient, yet today he found himself growing somewhat restless, yearning for the delectable offerings prepared earlier by Ouyang. This was an unusual sentiment for Osakamura, even during the new Shinjuku battle, while leading his troops against the enemy. He could endure starvation in open fields to ambush foes. However, now, as he settled his mind, Ouyang Ming's exquisite cuisine felt like a stone dropped into still waters, creating ripples of anticipation. Holding a steaming plate of egg-fried rice, Bai navigated through the restaurant, turning heads as he approached Orochimaru. Observing Orochimaru, one could see that the busy work had left beads of sweat on his handsome visage, betraying a hint of fatigue. Nevertheless, as a representative of Ouyang Ming's establishment, Bai maintained his composure, aware that he embodied the face of the restaurant. Despite the toil and weariness, he feigned ignorance. Offering a naturally beautiful smile tinged with an apologetic tone, "I apologize for the wait. Here is your egg-fried rice. Please enjoy." Anyone witnessing Bai's sincere smile would be touched by his authenticity. Even someone as cold-blooded as Orochimaru felt a warmth blossom within, akin to ice meeting the gentle caress of spring sunlight. Orochimaru's typically stoic face softened into a semblance of a smile, and he replied, "Thank you." If Orochimaru were well acquainted with the individuals present here, one might be taken aback by his unexpectedly affable smile, a stark contrast to his usual madness or cruelty, leading one to question if they had mistaken him for another. In truth, time is the merciless assassin. Once upon a time, Orochimaru was an innocent youth, his heart brimming with positivity. In those extraordinary days, he was vibrant and full of life, like the wind, pointing towards the horizon, standing strong amidst adversity, soaring higher than the heavens themselves. Regrettably, the brutality of war and the baseness of human nature utterly obliterated the purity of young Orochimaru, particularly with the tragic loss of his parents, which left his heart in tatters, riddled with the most savage of wounds. From that moment onward, ninjutsu was stripped of its positive essence, overshadowed by the dark machinations of a schemer. Not everyone possesses the resilience of Naruto, who, despite facing numerous setbacks, retains his original innocence and tenacity. Nor is everyone as fortunate as the Hokage, like his son, who consistently turns peril into safety, growing stronger with each conflict. Orochimaru is merely one among many, endowed with greater talent than the average person, granting him the authority to dictate his own destiny. Refusing to be subjugated by the whims of others, Orochimaru gazed at the egg-fried rice before him, and a warmth enveloped his heart. In his childhood, his mother often prepared egg-fried rice for him. However, her culinary skills were far from the exquisite mastery displayed here. The eggs were scrambled into chunks, the rice charred to a crisp, emanating a strong scent of burning. Such memories of the past only evoke a profound melancholy. Orochimaru twisted a porcelain spoon to scoop a corner of the egg-fried rice. Behold, the grains of rice glistened, plump and vibrant, each adorned with a layer of egg wash that gleamed like gold, enveloping each grain tightly, appearing almost luminous under the light. He savored a mouthful. In days gone by, for Orochimaru, eating was merely a means to replenish his daily energy. Yet, within the confines of Ouyang Ming restaurant, the very definition of dining was transformed. It became evident that eating could be a source of delight. In this moment, Orochimaru was neither the formidable master of the world nor the feared executioner. Free from external distractions and transcending the constraints of his identity, he simply indulged in the flavors of the food. As Orochimaru chewed the egg-fried rice slowly between his teeth, each grain, reminiscent of a pearl, was delightful, devoid of the clumping sensation that often resembles the crunch of stones. Each grain was tender, yielding to the slightest pressure of his teeth, releasing a rich aroma. Suddenly, his entire palate was filled with exquisite flavor. Orochimaru had never encountered such delectable cuisine. Those so-called culinary masters would surely pale in comparison to this bowl of egg-fried rice. It was nothing extraordinary, nothing to flaunt, merely a plate of egg-fried rice. Yet it surpassed the fare of ordinary heroes by leaps and bounds. Gently closing his eyes, Orochimaru experienced a moment of tranquility within his soul, savoring the flavors dancing in his mouth. At that instant, his long-stagnant heart unexpectedly touched upon the softest of places. In a fleeting reverie, a blurred figure materialized before him. Clad in simple attire, busily engaged at the kitchen table. Though only seen from behind, it struck deep into Orochimaru's nerves, for it was the silhouette of his mother. In the haze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his mother's somewhat clumsy craftsmanship. With an unintentional excess of firewood, a sudden blaze erupted, causing the pot to leak and emit a shower of sparks. Soon, a thick, acrid scent of charred material wafted through the air, enveloping the entire kitchen and spilling forth like a great serpent. As Orochimaru opened his eyes, he felt a slight moisture. Upon gently touching his face, he discovered the crystalline tears that had formed. A faint smile crept onto his rigid visage as he murmured to himself, "I never expected this. Fortunately, I believed no one would recognize me. This little display of emotion would remain unnoticed. Only within Ouyang Ming's establishment could he truly relax and reveal his authentic self. After all, no one is born malevolent and cold-hearted. Yet, as a superior, he often found himself donning a mask for extended periods, a facade that supplanted his original identity. When a serving of fried rice settled in his stomach, Orochimaru still felt an insatiable hunger. For someone of his robust stature, a single meal could easily equate to several servings for an ordinary person, a commonplace yet extraordinary occurrence. Thus, in an effort to avoid drawing attention, he cautiously ordered only 2 dishes. Unfortunately for him, his intentions were futile. Rather than remaining unnoticed, he attracted the attention of Ouyang Ming himself. As Baijiao arrived, dragging a tray, he placed a bowl of beef ramen before Orochimaru, unwittingly pulling back the curtain on Orochimaru's sorrowful existence. This bowl of beef ramen, crafted with malice by Ouyang Ming, bore long, slender noodles that carried the weight of his intentions. Orochimaru gazed at the ramen, anticipation swelling within him, curious about the surprises this dish might hold. The 6 slices of beef unfolded like petals atop the noodles, adorned with a sprinkle of fragrant green onions. The clear broth reflected Orochimaru's pale visage, revealing a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. With fingers as pale and stiff as a zombie's, he grasped his chopsticks and lifted a strand of noodles. The delicate, golden yellow noodles were long and thin, possessing a delightful elasticity that made them resistant to his chopsticks, releasing a faint, appetizing aroma. Accompanied by beef, he savored the noodles, slurping them audibly. It is said that the louder one eats ramen, the greater the respect shown to the chef. Like an artist painting a masterpiece, Orochimaru's breath remained steady as he consumed the noodles, each mouthful resembling a bottomless pit. His slurping echoed like music, rhythmic and vibrant. Even Hongdo, drawn by the sounds of Orochimaru's feast, turned her gaze towards him. In no time, the bowl of ramen was emptied, consumed entirely by Orochimaru, who still wore a look of longing for more. Hongdo mused, is the ramen truly that delectable? Imagining herself indulging in a serving of dompa pork, she stifled her salivation. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Orochimaru with intrigue. In the eyes of Hongdo, this pale-faced woman could consume such a vast array of delicacies while maintaining her slender figure, perhaps possessing a unique method of weight control. With this thought in mind, Hongdo rose, her swaying figure akin to a serpentine grace, and approached Orochimaru. Excuse me, may I pose a question to you? Upon seeing Hongdo's approach, a flicker of surprise danced in Orochimaru's eyes, yet his demeanor remained impeccably composed, revealing no signs of disturbance. With an elegant gesture, he retrieved a scarf and delicately wiped the remnants from his lips. What's the matter? He inquired. Could you divulge the secret of how one can indulge without gaining weight? The moment the words left Hongdo's lips, Orochimaru felt a jolt of astonishment. However, it was not merely surprise, but anger. After all, Hongdo was one of his disciples, albeit not the most distinguished, yet still a commendable choice. But what had transpired? In the span of just a few years, Hongdo had somehow transformed into a connoisseur of cuisine. As Orochimaru contemplated a response, Ming rushed in, sensing a profound disturbance in his very essence. Orochimaru had devoted years to the study of various esoteric arts, possessing a profound comprehension of the soul. For a fleeting moment, he felt akin to an ant standing before a colossal titan. The giant extended a finger, pinching at his very soul, as though forcefully shoving mud into his terrified eyes, squeezing him from head to toe. It was too late, too swift. Although the battle of souls seemed to stretch on, it transpired in the blink of an eye. When he returned to consciousness, sweat poured from him in torrents, soaking his entire attire. Yet, his harrowing ordeal was merely beginning. A peculiar sensation abruptly assaulted Orochimaru. For an instant, he felt as though a stone, the size of 2 fists, lodged in his abdomen, pressing down until it settled heavily within him. Suddenly, an inexplicable pain surged forth. Orochimaru, it's that time of the month. In that very moment, blood began to flow, soaking through his trousers and trickling down his legs. Fortunately, he was clad in pants, allowing him to evade the embarrassment he would have faced had he been exposed. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically, concern barely registering as he hastily exited the small establishment, leaving Hongdo in a state of bewilderment. What have I done wrong? She pondered. At this juncture, Orochimaru is a figure shrouded in complexity. Shortly after the assassination attempt on the third Hokage, he unexpectedly appeared at the ant's residence, where the third's eyes revealed an expression of profound shock. What a striking image it was. I could hardly bear to witness it. Orochimaru ignited with fervor, his pair of golden, slit pupils erupting from the frenzy of carnage. It must be the Ouyang Ming shop. It has to be him. I vow. You shall be reduced to mere fragments. Ah, Okami, within the shop, suddenly sensed a chilling presence, as if confronted directly by a biting wind. Yet, Okami, embodying the spirit of a true warrior, dared to confront the somber thoughts of existence, quickly dismissing this sensation as mere illusion and turning towards the pillar of the institution. Hidden task. Utilize the power of the Spring Maiden to conceal Orochimaru within a woman's body. Task description. As the original heroic brother. Even when faced with the formidable antagonist Orochimaru, if you cannot engage in battle, you may still play a mischievous trick on him. Task reward. The art of cooking steak. The same recipe, the same aroma. A torrent of information surged into Okami's mind,